By some unforeseen twist of fate, I find myself reborn into the household of the Rokiers. Surely, inheriting my grandmother's ideals and abilities should pose no insurmountable challenge. Having been educated since childhood by the esteemed mentor of Neumgard, I have mastered the art of fire-based defensive techniques. The use of a Wandless Avada Kedavra should not present any considerable difficulty, I presume. What? Harry Potter, I have heard that you're the most favored student of Dumbledore. Do you believe that Dumbledore would mourn your loss? Snape, I doubt it. In any case, this is a tale of an alchemy professor, graduated from Dæmstrang, reclaiming the glorious legacy of the once hallowed saints. Chapter 1, Neumgard. July 1992, Austria, Tower of Neumgard. In a dimly lit room at the very top, a tall yet raggedly dressed elder sits with closed eyes beside a table. Before him lies a piece of parchment inscribed with a few scattered words. The elder appears to be contemplating how to proceed, gently rolling the quill between his fingertips. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turns his gaze toward the corner of the room, his eyelids snapping open. There, a pair of deep and mysterious eyes, one blue and the other white, contrast starkly against each other. Time has etched deep, sediment-like lines upon the elder's face, yet cannot diminish the commanding aura that envelopes him. In fact, under the reflection of those peculiar eyes, his presence seems even more formidable, as if poised to devour those who dare approach. Hello, teacher, good afternoon. A melodious female voice resonates, revealing the silhouette of an adult woman in the corner of the room. The lady appears quite familiar with the surroundings. Having exchanged pleasantries, she pays no heed to whether the elder responds. With practiced ease, she conjures a splendid single sofa by the elder's bedside and flops down into it. I'm utterly fed up with those fools. Just sending them to the Muggle world to learn a thing or two nearly exposed us, and I have to clean up their mess. And they still carry themselves with that pretentious, pure-blood pride. As the young lady reclines, her muffled complaints echo from the sofa. The elder seems accustomed to such interactions. He methodically sets down the quill he was holding. I believe I have previously taught you that a lady should refrain from uttering such coarse remarks. The young lady pauses at his words, feigning ignorance of his admonition, and nonchalantly turns her face in another direction, calmly shifting the topic of conversation. I must say, dear teacher, you truly ought to replace this bed. It is both diminutive and rigid. Can you genuinely manage to sleep comfortably upon it? Oomph. You were diverting the topic in the same manner at the age of 6. After all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever. The elderly man calmly turned his back, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the individual behind him, as he resumed his task of grasping the quill pen in his hand. This was the most vital undertaking for him at present, to meticulously compose this letter, for perhaps that person would respond upon reading it. Oh, dear teacher, the girl's languid voice continued to resonate from behind. One ought to perceive without voicing such thoughts. You might find yourself friendless otherwise. I already possess but a few friends. Nonsense. My grandmother counts as one, does she not? Wenda would not concern herself with such matters. Indeed, the young lady reclined for a moment, seemingly rested enough, and quietly rose, slowly sauntering to stand behind the elder, surreptitiously attempting to glimpse the letter he was penning. A withered, elongated hand pressed down upon the sneaking blackhead. If you find yourself too idle, allow Wenda to arrange a few more soirees for you. I recall she has identified a few commendable young gentlemen for you. No, I appreciate your concern for my marital status amidst your busy schedule, but please do refrain. Upon hearing this, the young lady leaped back as if startled, turning to the other side of the table, waving her hand to conjure a chair upon which she seated herself. Teacher, your letter is quite inadequate. It is far too gentle. You penned it in this manner years ago, yet that individual never replied. Would you care to heed my suggestion and alter your writing style? The elderly man, upon hearing her, diverted his gaze from the letter, casting a somewhat obscure glance at the young lady before him, gently shaking his head as he seemed to exhale a faint sigh. They were no longer youthful. They had endured too much and were separated by numerous barriers. He could only wait, in this humble and beseeching manner, for his benevolence. Nicolis Wenda Rogier pursed her lips. Here it came again. Those eyes filled with complexity and stories. It was merely the love-hate entanglement of two centenarians, and she understood it all. Why did her teacher refuse to converse more with her? She longed to listen. She was already 23, no longer a child. What harm would it do to speak a little more? 2 months of tumultuous emotions, a century of unspeakable matters. She had been utterly enamored in her previous life. However, now was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Nicole's cleared her throat. Very well. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Take a look at this. She pushed a heavy envelope made of parchment toward her teacher. The elder cast a nonchalant glance at the envelope before him, but upon a single glance, he froze in place. He swiftly seized the envelope, eagerly unfolding the parchment within. After a considerable time had passed, the elder finished reading the contents of the letter, releasing a long sigh from his throat. Have you decided to go? Of course. Nicole's, with a triumphant arch of her brow directed at her teacher, retrieved a set of tea utensils from her alchemical ring, which she had subtly enchanted for seamless extension, and expertly poured a cup of red tea for both of them before continuing. If I do not go, then all my preparations over the years would have been in vain. Well, since you have made up your mind, then go forth. The elder placed the parchment on the table, revealing an unmistakable letter of employment from Hogwarts. An invitation to Nicole's Rogier to assume the role of professor for the alchemy course at Hogwarts, signed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Should you encounter any troubles, do remember to write back. I am not yet so aged as to be unable to take action. The elder gazed deeply into the beautiful and vibrant face of the young lady before him, adding a final remark. He had witnessed the efforts of his student over the years. He owed her much. Should she be bullied by any nefarious individuals while outside, he would not hesitate to remind the wizarding world of their past fears. Observing the growing intensity in the elder's demeanor, Nicole's could not help but clear her throat to break her teacher's reverie. Rest assured, dear teacher, I am your direct disciple and possess the ability to protect myself. Moreover, I guarantee a letter every week. It will be filled with exclusive information from your beloved. In a year, you two shall reconnect. In 2 years, you shall meet. And in 3 years, there will be twins. Ahem. Grindelwald cleared his throat to suppress the rising corners of his lips, taking a sip of the red tea before exchanging a knowing glance with his student, with unspoken understanding. By the way, I must inform you beforehand that I cannot initially be entirely forthright with my beloved. You are aware of her character, and certain matters must be concealed from her. Your teacher is not yet so antiquated. Indeed, my teacher possesses a broad-mindedness, all for the greatest good. Nicole's raised her cup of red tea in a toast to Grindelwald. Grindelwald likewise raised his goblet, and a melodious chime of porcelain resonated throughout the room. Chapter 84. How could one still rely on others for oversight? No, this time we have selected 14 teaching assistants from the 7 essential courses, all of whom are personnel from our early development at Morningstar. McDowell continued with a perfectly poised smile. Most of them hail from Ilvermorny, with a few graduating from Beauxbatons. Given the unique nature of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, we plan to rotate the teaching assistants annually, providing 8 alternatives, all of whom have served as aurors in America and France. Ilvermorny is widely acknowledged as the most inclusive institution, exhibiting a notably gentle attitude towards muggles and half-blood wizards. It is no wonder that Dumbledore harbors no objections. Nicoleus chuckled nonchalantly. A gentle approach towards muggles also implies a greater opportunity to engage with them. Once one witnesses the advancements made by muggles, any visionary wizard is bound to have some thoughts on the matter. Thus, engaging with them should not pose any issues for us at Morningstar. Those who are permitted entry are all talents who have passed the fire protection trials, so there is ample reason for reassurance. You have done splendidly. I have already informed the finance department to prepare bonuses for you and your team. Once this task is completed, you may take a few days off to recuperate. Thank you, boss. Although McDowell was not particularly keen on taking a break, he appreciated his superior's thoughtfulness. By the way, boss, might I inquire if I could share dinner with you and your partner? Nicoleus narrowed her eyes, intrigued by this unexpected proposition. Ahem, McDowell's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. It was a request from the chairman before I arrived. Nicoleus rolled her eyes. She had suspected as much. Her father, Stuart, perpetually urged her to find a partner to bear an heir, and now that she had, he was creating complications. Has he asked you about Severus's information? Indeed, including inquiries from Ms. Wenda and Ms. Molina. What do they say? Both Ms. Wenda and Ms. Molina have no objections to Mr. Snape. His talents are beyond question, and they hold your choices in high regard. However, McDowell did not finish his sentence. But Nicoleus could easily surmise the unspoken concern, her father's lingering skepticism towards his future son-in-law. Pay no mind to him. I am in no hurry to seek his approval. As for dinner, let it be known that it was my suggestion. Upon your return, the alchemical affairs will still rely on your oversight. Consult me if there are matters beyond your authority. Have you brought the two-way mirror? I have. McDowell adeptly presented a two-way mirror with both hands to Nicoleus and began to report on the happenings within the Muggle world. Last year, when that great nation disbanded, our operatives had nearly acquired all the detailed information regarding that weapon. The plan to gradually withdraw them from the public eye is also proceeding smoothly, without detection. Should we expedite their complete withdrawal? No, let us proceed with caution. Do not underestimate others. Many within the ranks of world leaders are well aware of the wizarding world. There is no need to raise their suspicions at this juncture. Although they appear to have no connections, if an incident were to occur, it would be easy for the discerning to draw parallels. We shall adhere to the plan and proceed gradually. Nicoleus's demeanor turned serious. Engaging in political maneuvering is fraught with peril, and it is unwise to gamble on such possibilities. Understood, boss. I was indeed too anxious. McDowell pondered for a moment before responding with relief. It is not merely your impatience. It is your unfamiliarity with Muggles. Never underestimate anyone, especially those who stand at the pinnacle of power, Nicoleus cautioned. Interactions between wizards and Muggles often carry an unconscious air of condescension. Indeed. By the way, how is the improvement of the two-way mirror progressing? The core operational issues have already been resolved by you and several key alchemists from the Alchemy group. McDowell is indeed a talent handpicked by Nicoleus. He has executed her directives with remarkable clarity. In just 2 hours, a small briefing was held, and Nicoleus had fully grasped the progress of all matters she had arranged before her departure. After the meeting, Nicoleus did not invite him to stay for dinner and urged him to return home and rest. As for the task assigned by Stuart, if he wishes to observe, he should come himself. There is no need for intermediaries. Chapter 85. He cannot accept it. The most discussed news at Hogwarts recently is the establishment of dueling clubs for each of the 4 houses and the forthcoming wizarding tournament. 2 explosive announcements. Oh, and let us not forget a change among the faculty, a detail that only the young wizards of Slytherin and a handful from Ravenclaw seem particularly concerned about. Nicoleus received 3 letters from Lucius regarding this matter, and ultimately, she took Severus with her to Malfoy Manor to personally explain the situation to him, calming his worries. After all, he is still a board member, and one must trust in Malfoy's social prowess. Resolving one Malfoy effectively resolves all concerns among the board. Perfect. Exhausted from persuading the other board members, Lucius, I am weary. In this world, only Sissy is truly devoted to me. Hey, Harry, where's Hermione? Ron inquired, glancing around as they walked. Harry shrugged. I guess she's in the alchemy office on the 4th floor. What? Ron exclaimed. Why is she going there again? As the two made their way to the long table and found a seat, Ron began counting how many days Hermione had visited the alchemy office that week. Ever since she had sought out Professor Rocher alone, she seemed to be making daily trips there. What could possibly be there? Perhaps books? Harry suggested uncertainly. But is she spending too much time with Professor Rocher? Ron mused. Thank goodness that old bat is no longer teaching us potions. Otherwise, with Hermione's frequency of visiting Professor Rocher, it would be quite concerning. Ugh. As Ron spoke, both boys shivered in unison, unwilling to contemplate the implications. Even though the old bat no longer teaches them, his lingering influence remains. And now, everyone at Hogwarts knows that the two of them are an item. According to an unnamed Slytherin, it is advisable to never disturb them when they are alone, or one will pay a steep price. Though no one has dared to test this theory thus far, it has not hindered these young wizards from treating it as an unbreakable rule. They firmly believe that no one at Hogwarts wishes to challenge the dominance of the Serpent King. Ron shook his head, attempting to rid his mind of Severus's grim and serious visage, and returned to his complaints about Malfoy and the fact that Hermione could stand being in the same space as him. Furthermore, yesterday, that Theodore had the audacity to invite Hermione to the alchemy office. Is that acceptable? Ron's face scrunched up in irritation, resembling a fluffy dumpling, as he angrily stuffed another chicken leg into his mouth. Harry, too, was somewhat distracted. Although the news of the dueling club and the wizarding tournament had temporarily overshadowed the rumors surrounding the heir of Slytherin, granting him a brief respite from the curious gazes of his peers, the matter remained unresolved, which troubled him greatly. After all, the Sorting Hat had once considered placing him in Slytherin. Until this issue is conclusively settled, he cannot find peace. He is deeply concerned that he may possess Salazar's bloodline, and he does not wish to be labeled a dark wizard or villain by his friends. Hey, you two, good evening. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Hermione patted Harry on the shoulder from behind, taking a seat beside him with a refreshing demeanor. She casually grabbed a fork, speared a piece of buttered bread, and stuffed it into her mouth. Hermione, you're back. Good evening. Harry exclaimed, startled, but quickly regained his composure to greet her warmly. Oh, I thought you were going to take up residence in the potions room. Ron grumbled with a hint of discontent. Oh, little Ronnie, are you feeling jealous? George plopped down on Ron's left, throwing an arm around his shoulder. I see you've fallen for our lovely Granger. Fred, crossing his arms atop George's, joined in the playful banter, effectively sandwiching their squabbling younger brother. Hey, let go of me. Ron protested vigorously. Oh dear, our little Ronnie is upset. George and Fred exchanged glances, refusing to release their grip and even squeezing a bit tighter. Little Ronnie, if you're courting someone, perhaps consider gifting them some chocolate when Valentine's Day arrives. We might even offer you some enchanted chocolate. Hermione chose to ignore their antics. Well aware of the twins' penchant for frivolity, she was not easily swayed. While the twins continued their playful torment of Ron, Harry turned to Hermione and inquired, Did you come back with them? Indeed. Hermione appeared ravenous, finishing the piece of bread in a few bites before reaching for a meat pie. What have you been up to? You seem quite famished. I had a spar with Nott, which drained some of my energy. After taking a sip of pumpkin juice and ensuring her mouth was free of crumbs, Hermione continued her explanation to Harry. What? It's commendable that Ron could still listen to Hermione amid the banter. He immediately became agitated. Did he bully you? That scoundrel. How could he? With that, he stood up angrily, ready to avenge Hermione. Hey, little Ronnie, don't be rash. George pulled him back. They were just sparring, not dueling for real. Oh, little Ronnie. Now is not the time for impulsivity, Fred added, rarely granting him such an explanation. Sparring? Hermione exclaimed, finally feeling revitalized after consuming half a meat pie. Professor Nicoles set up an alchemical dueling platform and invited us to test its capabilities. She briefly recounted to Harry and Ron what they had been engaged in over the past couple of days. Yes, we were both there, brothers turned rivals. Indeed. My destined adversary. They cheered, exchanging glances before giving each other a high five. Harry's interest piqued. He began to probe further. Is it for the Triwizard Tournament? Yes. Hermione nodded. Moreover, each of the 4 houses has designated a gathering point for a club, and each club will receive 2 dueling platforms crafted by Professor Nicoles for internal practice. Additionally, our tournament venue has been established. Professor Dumbledore has combined 5 empty classrooms on the 3rd floor, which will serve as the competition arena, complete with dueling platforms. I've tried it out. The dueling platform is simply marvelous. Hermione's excitement was palpable as she described how the platform would instantly erect a barrier around the duelists once they stepped onto it, capable of intercepting errant spells. Furthermore, if one party called for surrender, the platform would immediately transport the defeated party away. Fred added enthusiastically. And several alchemical dueling platforms can move and even merge. George seized the opportunity to chime in. It's utterly fantastic. I think I've completely fallen in love with alchemy. Yes, brother, so have I. George and Fred simultaneously released Ron, only to embrace each other in a moment of camaraderie, momentarily forgetting the squished Ron between them. Oh, 2 identical faces nuzzling the beleaguered Ron. Harry chuckled, his earlier gloom dissipating. Noticing Harry's mood shift, Hermione, ever perceptive, leaned in closer and whispered soothingly, Harry, rest assured. I can guarantee you have no connection to Lord Salazar. How do you know? Harry leaned in, lowering his voice. Professor Rosiel possesses a lineage book. I've traced your ancestry back 18 generations. Rest easy. You share no relation with the esteemed Salazar. Harry sighed in relief. That's wonderful. The weight of his concerns lifted. His spirit brightened. However, before he could bask in his newfound brightness, Hermione added, but you know, it appears you and Ron might actually share some familial ties with Malfoy. Especially Ron, who shares a blood connection. What? Harry's eyes widened in shock. Ron's grandmother also bears the surname Black, just like Malfoy's mother. I checked. And Malfoy's maternal grandfather and Ron's grandmother are cousins. Indeed, we even wrote home to confirm, Fred interjected. It's true. George shrugged. Meanwhile, Ron was left utterly speechless, not due to being squished this time. Oh, and Neville's great-grandmother is also a cousin of Ron's grandmother, both members of the Black family. As for you, Harry, you're distanced from them. There's no blood relation. Though there is a lady from the Black family of the same generation as Ron's grandmother who married into the Potter family. But it wasn't your grandfather. It must have been a brother of his or something. Harry and Ron were both taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Particularly Harry, who had fancied he might find some familial ties with Professor Rosiel. He envied Malfoy for having such an aunt, unlike Petunia. How could Professor Rosiel possess such a book? Ron finally exclaimed, recovering from his shock. I cannot possibly share the same bloodline as Malfoy. I refuse to accept it. Hey, Ron, It's not the book's fault. George tapped him on the head. Fred chimed in, giving him a light tap as well. And it's not Professor Rosiel's fault either. Besides, bloodlines are undeniable facts. But no one is demanding you to acknowledge them. Hermione had a hint of indignation in her voice. Hey, have you all become part of her entourage? Ron interjected. I must say, Professor Rosiel indeed possesses a certain charm that draws people in. Hermione shrugged. Once you engage with her more, you'll realize her knowledge and capabilities are truly impressive. That much is certain. George and Fred echoed in unison. I haven't had any interaction with her. How would I know? Then I shall take you both along tomorrow, but Malfoy will also be present, so it's best to, remain somewhat composed. Hermione contemplated for a moment, finally settling on a word. You should convey that to Malfoy. Ron's eyes widened. Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione bit her lip. You'll see for yourselves tomorrow. I assure you, Malfoy behaves differently in Professor Nicole's presence. Have you been possessed by some foul spirit? Ron frowned. What she says is true. Fred exchanged a knowing glance with George. George shuddered at the implication. Harry's curiosity was undeniably piqued. Do tell? He urged. Hermione, furrowing her brow, contemplated for a moment before finally conjuring a fitting adjective. Chapter 86. Unfortunate and Hardship. The distinction between a mischievous boy and a well-behaved child? Hey, quite accurate. Oh, correct. Fred and George exchanged a high five over Ron. Harry felt a swell of anticipation. He simply could not envision Draco as a well-behaved child. Well then, let us go and see. Oh, and let's bring Ginny along. She hasn't been very cheerful lately. Our little Ron is learning to care for his sister, someone mused. Ron has matured. Draco. Theodore called out as Draco entered the common room. Where have you been? Draco, intrigued by his arrival, replied. Hermione just asked me to step outside for a moment. What could she possibly want with you? You've been spending an awful lot of time with her lately. Draco's brows knitted together, his irritation regarding Hermione's persistent attention towards Nicole's evident. She's quite skilled. She makes for an excellent sparring partner, doesn't she? Don't overthink it. Tomorrow, she'll be bringing Potter and Weasley to test the dueling platform. Just thought I'd give you a heads up to spare you the shock. What? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Scarhead is coming. A moment later, a smile broke across his face as he considered the prospect. Haha, splendid. Just wait. Tomorrow, I shall trample that Scarhead beneath my feet. Goyle, Crabbe, let's go practice some more, he declared, and Theodore rolled his eyes at Draco's retreating figure. Already knowing he would have this exact reaction, he told Granger, and she didn't believe him. How juvenile. Thanks to the arrival of assistants for all required professors, Severus found his schedule considerably lightened. Now, his only responsibilities included teaching advanced classes for 7th and 6th years and occasionally guiding the 5th years preparing for their OWL examinations. Teaching 6th and 7th years was a vastly different experience compared to instructing 1st and 2nd years. It was almost a pleasure. At this age, the young wizards were mostly of age, each harboring some plans for their futures. And they were acutely aware of how significant a master potion maker's guidance and evaluations could be for their prospects. Consequently, Severus's teaching became more enjoyable, even softening the furrows between his brows. Naturally, if only the young wizards who flitted about Nicole's could display a modicum of awareness, those furrows would vanish altogether. Severus lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss atop the witch's hair nestled in his arms, savoring the moment with his eyes closed. The Scottish Highlands were unusually bright today, sunlight filtering through the 4th-floor window and casting a warm glow upon the entwined couple on the sofa. The witch nestled quietly in the wizard's embrace, absorbed in her book, while he relished a brief respite, enjoying their tranquil solitude. However, a familiar knock echoed through the air. Nicole's remained still, yet the wizard instinctively covered her ears. Severus? Nicole's prodded, playfully nudging his firm chest, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the visibly irritated man. When Severus ignored her, she resorted to tickling him. Madame Rosier. Severus rolled over, pinning her mischievous hand beneath him. Finally paying me some attention, Nicole's beamed, her eyes sparkling with laughter, bemused by his childish antics. Severus shot a toothy glare at the giggling witch beneath him, while the persistent knocking at the door made him curse Draco 1,000 times over in his mind. Those blasted little trolls. They're still knocking. Let them knock. Severus's tone was fraught with irritation as he buried his face into Nicole's chest, clearly unwilling to budge. The sunlight bathed the two in a soft glow as the witch tenderly brushed her fingers through the wizard's sleek black hair, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. At her words, his fingers curled slightly, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes before he swiftly suppressed it. He gazed at the witch's rosy cheeks, donning a bemused expression as he leaned closer to haggle with her. Eventually, after Nicole's conceded to a series of lopsided agreements, the door to the Alchemy office swung open. In that instant, Draco, the platinum firecracker, bolted through, exclaiming, "Aunt, Why did you take so long? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself gazing into the dark, brooding eyes of the cellar's Serpent King. Draco's demeanor instantly shifted to one of meekness, transforming into a quivering quail, as if he wished to find a discreet corner to hide himself. In that moment, memories of his past misadventures flooded back, pleading for rescue. The excited entourage of smaller companions trailing Draco promptly fell silent. While Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw remained relatively unfazed, Gryffindor and Slytherin were rendered utterly mute, especially Slytherin, who seemed to wish to bury their heads behind their fellow young wizards, silently beseeching for salvation. The students from the other 3 houses were spared from the potions class with the Great Bat, but this man was their headmaster. How they longed to escape, but found themselves unable. Ah, you brought first years with you? Nicoles greeted the group as if she were unaware of Severus's imposing presence surrounding the young wizards. Indeed, Professor, the 4th-year Hufflepuff, having been prodded forward by Draco, stood as the reluctant pillar under the weight of Severus's formidable gaze. Cedric remarked, this place would fall apart without him. Draco buried himself deeper behind Cedric's robes, desperate to avoid Severus's notice, though it was a futile endeavor. Draco, the rich, deep voice resonated, and the Hufflepuff offered Draco a sympathetic glance before unceremoniously dragging him from behind his robes, thrusting him before the Serpent King. Professor, if you reprimand him, will you let us go? The small alchemy office was divided into 2 contrasting atmospheres. One side held the ominous presence of the cellar's Serpent King interrogating young Mr. Malfoy about his academic progress, while the other radiated warmth as the vibrant French rose extended friendly greetings to the remaining young wizards. Thank you, Malfoy. You've worked hard. They all chimed together. Draco, unfortunate and hardship. Hey, give me peanuts. Give me peanuts. Chapter 87. Hufflepuff is still too advanced. Harry and Ron had initially trailed behind Hermione, but the moment they caught sight of Severus as the door swung open, they instantly activated their vanishing skills, darting behind the twins and hiding themselves away. Observing Draco's despondent expression alongside Hermione's seemingly accustomed demeanor, they exchanged astonished glances. Who knew we could witness such a spectacle here? We should have come along sooner. Although the two felt somewhat awkward about their newfound familial connection to Malfoy, it did not diminish their amusement at his expense. Just as they were reveling in their mirth, a sudden clap of thunder struck nearby. Professor, Potter is here too. It must be said that Draco had a keen understanding of risk management. After all, they were about to test the dueling platform, and he was scheduled to duel shortly. Oh, the King of Slytherin, upon hearing this, leaned back comfortably into the sofa, arms crossed. The twins discreetly moved aside, exchanging a glance of gleeful schadenfreude, revealing the incredulous expressions of Harry and Ron behind them. Sigh, we can't just target Malfoy. What if we inadvertently cause the child to develop social anxiety? What if he no longer draws attention? The alchemy office was so entertaining, offering a theatrical experience. They wished they could visit every day. They were the true advocates of sustainable development in their alchemical pursuits. Hermione shook her head, casting them a look that conveyed a sense of self-preservation before diving headlong back into the gentle and fragrant embrace of French roses. What companions? I have no idea. And Cedric, could you possibly step aside? You're delaying Professor Rosiel from ruffling my hair. Teach, Professor. Realizing there was no one left to rescue him, Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward, standing beside Draco, with Ron loyally following suit. So, Mr. Potter is quite confident in his abilities, is he? Severus raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Not at all, Professor. Harry remained honest, wary of boasting. Humph, Severus raised an eyebrow. Lacking even this bit of confidence, how do you dare to speak of dueling Draco? It was Malfoy who provoked the duel. Ron interjected. Hey, we were merely testing the dueling platform. If we're not dueling, what are you all doing here? Draco rolled his eyes, noting that these two were even less astute than Granger, who at least understood the situation without uttering nonsense. In that case, let us witness the prowess of the savior. Severus rose from the sofa, positioning himself next to Nicole, his arm encircling her waist. Today, we are to test how the various dueling platforms integrate, are we not? Indeed. Nicole nodded. Severus, would you like to join us? I happen to have no classes. Let us go check it out. I'm free, Severus replied. Nicole beamed at him, beckoning her little wizards to proceed to the dueling room on the 3rd floor while she leisurely held Severus's hand, trailing behind. So, is it truly amusing to see your partner get jealous, Miss Nicole? Severus teased, lightly squeezing her cheek, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Cough. How could that be? Nicole suppressed her laughter, her expression reminiscent of a cunning little fox that had just pilfered a morsel. So, you truly do not? Of course not. Nicole retorted sharply. Severus, unwilling to argue further, leaned closer to her ear, hoping that when the moment arrived for her to fulfill her promise, she would remain just as obstinate. You. Nicole's face flushed crimson, suddenly recalling the unequal pact she had just agreed to. Even in her embarrassment, Severus was relentless, delivering another teasing blow, particularly since tomorrow was the weekend, and Professor Rosiel would not need to rise early for class. Nicole swiftly covered Severus's mouth, attempting to stifle the impending words. Heh! The muffled sound elicited a chuckle from him, his gaze fixed ahead. Nicole followed his line of sight and noticed several Hufflepuff wizards casting furtive yet gleaming glances, prompting her to hurriedly drop her hand, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The Hufflepuffs were far too perceptive. Is such gossip truly acceptable? They ought to consume fewer tidbits of drama. I hope Professor Rosiel remembers that keeping promises should be as sacred as defending one's honor. Severus. Infuriated, Nicole kicked him lightly on the calf, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Where has my previously aloof, brooding, and proud Severus gone? I demand his return." The reserved and enigmatic figure before her was certainly not her Severus. So, are you now contemplating the murder of your husband? Behave yourself. Save your strength for later. Fortunately, Severus kept his voice low, mindful of their surroundings. Otherwise, he suspected that the witch before him would find a crack in the ground to hide, given her flushed cheeks. After casting a few scathing looks at the Hufflepuff students ahead, they finally reached the third floor. The little wizards, having visited the dueling room on several occasions, were well acquainted with its layout and promptly formed pairs for their tests. There were 9 dueling platforms. The Weasley twins paired up, Goyle and Crabbe quickly joined forces. Pansy gravitated towards Daphne. Cedric teamed up with another Hufflepuff, while Harry, caught in Draco's provocations, found himself on a platform as well. Theodore, originally partnered with either Draco or Hermione, exchanged a resigned glance with Hermione before both made their way to a dueling platform. Ron, witnessing this unfolding drama, was taken aback. He had intended to partner with Hermione, but she was too swift, leaving him with no choice but to pair with Zabini, who, being a pureblood, bore him no ill will. The 9 dueling platforms soon filled with little wizards, each assuming their stances and skillfully engaging in duels. The first-year wizards refrained from participating, opting instead to gather around the platforms that piqued their interest. Nicole wandered about the periphery, observing that everyone was familiar with the process and encountering no issues. "Weasley, are you all right?" Nicole inquired, concern lacing her voice as she noticed Ron being transported out of the duel. Professor, I'm fine, but why was I transported?" Nicole glanced at his wand, pointing it out. "It seems to be the wand's fault. It's currently unstable." Thus, the dueling platform deemed it an unstable factor. Ron felt somewhat disheartened, so that was the reason. "Ron." Ginny offered her wand, her face still slightly pale, a trace of lingering worry etched across her brow. "Oh, Ginny. Thank you." Being family, Ron felt no sense of being pitted and, eager to experience the dueling platform, took Ginny's wand and eagerly jumped back onto the platform. Nicole said nothing, gently ruffling the little witch's hair and bestowing her a radiant smile, while her mind wandered to the current progress of the main storyline. Tom and the diary must be utterly bewildered right now. The chamber still exists, but the basilisk is lost. With the basilisk gone, he can't cause any more trouble, nor petrify the little wizards. If the little wizards remain unharmed, he cannot drive Dumbledore away. Without driving Dumbledore away, he wouldn't dare drain Ginny's vitality too much for fear of being discovered. How frustrating that must be for you, little Tom. Chapter 88, Slipping Away. The thought that the current Voldemort is rendered powerless, reduced to nothing more than a devoted confidant, an emotional garbage bin for the little witch, listening to her innermost thoughts and serving as her spiritual guide, sends uncontrollable waves of laughter through Nicole's. The once feared Dark Lord, reduced to this. Observing Ginny's demeanor, it is apparent that after the incident with Madame Loris, she has grown somewhat wary of her diary. It remains to be seen when she will choose to discard it. Should I seize the opportunity? Perhaps I could simply instruct Pudding to fetch the diary for me. After all, I have toyed with Tom for long enough. No, I shall intercept directly. There is no need to delay, especially since my mentor has urged me on. Nicole surveyed her surroundings. Severus stood with his arms crossed beneath the dueling platform, casting a derisive glance at Draco and Harry as they engaged in their duel. Others were distracted and not focused on her. Thus, she snapped her fingers, summoning Pudding, and instructed him to discreetly make his way to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory to retrieve the diary. "Here you go." Nicole's produced several vials of vitality potions and some snacks from her ring, distributing them to the first-year wizards watching below. The little badgers joyfully accepted her offerings, having heard from their seniors that Professor Rogier's treats were exceptional. Watching their gleeful, sparkling eyes, Nicole's found it difficult to discern whether these young wizards were motivated by the duel or the food. Regardless, it mattered not. The Ravenclaw students were engrossed in taking notes. Unaffected by the delectable distractions, while the Slytherins were primarily on stage. Gryffindor, however, was more animated than anyone else in the audience, eagerly focused on the duel. In the end, all the vitality potions found their way into Ginny's hands and those of a golden-haired Slytherin. The other young wizards appeared lively, showing no signs of needing the potions. These are vitality potions. If you're feeling unwell, you may drink a little. You all look rather pale. Have you not rested well? Upon hearing this, Ginny's complexion paled further, fearing the professor would notice her discomfort. She quickly lowered her head to deny it, saying, "I'm fine, Professor. Thank you for your concern." Another young wizard accepted the potion with ease. Curious, he asked, "Thank you, Professor. This feels quite different from the revitalizing potions I've had before." Nicole's eyes lit up. The voice of this little wizard was so soft. She had noticed him earlier in the office. He was particularly adorable, with long, well-kept golden hair, a cherubic face, and big, sparkling eyes. Wait a moment. This little wizard was just following Pansy and Daphne. Could it be? This is a new potion created by your house's head, combining alchemical elements. If you're feeling a bit fatigued, you may drink it to replenish your energy. And, my dear little wizard, may I inquire your name? The little wizard's face flushed crimson, transforming his previously pale countenance into a rosy apple. "I am Astoria Greengrass, Professor." Nicole's eyes gleamed with delight. The future daughter-in-law in the established timeline. Draco has good taste. The matchmaker within her stirred once more, but upon reflection, the two of them were still quite young. This was no time for romance. They should focus on their studies. Moreover, if her meddling were to alter anything, she might regret it later. Better to let things unfold naturally. I see both of you appear a bit pale. If you find it difficult to persist, remember to drink a little and ensure you rest well. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I will. Astoria nodded obediently, flashing a sweet smile. Ginny exhaled in relief, nodding in agreement as well. Nicole's did not linger near them, ruffling Astoria's hair before moving on. She feared that if she stayed any longer, the little badgers would finish their food again. She had already replenished their supplies twice, and she could not underestimate their ravenous appetite. Moreover, those little mouths were incessantly chattering, and their eager ears seemed to be straining towards her. "Hey, little badgers, don't be so exaggerated." She slipped away. In just a few strides, she reached Severus' side, intertwining her arm with his and following his gaze to the platform, where Harry and Draco had reached a conclusion. Harry was suddenly transported from the dueling stage, his expression somewhat despondent. Nicole's did not offer him consolation. After all, victory and defeat are the norms of competition. It is undeniable that Harry possesses considerable talent in defense against the dark arts, but Draco holds his own as well. Moreover, there is no absolute fairness in this world. Draco had received their guidance, so it would be unreasonable for him not to win. Severus, for once, wore a rare smile of approval for Draco, both Slytherins sharing a contemptuous smirk as they simultaneously regarded the little savior opposite them. "Here we go again." Nicole's playfully swatted each of them, saying, "Rein it in, gentlemen. If Dumbledore's golden boy is left despondent by your antics, I shall not be responsible for the aftermath." Draco was positively elated, akin to having just devoured a refreshing slice of ice-cold watermelon on a scorching summer day. Regrettably, Goyle and Crabbe were still engaged in their duel, lacking a cheering squad for him. Otherwise, he might have reveled even more in his triumph, ignoring the childish antics between that little nuisance and the savior. Nicole's took Severus by the arm and led him toward a group of upper-year students. Compared to them, the duel on the other side was far more compelling. Observe the chaotic flurry of spells. The Badger House truly lives up to its name. Their spellcasting was impressively proficient, though one must wonder if their approach is a tad too orthodox. No, this warrants a discussion with their teaching assistant. Such a method could lead to setbacks. They must be properly instructed, as these young witches and wizards have been earmarked as talent for their Morningstar program. They cannot afford to have any weaknesses. After a thorough inspection, the dueling platform appeared to be in good order. She tested the movement and fusion of spells, finding them to function seamlessly. These platforms should be ready for immediate use. Speaking of which, the design of the movement is inspired by the operational rules of Hogwarts staircases. One cannot help but admire the legendary Salazar and Rowena. Even after all these years, they continue to impart wisdom. Nicole's summoned 2 teaching assistants to oversee the safety of the little wizards before leading her esteemed Serpent King outside. She could not bear to have him remain in an unhappy environment, even if he had insisted on accompanying her. "Severus, we are free now." Nicole's shook his hand playfully, seeking his approval. "See, you dislike staying inside, so I have brought you out. Perhaps Madame Rogier has something for the 2 of us to do?" "2 of us? Of course. I have no desire for a third party to intrude, especially not some insufferable blonde nuisance." Severus drew her close, a hint of mirth dancing in his gaze. Chapter 89. Lucius still serves a purpose. Nicole's pressed her lips together, fearful of bursting into laughter. What on earth had Draco done to vex Severus so deeply? Such palpable resentment. Would you take me for a stroll by the Black Lake? I have yet to truly explore Hogwarts, she suggested, hastily shifting the topic. At your service? Severus replied, lifting the witch's hand to his lips in a gentle kiss before leading her toward the lake. I have seldom seen the Black Lake under the sun. Nicoles mused as they strolled hand in hand, the afternoon light softer than the midday blaze, casting a warm orange hue upon the shimmering surface of the water, creating a mosaic of fractured brilliance. I often read by the Black Lake, Severus remarked, a contemplative smile gracing his lips as he recalled moments spent with his closest friend. Was it at this time? Nicoles inquired, curiosity piqued. Mostly in the afternoons, slightly earlier than this, he replied. Our Severus is so diligent, not even a moment wasted. Nicoles winked at him, the warm orange light softening the vibrancy of her features, adding an air of tenderness. With a sudden tug, Severus pulled her closer. Of course. Your partner is unassailably the top of his class. How fortunate. Yours is as well. Nicoles nestled against him, inhaling deeply. The scent of absinthe mingled with hints of rose. Delightful indeed. In that moment, the afternoon sun and the embracing couple painted a breathtaking tableau. Yet, at that very instant, Nicoles's mind meandered into unexpected territories, igniting an unusual curiosity. Without restraint, she asked, was your defense against the dark arts professor already a yearly rotation back then? Severus sighed, bemused. Did wizards of your Rogial lineage truly lack awareness? What a splendid atmosphere. This which audaciously posed such a mood-dampening question. With a playful nip at her ear, he resigned himself to answer, indeed. It began during our time. Severus, Nicoles exclaimed, taken aback. Was he a canine at heart? What a fitting moment to bring up a former superior, Miss Nini. Severus leaned closer, lowering his voice to a sultry whisper. Instantly, Nicoles found herself ensnared by his deep, enticing tone, pushing him away awkwardly to redirect the conversation. That Voldemort had quite the foresight, knowing to place a curse on that position, effectively diminishing Hogwarts' combat prowess, she remarked. Huh, I hardly believe he possessed such foresight. It was merely a fortunate accident. Severus chuckled at her words and antics. True, after all. My Severus has remained unaffected despite a new defense against the dark arts professor each year, still excelling remarkably. If such excellence attracted my Nicoles, I am indeed grateful for this quality. Oh, Severus, you are quite the charmer, she teased. Is that so? Who taught you such sweet nothings? Ahem. Certainly no one did. Severus's expression shifted slightly, a hint of discomfort evident. Nicoles noted this and leaned in closer. Really? Certainly, he affirmed, and seizing the moment, he leaned in to softly kiss her tender, rosy lips, skillfully diverting her attention. Would you care to see my dormitory from my student days? Is that permissible? Of course. He replied, relieved that the number of Slytherin students was insufficient to fill all the empty dormitories, making it a simple matter for the headmaster to retain his former quarters. So, after you occupied that dormitory, no other young witches or wizards ever moved in. Indeed, I was the last, and for 7 years, I lived alone. Nicoles paused momentarily, then gently caressed his cheek, feeling a pang of sympathy. Perhaps, from an adult's perspective, having a room to oneself seemed delightful, but at Hogwarts, the implications were starkly different for many immature young wizards. It signified isolation, a silent form of bullying. Severus discerned the emotions reflected in Nicoles's eyes, brushing against her palm. A fleeting glimmer of darkness flashing beneath his lowered lids. Lucius still serves a purpose. After months of recuperation, the weariness and dullness that once marked his visage had vanished, akin to a pearl unearthed from the ocean's depths, revealing its innate luster. Nicoles felt the pleasant warmth of his skin beneath her hand, oblivious to his subtle thoughts, and nodded quickly, her voice soft and tender. All right, let's go see where Severus resided for 7 years. A smile of delight graced Severus's lips as he took her hand, guiding her toward their destination. As they walked, their figures gradually receded under the waning sun, with only the oaks by the Black Lake bearing witness to the fleeting intersection of their shadows. Perhaps due to it being a Friday afternoon, most students were occupied with classes, while those without were drawn to the dueling club, leaving them unencumbered by encounters with any young witches or wizards. The path was clear, and Severus successfully led her to the cellar, to his student dormitory. This time, it's futile for anyone to seek them out. Nicoles surveyed the boys' dormitory at the corridor's end, noting its immaculate condition, likely maintained by house elves. A standard 4-poster bed occupied one side of the room, while the other, once home to a second bed, now housed a sizable potions workstation adorned with somewhat antiquated tools, from cauldrons to stirring rods and glass vials. Beside it stood a substantial desk, cluttered with various notes and books. Nicoles picked one up, glancing at it before bursting into laughter. The Half-Blood Prince, ha ha ha. She recalled that this book had been mixed among the outdated textbooks in the potions classroom. Had Severus intended to discard these books and notes into the potions classroom in the coming years? Why? Was it an attempt to erase the memories of this dormitory? Surely not. Nicole's smile faded as she realized that, according to the timeline of the original story, Harry discovered this book in their 6th year. At that time, Severus was under the dual pressures of the Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort. What could have compelled him to relinquish the memories of his sanctuary from his student days? Chapter 90. Snakes and roses have always made the perfect pair, haven't they? By the way, the Resurrection Stone and Dumbledore's self-sacrifice. Huh? Self-sacrifice? Seeking death, are we? Dumbledore. What a dreamer. Nicole's aura suddenly turned perilous for a fleeting moment, a nuance perceptibly detected by Severus. Nini, what troubles you? Severus inquired, drawing her gently from behind. Nicole lowered her eyelids to conceal the dangerous thoughts swirling within her mind, recalibrating her state before burying herself in the embrace of the wizard. Severus, I desire this book. Would you gift it to me? Her heart ached with a bittersweet longing, grappling with the discomfort of Dumbledore's resolute actions in the established timeline. Yet more so with the poignant question, what of my soul, Dumbledore? What of mine? Which resonated with Severus's heartache. Indeed, what of Severus's soul? She could not allow anyone to discover the kinder facets of her being. She had to vow that even while risking her life daily to protect this child. Just an old book? Severus could not see Nicole's expression, but the sensitivity of a double agent made him acutely aware that her emotions were amiss. Yes, I want this old book. Will you keep it safe for me, Severus? Promise me you will not let it fall into a state of desolation. Very well. If it is your desire, I shall comply, Severus affirmed, his voice steady as he caressed the witch's back, perhaps unaware that she herself did not realize how sorrowful her tone had become. Did you see something? Grindelwald's lineage? Severus, I adore you. Please do not leave me. Nicole's voice softened, enveloping Severus in a profound warmth of love and concern. I shall not depart, my lady, unless my life itself comes to an end. Severus cradled her glistening cheek, whispering, Nicole's, I love you forever. Nicole managed to smile through her tears, pondering the futility of such thoughts. After all, she would never allow him to succumb to the predetermined fate. Absolutely not. So, did you glimpse a prophecy foretelling my misfortune? Do not worry, Nini. I will not forsake you. Severus tenderly kissed away the tears glistening on her face, his affection palpable. No, I did not see anything. Nicole bit her lip, belatedly feeling a tinge of shyness. Perhaps I love you too much. Severus sensed that Nicole's emotions had returned to normal. Since she was unwilling to divulge more, he refrained from pressing further. However, he insisted, prove it to me, Nini. Nicole momentarily faltered. Your love. With that, a passionate kiss ensued, leaving Nicole barely able to grasp Severus's shoulder before being engulfed by the fervor. Severus's hand possessively gripped her waist, an intensity that bore an undeniable intimacy, as if entwining them to the very marrow of their bones. Dressed in a cream blouse paired with a light green French skirt, Nicole was rendered vulnerable to Severus's advances. His fingers slipped beneath the hem of her blouse, the fabric shielding the tantalizing movements of his fingertips. Overwhelmed by the kiss, Nicole found herself lost in a haze, scarcely able to protest as Severus pressed her against the desk. Severus, the book. She recalled the notebooks strewn across the desk. Clinging to her last shred of clarity, tugging at his sleeve to remind him that these were her Severus's cherished memories, and it would be best not to sully them. My lady, should we not be more focused at such a moment? Severus teased, giving her a playful squeeze that elicited a delicate shiver from Nicole. Yet, she remained resolute, and Severus ultimately moved all the distracting notebooks to a nearby potion-making table. His lips continued to pepper her face with gentle kisses, and it dawned on Nicole where they were. Severus, not here, please. I wish to return to the common room. Nini. Severus lifted his gaze from her neck, his deep voice resonating in her ear. Do you know what it sounds like when you call my name? Nicole curled her fingers, her muddled brain struggling to keep up, instinctively whispering his name once more. A low, sultry voice mingled with warm breath enveloped her, as Severus tenderly nibbled her delicate earlobe, sending shivers coursing through her. Every time you call me, it feels like you are begging me to be even more daring. I am not. Nicole's blouse had been pushed down to her chest, the cool air urging her to seek the warmth of his body, as soft sensations invaded her senses. Severus surrendered to his instincts, reminding her of her prior promises. My lady, you are no longer innocent. I do not intend to let you slip away tonight. Nicole had only known that the Slytherin dormitories lay beneath the Black Lake, but the potion office's resting room had always obscured her view from the underground perspective, leaving her unaware of the lake's nocturnal beauty. However, tonight, she beheld it from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Slytherin dorm. All of this transpired as Severus observed each fish gliding past, causing Nicole to tense momentarily. She leaned against the glass, the vast dark waters beyond, her strength waning as her hand slipped from the window, seemingly devoid of all support. A pale, bony hand emerged from behind her, resting upon her sliding hand, fingers entwining to support her frame, pulling her body against the cool glass. "Tell me, do you still possess strength?" Nicole seemed to wish to speak, but only fragmented. Intimate moans escaped her lips. Biting her lip instinctively, she sought to stifle the blush-inducing sounds. Yet Severus had other intentions, coaxing her softly in her ear. "Nini, speak it. I long to hear." "And no, Nicole gently resisted, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes from the overwhelming sensations. Severus would not permit her to defy him at such a moment, leaning down to plant soft kisses at the corners of her eyes. "Be obedient. I have not yet had my fill, and speak." His husky, seductive voice lingered in her ear, and Nicole, feeling helpless to escape his grasp, found herself turned entirely in his embrace. Severus pressed his lips against hers, a sigh of satisfaction escaping him. After all, were not snakes and roses the perfect match? Chapter 91. As for the change, on Saturday, Nicole did not make an appearance all day. The twins, accompanied by Cedric, attempted to rally Draco and Hermione along with some younger witches and wizards for another grand pursuit of Nicole at Hogwarts, but were met with merciless refusal, particularly from Draco, whose long-dormant sharp tongue resurfaced. "Do not think I am oblivious. They merely wish to use me as a pawn." What a dream. Is our headmaster no longer formidable? Or is it not more delightful to beat Potter? Having acquired a wealth of strategic knowledge, Draco cast a disdainful glance back at the twins, firmly grasping Cedric, his designated human shield, while extricating himself from the mischief-making duo. If they wished to court danger, they ought not to involve him. After all, he had plans to thrash Potter not once, but thrice today. The twins, noticing Draco's lack of cooperation, wilted in disappointment. They gazed at the name of Nicoles on the Marauder's map, which had not moved from the Slytherin dormitory, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to a suitor witnessing his beloved from afar. How they longed to stir up trouble in the Slytherin common room. How they yearned to witness the chaos unfold. A silent agreement passed between them. It was time to concoct some pranks, to liven up their mundane lives. "Hogwarts, brace yourself." Nicoles awoke groggily around noon, her movements barely stirring the air when the wizard beside her pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Awake, are we?" he inquired. Nicoles, with a hint of annoyance, shoved him lightly, burying her head into the pillow, refusing to engage. Yet, Severus's deep voice, laced with amusement, brushed against her ear. "My dear lady, this is a promise you made. Will you still take your frustrations out on your poor companion?" At his words, Nicoles's sleepiness dissipated in an instant. She emerged from her cocoon of blankets, extending a delicate hand to firmly silence his mouth. "Hush," she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Severus, unable to retort, could only gaze at her hair, drawing her back into his embrace. As for altering his behavior, well, that would be best left for another time. Exhausted, Nicoles soon succumbed to slumber once more. Severus, captivated by her serene visage, chose to remain beside her, relishing the rare tranquility without the interruptions of pesky young wizards. As for sustenance, the Master of Potions had already devised meal replacement potions, unwilling to let his beloved go hungry while engaging in physical activities. Warmth flowed through the Slytherin common room while chaos erupted at the dueling platform on the 4th floor. Harry found himself thrown 3 times by Draco today, no more, no less, but it was evident that his dueling skills had improved since yesterday. Enthralled by the thrill of combat and recognizing Draco's penchant for petty provocations, he dove headfirst into the dueling scene, dragging along his human commentary machine. When Nicoles regained consciousness, it was already dusk, and the wizard holding her had succumbed to dreams as well. She gazed at Severus, utterly defenseless in his sleep, while her mind churned with dark thoughts. Last night, her voice had been hoarse from tears, and he had remained unmoved, even finding time to concoct various targeted potions for her. Was this fair? Were there alchemical elixirs to be taken lightly? The audacity of it all. Reflecting on the contents of her ring, Nicoles devised a brilliant plan. Today was the day of her counterattack. Sifting through her ring, she finally gathered several alchemical products, recalling the rewards from her previous endeavors. She recalled the snake-like aura she had acquired from their dueling scene and had used it immediately. Harry's Quidditch mishap had granted him a swift flying sword, yet it proved useless. However, the item from Severus's duel with Lockhart, a long headband, could be of use. Perhaps it was the victory that had imbued it with power, for its color mirrored Severus's, silver trim with a green base, adorned with shadowy rose patterns. Not only was it beautiful, but it also possessed magic that would automatically bind hair. Perfect. Severus's sleeping posture exuded possessiveness, his arm encircling Nicoles's waist, firmly anchoring her in place. She hesitated to move, fearing she might awaken him. After a lengthy effort, she managed to extract her desired items from her alchemical ring, peeking up at Severus, who remained blissfully unaware. With a sigh of relief, she held her breath and carefully uncorked a tube of rose-hued potion. The moment the liquid met the air, it vaporized, releasing an alluring mist. Unconsciously, Severus inhaled the ethereal fog, and Nicoles exhaled, relieved that he remained undisturbed. The alchemical sleeping draught. At long last, it was within her grasp. Nicoles removed her hand from her lap, donning an old wizarding robe that likely belonged to Severus from his student days, and prepared to pour a bottle of icy blue potion into his mouth. Yet, the master of potions seemed resistant to such concoctions, his brow furrowing in sleep. His lips tightly sealed. Desperate, Nicoles took a sip herself, mimicking how he had fed her vitality potions, prying open his mouth and carefully administering the potion. Once the last drop was swallowed, she cheered quietly to herself, success. Kindling the fireplace, Nicoles summoned pudding, finally indulging in her first proper meal in over a day. Who would have thought that her seemingly kind partner was experimenting with meal replacement potions? After enjoying a delightful dinner, she prepared 2 elegant cups and leisurely uncorked a bottle of red wine. As the warmth in the dormitory rose, she calculated the timing of the sleeping draught, pulled back the duvet, and gently wrapped the headband around Severus's wrist. Chapter 92. The coveted treasures must be acquired. Should she play it safe? Perhaps an anklet as well. Sifting through her alchemical creations, she unearthed a beautiful gem-studded chain, once intended as a leash for a pet her friend Melina had hoped to adopt, but was never realized due to their obligations. Now, however, it was perfect for the situation. Securing Severus's defined ankle to the bedpost, Nicoles silently counted the moments, sipping wine as she languidly reclined against the headboard, eagerly awaiting the moment he would awaken to her surprise. The alchemist's timing was impeccable. After the second glass, Severus's brow began to furrow, and he seemed to struggle in a state between sleep and wakefulness before abruptly opening his eyes. The moment the male sorcerer opened his eyes, a flicker of ferocity flashed within them. Although the surroundings were familiar, the sense of restraint emanating from his body weighed heavily on his heart. However, before he could make any move, a melodious female voice echoed nearby, "Surprise, Sev." In an instant, the enchanting visage of the witch appeared before him. Nicoles, holding his hair tie, gently brushed it against his cheek, her mischievous grin revealing her intent despite her attempts to mask it. "Nini, you?" Severus seemed inclined to rise, but the witch pressed a slender finger against him. "Sev, do you realize that provoking the dignity of an alchemist master comes at a price?" Well, Severus pursed his lips, savoring the lingering taste in his mouth, an essence of magical restraint potion. Nicoles, I am quite pleased. Within 24 hours, your magical flow is curtailed. Sev, you could scream your throat raw, yet no one would come to your aid. Moreover, Nicoles tapped his lips, taunting him with his own words. Tomorrow is the weekend, Sev, and you have no classes, so no one is coming to rescue you, dear Prince Severus. With a chuckle, Severus began to comprehend the situation entirely. Was this a retaliation from the previously bullied little fox? He chuckled lightly, unperturbed, even somewhat intrigued. Observing the witch from his constrained position, he playfully swayed the oversized wizard robe that she wore. Nicoles, imprisoning a professor is hardly a wise notion. Nicoles paused, glancing down at her old wizard robes. Severus had always towered above her during their school days, and the robe hung loosely on her frame, with the sleeves turned up several times to expose her palms, languidly draping over her. "However, Professor, as long as I do not release you, who would ever know I have imprisoned you?" Nicoles propped her face on her hand, leaning against the headboard, her sleeves slipping down to reveal a wrist marked distinctly by fingerprints. Severus regarded the witch's wrist with a knowing smile, pondering something inscrutable. "I believe your classmate Rogier's wrist may require some ointment. How about I release your professor so he can tend to it?" The mere mention of this caused Nicoles to recall the previous night when he had forcefully held her wrist above her head, igniting her anger. She bit down on his face, leaving a visible mark of her teeth. Rogier's lips are quite soft, as I have always known. Sev, Nicoles felt exasperated. Was he abandoning his persona? Had he not once spewed venomous words? Was his eloquence now reserved for this? Severus raised an eyebrow, smirking. Thanks to his experience within the Death Eater ranks, he had acquired quite the knowledge, more than sufficient to deal with a lifelong single Rogier. After lying still for too long, Severus shifted slightly, the sound of clinking chains piquing his curiosity as he raised his left leg. "Oh, Rogier, you seem to be well prepared. Planning to reenact what transpired last night." "Severus, you are not permitted to speak." Nicoles's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from embarrassment or anger was unclear. "But I am hungry. Drink the potion. Your meal replacement potion is right here. I fed it to you this morning while you were asleep. fearing you would awaken hungry. Really? You must be deceiving me. I was unaware of this. Nicoles was about to retort when two vivid images flashed through her mind before drifting off this morning. He had seemingly forced a prolonged kiss upon her. With old grievances bubbling to the surface, she seized his hand and bit down with fervor. If there's no potion, then you shall go hungry. She gulped down a significant amount of red wine to ease her vexation. So, Rogier, do you intend to leave your professor bound and neglected? Severus scrutinized her flushed cheeks, reddened by the wine, and a flicker of darkness passed through his gaze. Humph, Prey has no right to speak. Under the influence of alcohol. Nicoles's mischievousness surged as she poured the deep crimson liquid onto the male sorcerer's firm chest. The chilling liquid caused his muscles to contract momentarily, the pale skin contrasting with the wine to create an alluring rose hue. Nicoles's mind, slightly intoxicated, seemed enchanted by the sight before her, and, almost instinctively, she leaned in and licked it. Severus's throat involuntarily tightened, his eyes fixated on the witch's lips and tongue, unable to look away. Nini. Nicoles lifted her gaze from his chest, her captivating eyes paired with a dazed expression, the corners of her lips still tinted with the alluring stain of wine. Severus felt as if his mind were about to explode. Was this the price to pay? He tugged at the hair tie binding him. Realizing just how tightly it was secured, the corners of his lips quirked as he mumbled a few indistinct words. Nicoles leaned closer, straining to hear him. What did you say, Severus? His voice remained somewhat muddled, and with impatience from the alcohol, she pressed her ear closer to his face. Say it again. Severus chuckled softly, his laughter resonating low as his lips brushed against the witch's earlobe. With his hands bound, he wrapped them around her neck. Nicoles attempted to struggle, but her hands, ensnared by the hair tie, were akin to a cage, unless she chose to release him. She could only remain trapped within the small space created by him and the tie. Professor Snape, I advise you to release me at once, or else. At that moment, as her lips were enveloped, Severus's satisfied laughter echoed once more. Such was the nature of serpents. They always sought to claim what they coveted. Chapter 93. Change? Impossible. Once the kiss, imbued with a hint of decadence, concluded, Nicoles realized her magic had not dissipated. How could she have been so easily subdued? While alcohol may muddle the mind, it did not affect one's magical prowess. Severus found himself pinned to the bed beneath Nicoles's magic, rendered immobile. Seizing another hair tie stained with wine, she swiftly bound it over his mouth, even taking the liberty to fashion a bow atop it. Her gaze playful as she regarded him. Sev, if you misbehave, you shall face consequences. The witch sat upright, her loose white shirt now speckled with wine. A blend of deep and light rose hues, appearing both vibrant and alluring. Nicoles propped her chin on one hand while the other began to trace gentle circles on the male sorcerer's chest. Mimicking his past actions, she wreaked havoc upon his torso. Severus felt his ears redden, yet he could not voice his thoughts. Even his eyes betrayed him, shimmering with a hint of crimson. His body trembled slightly from the sensation. Nicoles, emulating his customary method of wiping away tears, pressed her delicate lips against his profound eye sockets, leaving traces of the wine's fragrance. Sev, this is not the manner in which I intended to make you tremble. Nicole glanced at Severus's hands, which were obstructively positioned in front of his chest, and a sly smile crept upon her lips. She recalled how Severus had once mentioned the idea of replicating the very methods employed upon himself, hadn't he? It was time for her to return the favor. With a snap of her fingers, the wizard's bound hands automatically lifted above his head, rendering him utterly immobile. Nicole's eyes sparkled with delight. No wonder Severus enjoyed this maneuver. His arms, accustomed to the long hours spent tending potions and cauldrons, showcased robust and fluid muscle lines. Most notably, beneath this posture, Severus exuded an inexplicable allure, a fragmented yet chaotic beauty, with faint red marks adorning his pale skin. The wizard quivered slightly, his eyes glistening with desire, presenting a striking image of strength and vulnerability before her. The intoxicated witch, emboldened by her spirits, leaned forward, pressing her soft form against Severus's chest. The bound wizard instinctively yearned to draw closer, yet the witch's magic held him firmly in place. Severus's eyes appeared so red. Nicole leaned in, whispering sweetly into his ear, her deliberately sultry tone flowing like a gentle caress, compelling him to inch his head closer to her. His throat convulsed, as if craving more, yet she reminded him, No, Severus, it is I who decides what is desired. You are but a captive now, obliged to obey. As she toyed with his earlobe, she reveled in his state of helplessness, laughing triumphantly. Ah, look at you today, Severus. How I long to kiss you, but alas, your lips are forever uttering insufferable words and deceiving me. Severus, you cannot feign innocence with that gaze. It is futile. Nicole shifted her focus to another sensitive area of Severus, her calf brushing against him playfully. With a delighted smile, she observed his involuntary reaction as his head tilted back. Her hands propped up, guiding the wizard's responses to her whims. Severus felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, waves of emotion surging from his spine to his crown. Yet he could only remain still, unable to respond due to the witch's enchantment. The witch, with a mischievous grin and a rosy flush from the wine, resembled a child who had discovered a beloved toy. The faint traces of last night's affections marred his skin, lingering reminders of their previous encounter, compounded by the dual stimuli of psychological and physiological reactions. "Oh, Severus, what have you done?" Nicole teased, reaching down to caress his calf, presenting her hand before his flushed face, as if seeking praise. "So it turns out you enjoy this, do you?" At that moment, her expression shifted, causing his heart to skip a beat. What new mischief had she conjured? Merlin, had the honest man been subjected to such torment, and was her reprisal so precise? Although he acknowledged his own transgressions, they paled in comparison to the witch's antics. Yet, he found himself unwilling to relent. Change. Never. Lowering his gaze to conceal the flicker of darkness and the tumultuous web of emotions within, he took a deep breath, allowing his chest to settle. When he raised his eyes once more, they bore an innocent facade, almost imploring her for understanding. Nicole's irritation flared. How dare he look at her with such innocence? "Severus, how can you regard me thus? What about all those times I sought your favor?" The more she reflected, the angrier she became, fueled by the alcohol that fanned the flames of her grievances. Despite his usual reluctance, he had done nothing this time. It was maddening. Severus, for his part, could only watch helplessly as the witch, now in tears, expressed her frustration. He longed to comfort her, but being utterly immobilized, he could do nothing but suffer in silence. While he often found solace in her tears, he typically offered comfort, not in this helpless manner. As he assessed the effects of the potion coursing through him, the master of potions calculated the time remaining. Such was the life of a potion master, perpetually consuming antidotes to various potions, including the truth serum, ensuring a degree of resistance to all potions. Thus, when Nicole administered the second vial to herself, he was not entirely unaware. He merely succumbed to the familiar kiss with ease. Fortunately, this magic-inhibiting potion fell within the realm of potions, unlike the unfamiliar elixirs. Perhaps he had about an hour left. "Severus, you are not paying attention." Nicole's accusatory voice jolted him from his thoughts. With another snap of her fingers, she summoned a cleansing spell, banishing any remnants of their earlier escapades. She grasped his face, her eyes shimmering with tears, her full lips curling into a slight smile, her nose tinged with a faint blush. The expression on her face was one of exaggerated grievance. Despite having exacted her revenge, she still bore an air of indignation, as if she were the true master of the situation. Sighing, Severus's heart softened, and he tilted his head slightly, brushing his lips against her fingers that had recently committed mischief. His eyes conveyed silent consolation. Nicole's resolve wavered, and she reached to untie his hairband, freeing his lips. "Nini," he rasped, his voice laden with relief, calling out her name. Chapter 94. A Seasoned Performer. Nicole leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his lips, asking playfully, "Do you understand your mistake, Severus?" His gaze flickered, and he lowered his eyes to mask his emotions. "My lady, if expressing love to one's beloved is a fault." When he opened his eyes again, sincerity radiated from his gaze, laced with a hint of vulnerability. Nicole sensed something amiss. Severus's recent tactics seemed to have improved remarkably, as if he had been attending secret lessons. How could a mere glance soften her resolve? How peculiar. Under the influence of the wine, she could hardly recall any sophisticated strategies. Instead, she cupped his face with both hands, demanding playfully, "Severus, what is going on? Have you been secretly taking classes behind my back?" "Nini, you are intoxicated." "Nonsense. I am not." Nicole playfully bit his persistent lips, exasperated. Could Severus refuse such an opportunity? Certainly not. Having learned a few devious tricks from Lucius, he swiftly seized control of the kiss. In no time, the deep green sheets entwined with Nicole's wine-soaked shirt, creating a harmonious tableau of entangled intimacy. Nicole was oblivious to the subtleties around her, with her eyes closed. She failed to perceive the tender and passionate emotions reflected in the dark eyes of the wizard beneath her. It seemed that the wizard's kiss was imbued with a mesmerizing enchantment, causing her mind to spiral into a delightful haze once more. Severus, gazing at Nicole's fair and translucent skin, tinged with a delicate blush from the wine, felt a tumult of emotions within him. She was his. He yearned to kiss every inch of the witch's skin, if only he could move freely. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a quandary. Who could possibly elucidate the situation of the witch, peacefully nestled against him, her breathing steady? Severus sighed silently, a wave of helplessness washing over him as he glanced at the half-empty bottle of red wine on the bedside table, questioning whether this was his misguided attempt to summon courage only to find himself inebriated. The sensation of the witch's soft body against him and his rising desire left him pondering the cost of his misdeeds. With a deep sigh, he turned his head towards her sleeping profile, rubbing his high, prominent nose against her in an unrestrained expression of his frustration. Nicole stirred slightly, furrowing her brow and emitting a soft sound of discontent before instinctively seeking the warmth before her, descending back into the depths of sweet slumber. What was Severus to do? He remained immobile. The moonlight streamed through the surface of the black lake, casting shimmering reflections on the ground as the moon's shadow slowly traversed from east to west. Severus, with impeccable timing, felt the magic that had been stifled within him begin to flow back after just over an hour, his body gradually regaining control. His bound hands were freed, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the sleeping witch. Yet, he hesitated to rouse her again, opting instead to remove the wine-soaked shirt from her body, discarding it carelessly, before turning to embrace her once more in a possessive manner. Like a serpent entwining a rose, they both succumbed to the enveloping darkness of the night. When Nicole awakened the following morning, she found herself momentarily disoriented. The dull ache of a hangover clouded her thoughts, rendering her expression one of fatigue and irritation. Severus had vanished from the bed, and the sound of running water from the bathroom gradually pulled her thoughts together. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be on the offensive? It seemed she had succeeded. Well, only halfway. The realization struck her with clarity as she glanced down at her unclothed form and the scattered garments that were no longer wearable. Oh no, had she known, she would have stashed some spare clothes in her ring. Nicole felt a surge of despair, uncertain if Severus's wardrobe held any alternatives. Rushing to the wardrobe, she quickly searched and was relieved to find an old Slytherin robe from Severus's student days. Without a second thought, she donned the robe and hurried out of the dormitory, keeping her head down to avoid encountering any familiar faces. But then, a voice called out, "Aunt?" Draco's puzzled tone reached her ears, and Nicole wished she could vanish on the spot. Disappearing? Wait, one shouldn't engage in mischief. Her hangover-induced fog momentarily lifted, and she remembered that she was a witch. With a snap of her fingers, she vanished from sight, evading detection as she ascended to the 4th floor in her alchemy office. Draco stood bewildered, his wand drawn, casting 2 revealing spells. No response. Could he have imagined it? Impossible. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered if his excitement from last night's altercation with Potter had led to hallucinations. Surely not. How could his aunt be wearing Slytherin robes? No. This had to be a figment of his imagination. His father had been right. Late nights were the Malfoy family's nemesis, causing not only dishevelment and hair loss, but also delusions. When Severus emerged from the shower, he found the witch had already vanished. He anticipated her state without needing to ponder. Methodically, he tidied the room's chaos and organized the books he had promised her before leisurely summoning pudding for 2 breakfasts. It was only courteous to allow her some time to gather herself. He strolled out of the cellar, his flowing black robes creating a graceful arc behind him, even eliciting rare smiles from the small creatures he encountered along the way. Ignoring the curious expressions of passing bowtruckles, Severus made his way to the 4th floor alchemy lounge, only to find Nicole absent. His brow furrowed slightly. What was this? Was she too embarrassed to face anyone? Nini? Albus Dumbledore inquired, observing the witch nestled on his sofa, clad in an old Slytherin uniform, eager for gossip. Don't ask me. Don't say anything. It's nothing. Nicole clutched a cushion, making herself at home on his sofa without a hint of restraint. Surely, what Severus could surmise, Nicole could as well. Yes, the esteemed alchemist had foreseen that she could not escape the inevitable and had rushed to the 8th floor, albeit in her haste. She had forgotten to change out of her robe, but this minor detail paled in comparison to the potential embarrassment of a failed counterattack. She would endure. Wow, don't you want to chat with your headmaster? Albus leaned closer to Nicole, offering her a familiar cup of tea. Oh, it's this one again, you old charmer. Chapter 95, Mediation Center. I don't want to. Nicole averted her gaze from the cup, casting a sidelong glance at him. Her teacher was not typically this nosy. Oh, don't be like that. Am I not your favorite headmaster? Nicole shot him a look of exasperation, yet in the face of his expectant gaze, she nodded. You truly are a million times better than Karkaroff, my dear headmaster. Oh, Nini, what an honor. Albus beamed, stroking his beard contentedly. But don't ask me anything else. Nothing happened. She was well aware of the clandestine dealings between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. If they hoped to ship a couple, they had another thing coming. She hadn't even shipped them herself. Speaking of which, headmaster, Nicole said, springing from the sofa to sit beside Dumbledore. The Morning Star has recently developed a new product that is still in the testing phase, and I would like to request your assistance as a seasoned alchemist. If you would be so kind. Nicole flashed a radiant smile, her expression earnest in its appeal. Oh, what product might that be? It has been quite some time since I engaged in research pertaining to the youth. Should you require my assistance, I would be more than willing to oblige. Dumbledore leaned closer to Nicole's, his curiosity piqued. Allow me to elucidate the fundamental principles of the mobile dual-sided mirror, Nicole's explained eagerly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she gazed at him, embodying a demeanor of humble inquiry. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, contemplating the young witch before him. Indeed, he felt the weight of his years. My dear, I must admit that if this dual-sided mirror comes to fruition, it would represent an epic-making product, fundamentally transforming communication within the wizarding community. Well, it seems you hold our new product in high regard. Would you like to participate in its development? Dumbledore, recognizing the potential impact of this innovative creation, was keen to be involved, both for risk management and personal interest. Of course, I would be delighted. Nicole's beamed with joy, exclaiming, hee, everything is under control. She produced the dual-sided mirror that MacDonald had gifted her, handing it directly to Dumbledore. I shall refrain from detailing the underlying principles, as they are trade secrets. However, as a master of alchemy, I trust you will discern much from it. I hope you can be our first tester and provide us with invaluable feedback. Oh, am I to be among the first to experience it? Dumbledore inquired. His interest piqued as he accepted the mirror. Does it have a name yet? You are indeed the first external tester, aside from our internal team. We have named it the Magic Mirror, a rather straightforward title that signifies simply a mirror imbued with magic. Haha, what an honor it is, Dumbledore mused, running his fingers over the intricate engravings etched upon the mirror's surface. Upon cursory examination, he noted that the mirror featured at least 7 layers of engravings, complemented by a sophisticated array of magical transformation runes and exquisite enchantments. Magic Mirror, a simple yet practical name. Indeed, Nicole's never shied away from celebrating her successes. The alchemists of the Morning Star certainly deserved commendation. However, due to the nascent stage of the Magic Mirror's development, only 7 units had been created, with this particular mirror currently linked to just one contact, another alchemist. I hope you can use this mirror to exchange alchemical insights with him. It would be beneficial for both of you to assist us in fine-tuning the mirror's functionality. Oh, that is certainly no issue. Dumbledore agreed without a shred of hesitation, for in his eyes, Nicole's posed no threat beyond her surname, Rosier. He sensed a peculiar fondness emanating from her since their first encounter, as if she regarded him as family. Subsequent interactions had only reinforced this impression, leading him to feel entirely at ease in her presence. Moreover, engaging in a discussion with a fellow alchemist was hardly a concern. He suspected that the other party might also be an extraordinary alchemist, possibly even one under the aegis of the Morning Star. Collaborating to exchange insights while testing the new product could indeed prove advantageous for Nicole's, and he was eager to assist. As Dumbledore began to examine the intricate engravings on the magic mirror, Nicole's raised her teacup, concealing the smile that threatened to break forth. Ah, the delightful dance of camaraderie, your ship and mine sailing together. A year to restore communication? With me, Nicole's, it will be accomplished in less than half a year. The solitude of invincibility is indeed a burden. Dumbledore lifted his gaze from the mirror, directing it toward the office entrance. Nicole's followed suit, intrigued by his movement. Nicole's. Severus made himself at home, crossing the room to settle on the sofa opposite them, casually wrapping an arm around the person sipping tea. Dumbledore, excuse me. You two, look over here. I'm still present. Nicole's felt a slight flush in her cheeks, but made no attempt to resist, while Severus remained silent, merely holding her close, rendering Dumbledore momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, you two are not quarreling again. And who instilled this habit in you? When you argue, you come to my office. Is this a mediation center? Why not visit Minerva's office? Minerva, I would indeed prefer that. Ultimately, the most mature elder in the room, a centenarian, chose to shatter the silence, for remaining passive was not an option. He was the only one utterly bewildered. Did Severus provoke Nicole's again? He inquired cautiously, hesitant even to lift his beloved cup of honeyed tea. And no, Nicole's mumbled, her lips forming the words in a barely audible huff. Dumbledore's interest was piqued. What could provoke the normally forthright queen of honesty to blush? This had the makings of a delightful scandal, an enormous revelation. Well, perhaps our esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts could show some respect for his position? Severus scoffed, unable to withstand Dumbledore's theatrics. Severus, as your headmaster, I believe it is my duty to take an interest in your daily lives, is it not? Dumbledore retorted, maintaining his playful demeanor as he winked at Severus. Chapter 96. This, indeed, is the reputation. Engaging with the youth is invigorating. I feel rejuvenated. You might do well to focus on your own life, headmaster, Severus replied, rolling his eyes elegantly, casting a knowing smile at the magic mirror in Dumbledore's grasp. Laugh now, but when you find yourself ensnared, you shall have cause to weep. Nicoles. Severus shifted his attention, leaning down to address the quail nestled in his embrace. I think we should refrain from further disturbing our venerable headmaster during his meal, as well as the halving of his dental elixir this month. Oh no, Severus, you cannot do this, Dumbledore exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How had he become collateral damage in this? Since the procurement of potions had transitioned to external sources, the expenses for his dental elixir had become glaringly apparent. It was impractical for the school to acquire so many supplies solely for the headmaster's benefit. Thus, Severus, the master potion maker, had once again stepped in, preparing Dumbledore's dental elixir under the guise of personal endeavor. Naturally, the school covered the material costs, but Severus charged not a single canute for his labor. Concocting dental elixirs was trivial for him. Moreover, it provided a delightful opportunity to tease Dumbledore. What could be more enjoyable? Thus, under Dumbledore's woeful gaze, the master potion maker whisked his quail back to the 4th floor, where, in a mix of consultation and notification, he pleasantly assisted Nicoles in changing into a new outfit. However, during lunchtime, the quail was noticeably absent from the dining hall. Draco reassembled with his dueling squad. It is worth noting that the composition of this squad was quite complex. Initially, they had not intended to form a cohesive unit, yet through extensive practice together, they had come to recognize each other's strengths and abilities. Frankly speaking, training as a collective had become a habit, and they had established fixed partners and routines. Moreover, and most importantly, Draco is present. In the simplistic understanding of these young wizards, Draco's presence essentially equates to the occasional opportunity to receive guidance from Nicoles. With Nicoles' mentorship, one might even be fortunate enough to encounter a certain Professor Bat. At Hogwarts, one may question the character of Professor Bat, but his prowess is beyond reproach. This, my friends, is the essence of reputation. As for Nicoles, following the incident with the Cornish pixies at the beginning of term and the recent duel, no one dares to regard her as merely a superficial figure like Lockhart. Hence, what an enticing proposition this is, particularly after the arrival of the new teaching assistant. As the former head professors transitioned to instruct the upper years, only Lockhart remained with the 12th grade. Consequently, these young wizards eagerly anticipated the existence of this team. And Draco, the soul of this initiative, promptly recognized the advantages it would confer upon him. Thus, the astute Peacock sought Nicoles' counsel and, after 2 correspondences with Mr. Malfoy, fervently set about establishing this team. The core members of the team predominantly comprised those few young wizards who frequently assisted Nicoles in testing dueling platforms, primarily second years, interspersed with a handful of upperclassmen who shared a close rapport with Nicoles, along with several of her adept alchemical students. Initially, they were reluctant to include first years, but given the extensive connections of the team members, they turned a blind eye, allowing a few capable first years to join the ranks, accompanied by a handful of upperclassmen who, whether by invitation or personal motives, occasionally graced the gatherings. Now, they also welcomed Harry and Ron, who smoothly integrated into their dueling team. In response, the more mature Mr. Malfoy merely curled his lip but refrained from further comment. An astute Slytherin certainly understands the distinction and value between a little savior and a young wizard with commendable familial talents. Thanks to Draco's influence, Nicoles graciously sponsored 4 alchemical dueling platforms for their team and secured 3 spacious classrooms on the 4th floor as their designated activity space. For the benefactor, who had recently donated a significant sum to Hogwarts without seeking recognition, Dumbledore was exceedingly generous, promptly acquiescing to Nicoles' requests. He even expressed his willingness to occasionally offer guidance to the dueling group, a proposition Nicoles could not decline. She believed Dumbledore genuinely wished to assist, especially with his golden boy involved. Naturally, she conveyed this development to Draco. Upon learning of it, our Platinum Peacock could hardly contain his excitement, nearly broadcasting the news throughout Hogwarts, and indeed, he did just that. Suddenly, the tale of their alchemical team echoed across the halls of Hogwarts. Of course, some felt it was unfair, but what could be done? They lacked an aunt capable of donating hundreds of thousands of galleons, so they could only watch. Alternatively, they could join the dueling team. Thus, Draco found himself navigating Hogwarts with newfound prominence, as inquiries about his alchemical team arose wherever he went. However, under Nicoles' subtle yet persuasive influence, the Platinum Peacock became less rigid in his selection of team members, no longer exclusively prioritizing pure-blood superiority. Since learning from Lucius about the profits their family garnered in the Muggle world, Draco might harbor some disdain, yet he refrained from vocalizing it constantly. In fact, believing this to be the path of maturity, he instinctively emulated the successful figures he admired, his father Lucius and his aunt Nicoles. Thus, Draco approached the selection process for the dueling team with newfound caution, no longer relying solely on the dogma of blood purity. Certainly, capable purebloods would still be given preference. But those lacking ability while attempting to join under the guise of their lineage would find no place among them. Consequently, bolstered by various influences, their independent dueling team emerged as a uniquely formidable entity within Hogwarts. Each member participated in their respective house's dueling club while simultaneously belonging to this collective, resulting in a rather complex web of relationships. Essentially, they embodied the most contentious dynamics within the school, characterized by a cycle of quarrels and skirmishes that would culminate in further disputes, only to reconvene the next day for yet more altercations. Chapter 97. The Arrival of the Star. Make way. However, these young wizards shared a remarkably vivid commonality, complaining. Indeed, as the team predominantly comprised second years, the unifying force of Lockhart came into play. Oh, Merlin, do you know that today in defense against the dark arts with Gryffindor, Lockhart made Potter play the role of a boggart? Pansy lamented to third-year Ravenclaw, Autumn. Autumn frowned at this revelation, yet before she could respond, Daphne interjected. And we learned absolutely nothing today? You should be grateful. At least you have Potter. We aren't so fortunate, chimed in a second-year Hufflepuff, flaunting a treat. With Potter around, you don't have to perform on stage, unlike us. Sigh. What is going on? Pansy's interest was piqued, as she offered a cream cake to the recently vocal Hufflepuff, Selma. Selma eagerly accepted Pansy's treat, sighing as she continued. I've been dragged up twice this week to play a background role, including, but not limited to, portraying a villager praising Lockhart and a passerby expressing love for him. What? Daphne and Pansy exchanged incredulous glances, gasping in unison. They had never imagined that life without Potter for his companions could be so arduous. It's true, added Daphne's sister, Astoria. We first years are experiencing the same thing. By the end of class, nearly half the students have to participate in Lockhart's grand performance. It's like a tedious, large-scale artistic showcase, Ginny sighed. Not only that, but he maintained this style even 2 months ago when he was teaching us, Autumn recalled, shuddering at the thought of Lockhart's lessons. Thank Merlin, no. Thank Professor Rogier. They have a new professor now. A competent, normal professor. Merlin knows how grateful they were to Professor Rogier. Hermione's lips moved, and although she wished to defend Lockhart, she found herself at a loss for words. Compared to the former professors, Lockhart scarcely stood a chance against the new assistants. She had heard Draco boast about it before. These were all exceptional talents sought by the Morningstar who had once served as Aurors, and as for Lockhart, hey Granger, you can't still be harboring fantasies about Lockhart, can you? Pansy remarked, crossing her arms as she glanced at Hermione. Ron, being the unrestrained commentator that he was, had several times exclaimed in astonishment, questioning Hermione if she still had feelings for Lockhart. Consequently, nearly every member of the dueling club, whether seasoned or newly joined, was aware of Hermione's infatuation with Lockhart. Due to the dueling club, Hermione no longer spent every day in the company of Harry and Ron. Although they remained the best of friends, it was evident that Hermione had expanded her social circle. She hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. No way, Hermione. Haven't you seen the truth? Lavender gasped, momentarily forgetting about the cake she was about to eat. Honestly, everyone at school probably knows his true nature by now. Ginny shrugged and chimed in. Ever since the diary had mysteriously vanished, her spirits had lifted considerably. No longer burdened by concerns over the diary, nor by the manipulations of Tom Riddle, she felt as though she had shed a significant weight, quickly assimilating into the dueling club and no longer moping about as she once did. Her brothers were greatly relieved by this change. Even Percy had softened his attitude towards Draco, considering that the club had been established partly due to Draco's influence. Ginny's newfound happiness could be seen as a debt of gratitude to him. I just feel that someone who writes so beautifully shouldn't be so shallow. Just look at how eloquently he expresses himself in his books. How can someone without real experiences write so vividly? Hermione sighed, lowering her gaze. Bookworm. Pansy rolled her eyes in jest, and Daphne added, why don't you perform a couple of scenes next time? That might change your perspective. A splendid suggestion. Autumn shivered at the memory of the dark times ruled by Lockhart earlier in the year. She found it hard to comprehend Hermione's admiration for him. Perhaps not. Hermione mused, envisioning the scenario and realizing it was indeed unacceptable compared to her own embarrassment. It seemed her affection for Lockhart had diminished after all. Oh, by the way, I happen to have an exclusive video of Potter's performance. Would you care to watch? Pansy suddenly recalled, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Hermione furrowed her brow. Harry? Daphne instantly grasped the implication, her smile widening slightly. Hermione sensed something was amiss. How could Pansy possess a video of Harry? Before she could voice her concerns, Ginny, her cheeks flushed, expressed keen interest. The nearby young witches also revealed a hint of eagerness to see it. Pansy and Daphne exchanged glances, both erupting into a fit of mischievous laughter. Thus, Harry found himself the subject of deep sympathy from a multitude of young witches. Hermione could not prevent it. She even ended up watching the entirety of it. I swear to Merlin, I genuinely did not intend to watch it at first, and I certainly did not mean to laugh. Perhaps it was just the snacks shared among the Badgers that were simply too delightful. Yes, that must be it. I was laughing because of the snacks. With her psychological burdens lifted, Hermione immersed herself in Harry's little theatrical compilation, and this event was undeniably difficult to conceal. After all, who could resist sharing the less than flattering history of a little savior? Ginny, in particular, was eager to replay it incessantly in their dormitory. However, this incident bore some benefits. At the very least, the earlier concerns regarding the snake language incident had completely faded away. Just think, who would suspect that a comedian could be an evil mastermind? Especially when that very actor wore an expression of deep sorrow. Moreover, with Lockhart still thriving, it further solidified their belief that Harry was not a villain. Once reassured of their safety, some lively young witches began to stir up mischief, including the twins. Harry, do you have any new performance videos? Oh, Harry, our star of Hogwarts. The superstar has arrived. Make way. Harry retorted, I did not wish to clarify in this manner. Despair. Chapter 98. What could that wizard do? Thus, the frustrated and wronged young Harry engaged Draco, the instigator of this whole affair, in several duels, although they proved futile. At least it allowed him to channel his emotions productively. As for the antics of the young witches, Nicolis typically remained uninvolved, her time swiftly passing as she focused on her classes and her blossoming romance. Soon, it was the eve of Christmas, and the school was compiling a list of students who would remain on campus during the holiday. Draco had received a letter from Mr. Malfoy well in advance, informing him that he and Narcissa would be heading to the Morningstar headquarters in France for Christmas. Thus, it was only natural that he signed his name on the list of students staying behind. Crabbe and Goyle followed suit, and the trio had put the petrification incident behind them, forgetting about any Polyjuice potion matters, leaving only Harry, Hermione, and Ron back at Hogwarts for the holidays. Given that Draco and Harry were a regular dueling pair, Harry reluctantly accepted Draco's unwilling invitation to join his Christmas stay group. As for Nicolis, she was returning home and would be bringing Severus along. Consequently, the dungeon's Serpent King felt quite anxious, demonstrated by his numerous trips to Malfoy Manor and Professor McGonagall's office. Nicolis found it amusing, offering him some reassurance, though it seemed to have little effect. In truth, she had informed Severus about bringing him home quite some time ago, and Severus had been subtly preparing for it for a while. As the meeting time drew closer, he appeared less tense outwardly, yet his correspondence with Lucius continued unabated. Soon, the day of their departure arrived. Nicolis intended to say goodbye to Dumbledore before leaving, but according to reports from the vigilant young Badgers, Dumbledore had recently become rather self-absorbed, allegedly carrying a mirror with him everywhere, poking and prodding at it for reasons unknown. Thus, Nicolis decided against seeking him out, thinking it best not to interrupt the old man during his romantic endeavors. Let's go. Since September, Nicolis had scarcely left Hogwarts, and now that she was finally free, she felt a rush of exhilaration, and the two meandered from Hogsmeade to Diagon Alley, even raiding Knockturn Alley until Severus's alchemical storage was overflowing. Shopping is such a delightful activity, Nicolis quipped, winking playfully at Severus. Indeed, if my partner weren't so eccentric, I believe I would find even more joy in it. Severus exchanged the neatly sliced steak before him with the one placed in front of the witch across the table. With a subtle nod, he signaled her to commence her meal, before elegantly resuming his own, savoring each bite. Severus, how wonderfully kind of you. Nicolis, well versed in child psychology, never hesitated to shower compliments, and it was evident that the male wizard was quite enamored by such praise, the smile at the corner of his lips widening slightly. I deem it a trivial matter, as my partner, enjoying my service, is but a natural expectation. With a smile gracing her lips, Nicolis leisurely forked another piece of steak, chewing thoughtfully and refraining from commenting on Severus's words. Oh, please, I know you too well, so prideful. The two dined in a high-end French restaurant run by Muggles. While Nicolis indulged in a bit of wine, Severus made no attempt to dissuade her. Instead, during a toast, he performed a vague gesture towards her, causing her cheeks to flush beautifully, akin to the evening glow outside. However, she dared not drink excessively, and upon witnessing his intended outcome achieved, Severus raised an eyebrow in silence, quietly relishing the exquisite wine. A certain lightweight drinker ought to steer clear of alcohol. He yearned for a splendid evening. The memory of falling asleep inebriated was one he wished never to relive. With several days remaining until Christmas, they had no rush to return to France. They resolved to explore England a bit longer, as Nicolis had yet to fully enjoy her time since arriving. Yet, It appeared Severus was not particularly familiar with England either. His previous pursuits had solely revolved around academia and potion-making, leaving little room for leisure. Thus, the two wizards, both rather unacquainted with London, took 3 leisurely days to explore before concluding their adventure, resulting in Nicoleus acquiring an entire alchemical storage ring brimming with treasures. Spending money brings the greatest joy. I'm utterly exhausted. Nicoleus lamented, sprawled upon the sofa in Spinner's End, casting a pitiful gaze towards Severus, who occupied the adjacent armchair. Severus. He shook his head in resignation. Moving to retrieve a vitality potion from the shelf beside the bookcase, he settled beside her, pulling her close. Would you care for a sip of the vitality potion? No. I shan't drink. Nestling in his embrace, Nicoleus nuzzled against him. Sore legs? Indeed. At her admission, Severus exerted a gentle force, lifting her to sit upon his lap, one hand tenderly grasping her slender, pale leg, slowly kneading it. Severus, you are too kind. How perfunctory, he murmured, leaning down to nuzzle her delicate, straight nose, emitting a soft hum. But I genuinely feel this way. Nicoleus refused to acknowledge her lack of sincerity had been uncovered, playfully entangling herself with the wizard attending to her massage. What choice did the wizard have but to indulge her whims? 2 days prior to Christmas, Nicoleus and Severus finally concluded their British escapade and set foot upon French soil. Upon their arrival, Nicoleus noticed a sudden shift in Severus's demeanor. He became rather serious, evidenced by the unconscious tightening of his previously relaxed lips. Are you feeling anxious, Severus? Nicoleus unexpectedly appeared before him, startling the wizard who was lost in thought. Oh, mischievous witch, Severus gritted his teeth. Do refrain from tormenting your poor partner. You are well aware of his trepidation regarding the forthcoming meeting. Fear not. My family is quite open-minded. I doubt any father would willingly part with his treasured daughter, would he? Indeed, you are correct. The most challenging individuals to please at home are likely Stuart and my professor. I suggest you glean some insights from Stuart in preparation for your encounter with my professor. After all, compared to my father, my professor may appear somewhat more intimidating. Chapter 99. The Rogiers are like this. Nicoleus laughed heartily, her playful words easing the tension within Severus. Oh, might Miss Nicoleus provide her unfortunate partner with any tips for navigating this encounter? Alas, I cannot say. As it is my first time bringing a wizard home, I truly have no idea. Severus managed a slight smile. It seemed this challenge was one he would have to face alone. Haha, do not fret. My family is exceedingly amicable. Severus remained silent, merely tightening his grip on Nicoleus's hand, experiencing this for the first time himself, and feeling somewhat uncertain. The two were well versed in apparition, and with a single incantation, they arrived before the grand brass doors of the Rogier estate, where Stuart and Melina awaited them, accompanied by 2 house elves. Oh, my dear Nicoleus, welcome home. Melina stepped forward, enveloping Nicoleus in a warm embrace and bestowing upon her a welcoming kiss. After inspecting her for signs of distress and finding none, she released her daughter, turning her gaze expectantly towards Severus. Is this the first man Nicoleus has brought home after sealing her heart for 23 years? He bore a striking resemblance to the dark wizards she had encountered in her youth, yet his eyes held a certain clarity. Perhaps if he were not employing mental occlusion, they would sparkle even more vibrantly. Though Severus felt nervous, he maintained his composure in such circumstances, bowing elegantly. Good morning, Mr. Rogier, Mrs. Rogier, I am Severus Snape. Stuart, unwilling to appear ungracious, albeit still embracing Nicoleus, responded politely to Severus's greeting with a nod. Melina, however, was far more effusive. Oh, hello, dear. She stepped forward, extending her hand, which Severus took earnestly, performing a genteel kiss upon it. Do not be anxious, dear. This is Nicoleus's first time bringing someone home, so do come inside. Without regard for the subtle tension between the father and daughter behind her, she guided Severus into the estate. Severus, somewhat perplexed, glanced back at Nicoleus and Stuart, sensing something amiss, yet chose not to inquire further. He merely smiled slightly and slowed his pace to follow Melina into the manor. Father, do explain. What is with this charade? Nicoleus crossed her arms, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Stuart. Oh, you incorrigible girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Can I not simply wish to spend more time with you? Father, do you not realize you tend to clench your fists when you lie? Fine. It's because Vinda has something to discuss with that lad. You don't. Of course I do. However, Vinda adores you, and naturally, your mother and I cherish you too. But we both believe the initial opportunity to converse with your future partner should belong to Vinda. Ah, I see. Vinda certainly deserves it. However, Father, do you not find it peculiar that Severus is coming to our home without any additional antics? This is unlike you. What nonsense are you spouting? Stuart retorted, slightly flustered. What do you mean by antics? Do you think everyone is as childish as you? You don't. Nicoleus inquired skeptically. I certainly do not. Stuart wore an air of self-righteousness, having engaged in a few minor mischiefs that were entirely dismantled by Melna the previous day. Naturally, under the authority of his wife, he felt justified in his demeanor. Well, let us hope that is the case. Nicole's tone was tinged with skepticism. After all, one could hardly doubt that her father ranked second in the family hierarchy of immaturity. No one would dare claim the top spot. Typically, she might contend with him. But if she refrained from causing trouble, he would be the sole instigator left to contend with. At his age, he still acted like a child. Sigh. All of this was due to her mother's indulgence. I warn you not to tarnish my reputation, Nicole, Stuart exclaimed, visibly displeased, as he held her back from entering. Nicole, unfazed, understood the need to allow Wendell and Severus a moment of conversation. Thus she began to leisurely survey the Rosier manor, which she had not seen for several months. It appeared largely unchanged since her last departure. The Rosier family crest, a rose blooming amidst entwined thorns, adorned the estate, which was lavishly decorated with roses. From the grand Damascus roses clinging to the Rococo-style wrought iron railing at the entrance, the manor resembled an immortal bloom of magical lineage flourishing upon French soil. The brass gates boasted a colossal rose emblem that shimmered with a silvery sheen in the morning light, its petals cast from some flowing magical metal, with a deep red gemstone embedded at its core, gently shifting in the tranquil atmosphere as the shadows danced. Throughout the estate, various rose emblems were evident, and Wendell's beloved array of roses received meticulous care from all the little sprites. Observing his daughter, who seemed engrossed in admiring the roses with no sense of urgency, Stuart could not help but approach her. Are you not the least bit anxious? Wendell's situation is not to be taken lightly. Nicole finally spared a glance at her father, thinking to herself, you are the one facing the true challenge here. Wendell is far more agreeable than you might imagine. I have every confidence that Severus will handle things without issue. Besides, you've seen his credentials. Do you honestly believe he will falter? Such confidence, indeed? Stuart scoffed. Though internally he held no doubts regarding Severus's capabilities, it was merely his discomfort manifesting as an argument with his daughter. Didn't you insist I find the very best? You yourself claimed he was the most outstanding in the wizarding community for those under 10 years your senior. If you cannot see his worth, then it is up to you to find another. Lady Rosier, allow me to remind you that you are but 23 years of age. Perhaps you could wait until you are 28 to seek an 18-year-old? Then you would not rush to secure an heir? Nicole teased. Indeed, I can afford to wait. Stuart replied emphatically. But why not? He is undoubtedly exceptional, yet there may be others with even greater talents. Because I have made my choice, just as you have with your mother. Nicole's tone was earnest as she turned to face Stuart. He paused momentarily, finding himself momentarily lost for words. The nearly 70-year-old wizard felt a surge of emotion at his daughter's sincerity. After a long sigh, he conceded, such sentiment is indeed a Rosier trait. Thus resolved, he strode purposefully toward the main hall. Well then, do wait for Wendell and Severus to finish their conversation, and besides, your mother is not anxious. So why should you be? Nicole adeptly soothed the elder Rosier, knowing that invoking Melna would invariably yield results. Very well. The elder Rosier rubbed his hands together. Though he was helpless, his priorities were clearly subordinate to those of Melna and the formidable Lady Rosier. However, the three inside did not keep the father-daughter duo waiting long. Before long, Severus emerged to summon them, but this time, it was Nicole who entered the manor alone, as Severus had been taken by the elder Rosier for a stroll in the garden to converse. Wendell, how I have missed you. Upon entering the main hall, Nicole spotted Wendell seated on the sofa and rushed forward to embrace her. I have missed you too, Nini. Have you been enjoying yourself outside? Wendell asked as she gently smoothed Nicole's back, then cupped her granddaughter's face in her hands, scrutinizing whether she had been taking care of herself. I have had a splendid time. I met Dumbledore and made new friends. Wendell nodded, engaging in conversation about Nicole's daily life. Meanwhile, Melna expressed curiosity about Dumbledore, the blonde-haired, heterochromatic Grindelwald. As the youngest granddaughter of her grandfather, she had certainly heard of her uncle's remarkable feats and the infamous name of his rival. What is he like? How does he compare to your teacher? Far more approachable than my teacher, and extraordinarily gossipy. He appears quite gentle in demeanor, yet he possesses firm principles and is stubbornly just, albeit with a morally gray undertone. He prioritizes the greater good, even at the expense of minor injustices, quite compatible with my teacher. Interesting. Melna mused. He seems to be a complex individual. It is rare to hear you describe someone in such terms. You hold him in high regard? Although Melna phrased it as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. Nicole nodded. Perhaps, though I do not deny it. Haha. Melna chuckled, playfully ruffling Nicole's hair. Though Wendell had spent more time with Nicole during her upbringing, a mother knows her daughter best. It was evident that Nicole held a fondness for Dumbledore. Let us wager. Melna abruptly shifted the topic. mischievously winking at the grandmother and granddaughter duo nearby. Wendell quickly grasped Melna's implication. Half an hour. 50 minutes, Melna countered after a moment's thought. Nicole, realizing the stakes, boldly declared 1 hour. A hefty wager indeed. Wendell set down her cup of red tea, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the resolute Nicole. Given the fervor with which your father spoke to me moments ago, I doubt Severus will return in less than an hour. Nicole shook her head. Ah, Melna gasped softly. It seems our dear Nini has insider information. Wendell pursed her lips, clearly accustomed to this game. The three Rogiers were well versed in its nuances. However, Nicole had underestimated Stuart's conversational prowess, for the two gentlemen engaged in dialogue for nearly 2 hours before reappearing in the hall. Upon their return, both wizards bore noticeably relaxed expressions, particularly Stuart, who now displayed no signs of his earlier agitation, evidently having come to terms with Severus. Nicole was left astonished. Yet before she could delve into her inquiries, Wendell ushered her to tour the room prepared for Severus. Severus's chamber was arranged adjacent to Nicolese's, and the two resided in close proximity. Wenda thoughtfully guided them on a brief tour, ensuring that there were no items of discontent before allowing them to rest, refraining from further disturbance. However, Nicolese, at that moment, was far too preoccupied with rest to heed such concerns. Almost as soon as Wenda departed, she found herself clinging to Severus. Sev, what did you discuss with my father? How is it that in such a brief moment, he seems entirely unconcerned by your presence? I would assume that Lady Rocher intends for me to pass the trial, and thus, I should be receiving congratulations rather than inquiries, shouldn't I? Severus wrapped his arms around her waist, guiding her to the sofa within the room, where he ensconced her comfortably. Sev, don't change the subject. Speak, Nicolese insisted, playfully pinching his cheek, her persistence unwavering. It's inconceivable. As a father's favorite, Stuart should not be so easily appeased. Well, my uncle informed me that the heirs we produce must bear the Rocher surname to inherit the Rocher lineage. I acquiesced, and even suggested that all our future children could carry the Rocher name, allowing you to retain your surname post-marriage. I am willing to take on yours instead. Nicolese was genuinely astonished, for this was the first instance she had heard Severus broach such a topic. Sev, you needn't do this for me. Before she could finish her thought, he interjected, perhaps I have never shared my inherited surname with you. Have I, Nini? Nicolese gazed into Severus's eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to navigate this conversation. In her previous life, she had been aware of Severus's background and the heinous deeds committed by that wretched father of his, leaving her uncertain on how to broach the subject. My father is a muggle, Severus continued, undeterred by her silence, his voice steady and devoid of any particular inflection. An unremarkable man, characterized by a rather malevolent disposition. While my mother was a witch, he was unkind to both her and me, and my childhood was anything but joyful. Much of the malice and abuse I endured stemmed from him, which is why I hold no attachment to the surname I inherited, my dear. Severus pressed a gentle kiss to the witch's eyelids. Having experienced the depths of profound love, he refused to be ensnared by past grievances. Thus, he continued with a calm demeanor. In fact, I find solace in knowing that future generations need not bear the same surname as mine, for I do not perceive it as a blessing. Nicolese tenderly caressed his cheek, bestowing a loving kiss upon his lips. My dear Severus, even amidst the darkest mire, you are capable of blossoming into a resplendent tree. If you detest it, then let us forego the inheritance of a mere name, regardless of the surname. We shall bestow upon her all our love, shall we not? Indeed. Severus buried his head in Nicolese's neck, his tone resolute. He relished her lack of probing inquiries. Though they shared an intimate bond, he was reluctant to unveil his more vulnerable aspects before her. All he wished was for her to remember him as he was in the present, while they would offer their future lineage all the love and the very best of everything. Chapter 101, Your Disciple. Severus seamlessly integrated into the Rocher family's ambience, largely benefiting from the family's storied history. The household members were well versed in engaging with a cold, dark wizard like him, making their interactions feel remarkably natural. Moreover, it was only after spending time with Stuart that Severus realized that the family member most akin to Nicolese in character was indeed him. Though one was a youthful witch in her 20s and the other a seasoned wizard in his 70s, their expressions and mannerisms bore striking similarities. Especially when mischief was afoot, their words and expressions mirrored each other with uncanny precision, leaving little doubt that Nicolese had learned from him. This revelation significantly eased Severus's tension when interacting with Stuart. Additionally, Severus held a considerable admiration for Wenda. After all, she was the renowned French Black Rose, closely associated with the first generation of dark wizards who shocked Europe. For those who cherished the dark arts, there was an undeniable sentimentality attached. However, as he spent more time in their company, what resonated most with Severus was the warmth he had seldom felt from Eileen and Tobias. The maternal and paternal love he had missed was unexpectedly replenished through his interactions with Winda, Melina, and even Stuart. For the first time, he grasped what a normal family atmosphere ought to feel like. Nicoles noticed Severus's frequent moments of distraction over the past few days, yet she said nothing, maintaining an air of normalcy without any special attention or treatment. Her Severus did not require sympathy. Life at the Rocher estate was exceedingly leisurely, especially with Lord Rocher and Lady Melina present, allowing Nicoles, the carefree manager, to glide through her days effortlessly. Each day was filled with wandering the estate with Severus, sharing amusing anecdotes from her childhood, or venturing out for shopping and leisure. Life was indeed delightful. On Christmas morning, Nicoles rose early, donning her pajamas as she settled beneath the Christmas tree, eagerly rummaging through her gifts with unbridled excitement. This was, after all, her favorite part of the year. Nicoles adored shopping, though not all her acquisitions were for her own use. Many items were simply purchased for the joy of the process itself. Thus, every Christmas became an excellent excuse for her to spend lavishly, ensuring that not only did she revel in the act of giving, but that every gift found its rightful recipient, leaving no waste behind. Almost everyone she interacted with received a gift from her, including her circle of alchemists. In addition to the company's Christmas bonuses, Nicoles had thoughtfully prepared individual gifts for each of them. One can only imagine the extent of her purchases. The storage alchemical devices she had filled with Severus just days prior were now nearly emptied, their contents having found their designated homes. Sitting amidst a towering pile of gifts, Nicoles sifted through the assortment until she finally unearthed the silver-green gift box. She mused to herself, "At last, I shall discover what this is." For 2 months, she had observed how Severus would sneak away during her moments of rest, clearly to prepare a gift for her. In order to maintain the surprise, she had feigned ignorance all this while, eagerly anticipating this moment. As the green ribbon was delicately untied, the contents of the gift box gradually revealed themselves, a crown adorned with rubies. The crown shimmered in silver, encrusted with diamonds that sparkled like stars, while the scattered rubies resembled fallen rose petals, exuding a vibrant beauty that seemed to carry the fragrance of roses and the affection of the giver. Nicoles caressed the slightly cool edges of the crown, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she unfolded the small card nestled beneath it. "Your disciple, SS." It was crafted by him alone. Nicoles was pleasantly surprised, receiving an unexpected gift from a novice who had never dabbled in alchemy before. It seemed that Miss Nini had already spotted the present I had prepared. Severus embraced Nicoles from behind, who was clad only in her nightgown, taking the crown from her hands to bestow upon her. How could one be crowned while wearing night attire? Nicoles pouted in dissatisfaction. "Regardless of your attire, you may be crowned in my presence at any time." Severus planted a kiss upon Nicoles's forehead, eliciting an exclamation from her. "Oh my Severus has become quite the charmer. Surely he is prepared for my meeting with the professor this afternoon, right?" "Naturally. Haha. So have you received the gift I sent you?" "Perhaps due to my change from nightgown, I regrettably arrived a step late for my partner." "Humph. Severus has quite the silver tongue. Let me have a taste of it." "Ahem. Nicoles peered over Severus's shoulder to find Stuart, his countenance darkening, standing behind them. "Father, what brings you here?" "Perhaps receiving gifts during Christmas is a right bestowed upon everyone, and all our family's gifts just happen to be beneath the Christmas tree." Stuart approached the young couple, tugging at Nicoles's collar and extricating her from Severus's embrace. "Sit properly." "Oh." Nicoles was indignant but dared not voice her frustration, and Severus was equally taken aback. The two retreated to their respective rooms to seek out their gifts, retreating in defeat. An irate father is not to be trifled with. Indeed, stealthily they slipped away. Severus summoned 3 house elves to assist in transporting Nicoles's numerous gifts to her room, marveling at the astonishing quantity of presents. Severus's lips twitched as he beheld the room brimming with gifts, finally grasping the reality of the alchemical storage devices he had gifted to Nicoles. In stark contrast to his own sparse circle of friends, Nicoles could be deemed a social butterfly of sorts. "Alas, my popularity leaves me no choice." Nicoles feigned a sigh before diving joyfully into her mountain of gifts, eagerly unwrapping them. Dumbledore gifted me his own alchemical notes. Splendid. I shall replicate them and present the original to my professor as a gift later. Gellert sent me a tome of his own notes too, albeit on the subject of dark magic. How delightful. These 2 old flames certainly share an unspoken understanding. Professor McGonagall presented me with a stunning cat-shaped brooch, its feline visage crafted from yellow gemstones and a crystal body, adorably whimsical. Draco gifted me a beautiful rose diamond bracelet, seemingly procured by Narcissa at a recent auction, rumored to have a tale behind it, though the specifics elude me now. Nevertheless, it matters not. Beauty is paramount. Hermione sent me 2 popular travelogues from France, and astonishingly, I received a classic Weasley sweater. Harry bestowed upon me a hardcover orange notebook, but the most delightful surprise came from Hagrid. He gifted me an enormous blanket made from unicorn hair. The blanket was exquisitely beautiful, entirely silver, with a large golden design depicting a unicorn's head adorning the soft silver fabric. To my astonishment, Hagrid's craftsmanship and taste were commendable. According to the accompanying card, he had woven it himself. The unwrapping of gifts by Nicole's persisted until noon, causing her to forego breakfast, yet even then, she had not finished unwrapping them all. Regrettably, she had to pause temporarily, for lunch could not be missed. Chapter 102, Never-Ending Unwrapping. Severus, have you seen the gift I prepared for you? After their meal, the two nestled together on the small sofa in Nicolelis's room, gazing at her mountain of gifts with a sigh. Never-ending, utterly insurmountable. So beautiful. Severus extended his hand to reveal a shimmering silver mirror, shaking it gently. At first glance, the mirror appeared similar to the one given to Dumbledore, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that this mirror's entire frame was entwined with a silver king snake, its eyes adorned with 2 emerald gemstones. Yet, one must wonder, are those gems not the very ones pried from Salazar's chamber? Wasn't it said they were sold to Lucius? Do you like it? I crafted it myself. Look, it's just like mine. Nicole's produced an identical mirror and brandished it before Severus. He took her mirror, examining it, and a smile crept upon his lips. The 2 mirrors were identical, save for the direction of the snake S pattern. I adore it. As long as it's made by you, I cherish it. Your approval is all I require. This is merely our first Christmas together, Severus. In the future, we shall celebrate countless more with our family. Yes, together. Severus lowered his head to rest against the witch's forehead, planting a gentle kiss upon it. However, it would be splendid if the professor could join us. A sudden shadow crossed Nicole's previously radiant face as thoughts of the elderly solitary wizard languishing in an Austrian prison marred her joy. I recall you mentioning he could not be confined there. Severus, unwilling to see the witch frown, gently reassured her. Yes, but if he were to be released, Dumbledore would certainly take notice. Thus I see. Then let us visit him sooner rather than later. Shall we depart directly? Are you prepared? Naturally. Severus ruffled Nicole's hair, pulling her from the sofa and gesturing invitingly. She placed her hand in his, and they exchanged a glance before activating the door key. Austria, Neumgard. After an uncomfortable transfer, the two regained consciousness within the confines of Neumgard's estate. It was Severus's first visit, and he surveyed the desolate surroundings. The area was bleak, with the castle's architecture in varying states of decay. Some small walls had collapsed, having lost the protective enchantments. The crumbling walls and desolate landscape exuded an air of melancholy and despondency. With no guards in sight, they effortlessly approached the tallest tower. Is there an inscription upon this tower? Severus inquired, for the tower stood at the heart of the complex. Even in its dilapidated state, remnants of its former grandeur were evident, and faintly, a somewhat unclear inscription remained visible, for the greater good. Ah, that phrase. It was evident that Severus understood the significance of these words to the saints. But Severus, do you know who first uttered this phrase? Nicole's grasped his hand as they ventured into the tower. At the entrance stood 2 young wizards clad in black suits. Upon seeing Nicole's enter, they immediately bowed in respect. Nicole's waved her hand dismissively, choosing not to engage further, and led her companion straight inside. Is this your teacher? No, guess again. Nicole's replied with an air of mystery, winking at her companion. Vanda? Severus mused, thinking that if it wasn't the head, it had to be the second in command. Not him either. Surely it can't be Dumbledore. Severus shrugged self-deprecatingly. Is it really him? You forgot. I told you before, they were once colleagues. Oh, Merlin. This is truly difficult to reconcile with the present. Indeed, their experiences were irreplaceable. Nicole's guided her companion all the way to the top floor, then turned to him, tilting her head slightly and mouthing the words, "We're going in." Severus tightened his grip on Nicole's hand, nodding silently. Nicole's chuckled softly and pushed open the small door before them. Contrary to their expectations, the opulent scene did not unfold. Instead, it was merely a decayed cell, retaining its essence as a prison despite housing a world-renowned figure. Sigh. Nicole's gazed at the small iron bed in the corner, lamenting how that bed had remained steadfast for so many years. Forcing herself to divert her gaze from the little iron bed, Nicole's greeted the wizard in the corner, who had his back to them. Teacher, I'm back, and I've brought Severus to meet you. The anticipated solemn or serene scene did not materialize. The elderly man seemed oblivious, continuing to sit in the corner. The two at the door exchanged glances, and Nicole scratched her head in confusion. What is going on? Did I bring Severus back to make you sulk? That can't be. Her teacher's mental fortitude couldn't possibly be that weak. She hurriedly approached the elder, taking a few steps to stand behind him, preparing to call out again, only to see the wizard turn around, holding a glowing, enchanted mirror. Oh, so you were playing with the mirror, Nicoles thought, feeling forgiving. Teacher. But before she could finish her word, she was struck by a sudden wave of terror. You. Chapter 103. Who to argue with? Severus observed Nicoles's shocked expression, instantly alert, grasping his wand and directing his gaze at the elderly man. The old man, of considerable stature, was dressed in a filthy and tattered prison garb. Such attire on an ordinary person would evoke feelings of utter disarray. However, this elderly figure exuded an extraordinary aura that overshadowed his ragged appearance. No one dared to underestimate him due to his disheveled state. Severus furrowed his brow. The man's thick silver hair and those mismatched eyes were strikingly reminiscent of Melina. The features aligned. He must be Nicoles's teacher, but Nicoles's reaction was perplexing. Teacher. Nicoles, unfazed by deeper thoughts, exclaimed as she rushed towards the man, inspecting him from head to toe, circling around him and even clicking her tongue in admiration. Wow, look at you. Your hair has grown back, and those wrinkles have faded. I always said you should pay attention to your appearance, but you never listened. It's still Dumbledore's influence. I assent it, but this is too exaggerated. You haven't been secretly drinking elixir of life, have you? Grindelwald allowed his unfortunate pupil to buzz around him without responding, merely raising an eyebrow at Severus, who still held his wand, and offered a disdainful smile. Ah, a confident little fellow. Do you wish to take action against me? Severus froze momentarily before retracting his wand. Not at all, my lord. Grindelwald stepped forward, brushing aside Nicoles, who was flitting around like a headless fly, and placed his hands behind his back, slowly stroking the ordinary mirror, his eyes narrowing slightly. But I can't shake the feeling that you do. Severus tensed. The instinct born from his past as a spy surged within him, filling him with an uneasy sensation as he met the imposing gaze of the elder. No wonder Nicoles said this individual was far more formidable than Stuart. At least Stuart didn't seem like the type to cast an Avada Kedavra on him right away. I believe you are mistaken, my lord. Mistaken? Huh. Merely the excuses of the weak. I am curious about what skills you possess to take my apprentice from my side. Do you think Nicoles would mourn for you? Severus fell silent. He should have said that no one knows a teacher better than their student. Nicoles had already warned him before their arrival, but he hadn't taken it seriously then. Now, he could only concede. Well, Nicoles certainly understands her teacher. And where was the subject of this conversation? She was currently recording this classic scene with a crystal ball. Ah, finally, I heard that line. What a pity I can't check in. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Nicoles. Grindelwald tilted his chin slightly, extending his hand towards Nicoles, the wand. Teacher? Nicoles recalled her previous encounters where she had been bested, excitement mingling with caution as she advised softly. Teacher, you must not use Avada Kedavra. With that, she promptly handed over her elder wand to the old man. She switched to another crystal ball, readying herself. Severus watched helplessly as his partner engaged in this chaotic display, realizing that a beating today was indeed unavoidable. Yet he bore no fear. A flicker of battle spirit ignited in his eyes. He too wished to witness the first generation of dark wizards who had shocked Europe. The two did not engage in combat within the cell. Although Grindelwald had not stepped out of this prison for decades, his mindset had evidently shifted. They began to duel freely within the castle beneath the tower, with Nicoles watching eagerly, bouncing around like a lively creature. Heaven knows how exhilarating it was to see someone else, especially Severus, taking a beating from her teacher. Wow, record it. The remnants of the walls, lacking magical protection, could not withstand the powerful spells from the two dark wizards. The already crumbling walls shattered into dust. No need to repair it. They could simply relocate later. Godric's Hollow would be a splendid choice. The outcome was, of course, that Severus was defeated. It goes without saying that magical prowess is a force that typically intensifies with age, and Gellert was nearly 4 times Severus's age. In terms of combat experience, Severus was undoubtedly remarkable. His exceptional intellect, coupled with the invaluable experiences from his previous career, allowed him to hold his own against contemporaries, even those who were significantly older. Yet, let us be clear, while Gellert was unleashing chaos across Europe, Severus had yet to be born. How tragic, how lamentable. Nicoles stifled a smirk of schadenfreude at the corners of her mouth, biting her lip as she helped Severus rise from the ground, fearful that she might burst out laughing uncontrollably. With practiced ease, she retrieved several vials of alchemical potions from her ring and poured them into his mouth. It's all right. A few more times and Severus will be fine. Severus leaned against the witch, casting a speechless glance at the mischievous witch before turning to meet the gaze of Gellert, who looked down at them with an arched brow. Was it not a provocation to be administered potions in Gellert's presence? Indeed, The unperturbed voice of Gellert Grindelwald echoed in Nicole's ear a moment later. She instinctively froze, realizing her hubris. Oh no, had she let her triumph go to her head? With a stiff neck, she turned to her mentor. Gellert remained silent, merely tilting his chin in a gesture. Severus promptly offered his wand. Go on, Nini, give it your all. Nicoles gaped in disbelief. Wait, you two just fought. And now you have this kind of synergy? Professor, how can it be that your magical prowess has diminished to the point where I can't even see it? Impossible. Nicoles retorted defiantly, not particularly daunted. If a fight was to ensue, so be it. It wasn't as though she had never fought before. Yet, did she really want to embarrass herself in front of Severus? If only she had restrained herself, who would want to be beaten up during a festive occasion? Nicoles steeled herself, grasped the wand, and prepared to face the challenge. No, to take the exam. Nicoles' fighting style, having been molded under Gellert's tutelage, differed slightly from Severus's. Her combat techniques mirrored his, making her formidable yet distinctly more challenging to contend with. After all, the spells she wielded were taught by him, and they were even more advanced. Who could she turn to for justification? Chapter 104, What Wonderful News. Lying on the ground, Nicoles gazed blankly at the sky, adeptly downing 2 vials of potions before tossing Severus' wand back to him. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She retrieved a spare wand and a magical reservoir from her alchemical ring. Turning to Severus with a defiant expression, she called out, Sev, let us join forces. Gellert raised an eyebrow, a rare hint of a smirk playing on his lips. This girl was no longer the same lethargic individual she once was. But surely she did not believe that adding another person would alter the outcome? As it turned out, even with 2 of them and a magical reservoir, they could merely prolong the inevitable. After a brief skirmish, Gellert waved his hand dismissively, his wand tracing playful arcs behind him as he strode directly into the tower, muttering, one must keep the muscles active as age creeps in. Nicoles and Severus, still on the ground, busily administering potions, caught this remark. Nicoles rolled her eyes. Then a mischievous idea struck her. Sev, who do you think is stronger, Dumbledore or Grindelwald? Severus immediately grasped Nicoles' intent, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. Only through combat would they truly know. Nicoles tilted her head to meet Severus' gaze, breaking into a conspiratorial chuckle, her laughter carrying an unmistakably mischievous undertone. Severus joined in her mirth, well aware that his partner had a penchant for settling scores swiftly, ensuring that any unresolved grievances were addressed. Perhaps they could anticipate a duel between the 2 centenarians in the future. Bullying the young was hardly an admirable feat. If one were capable, they ought to challenge their spouse instead. Boss, Mr. Snape. A young man in black attire approached from the entrance, addressing them from a distance. What is it? Nicoles exclaimed, sitting up with a start. Severus too rose, extending a hand to assist her. The well-dressed wizard approached, presenting Nicoles with her wand and handing several books and notes to Severus. The professor says, as it is Christmas today, you both are free to return to France for the holiday. But the professor mentioned that he will assess your magical strength upon your next meeting. Nini? All right then. We shall return directly. Oh, please hand this to the professor. Nicoles passed Dumbledore's alchemical notebook to the young man, who nodded and departed. Nicoles cast a wistful glance toward the tower, her spirits slightly dimmed. Severus silently grasped Nicoles' hand, attempting to offer her solace. I'm fine, Nicoles smiled. He has always been like this. He never wishes to partake in the world's revelries. But it's all right. Soon enough. Yes, soon enough. Severus understood her meaning, wrapping his arm around the witch and gently patting her back in comfort. By the way, Sev, what did the professor give you? As they made their way outside, Nicoles inquired. A selection of magical tomes and notes on dark magic, Severus replied, glancing briefly. It seems the professor acknowledges you. Nicoles beamed. But then a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Sev, you're in trouble. Receiving books means there will be a pop quiz next time. And you'll go first. Wow, is that the pursuit of Miss Nicoles? You wouldn't understand. I've endured this since childhood. Gellert, standing by the tower window, watched the pair depart, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly struck by a thought, he produced a magic mirror and began to make notes. Today, my student brought her partner to visit me. The young man is quite impressive, with remarkable talent. No sooner had the message been sent than the mirror lit up again. What splendid news. Sometimes, I feel as though spending time with the young rejuvenates my own spirit. Gellert's smile deepened as he basked in the sunlight filtering through the narrow window, continuing to jot notes in the magic mirror. Thanks to the portkey, their return to the Rosier estate was swift, ensuring they would not miss the family's Christmas dinner. Severus had often spent Christmas either alone or with colleagues at the school, and the rare festive gatherings he attended were typically Slytherin-style affairs, filled with the affluent, adorned in lavish attire, where pleasantries were exchanged amidst clinking glasses. He had seldom experienced the warmth of a family gathering, seated together to eat, drink, and converse. Today's main course features the quintessential foreign Christmas delicacy, roast turkey. However, as many who have tasted it will attest, its appeal lies primarily in its visual allure, and its actual flavor leaves much to be desired. Consequently, aside from its decorative charm, the other dishes on the table were quite well received. Even Nicoles took the opportunity to jest with Severus, lamenting that she should have brought the basilisk along, considering that Mr. Basilisk is not at all particular about his meat, except for lamb, which he adores. Stuart, having poured a bit of wine for the group, ensured that they lingered around the warm hearth after dinner, continuing to sip and listen to Nicoles recount her experiences at Hogwarts. The others listened intently, and even Stuart, caught up in the excitement, began brainstorming ways to coax Dumbledore back with them. Severus, typically not one for extensive conversation, occasionally interjected to help Nicoles fill in details she had overlooked, while also raising a quiet toast with Wanda and discreetly sharing some of Hogwarts regulations and unique customs with Melna. Observing Nicoles and Stuart's mischievous laughter, Severus found himself unusually relaxed, allowing the pleasant buzz of alcohol to wash over him. He relished such an atmosphere. Christmas falls on December 25th, while Hogwarts does not resume until January 5th, leaving a span of 10 days. During this time, Severus immersed himself in the notes provided by Gellert, and with Wanda by his side, they had all the necessary textbooks and guidance. Consequently, Nicoles found herself reluctantly drawn into studying as well, for Wanda insisted that teaching one was akin to teaching two, and since Nicoles was idle, why not include her? "I wish someone would buy me peanuts," she exclaimed, and so she enlisted Melna and Stuart for company. Yet, if teaching 2 was feasible, teaching 4 was certainly manageable. Time sped by in their lessons, and finally, amidst Stuart's eager anticipation, the day of Hogwarts reopening arrived. On the 5th, Stuart didn't even allow the two to have breakfast. Hastily shoving a lunchbox into each of their hands, tossing them the keys, and joyfully ushering them out of the grand doors of Rosier Manor. Who could understand the plight of family? Approaching 70, he still had to learn magic from his mother. He certainly needed peanuts. Not to mention relief that the two troublesome companions were finally returning to school. With deep disdain from Stuart and Melna, the two wizards exchanged a silent smile at the entrance of Rosier Manor, activating the door keys to whisk them back to Hogwarts. Chapter 105. How can he be my little brother? Good evening, Professor McGonagall. Nicoles greeted, enveloping her in a warm embrace, before nodding to Dumbledore, who was discreetly holding a mirror and seemingly sharing clandestine messages. She then guided Severus to a seat among the faculty. Did Nini bring Severus home with her? Professor McGonagall inquired eagerly once everyone was settled. Indeed. This Christmas, we celebrated together at my home, Nicoles replied, her admission accompanied by a proud smile from Severus. Understanding dawned on Professor McGonagall, who recognized that they had passed a test. She returned Nicoles's toast with a glass of honey mead, raising it in acknowledgement of Severus. A silent exchange that spoke volumes. The faculty members engaged in light socializing over drinks, while the younger students exchanged tales from their holidays. Harry found himself sandwiched between Hermione and Ron, with Ginny and the twins across from him, all gazing intently in his direction. "Hey, everyone, what is going on?" Harry asked, somewhat bashfully prodding his steak with a fork, uncertain whether to eat or not, his posture decidedly awkward. "We're admiring your new hairstyle," George proclaimed dramatically. "Look at that shiny hair," Fred added, mimicking Draco Malfoy's classic lament in an exaggerated tone. Harry's face flushed crimson. He knew Fred was teasing him. He longed to explain, but the banter had already taken a life of its own, and he could sense that the others were eager to speak first. "So, Harry, what did you experience this Christmas? Was it Draco who forced you into this?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Come on, use your brain. That's clearly not the case." Ginny chimed in, her expression a mixture of fondness and exasperation. "You've misunderstood." Harry sighed, knowing this would happen. He closed his eyes in frustration. "This is a Christmas gift from Professor Rosier to Malfoy, filled with various skincare and hair products, and Draco wanted to try them all. But he couldn't do it all at once." "Oh, so little Harry is now Malfoy's guinea pig, is he?" the twins exclaimed mischievously. Ron leaned in, sniffing the air. "Oh, Merlin's beard, this one smells like lime. Quite pleasant, actually. Honestly, Harry, that hairstyle doesn't quite suit you," Ginny remarked, her gaze dropping as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "It really doesn't match your essence," Hermione agreed with a nod. "But I think it looks cool. Like a mature adult," Ron mused, shoving fries into his mouth, then reconsidering. "Maybe I should try this hairstyle too. My hair is long enough. Perhaps it would have an impressive effect." Harry awkwardly ran a hand through his hair, which had been slicked back and held in place with gel, exposing his forehead and giving him an unmistakable Malfoy appearance. However, lacking the inherent pride and disdain of the Malfoy lineage, and perhaps feeling shy in front of his friends. He couldn't quite carry off the look, leading to the impression of a dissonance with his usual demeanor. This was why Hermione and the others found it incongruous, feeling it did not align with his character. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Draco had genuinely claimed to look handsome with this style. Had he been deceiving himself? From across the table, Draco and his cohorts, Crabbe and Goyle, observed Harry's bashful and sheepish demeanor, rolling their eyes in frustration. Had he forgotten their training over the past month? What had happened to his bravado? This was a disgrace to the Malfoy name. How could he still be considered his subordinate? Crabbe, unable to achieve a slicked-back look due to his shorter hair, shook his head. What is up with Potter? He seemed quite bold during our school days. He exchanged glances with Goyle, concluding that the influence of Gryffindor must be weakening him. As Potter had always been formidable in their company, it is well known that once individuals engage in mischief together, their bonds strengthen exponentially. And indeed, Harry and Draco were such companions. During this Christmas break, the four of them remained at school, using a small boundary alchemical device that Malfoy had previously acquired from Nicoles. Accompanied by the Basilisk and Fox, embarking on their own adventures in the Forbidden Forest. The reasons for their escapades were manifold. Due to the limited number of small creatures remaining on campus, the opportunities for a few to engage in battles were correspondingly scarce. After becoming accustomed to the rhythm of their dueling squad, the group found themselves feeling quite bored after several challenges with no progress. Thus, they conceived the idea to venture into the Forbidden Forest for group monster hunting. In doing so, they managed to keep this escapade hidden from the professors who remained on campus, though, in their naivety, they believed they had succeeded. In reality, few things could truly escape the notice of Dumbledore at Hogwarts, especially when they were accompanied by Fox. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to the old Lion King, he chose not to intervene after discreetly following them once using the disillusionment charm, resigning himself instead to the more pressing matters concerning the creatures inhabiting the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. The young Malfoy, now quite cunning, had a plethora of schemes, fortified by a protective barrier and that serpent. Regardless, the quartet felt relatively secure within the forest. Thus, Dumbledore allowed their escapade to unfold, and after witnessing the basilisk's prowess, the trio of small snakes and one little lion gained a newfound confidence. Their forays into the Forbidden Forest became as familiar as strolling through their own back gardens. Their dueling skills progressed at an astonishing rate, and their camaraderie deepened significantly. Given the inherent dangers of the Forbidden Forest, it was inevitable that they would find themselves reminding one another of potential threats, fostering a harmonious atmosphere among the four. 3 days before the commencement of the new term, the four young ones united to challenge 2 sixth-year Slytherins. The latter, unable to join Draco's dueling squad, were left feeling quite disgruntled. Meanwhile, Draco and his companions had spent the entire holiday mingling with Harry, the Gryffindor. Unable to contain their frustration, the 2 Slytherins confronted the group, hurling a series of taunts laden with sarcasm. How could Draco, accustomed to strutting through Hogwarts with impunity and now adhering to the belief that might makes right, endure such insolence? It was simply intolerable. What stature did those 2 possess to dare belittle him? Thus, the platinum-haired Crabbe instigated a challenge against the 2 sixth years. After all, a match between 4 second years and 2 sixth years could be deemed somewhat equitable, couldn't it? The 6th years, however, exhibited a dismissive attitude, while the shrewd Draco prudently ensured they had a referee by enlisting Professor McGonagall to oversee the duel, just in case. Despite being purebloods nearing adulthood, their magical prowess was rather mediocre. Otherwise, Draco would not have been so averse to allowing them into his dueling squad. Consequently, although their magic surpassed that of the 4 young ones, they could not prevail before them. The quartet's experience far outweighed that of the 2 pampered Slytherins, who were only adept at exchanging barbs. Furthermore, since forming their group to explore the Forbidden Forest, they had cultivated a degree of synergy, particularly between Harry and Draco. Harry's upbringing had honed his observational skills, enabling him to instinctively synchronize with Draco's movements. Unsurprisingly, the 4 emerged victorious, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state. Nonetheless, they etched an indelible mark in the minds of the onlooking students who remained on campus. After all, they had bested 2 nearly adult wizards, and though they were a quartet, they were merely second years. In that moment, even Harry found himself influenced by Draco, exuding an air of newfound confidence, which was reflected in his hairstyle, an alteration he later explained to his friends. Hermione was the first to react, unable to contain her dismay. "Oh, Merlin's beard. Do you not realize that entering the Forbidden Forest is against school rules? What would you do if you encountered danger? Don't be such a buzzkill, Hermione." "It was so cool," Ron interjected, his envy palpable, forsaking his chicken leg to inquire about their experiences in the Forbidden Forest. The twins, too, appeared intrigued. their eyes lighting up at the mention of the alchemical artifact that could create barriers. I think this device would be perfect for the ingenious Weasley twins to study. Surely, our dear nephew wouldn't mind lending it to their uncle for some research. The twins exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously rising and darting toward the Slytherin table. They were not concerned with inter-house rivalries. Such a fascinating artifact was too enticing to pass up. How could the Weasley twins possibly resist a visit to the Forbidden Forest? Ginny sighed as she observed her brother, engrossed in his inquiries about the Forbidden Forest, alongside the exuberant twins. Why can't we have at least one mature and sensible person in our family? She mused, feeling that her brother had yet to reach that level of maturity. Ever since the twins had confirmed their familial ties to Draco, they had taken to teasingly calling him uncle, much to Draco's chagrin. Each encounter left him seething, contemplating how to exact revenge within the confines of Hogwarts. Yet the twins possessed an uncanny knack for walking the line, retreating from Slytherin unscathed. Perhaps this, too, was a form of talent. Forget it, Ginny murmured, shaking her head. These individuals were beyond saving. Turning to share her thoughts with Hermione, she was struck by the realization that even the group's mature and wise member was absorbed in Harry's narrative. Am I the only one who feels out of place? Ginny thought, rolling her eyes. The atmosphere among Gryffindors seemed increasingly ill-suited for her maturity, prompting her decision to seek solace at the Ravenclaw table. With a heavy heart, the young witch shook her head, gathered her utensils, and set off in search of her good friend, Luna. The opening feast concluded amidst the lively chatter of the young witches and wizards, who swiftly immersed themselves in a markedly different academic atmosphere than that of the holiday. Nicoles and Severus received an invitation to meet with Dumbledore, and thus, the following noon, they arrived punctually at the entrance to his office. Coconut ice cream, Severus announced, and the Stone Guardian promptly granted them passage. The pair entered Dumbledore's office with practiced ease. Good afternoon, Headmaster. Nicoles greeted as she settled comfortably onto the crimson and gold sofa. Good afternoon, Nini, Severus, Dumbledore replied, taking a seat opposite them. Though he did not produce his familiar tea set, Nicoles raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto her lips. This indicated serious business was afoot. What is it? Severus, more attuned to such atmospheres than Nicoles, inquired directly. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore chose to be forthright. Both of them were masters of the mental block and possessed considerable intelligence. His attempts at subtlety might prove futile and even counterproductive. Therefore, it would be best to address the matter directly, which would also convey his sincerity. He turned his gaze toward Nicoles. Perhaps, Nini, you could enlighten me about the new little snake you've adopted? The one with the glasses. What about it, Headmaster? Nicole understood immediately. It was likely that the basilisk had been exposed. This was to be expected, considering the time that had elapsed. If Dumbledore had discovered it, then so be it. They had never intended to keep it hidden for long. However, she refrained from providing a direct explanation and instead posed a question in return, knowing that it was essential to ascertain the situation first to gain the upper hand. Indeed, Dumbledore did not engage in any unnecessary back and forth with the two. Even if he remained silent, they could inquire with young Malfoy upon their return to learn the truth. Is that so? Nicole nodded, indicating her comprehension, and then proceeded to divulge information to Dumbledore. You must have deduced what it is, haven't you? The basilisk. Dumbledore affirmed with certainty. Yes. Nicole responded with a wink at Dumbledore. But it is more than that. It is also the monster residing in your Slytherin chamber. Lady Loris was petrified by it. At that time, Lady Loris encountered its gaze through a puddle in the corridor, which is how she fell victim to petrification. Nicole, with unadulterated honesty, did not hold back. With a snap of her fingers, Pudding reappeared in Dumbledore's office. Good afternoon, young master, Mr. Snape, and Headmaster. How may Pudding assist you? Pudding greeted the three with an elegant bow. Pudding, would you kindly bring the basilisk to the office? Nicole instructed. Certainly, young master. Pudding bowed again and vanished from the office in an instant. I remember you can speak Parseltongue? Chapter 107, Walking into a Trap. Nicole inquired of Dumbledore. You can ask it about the events that transpired. I encountered it purely by chance. Dumbledore nodded before candidly admitting, in truth, I only possess a rudimentary understanding and cannot engage in conversation. He appreciated that Nicole was genuinely sincere, as evidenced by her straightforwardness, even summoning the snake involved. I see, Nicole said, rummaging through her ring to produce a Parseltongue translator, which she handed to him. Here, this is a translator I made myself. Wear it, and you will understand. Oh, thank you, Nini. Dumbledore did not hesitate to accept the gift, glancing at the similar device on Severus's ear, with no ambiguity remaining. He promptly donned it, and continued questioning Nicole. Could you first explain how you discovered it? Ah, of course, Nicole replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively while retrieving a bag of sunflower seeds and 3 cans of cola to share among them. As she cracked the seeds, she recounted to Dumbledore the peculiar behavior of Ginny. You know how sensitive we alchemists can be to such unusual presences. That girl was clearly not herself. Coincidentally, that evening, the two had ventured into the Forbidden Forest for a rendezvous and returned to find the girl sneaking toward an abandoned lavatory on the 3rd floor. Nicole fabricated a story about their discovery of the basilisk, but the rest was the unvarnished truth. The basilisk was meant to protect Hogwarts and was misled by Parseltongue. Severus's reasoning was sound, prompting her to attempt a pact with it, which unexpectedly succeeded, resulting in her bringing it back. Moreover, its gaze posed a potential danger. So she fashioned a larger alchemical telescopic eyeglass for it. It was highly intelligent and posed no threat to young wizards, so she allowed it to roam Hogwarts freely. Is that so? Dumbledore mused, feeling somewhat reassured as he took a sip of the cola before being astonished by its flavor. Oh, Merlin, what is this beverage? Uh-huh. This is a muggle drink called cola. Delicious, isn't it? Indeed, it is delightful. Dumbledore took another sip, thoroughly enjoying it. I brought plenty. I'll reserve some for you later. Thank you immensely, Nini, Dumbledore said, relishing another sip. Now, I believe it is time we address more pressing matters, wouldn't you agree? Severus remarked, exasperated as he observed the two, one munching on seeds and the other sipping cola, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Is this truly the atmosphere for serious discussion? Indeed. You are correct, Dumbledore replied, reluctantly setting down his cola after another large gulp, while Severus grimaced, contemplating the prospect of deducting points from Gryffindor for their indiscretions. Pudding returned promptly, accompanied by a procession of small wizards. Pudding, what is the meaning of this? Nicole exclaimed, astonished, forgetting to fill her mouth with seeds as she stared at the line of little followers behind Pudding. Auntie, Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, Draco spoke first. Gripping the basilisk tightly with one hand while the other firmly secured it behind him, his face contorted with indignation. Headmaster, Professor Rosier, Professor Snape. The small wizards behind him promptly greeted the trio, their eyes fixated on the basilisk as they assumed protective postures. Nicole exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, momentarily bewildered about the unfolding situation. Fortunately, Pudding clarified, albeit with some hesitation, young master, when Pudding went to find the basilisk. He discovered that young Master Draco and his companions were adventuring in the Forbidden Forest with it. What? Severus's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. He had initially thought Draco and Potter were merely reckless for entering the Forbidden Forest in a group. Now he realized they were a band of audacious troublemakers. I presume the esteemed individuals present are not foolish enough to be seeking their own demise, and I trust you understand the dangers and prohibitions involved. Diggory Weasley, is this the exemplary conduct you wish to model as upperclassmen? Cedric bowed his head in guilt upon hearing this, while the twins contemplated a retort but ultimately hesitated, aware of the basilisk's intimidating reputation, and lowered their heads in silence. Well, it seems the three of you are aware of your misdeeds. Therefore, Hufflepuff loses 20 points, and Gryffindor loses 40. Professor Snape, Harry exclaimed, alarmed. Their hard-earned points were vanishing just like that. What? Mr. Potter has an objection? Severus sneered, his gaze icy as it fell upon Harry. Harry stammered, quickly shaking his head. No, I wouldn't dare. I don't want to provoke the old bat. I have no doubt he would deduct even more points from Gryffindor if I dared to argue. Humph. Severus smirked sarcastically, surveying the room, making the small wizards lower their heads in unison. Boring. Now what prompted you to follow along? Nicole inquired, breaking the peculiar tension in the air. Auntie, Draco began, his urgency evident, but recalling Nicole's prior instructions, he swiftly changed his phrasing. Professor Rosier, it was our request to enter the Forbidden Forest. It has nothing to do with Ares. Please do not punish him. Ares? Is that the name we gave the little snake? Draco answered obediently. Indeed. Harry chimed in from behind him. Who said anything about punishing it? No punishment? The little wizards exchanged glances, pondering the reason behind bringing the small serpent to the headmaster's office. This is our little secret. I believe we have no obligation to explain ourselves to you little wizards, do we? Yes. The little wizards lowered their heads, somewhat abashed. What was this, a self-imposed trap? Chapter 108. The Cautious Alchemist. It seems everyone's enthusiasm for learning has surged recently, Dumbledore remarked, observing the harmonious interaction among the four houses' little wizards, seemingly lost in thought, as he jovially attempted to lighten the mood. Yet, it was evident that Nicoles was not inclined to let them off the hook. Pudding. Prepare 200 pounds of tin and brass, she instructed, casting her gaze upon the little wizards before her. I happen to be in need of some alloys for teaching aids, so I will require your assistance. After class every day, you will come to my office to create the alloys, and you shall finish when you are done. If the younger students cannot manage, the older ones will be responsible for teaching them, understood? Teach, Professor? Isn't that a bit much? Fred cautiously looked at Nicoles, his hand pressed to his chest, while George theatrically propped him up. That's 200 pounds. Ron interjected, how long will that take? Well, until you're finished, of course. Just as Ron was about to protest further, Harry skillfully covered his mouth, whispering, enough, mate. Can't you see that the bat over there looks like it's about to devour a child? Indeed, Professor, we accept our punishment, Hermione sighed, regretting her curiosity that had led her to join this group of troublemakers. All her hard-earned points, gone, just like that. All right, leave the serpent, you may go. However, Draco appeared somewhat uneasy, yet Cedric swiftly took the serpent from his hands and handed it to Pudding, dragging Draco's robes as they made their exit. You really can't read the room, can you, young master? Don't linger. If you do, you might end up with more potion ingredients to handle. With one leading the way, the remaining little wizards instinctively knew what to do, filing out one after another. The office soon fell silent once more, with Pudding placing the serpent on the coffee table before vanishing from sight. Ah, youth is a wonderful thing, Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard, a mysterious sigh escaping him. You are indeed the headmaster of this generation, aren't you? Yes, Mr. Basilisk. Dumbledore nodded, his curiosity piqued as he observed the bespectacled serpent before him. What did you seek me for? Well, I wish to know who released you. Dumbledore leaned forward, his expression grave. Ah, it was a descendant of Salazar, though his bloodline is quite diluted now. However, he inherited his Parseltongue, and his name is Tom. Dumbledore's pupils dilated. It was indeed you, Tom. Yet, when he came this time, he was quite peculiar, with only a fragment of his soul remaining. Yet he could still speak Parseltongue. I must heed his words. I do not wish to harm the little wizards. I am truly sorry. Oh, I can certainly understand. However, regarding the soul, could you elaborate further? I am not entirely sure. You see, we serpents cannot resist Parseltongue, and during his first visit, he still possessed a bit of Salazar's bloodline, making it even more impossible for me to refuse. Nicole's raised her hand. I might know a bit about this. Oh, Dumbledore's expression turned inquisitive. How does Nini know this? Well, I found Ginny rather odd, so I had Pudding observe her for a while. We discovered a notebook that seemed to be draining her life force, so we took it away, only to find it housed a fragment of a soul. Could I see it? Dumbledore's voice was imbued with gravity. What has Tom done? Here, Nicole's produced a silvery box resembling the Ravenclaw diadem and handed it to Dumbledore. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the box adorned with protective charms and binding spells. This? What a cautious alchemist. Why are you looking at me? Nicole's resumed cracking seeds, her gaze towards Dumbledore filled with unease. What's the matter? I simply wish to enjoy my seeds. Severus raised an eyebrow, moving slightly forward to obstruct Dumbledore's view. Don't be anxious, Severus. I merely wish for Nini to help me open it. Dumbledore sighed, exasperated. Why act as if guarding against a thief? Well, you should have said so earlier. How would I know what you intended? I don't possess mind-reading abilities, Nicole's retorted, peering from behind Severus, rolling her eyes. Severus, growing impatient, waved his wand, unlocking the silvery box and even presenting it to Dumbledore before returning to his seat. Seeing his irritation, Nicole's quickly patted his back, attempting to soothe him, entirely oblivious to Dumbledore's serious endeavor to examine the notebook. The two became engrossed in their own world, oblivious to the pressing matters at hand. Dumbledore felt weary. Enough. The important matters take precedence. Let these two do as they please. Carefully, he extracted the notebook, cautiously probing it with a hint of magic. No one could fathom the terrifying depth of Dumbledore's experience accumulated over the years. After a brief investigation, he had a clear understanding. Just as he was about to discuss it with the two before him, he saw Severus comfortably peeling nuts for Nicole's. He had reached his limit. Did they not realize the overwhelming stench emanating from themselves? Ahem. So, have you finished your inspection, my dear headmaster? Nicole's casually fed Severus half a walnut, casually inquiring. Yes, Dumbledore nodded, instinctively ignoring their antics. This appears to be a Horcrux. Indeed, Nicole's affirmed with a nod. Oh. Severus glanced up briefly, returning to his nut peeling. So you both knew all along? We've had this thing in our possession for quite some time. Do you believe I haven't researched it? Nicole's replied, her smile sincere. I still recall the first time you encountered the sorting hat. You nearly dismantled it for study. Precisely, Nicole's admitted candidly. What have you discovered? Dumbledore unceremoniously reached for a handful of nuts from Severus's stash, leisurely peeling them. Well, if I cannot defeat it, I might as well join it. Why was it that every time he discussed matters with Nicole's, he found it impossible to maintain a serious demeanor? Nicole's stuffed her mouth with the nuts Severus had peeled, chewing thoughtfully. First, there is not just one of these. Second, this thing carries resentment and malice. The process of its creation must have been bloody. Third, this artifact is at least 40 to 50 years old. Chewing thoughtfully, Dumbledore also tossed a nut into his mouth, pondering. Resentment and malice? It's It's a summary and term used in Huaxia to describe such negative energies. Nini, have you visited Huaxia? I see you quite enjoy Chinese cuisine. I have indeed. Otherwise, how would I know? Nicoles responded without hesitation, unperturbed by the inquiry. Thus, Dumbledore raised his gaze to Nicoles. What are your thoughts on this matter, Nini? Me? Nicoles replied with a hint of amusement as she looked at Dumbledore. I believe my opinion on this matter is of little significance. What truly matters are your thoughts, are they not? Chapter 109. Have you seen a psychologist? Dumbledore paused momentarily. Realizing that since Nicoles and her companions uncovered this issue, they had remained inactive, merely awaiting his awareness to prompt inquiry. Were they, then, waiting for his decision? Perhaps I could hear your perspectives? Dumbledore remarked, casting a meaningful glance at his loyal subordinate Severus. For quite some time, Severus had not come forth to report on this matter. It seemed he would not divulge any other concerns either. Or perhaps Nicoles had already discerned what he wished Severus to undertake and opposed it. Otherwise, Severus should have reported matters related to Tom. Dear Headmaster, you need not glance at Severus. I am aware of what you wish for him to do, and I disagree. That is all. Nicoles leaned back against the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed, scrutinizing him with an air of both examination and pride. Yet, this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Dumbledore hesitated. For the triumph of the entire wizarding world. May I inquire about your other contingency plans? Nicoles quirked her lips, eager to learn which options led you to select this particular course of action. Dumbledore fell silent. Allow me to rephrase. Why do you believe this is the optimal method? Gazing at her neatly manicured nails, Nicoles did not grant Dumbledore the opportunity to continue speaking. Let me take a guess. You are convinced that Voldemort will resurrect. No. More precisely, you are certain that he has not perished completely, and under the belief in that prophecy. You assume there will be no spy on the sidelines to manage the unfolding events. That description may be somewhat imprecise. Nicoles interjected urgently. Let us say this. You must feel that it is impossible to ensure Voldemort's demise while you are still alive, correct? Otherwise, the entire wizarding world would be devoid of anyone capable of restraining him, would it not? You are quite perceptive, Dumbledore sighed, appearing both relieved and burdened as he buried his face in his hands. He indeed bore the weight of suppressing his emotions incessantly. Have you seen a psychologist? Nicoles ventured tentatively. A psychologist? Dumbledore recognized that now was not the time to wallow in his emotions and forced a response. A department in the Muggle world dedicated to addressing psychological issues, emotions, and such. I feel it would be beneficial for you to consult one. Additionally, Hogwarts could greatly benefit from such a department. The psychological well-being of young witches and wizards deserves attention. Perhaps you might experience it first. I think that will not be necessary. Nini, thank you. After all these years, I know what I need and likely do not require a psychologist. Oh, do not jest. It is evident that you harbor severe self-destructive tendencies. I believe now is not the time for such discussions. Dumbledore evaded the topic. Very well. If you wish to avoid this conversation. However, should you ever feel the need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would be delighted to introduce you to an excellent psychologist. Nicoles sighed, holding Severus's hand. All right, thank you. Dumbledore swiftly adjusted his demeanor, masking any lingering emotions within mere breaths, swiftly reverting to the image of the wise and benevolent elder. In contrast, Severus's lips pressed into a thin line, his aura darkening perceptibly. He clearly believed Nicoles was correct. Dumbledore's emotions might indeed be problematic. Yet, this immensely proud man was currently unwilling to accept their assistance. Severus's feelings towards Dumbledore remained complex, but one thing was certain. He did not wish to witness anything untoward happen to him. Nini, I wish to understand your confidence in extracting Severus from this plan. Considering his past is hardly a secret. He cannot escape it, can he? Well, that is an excellent question. We both know that Voldemort cannot tolerate betrayal. Should he resurrect, Severus's mere existence would be a thorn in his side, even if he does nothing. However, as Nicoles locked her gaze with Dumbledore's, she distinctly perceived the sharp glint in his eyes. As long as we prevent his resurrection, everything will be all right. Nini, that is a formidable challenge. We do not know how many Horcruxes he has created. It is quite perilous. Noticing Dumbledore beginning to entertain her thoughts, Nicoles took a sip from the cola on the table, raising a delicate finger in a gesture of caution. But you do not know, do you? What? Dumbledore exclaimed, rising from the sofa and moving to sit beside Nicoles. Do remain calm, my dear headmaster. Nicoles patted his shoulder. You are aware that there is more than one prophet and seer in the world, are you not? I trust you would not dismiss the notion of a second prophecy. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. Is it merely a prophecy, Nini? Is that not sufficient? Nicoles shrugged. If you find that inadequate, then consider the formidable power capable of overturning the Death Eaters at their peak. The power to overturn the Death Eaters at their peak? Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave as he turned to the silent Severus. Are you aware of this, Severus? I can assure you it is stronger than the Death Eaters at their zenith, Severus replied without hesitation. If anything were to befall someone dear to Nicoles, the ensuing turmoil in the wizarding world would be monumental, especially since that weapon, the Morning Star, had indeed begun its research. Quite a candid assessment. Nicoles raised her cola, playfully clinking it against Severus's, winking mischievously. This is hardly an exaggeration. The Morning Star is indeed teeming with talent. Powerful individuals abound, and they lack for high-end combat strength. My teacher is one, and Winda is another. Dumbledore does not quite count yet. Well, perhaps he can count as half. May I inquire which prophet's prophecy this pertains to? Dumbledore scrutinized Nicoles anew, realizing that the situation diverged significantly from what he had previously understood. He needed to reassess Nicoles's capabilities. Chapter 110, of course. Nicoles chuckled lightly. You are growing suspicious. But so be it. Sometimes, the hardest step to take is the first one. We have been conversing for quite a while now. Do you still wish to revert to your previous state? Dream on. Of course, Nicoles revealed a sly smile. By the way, you are acquainted with this prophet, too. Dumbledore's hand trembled. Oh, who is it? Why, of course it is me. Nicoles burst into laughter, reveling in the moment. Dumbledore swallowed hard, uncertain whether the prolonged anticipation of the announcement was the cause, but his throat felt surprisingly parched. You? Nini, are you a seer? Indeed. Though I wouldn't say I'm a complete one, perhaps a half-seer. Nicoles feigned ignorance of his unease and pulled out a can of cola. The crisp sound of the can being opened resonated within the room as she handed it to the emotionally conflicted Dumbledore. He obediently accepted it, his gaze fixed intently upon the witch before him, seemingly searching for some familiar trace. Half-seer? Yes, my mother was a Grindelwald before she married. You're quite familiar with that surname, I presume. At her words, Dumbledore's gaze shot up to meet Nicoles's, yet her appearance was distinctly that of a Rochel, dark hair, cerulean eyes. He could discern no hint of a long-lost acquaintance in her visage. But no, that was incorrect. While Nicoles bore a resemblance to Vinda, her nose and facial structure undeniably carried the imprint of the Grindelwald lineage. The revelation flooded Dumbledore's mind, causing him to unconsciously tighten his grip on the cola can. Did Vinda have a connection to Gellert? Hey, Nicoles observed his overt emotional turmoil and quickly interjected. What's the matter? Why the sudden gloom? Oh, apologies. I spaced out, Dumbledore replied, forcing a smile that was more mournful than joyful. I say. Nicoles leaned closer, wrapping her arm around his. Surely you are not misunderstanding something? A moment of realization sparked in Nicoles's mind, and a mischievous grin crept across her lips. Misunderstanding? Before Nicoles could elaborate, Severus intervened, pulling Nicoles away from Dumbledore's arm, and plopped himself down between them. Nicoles. Dumbledore. Well then, it seems this arrangement allows for two highly adaptable leaders to exchange information across a rather large bat. My grandmother's name was Vinda Rochel. That should ring a bell. Nicoles remarked, distributing some sunflower seeds to Dumbledore, aiming to lighten the heavy atmosphere. After all, the old man was getting on in years, and a lighter mood would be beneficial. Dumbledore silently held the seeds in his hand, not cracking them open, merely wasting Nicoles's thoughtful gesture, as he continued to gaze at her, urging her to elaborate. My father is Stuart Rochel, my grandmother's son, though not by blood. He was adopted. My biological grandfather was my grandmother's brother. She was unmarried. Quite free-spirited. Is that so? Dumbledore's tone carried an unrecognized hint of relief. Yet, who were the two individuals present? They were both astute and perceptive. Upon hearing this, both exchanged knowing glances with him. Cough. Dumbledore felt a bit awkward, not due to their gazes, but rather because it was evident they were aware of something. Especially considering the prior conversations he had had with Nicoles. Even if he had been oblivious before, he now grasped the implications. With a wry smile, he refrained from elaborating, wishing to smoothly bypass the topic. And your mother? Oh, my mother is Melna Grindelwald. You may not know my grandfather, but you might have heard of my great-grandfather. Aix Grindelwald. Dumbledore paused, taken aback. Aix, that name sounds familiar. I believe I've heard it mentioned before. Indeed, Gellert once said he was his cousin. So, you inherited the prophetic abilities of the Grindelwald bloodline? But your eyes. That's why I mentioned I'm a half-seer. Nicoles didn't delve into specifics, after all. How could she admit that she hadn't inherited anything at all, that this was merely a ruse to placate them, that she had indeed read the script? No, that was utterly impossible. Since arriving at Hogwarts and interacting with them, she had occasionally glimpsed fragments of foresight, accumulating enough to form a coherent picture by now. Dumbledore wished to continue the conversation, yet suddenly recalled the nature of prophecies, swallowing back the words that hovered on his lips. Are you confident? Absolutely, and with your input. My confidence is further bolstered. Moreover, if worst comes to worst, we could always consult my great-great-grandfather. Nicoles. Dumbledore's voice rose unexpectedly, drowning out the words she was about to utter. Is there anything I can do to assist? Quite a clever distraction, Severus interjected, offering a sardonic comment. Nicoles barely restrained a laugh. In that room, apart from the utterly confused and indifferent basilisk, the other three were unmistakably feigning ignorance. Cough. Nicoles, ever considerate, began to defend her great-great-grandmother. There is indeed something, a notebook. Do you still need to verify its provenance? You know, this is essential to ascertain. I must investigate where it was previously stored and how it resurfaced. Only then can I feel assured. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore turned his curious gaze towards her. Did you see something? Yes. Nicoles quietly made a mental note for Lucius, reasoning that it wasn't that she didn't want to help him. After all, Dumbledore himself had said it needed to be investigated, and this was something he couldn't keep under wraps. It would be better to do Lucius a favor for his dear cousin. Rest assured, I will faithfully fill your position on the Board of Governors. Who is it? It's Lucius. He was entrusted with it before Voldemort vanished, but he likely doesn't realize it's a Horcrux. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so carelessly left it near Ginny. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Hey, dear headmaster, I must say, his actions were not without reason. Nicoles decided to slightly defend Lucius. How so? Look at how few young wizards are in Slytherin now. The dormitories are hardly full. You know how vital campus life is for these young wizards, especially those from pureblood families. Currently, 80% of pureblood wizards in the British wizarding community hail from Slytherin. But now, the school is openly targeting Slytherin and Lucius. As the current leader of pureblood Slytherins, must regain some face. Chapter 111. This cannot be blackened. Moreover, don't pursue the desperate. Your Ministry of Magic has been conducting searches for prohibited dark magical items at their homes bi-monthly. Nicoles rolled her eyes in exasperation at this point. How many of these pureblood aristocratic families don't possess a dark artifact or two? Where is their depth, I ask you? If you truly intend to confront them, why not have acted decisively back then? They collected that exorbitant sum of galleons, and now they're back for more. Believe me, periodically visiting pureblood families to extort money might not concern them as much. But such actions are akin to trampling their dignity into the ground. Dear headmaster. Dumbledore paused for a moment. You know I cannot interfere with the ministry's decisions. The voices within the ministry are far too numerous. Nicoles nodded leisurely. In China, there's an ancient saying, a centipede, though dying, does not collapse. Since they are targeted, one must be prepared for their retaliation, right? After all, you cannot truly eradicate them from the wizarding world. The suppression must have its limits. Is it not somewhat lacking in grace to blame them for retaliating only after they have truly hit rock bottom? Nini's attitude towards purebloods is rather affectionate. Dumbledore, pondering some thought, tentatively remarked, I am quite tolerant towards all wizards, not just purebloods. Nicoles flashed him a smile, a nod to her noble lineage. Dumbledore felt a pang in his heart. It was indeed a formidable family, the Rogier lineage. In the face of the conflict between humans and wizards, the class struggles among wizards evidently lacked the strength to garner attention from the Rogier family. I understand, he conceded. Do not sigh, Nicky. She leaned closer to Dumbledore across Severus. I am not a terrorist. In fact, I am far more moderate, not extreme in the slightest. Truly, I can swear to Merlin. Shall we collaborate, headmaster? Nicoles cheerfully extended a hand towards Dumbledore. He glanced at her outstretched palm and inquired, what form will this collaboration take? Well, your primary concern is likely the resurrection of Voldemort, the return of death and bloodshed to the wizarding world. Our collaboration would be founded upon preventing his revival, and I would not compel you to act against public order or your own sense of justice. What do you say? Ah, Dumbledore sighed. No need for sighing. Will you join or not? I suppose I have no better options, do I? Dumbledore observed Severus, who was deep in contemplation, and recognizing that the latter would no longer act as his spy, he too extended his hand, clasping Nicoles's. Their hands shook before Severus, who observed the exchange with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Delightful collaboration, Nicoles exclaimed, genuinely pleased. At last, I have secured Dumbledore aboard my luxurious vessel. Oh, by the way, here is a little something for you. Nicoles released Dumbledore's hand and retrieved a silver box. What is this? A gift, a token of my sincerity. Dumbledore accepted it, somewhat bewildered, but Severus had already dispelled the protective enchantments on the box. This is Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore exclaimed. Severus? Dumbledore looked at Severus, who had grasped his wrist, and then he realized this too. Indeed, my reckless headmaster. Severus raised an eyebrow. It was found in the room of requirement. Dumbledore fell silent, reflecting on how fitting it was for such an arrogant artifact to remain undiscovered under his very nose for so long. Nicoles interjected dramatically. This underscores the importance of having a seer by your side. Would you not agree, headmaster? It is undeniable that seers possess certain insights that surpass the average person's. Nicoli smirked, recognizing the shrewdness of Dumbledore, who had swiftly adjusted his demeanor, masking any outward signs of his true feelings. Let us keep this item in my possession for now. However, Nicky, you must have researched ways to destroy it, correct? Of course, basilisk venom and fiend fire will suffice. I see, Dumbledore nodded. There is one more matter. Nicole's raised her hand. I wish to inquire about Lucius's responsibility in this affair. Truthfully, he himself is unaware that it is a Horcrux. Otherwise, he would never have dared to relinquish it. If Voldemort learned of it, he would certainly face dire consequences. Regardless, he is unfit to serve as a governor of Hogwarts, is he not? Adult conflicts should not involve children. After all, he was the one who allowed this notebook to be released, placing it at Hogwarts. Very well, perhaps we should convene to discuss this matter further? Oh, how so? I am quite interested in the position of governor, and believe me, Lucius would agree. Oh, very well then. I shall await your invitation for a gathering. Of course, it must be so. Nicole's fully relaxed, her eyes narrowing as she nestled into the sofa. Dumbledore remained absorbed in contemplation of the diadem and the notebook, while Severus leaned back, mimicking Nicole's posture, the two of them observing the preoccupied Dumbledore. While I am most pleased to have you as guests, do you not think the two of you are rather too relaxed? Dumbledore finally looked up, his eyes pained by the sight of the duo's nonchalance after hours of study. Very well, we shall not interrupt your research any longer. We will take our leave. Severus stood, pulling Nicole's along as they made their exit. Nicole's turned back to remind Dumbledore, the basilisk, Ares, shall remain with you for now. Do not use venom to treat the diadem, or it shall be rendered useless. I have a plan. With that, she was whisked away by Severus. Little did they anticipate that their prolonged stay in the headmaster's office would yield unexpected surprises awaiting them outside. Chapter 112. This has become chaotic. Perhaps, you should have classes today? Severus glared at the group of young witches and wizards blocking their path, irritation evident on his face. Why yes, Professor Snape, Hermione stepped forward. As Cedric was away attending class. Then may I inquire what you are doing here? Professor, where is Ares? Draco blurted out, his rehearsed lines forgotten. Well, Mr. Malfoy, are you questioning me? Severus's expression darkened. Nicole's, observing his mood, silently lamented Draco's misstep. Not at all, uncle. I am merely worried about it, Draco said, his demeanor sorrowful. Nicole's, the remaining young witches and wizards, who taught him that? Nicole's thought, witnessing Severus's sudden shift back to a more agreeable demeanor, internally exclaiming, who taught him this? Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Such theatrics. It is fine. It is merely in the headmaster's office for a while, and will be returned shortly. Severus's tone softened considerably. Draco's eyes lit up. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, uncle. He quickly gathered his companions and hurried away, not daring to glance at Nicole's. Aunt, I apologize for using you as a shield this time. The headmaster is simply too terrifying. You seem quite pleased. Nicole's leaned closer to Severus, her slender, fair hand resting on the soft flesh at his waist. Severus's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of delight sparkling in his eyes. Should I not be happy, my lady? Yet he is clearly playing you. That is of little consequence. He will learn the consequences of his actions. Yet for now, I am quite content. Severus wrapped his arm around her, guiding her forward at a leisurely pace. Poor Draco. Oh, Draco, you truly are. Theo, looking bewildered, stared at Draco, struggling to find the right words, eventually directing his gaze toward Draco's uncle, the most formidable source of sarcasm in their group. Hey, you all are quite something, aren't you? Draco rolled his eyes. If it weren't for my cleverness, you'd all be waiting for another 200 pounds of alloy or potion ingredients. Ron grimaced. You are insufferable. That woeful expression. Ugh. He rubbed his arms as if to shake off the discomfort. The others around him shared his sentiments of unease. What do you mean by that? Draco retorted, flustered. Isn't it useful? As the saying goes, a hero's origins do not matter. Indeed, it is true that heroes do not inquire about one's origins. Is that how it is used? If you possess the ability, why not show it? Ahem. Hermione awkwardly cleared her throat, suppressing the smile that threatened to break free at the corners of her mouth. She quickly smoothed her hair, not wanting to truly provoke anyone. I believe Draco's actions still hold merit. Harry immediately agreed, feeling quite confident in this matter. Yes, I concur. Fortunate we have Draco. Ron grimaced slightly. As a mature uncle, he understood the need to placate the younger generation. Perhaps I was a tad too harsh in my words. Humph. Draco haughtily tossed his head, striding ahead of them towards the classroom, leaving them far behind. Huh. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter, and soon, a few lagging young wizards joined in. Laughter cascading within the halls. Hermione, covering her eyes helplessly, also succumbed to laughter. Last year, who would have dared to imagine witnessing this side of Malfoy? Hey, Are you all coming or not? Draco poked his head around the corner, impatience etched on his face. Coming. Harry was the first to catch up. The remaining young wizards soon followed suit in a rush. After all, they were merely 11 or 12 years old, without the overarching environment pushing them. How much hatred could a mere squabble foster? Once the young wizards returned to school, they quickly immersed themselves in their studies, while the professors, suddenly finding their workload lighter, settled into a leisurely routine. With an increased staff, there was no longer a need for them to patrol daily while managing packed schedules. Thus, the older, single professors finally found time for themselves and engaged in a variety of leisurely pursuits. For instance, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout hosted tea parties, while Professor Flitwick and Hagrid organized wine-tasting events, and Flitwick also formed a dueling club with Nicole's. In no time, the professors' lives blossomed with vibrancy, though Dumbledore remained an exception, having recently become engrossed in the internet. According to Severus, he was currently engaged in discussions about Horcruxes with an erudite online acquaintance. Severus, do you think Dumbledore truly has no inkling that the other side of the mirror of Ariste is a teacher? After all, we revealed so much to him last time. Nicole's reclined on the sofa, resting her head on Severus's lap, covering her chest with the book in her hands, posing her inquiry. Severus, who was also reading, lifted his gaze from the pages, pondering for a moment. He might not be entirely unaware. After all, they were once very familiar with each other. Perhaps Dumbledore simply requires this layer of concealment. You know, feigning ignorance while being fully aware is his forte. Ha! Nicole's was nearly in stitches. Does Dumbledore know how you portray him? Isn't it the truth? Severus tilted his head, turning a page, dismissing the witch who was laughing uncontrollably, redirecting his focus back to his book. I absolutely detest your earnest critiques. Nicole's playfully chided him while giving him an honest thumbs up. By the way, will Lucius be coming over the weekend? Yes, rest assured. I have already briefed him. He has no objections to you taking over the position of a school governor. After all, it was a miscalculation on his part. However, he is quite interested in the collaboration you proposed. Severus freed one hand to smooth Nicole's silky hair, indicating that everything was arranged. Splendid. Nicole sat up, realizing her plans needed to be set in motion. Plans? Severus was somewhat taken aback. They spent every day together. How could he be unaware of any plans Nicole's had? Perhaps your partner could know ahead of time? No, it's a secret. Nicole's extended a fair finger, shaking it playfully. Severus, have you never heard the adage that secrets make a woman more alluring? As she spoke, she mimicked an animated character from her memory, dramatically placing her finger against her red lips and winking. I believe Miss Rosier is already quite captivating, especially to me. Severus closed his book, gazing at her with an air of leisure. Well said. Nicole's planted a resounding kiss on his cheek. Severus smirked slightly, leaning closer to her. Is this a reward? Nicole's kissed him again on the lips, then promptly leapt off the sofa. Of course, I must check on the alchemy office to see how those little ones are faring with the alloy. See you later, Severus. With that, she dashed out of the cellar without a backward glance. Severus touched his lips, chuckling softly as he shook his head, resuming his leisurely reading. Ever since Nicole's and Severus no longer concealed their romantic relationship, the young Slytherins had grown accustomed to encountering Nicole's in the cellar. As she strolled through, greeted by the young serpents, Nicole's took a detour to the dining hall, retrieving some desserts from pudding, and leisurely made her way to her office on the 4th floor. Hi, darlings. It's tea time. Nicole's opened the door to the alchemy office, filled with disgruntled faces. Chapter 113, My Heart Hurts. Hey, don't be like that. Can't desserts soothe your woes? Especially my dear badgers. What is hindering your rush towards delectable treats? Oh, Draco, stop tugging on Cedric's robes with your little hands. Do you wish to fly a kite? Release him at once. Do not obstruct his journey toward culinary delight. Cedric, using all his strength, clung tightly to Cedric in front of him, while Harry and Ron each restrained a badger. Do try to show some maturity. Don't let the allure of sweets corrupt you. Remember, we still have hundreds of pounds of alloy to contend with. Draco exasperatedly added. But we were the first to break the school rules. Selma Malaglov's eyes sparkled at the sight of the desserts in Nicole's hands. But those are 200 pounds of tin and brass, totaling 400 pounds. Ron was the first to protest. Hey, little Ron, let me remind you that you, Harry, and Hermione are still under a labor detention, lasting until next semester. You cannot simply forget that your detention cannot be altered to coincide with the dueling tournament. This detention has saved you. Otherwise, you would have been randomly assigned to Filch. Upon hearing this, Ron slumped, and Harry shivered at the thought. While it's true that no one in school is currently discussing the heir situation, the Mandrakes have yet to mature, and Madame Pomfrey has not yet recovered. If it were to fall into the hands of the only one still misunderstanding him, Filch would rather stay here making alloys. At least Professor Rosier would single him out and would prepare delicious snacks. When one grows despondent, their grip loosens. And Selma and another badger quickly moved to Nicole's side, joyfully arranging the desserts. Cedric glanced back at Draco, who still held tightly to his robes, releasing a long sigh. He should never have sat so close. From the first moment he had allowed these youngsters to use him as a shield, he should have known better. His flour cakes, his cloud cakes, his double-skim milk. My heart aches. Are you really not coming over to eat? Selma asked with her mouth full of desserts, turning back to inquire. Draco let out a sigh. The rebellion plan had faltered. His grip loosened, causing the small badger to dart away. Nicole's, however, bore no ill will towards them. With a wave of her hand, an array of desserts floated before each individual. The small creatures, who had just attempted to resist, now wore expressions of mild shame. Yet their little hands eagerly accepted the treats and began to indulge. Nicole's plopped down beside Draco, reaching out to tousle his hair, which, for once, was free of hair gel. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare to sulk? Me sulking? Draco paused, his hand hovering over the desserts, ready to retort, but then recalled how he had used Nicole's as a shield. Ha ha, auntie. Spare me, Nicole's chuckled benevolently. I heard you ventured into the Forbidden Forest no less than a dozen times during the holidays? Draco's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Beside him, Mr. Basilisk silently withdrew into the shadow of the table, thinking, you can't see me, you can't see me. Humph. If you wish to keep something secret, you must not partake in it, young brother. Now hand it over. Nicole's extended her hand towards Draco, lightly tapping her chin to imply he should comply willingly. What? Draco feigned ignorance. Do not compel me to take action, young Malfoy, Nicole's warned, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. Just because I dislike striking children does not mean I won't do it. Understand? Draco's head drooped in defeat, and he obediently retrieved an oval-shaped black alchemical device from his pocket, handing it over to Nicole's. Farewell, dear protective charm. Farewell, beloved Forbidden Forest. Farewell, eight-eyed giant spiders. Farewell, fluffy little unicorns. Nicole's deftly accepted the device, tucking it away with a flick of her wrist. It was far too perilous for Draco to retain such an object. The Forbidden Forest harbored more than just the eight-eyed spiders subdued by the basilisk. Centaurs and werewolves also resided within. And while the centaurs might adhere to some semblance of order and merely expel intruders, the werewolves were a different matter entirely. The protective charm had its limits, and the basilisk could not guarantee the safety of every young wizard. This device might withstand an onslaught from werewolves for a time, but who could assert that unforeseen incidents would not occur? Even if they were forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, there were still a few troublemakers among the group, not to mention a couple of fearless little lions. Merlin knew what sort of peculiar chemistry would arise if they continued to hold onto this device. Nicole's was convinced that this situation was akin to entrusting a mouse with guarding a grain store. She dreaded the thought of them discovering alternative uses for it, such as daring escapades into the Black Lake or imprisoning ghosts. Who knew? They might even manage to capture a mermaid from beneath the waves. Little birds, do refrain from risking those adorable creatures, she cautioned. According to Hagrid's rough estimates, the offspring of Aragog he had nurtured in the Forbidden Forest had already been nearly decimated by this group of young wizards and that spider-loving basilisk, Ares. Heaven knew. If they were allowed to remain for a few more days, they might even lead the basilisk to wipe out the eight-eyed giant spiders entirely. Professor, this cannot be blamed on Draco, the brave Harry spoke up. During the holidays, we had no one to spar with or guide us, which led us to decide to enhance our skills in the Forbidden Forest together. Hermione chimed in. Yes, Professor, although we only learned of this matter after the term began. We did not deter them. Instead, we chose to participate, and we share the blame. We are truly sorry. Yes. We even attempted to evade punishment, Ron sighed, glancing despondently at the medals scattered around the room. With a heavy heart, he admitted, this was wrong of us, and we sincerely apologize. Very sorry, Professor. Cedric and the other young wizards echoed in unison. Well, Nicole's ruffled Draco's drooping head. I shall forgive you this time, but do not engage in such perilous endeavors again. However, Draco looked up at her with a hint of grievance. If you wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest as a group again, it is permissible, but you must seek permission from at least a headmaster-level professor. Only upon their consent, and with at least one professor accompanying you, may you set forth again. Can you manage that? Yes, Draco exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the prospect of returning to the Forbidden Forest. He immediately wrapped his arms around Nicole's, beaming with joy. He knew his aunt was the best. Now, hurry and eat, my dears. There is an entire room filled with alloy awaiting you. Oh, no. Chapter 114. A dangerous game. The hardness and refinement of the alloy required considerable time, and the metal proportions demanded meticulous attention, rendering it a task beyond the capabilities of second and third-year young wizards. Fourth-year students, constrained by their magical reserves, could only manage limited quantities in a day, compounded by their class schedules and training commitments. Thus, it was not feasible for them to complete this daunting task quickly. Consequently, a group of young wizards who had previously ventured into the Forbidden Forest, yet had not appeared in the headmaster's office that day, voluntarily joined in on the 400-pound alloy punishment, striving to lend their meager strength to rescue their companions. Nicole's office quickly transformed into a gathering place for the young wizards from all 4 houses. Even Dumbledore and the heads of the other 3 houses visited to observe this grand labor confinement involving over 30 participants. Merlin knew how rare it was to witness over 30 young wizards from different houses quietly working together, without quarrels or flushed faces, even sharing laughter while crafting alloy. Professor McGonagall was so moved that tears glistened in her eyes. Dumbledore observed thoughtfully, recalling a legendary headmaster from Hogwarts, as during their tenure, the 4 houses had exhibited unprecedented unity. This remarkable scene persisted for quite some time, but before they could finish their alloy work, another occasion arrived: Valentine's Day. Faint sunlight filtered through thick clouds, illuminating the spires of Hogwarts Castle in February. The weather gradually warmed, and nature subtly hinted at impending revival. The young wizards were about to encounter this awkward yet exhilarating holiday. Recently, Draco and Harry had been exceedingly busy, juggling classes, dueling club practices, and even squeezing in time for Quidditch training and alchemical confinement. Each felt as if they could scarcely divide themselves into 8 pieces. Thus, they remained oblivious to the undercurrent of excitement brewing within the school until the morning of Valentine's Day. Draco, having practiced Quidditch late into the night, arrived at the Great Hall a bit late, only to bump into a similarly disheveled and bleary-eyed Harry. The two exchanged glances, each letting out a disdainful huff before turning away. Yes, the rivalry had reignited, this time over Quidditch, and as the next match approached, this atmosphere permeated the various houses. For every young wizard believed their own house to be the finest, did they not? As the 2 individuals, adorned with a sense of rivalry, squeezed their way into the grand hall, they were contemplating how to unleash their sharp tongues upon each other when they were abruptly struck by the spectacle before them. For a prolonged moment, both questioned whether they had entered the wrong venue. The entirety of the hall was enveloped in an overwhelming display of large, vibrant pink flowers. And to their dismay, the pale blue ceiling was festooned with heart-shaped confetti, with multicolored paper bits cascading gracefully from above. Draco exchanged a bewildered glance with Harry. The venomous retorts that had been on his lips now redirected towards a new target. Have we inadvertently stumbled into the lair of some elderly fairy? By Merlin's tattered trousers. I swear I've never encountered such atrocious taste in decor in my life. Indeed, you speak the truth, Harry murmured, surveying the garish embellishments surrounding them. Draco shook his head in disdain, his expression contorted in distaste as he made his way to the Slytherin long table. Meanwhile, Harry was already inquiring about the peculiar situation at hand. Ron, tugging at a piece of confetti that clung to his head, pointed at the stage, utterly at a loss for words due to the nauseating display before him. Gilderoy Lockhart, resplendent in his flamboyant pink robes that harmonized with the decor, was gesturing for silence, his demeanor revealing the stiffness of the professors seated beside him. From the perspective of the young wizards, Draco could distinctly observe the slight twitching of his aunt's facial muscles. Their headmaster appeared as though he had just been force-fed a vile potion. Happy Valentine's Day, Lockhart exclaimed exuberantly. I am immensely grateful to the 46 individuals who have sent me cards thus far. Yes, I have decorated the hall to surprise you all. Oh, but that is not all. A mysterious smile graced Lockhart's lips as he clapped his hands, summoning a procession of cherubic figures, albeit not genuine cupids, but rather a band of expressionless, somewhat menacing dwarfs masquerading as the mythical beings. Lockhart had adorned them with golden wings and harps, transforming them into caricatures of the little cupids from fables. I present to you my friendly cupids, laden with cards. Lockhart continued, his smile unwavering. Today, they will circulate the school, distributing Valentine's cards to you. And the merriment does not end there. I believe my esteemed colleagues would also like to partake in this occasion. With a flourish of his hand, he directed the little wizard's gaze towards the professor's table. Perhaps Professor Snape could enlighten you on the art of potion making. Or you may seek the counsel of the erudite Professor Flitwick, who knows more about enchantments than any wizard I have encountered. What a sly old fox he is. Professor Flitwick, abashed, buried his face in his palms, wishing fervently for the embarrassment to vanish. Meanwhile, Severus's countenance darkened profoundly, as if he would not hesitate to poison any young wizard daring enough to inquire about love potions. Nicole silently applauded Lockhart in her mind, recognizing the potential for him to become the school's most notorious figure, a true master of self-sabotage. Wait, the most wanted in the school? Nicole suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, glancing towards Dumbledore at the center of the long table, who responded with an eager twinkle in his eyes and a suggestive wink. Ah, old B, you truly are something. Creating a school-wide antagonist to foster harmony among the four houses? Such a ludicrous event could only be sanctioned by Dumbledore. It was not the time of frequent petrifications, and there was no need for an event to enliven the school atmosphere. Thus, the smooth execution of this activity was indeed intriguing. Just as I thought, Dumbledore, you learn swiftly. But why does it feel as if this idea is rather skewed? Who taught him this? Disgusted, Draco glanced at the food tainted with pink confetti, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. It had already been a troublesome morning, and now he was to endure hunger during class. Can Lockhart not focus on something of substance? Chapter 115, Beyond Reach. Daphne observed Draco's grim expression and gently tugged at her sister's sleeve, quietly informing her of Draco's predicament. Astoria nodded in understanding. Producing an apple pie and juice to offer him, she often lacked an appetite due to her poor health, hence carried snacks with her at all times. Draco raised an eyebrow at Astoria, the pangs of hunger compelling him to accept her offering. He had trained late the previous night and was now undeniably famished. Gratefully accepting the food, he nodded in appreciation and swiftly began to eat with an elegant demeanor. Quite delightful. This little green grass possesses a refined palate. Opting for green apple flavor, I shall procure some treats from pudding to express my gratitude later. Draco consumed his meal quickly and soon departed the hall with Crabbe and Goyle, unable to tolerate the garish decor any longer. As they exited, they encountered Harry and his companions. Draco smirked, commencing his mockery. Granger, you haven't done something foolish, have you? At this, Ron's face lit up with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You think Hermione is one of those 46, don't you? Draco rolled his eyes, perplexed by Ron's exuberance. Hey, listen, Ron, Hermione exclaimed, swiftly covering Ron's mouth to silence him. Ron, suddenly subdued, allowed his head to droop weakly to one side. Harry sighed, often pondering the Sorting Hat's reliability. His two friends were clearly misaligned. One belonged in Hufflepuff, while the other was a natural Ravenclaw. I think it's time we head to class, don't you? He suggested. Goyle and Crabbe nodded in unison. The trio exchanged glances, and Goyle and Crabbe swiftly hoisted Draco, while Harry adeptly draped an arm over each of his friend's shoulders, physically separating the battleground of their little group. Draco's legs flailed helplessly in the air. Ugh, I can't even touch the ground. Grow taller. Make it happen. Drink milk like water today. He was thoroughly fed up with this awkward position. Throughout the day, the diminutive Cupids continued to invade their classrooms, delivering Valentine's cards, much to the chagrin of the professors. Later in the afternoon, as the Gryffindor students ascended the stairs for Charms class, one of them caught up with Harry. Hey you, Harry Potter, shouted a particularly glum little figure, elbowing his way through the crowd to approach Harry. Nicole's face ignited with curiosity, having attentively monitored Harry's whereabouts all day. Finally, the moment she had been waiting for had arrived. She produced half a bag of sunflower seeds and began to munch eagerly. However, Nicole glanced at the small badgers that had nestled beside her, along with a rather impure little lion. Ron, how on earth did you manage to infiltrate this band of badgers? She inquired. Skillfully, she distributed a handful of sunflower seeds to each of her companions, ensuring they found the perfect vantage points to observe the chase between Harry and the little Cupids. Oh, the way these diminutive beings pursue their quarry is utterly unscrupulous, Selma Lagrove exclaimed, watching as the little folk resorted to kicking shins to part the crowded throng. I have a musical message to personally convey to Harry Potter, one of the little folk declared, adopting an aggressive stance as it struck the strings of a harp. Oh, Merlin S. Beard, Ron muttered, munching on seeds while furrowing his brow. Does Lockhart owe this lot money? Such a fierce tone. Normal, Nicole interjected between bites of her seeds. Just think about it. If you were parading around school dressed like that, your resentment would likely surpass that of these little creatures. Ron pondered this and found merit in her words, redirecting his attention back to the unfolding spectacle. Not here. Harry's expression was one of utter embarrassment. Although he lowered his voice, the keen-eared onlookers took notice. Stop right there. The little folk grumbled, seizing Harry's backpack as he attempted to flee, dragging him back. Let go of me, Harry shouted, his mortification peaking as he tugged at his backpack. This was exceedingly humiliating. Wesley, aren't you going to assist your good friend? Draco had mysteriously appeared among the crowd, adeptly procuring a handful of seeds from his aunt to share with Goyle and Crabbe, seamlessly blending in. Ron paused mid-munch, shaking his head seriously. What if this is Harry's true love? I cannot thwart a pure affection. Hermione shook her head in exasperation. If only you could suppress that look of sheer delight on your face, perhaps I might believe you. However, Nicole cast a knowing glance at Ron, recognizing his prophetic stance. Indeed, this is Harry's true love, a classic love letter from your beloved little sister. Let us hope she does not weep upon discovering the truth. Professor, Selma leaned closer to Nicole, her her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she furtively glanced at Wesley. Is there an insider scoop? Nicole regarded the adorable young witch with surprise. Such perceptiveness was indeed a rare gift. A natural-born informant, perhaps. With a subtle gesture, Nicole indicated Harry, still entangled with the little folk, and Ginny, who stood nearby. Her expression decidedly off-kilter. She shared a knowing look with Selma, who instantly grasped the implication. Nicole then handed her a generous handful of seeds, their silent understanding palpable. With a loud rending sound, Harry's overburdened backpack finally succumbed to the strain, unleashing a cacophony of scattered belongings. His wand, parchment, and quill tumbled to the ground, the ink bottle shattering atop the heap. Harry sighed, staring vacantly at the little folk, aghast at the sight of his new backpack, which he had just purchased for himself. He had hoped to swiftly gather his scattered possessions and escape before the little folk began their serenade. But alas, the gathering crowd of onlookers had only increased, resulting in a veritable traffic jam. He could not resort to kicking shins, leaving him unable to make his escape. Chapter 116, They Must Be Watched. This is truly a most embarrassing predicament for our great savior. Draco's voice rang out, amplified with his distinctive aristocratic lilt, piercing Harry's heart. It was evident that Harry's expression of despair deepened. He had no doubt that should he suffer humiliation in this corridor today, the members of his little group would have a year's worth of jests to hurl at him. What is with this chaos? The few sober members of the Weasley clan had arrived at the scene of the fray. Harry's anxiety peaked. Was he truly destined to endure such shame in front of all his acquaintances? Fortunately, the twins were absent, and he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, it was clear that this relief was premature, as he was suddenly yanked down by the little folk, who had no regard for decorum. One particularly unrefined little creature plopped down upon his ankle, commencing a dedicated performance. His eyes are as green as a newly pickled toad. His hair is dark and sleek as a blackboard. I hope he is mine. He is truly handsome. He is the valiant warrior who conquered the Dark Lord. The scene fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into raucous laughter, akin to droplets splashing in hot oil. Harry lay on the ground, his eyes vacant. It appeared he had mentally vacated the premises some time ago. Draco and the Badger's uproarious laughter echoed around him, and he wished he could evaporate into steam on the spot. Percy began to disperse the throng of young witches and wizards, while Hermione and Ron, struggling to contain their laughter, each took action, one to shoo away the little folk, and the other to help the now distant Harry back to his feet. Nicole silently clocked the moment, exchanging a knowing glance with her new companions, discreetly withdrawing from the scene. Ahem, one must maintain decorum. After all, she was a professor and could not afford to laugh too uproariously. Ha! Green as a newly pickled toad. Ha! Events continued to unfold in a manner Harry most dreaded. Members of the dueling club had witnessed someone capturing the midday spectacle on a recording ball, inevitably leading to the twins becoming aware of the incident. That evening, Harry retired to bed much earlier than his dormitory mates, largely due to George and Fred's new composition. The eyes like a newly pickled toad song. How utterly vexing. How did this debacle come to light? It all traced back to the midday confession scene, where Pansy, having acquired a recording ball, developed a fervent passion for photography. Nicole had seen her work. The compositions were flawless, the aesthetics on point, and the narratives fluid. Were this to be showcased in the Muggle world, she would undoubtedly be hailed as a promising director. Sharing her creations seemed to satisfy some of the young lady's inclinations, thus propelling her newfound hobby into uncontrollable heights, even exhibiting a trend towards professionalism. This Slytherin serpent, employing her family's legacy of cunning, established a small photography club at Hogwarts, encompassing Colin Creevey, a devoted fan of Harry, as well as a cadre of informed and like-minded Badgers, and those enthusiastic about crafting melodramatic tales. This significantly enriched the extracurricular lives of Hogwarts students. Pansy and her assistant, Daphne, ascended to the status of renowned director and assistant director, respectively, even garnering the attention of various creatures eager for the next installment of their photographic tales. This newfound fame undoubtedly satisfied Pansy's vanity, prompting her to seek guidance from Professor Burbage, whom she had once scorned, to learn about the artistic and cultural nuances of the Muggle realm. However, Professor Babbage, being of considerable age, is rather unfamiliar with the contemporary cinematic and television trends. Nevertheless, she does not wish to squander the rare kindness shown by Little Snake, and thus she introduces Pansy and her companions to Nicoles, who has generously gifted her a plethora of Muggle literature. Nicoles, being well-versed in such matters, owing to her soul's origins from a future world that has undergone an information explosion, dazzles Pansy and her companions with a succession of clever ideas and melodramatic scenarios, effectively brainwashing them into the ambition of expanding the entertainment industry within the wizarding community, starting from their school. She even expresses her willingness to invest in them, presenting several formal contracts to employ Pansy and her friends. Merlin, what second-year wizards have ever encountered such a spectacle? The young witches are filled with the exhilarating realization that their ideas are being respected, and they are imbued with a fervent ambition to embark on a grand venture. Particularly the pure-blood Slytherin girls, who, although not heirs to family legacies, are no fools. The formal contracts from the Morning Star and the investment from the Rogiers signify a radiant future. Who cares if a girl lacks inheritance rights? They are destined to carve out their own successes. Thus, within the confines of their modest photography club, nearly all the young witches transform into ambitious visionaries, treating their endeavors with utmost seriousness. Pansy and Daphne are particularly eager, wishing to reside in the photography club to devote themselves entirely to their cinematic aspirations. They even extend invitations to Nicoles and Professor Babbage to serve as honorary advisors, diligently focusing on the development of Hogwarts' entertainment sector, striving to expand beyond the campus and into the entire wizarding world. Videos like Harry's embarrassing moments and the twins' quirky music albums are mere trifles. Pansy and Daphne's short films and series are their main pursuits. To put it succinctly, the realm of Hogwarts entertainment is now firmly in their hands. Ha ha ha, Severus. You crack me up. Nicoles, seated on the sofa in the cellar, watches a segment where Harry and the little dwarf recite love letters, laughing uncontrollably. Merlin. This scene is perpetually refreshing. As a major shareholder and advisor in Pansy's photography club, she is always the first to receive any new products they create. Thus, that very afternoon, Nicoles received the footage and promptly rushed down to share it with her dear Severus. Why aren't you laughing, Severus? Isn't it amusing? Nicoles wiped away tears of laughter. Severus leaned in closer, his voice a low growl in her ear. At least Potter received a Valentine's Day gift, didn't he? Perhaps my partner has forgotten what day it is, other than to enjoy the spectacle? Ah, is he feeling jealous? Nicoles wrapped her arms around his neck. But how do you know I haven't prepared a gift for you? Oh. Severus lowered his gaze to meet hers, extending a large hand, the request unmistakable. Nicoles playfully swatted his hand away. Wait, it's not time yet. But what about my gift? Here, Severus produced a large box and handed it to her. What is this? Can I open it now? Chapter 117. Can it be redeemed early? Nicoles eagerly accepted the box, ready to unwrap it, but Severus restrained her fingers. Perhaps. Miss Nicoles, it would be best to wait until you are alone to open it? Nicoles looked up, puzzled, catching the hint of discomfort on his face. Her curiosity piqued beyond containment. Then I shall return to the alchemy office right now, Nicoles exclaimed, ready to dart back to her office. Well, perhaps Miss Rogiers need not be in such a hurry. Severus pulled her back, leaning in, his hand naturally resting on her waist, unwilling to let her escape easily. But I am curious about my gift. I am equally curious about mine. So can it be redeemed early? No, Nicoles replied emphatically, crossing her arms over her chest. Then perhaps I might indulge in my afternoon tea a bit early? The words were barely out when Severus's warm kiss descended upon her lips, the sounds of their affectionate kiss resonating throughout the cellar office. Ultimately, they did not succumb to folly. Severus had a class to teach in the final period of the afternoon, instructing the seventh-year wizards. As Nicoles reclined on the sofa, watching him hastily depart the cellar, she sprang upright, performing a quick stretch, and immediately retrieved the large box. Upon opening it, she discovered a pale green envelope atop a silver box. Not rushing to unveil the silver box, she swiftly tore open the envelope instead. This was. Nicoles' eyes began to glisten as she read each word within. After finishing, she pressed the letter to her chest, her heart feeling as though it were submerged in a tangy liquid, both sour and tender. Cherishing the letter and rereading it before carefully tucking it back into the envelope to set it aside, finally opening the silver box. Inside was an elemental heart. A brilliant deep blue water elemental heart in the form of a dodecahedron, resembling a pure sapphire. Yet, it was far more precious than a mere gem, as the elemental heart is the most coveted yet unattainable treasure for every alchemist. According to alchemical theory, all things in the world are composed of the four elements: earth, water, fire, and air, and the elemental heart embodies the purest essence of these naturally occurring elements. It is said that collecting all four elemental hearts can create the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary stone capable of transforming any metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life. Before now, only Nicodemus had successfully gathered and refined all four. Nicoles flipped her hand, revealing 2 additional small boxes. No alchemist could resist the allure of creating a Philosopher's Stone, and she certainly could not. Thus, since embarking on her journey in alchemy, whether through the power of Morningstar or her social networks, she has always kept a watchful eye on the whereabouts of the elemental hearts. After all these years, she had only managed to find 2, one a deep yellow earth elemental heart in the form of a hexagon, and the other a deep red fire elemental heart in the shape of a tetrahedron. With Severus's gift of the water elemental heart, she now only needs the air elemental heart to complete her collection. Nicoles was utterly moved. Considering her plans, she thought, what the heck, let us go for it. Honestly, when Severus went to his class, he too felt a sense of urgency as he recalled the content of the letter he had penned. Even he, for a moment, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The words he had written were ones he would rarely voice, sentiments he would never have the audacity to utter aloud. Yet they were indeed what he wished to express. He did not regret having conveyed them through a letter. Teaching the 7th grade young wizards is indeed a source of immense satisfaction. Thus, despite feeling a tinge of awkwardness upon entering the classroom, Severus found himself gradually absorbed in the role, allowing any discomfort to be suppressed deep within until the conclusion of the lesson. As he tidied up his lesson plans and cleaned the classroom after the students had departed, he inadvertently glanced up to see the group of 7th graders pausing at the doorway, casting him peculiar glances before turning away. He even discerned excitement and familiar gossip reflected on the faces of several girls. Severus furrowed his brow. Could it be that those little troublemakers with their heads full of nonsense were up to no good again? His expression darkened immediately, and abandoning the task of cleaning, he hastened towards the door, feeling the weight of their curious gazes upon him as he pushed open the door to the potions classroom. Contrary to his expectations, as soon as he stepped out, the young wizards erupted into a raucous cheer, emitting a cacophony of incomprehensible exclamations. Professor Snape is out. Oh, how thrilling. Standing at the entrance, Nicoles brushed her hair behind her ear and bashfully extended a bouquet of roses towards him, wishing him a happy Valentine's Day. Severus paused for a moment, then, captivated by the sight of Nicoles, whose cheeks flushed a delightful shade of red, a radiant smile blossomed on his lips, a smile that the surrounding young wizards had never witnessed before, sparkling with an enchanting light. He approached Nicoles, accepting the bouquet of red roses that symbolized love and affection. Oh, wow, how romantic. The surrounding clamor intensified, and just as the students were preparing to cheer again, Nicoles winked at Severus, swiftly taking his hand and leading him through the throng of gathered students towards the exit. The boldness of such an overt display of affection was utterly mortifying for Severus. Amid the astonished and curious expressions of the young wizards, he held the roses gently, allowing Nicoles to pull him along the corridors of Hogwarts, the bustling crowd parting around them as he focused solely on her. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who had hurriedly arrived at the scene, discreetly hid in a corner to observe this heartwarming moment. As they witnessed the joy of the young wizards they had guided into the school, McGonagall could not help but shed a tear of happiness. Dumbledore placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, reflecting on the profound nature of love, the most magnificent force in the world that could alter both the certain and the uncertain. However, after a moment of reflection, Dumbledore's habitual curiosity took hold. Feeling the need to snack during such a moment, he turned to see Selma and Ron sitting nearby, each cracking sunflower seeds. Where did those come from? Dumbledore pondered, momentarily bewildered. When did they arrive? Were we so engrossed that we didn't notice? Turning back, he saw a bustling crowd of young wizards, all staring with expressions of intrigue and gossip at the two figures that were almost out of sight. McGonagall felt her face flush with embarrassment. How could these children witness her indulging in such trivialities? Where had her dignity as the formidable lioness of Hogwarts vanished to? Dumbledore, after a brief shock, adjusted his demeanor and cheerfully accepted the sunflower seeds from Selma, relishing the moment. Life is about seizing joy at my age. What is wrong with enjoying a snack? He mused, unconcerned about the potential loss of dignity. Nicoles and Severus raced out of the Hogwarts castle towards the Black Lake, the male wizard following her without a hint of resistance. Nicoles turned to face him, her gentle gaze meeting his, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she teased, Severus, are you not curious where I am taking you? Wherever you are is where I wish to be, he replied. But what if I were to sell you? After all, you are a master of potions. How valuable that would be. I could sell you to a potion workshop and lock you away to brew potions endlessly. Nicoles playfully feigned menace, baring her teeth at him. Severus' laughter resonated warmly in Nicoles' ears as he embraced his spirited partner, responding, as long as it is your potion workshop, I would be content. Severus, how can you say such things? Nicoles felt her ears flush at his words, realizing just how adept he had become at teasing her. In February, the English sky darkens swiftly, and before 5 o'clock, the sun begins its descent. The last rays of Apollo's chariot scattered delicately across the shimmering surface of the Black Lake, illuminating the couple embracing by the shore. Nicoles glanced at the sky, sensing it was time, and leaned in to kiss Severus gently on the chin. Severus, would you like to come with me? The male wizard, perplexed but content in the warmth of the moment, gazed down at Nicole's smile and nodded unconsciously. Then I must blindfold you, Nicole's declared, producing a silver-green hairband. Severus's eyes lit up, evidently recalling a previous occasion associated with this very band. Well, of course, he replied, bowing his head to allow her to place it comfortably. Nicole's bit her lip, suppressing her blush, and closed her eyes. Severus obediently shut his eyes, feeling a soft, warm sensation brush against them before a cool, silky fabric enveloped his gaze. Nicole's deftly tied the hairband around his eyes, fashioning a lovely bow, but as she attempted to retract her hands, Severus, ever the opportunist, seized the moment. In an instant, he lifted her effortlessly, the unexpected sensation causing Nicole's to instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. The blindfolded Severus, with an uncanny precision, captured her lips, their kiss tender and passionate, as if practiced countless times before. Nicole's, adorned in a simple yet elegant French white dress crafted from silk, a fabric she adored, found the texture akin to her own skin, much to Severus's liking. Meanwhile, on the periphery of this intimate encounter by the Black Lake, Pansy and Daphne fumed at the barrier they were unable to breach. Curse this wretched barrier. With it in place, we cannot get through. How could they possibly capture first-hand materials? Although Professor Rogier is indeed their major shareholder, their business acumen is such that they should not have only managed to film a mere snippet outside the potions professor's door. This is nothing short of a significant debacle for their entertainment industry. No. Conversely, the young wizards, who seek only to indulge in gossip without concern for quality, have far lower expectations. In the 8th-floor tower of Hogwarts Castle, before the windows of Professor Dumbledore's office, a throng of young wizards pressed against the window, watching with eager excitement and emitting a chorus of enthusiastic squeals. Aside from Professor Flitwick, who was given special treatment, and Hagrid, who was ordered not to obstruct the view, the first 3 rows before the 2 large windows in Dumbledore's office were entirely occupied by the young wizards. Draco exclaimed, I must capture this and send it to Stuart grandfather and Melna grandmother. Harry blushed, while Hermione sighed. How romantic. Ron and Selma chimed in with their own expressions of excitement. Cedric noted, make sure to document this, it's all experience. While discreetly sneaking a glance at the equally excited Autumn, whose cheeks were flushed, the twins shouted in unison, woo. Meanwhile, Dumbledore silently stowed away the enchanted mirror he had been recording with, sending the video to an online friend with whom he had been conversing. A mischievous smile creeping across his face as he exited the chat. He then placed his hands on his hips, gazing affectionately at the little wizards in the room, as if to suggest that he had indeed grown forgetful in his old age. Young couples basked in romance, while the rest reveled in amusement. It was a delightful scenario where everyone appeared to have a bright future ahead. Pansy and Daphne protested, no. Unless we are allowed to film too. Following a prolonged kiss, Severus embraced the still flustered witch. Deprived of visual stimuli, his other senses became acutely heightened. The softness of her form and the faint scent emanating from her enveloped his senses. Not to mention, he could hear the slightly hurried breaths of Nicole's nearby and the thunderous beat of his own heart. Unable to resist, the wizard lowered his head, seemingly yearning to chase after that intoxicating realm once more. His lips were intercepted by a pair of slightly cool hands, and he nuzzled the softness of her palms with his prominent nose, tilting his head in confusion. Shall I take you somewhere? Nicolelus's voice reached his ears. The potions workshop? Severus inquired, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. How frightening. Are you going to sell yourself to me? If it's you, I would gladly oblige. Chapter 119. Fondness, Deep Fondness. A group of wizards and witches atop the tower watched as their alchemy professor guided their potions master into the Forbidden Forest. Ron and Selma immediately lost their composure, exclaiming, oh, it is against school rules for young wizards to enter the Forbidden Forest. Selma cried out, clutching her head in despair. Ron recalled their heavy alloy, his body sagging as if robbed of all strength. Draco clicked his tongue, retracting the recording orb from his hand, though his expression still betrayed a sense of dissatisfaction. However, upon remembering that their barrier devices had been confiscated, he too felt disheartened. The Malfoy family motto. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Without a barrier device, he dared not act recklessly. The twins, however, exchanged glances filled with excitement and immediately attached themselves to Hagrid. I think the young wizards should rest now, shouldn't they? Professor McGonagall observed the chaotic scene before Dumbledore's office, her brow furrowing. Indeed, it is rather late. You should return to your common room. Professor Flitwick chimed in from the back of the crowd. Very well. Let each house's head take their young wizards back to their respective common rooms. Dumbledore declared with finality, assigning Hagrid to escort the Slytherins. Yes, headmaster, Hagrid nodded. This simple-minded giant meticulously fulfilling his dear headmaster's request as he half-pulled, half-guided Draco and a few young snakes toward the exit. Oh, Hagrid. There are still a few young wizards by the Black Lake. Do not forget them. Of course, Headmaster. Hagrid deftly separated Fawkes from Draco while still holding onto the little snakes trailing behind him, all the while remembering to respond to Dumbledore's instructions. All right, little ones. Off to bed now. Their respective professors led their charges away, and the tumultuous atmosphere that had recently filled the headmaster's office faded into quietude, as though the earlier clamor had been but a figment of imagination. Dumbledore sighed, picking up the enchanted mirror that had been vibrating incessantly since he sent the video. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he pressed the answer button, and the video connection was established, plunging the room into an even deeper silence. No words were exchanged. The individual on the other side of the mirror greedily traced the silhouette of the elderly figure before him. After some time, Dumbledore stepped towards the inner chamber, the air seemingly carrying a faint sigh and a whispered gale. Nicolis carefully guided Severus along the path within the forbidden forest, the moonlight illuminating their way, enhancing her vision. However, the dense undergrowth of the forest obscured Severus's sight, necessitating her careful navigation. Along the way, Severus had already discerned the destination to which the witch, gripping his hand tightly, was leading him. The earthy scent of the forest and the occasional whiff of familiar potion ingredients filled his senses, allowing him to mentally chart Nicolis's path. Ultimately, he pinpointed their approximate location, and a smile graced his lips. When he noticed the vegetation thinning and the path becoming more navigable, he realized they had arrived at their destination. Nicolis's voice, tinged with excitement, finally broke the silence. Severus. We have arrived. With a gentle tug, Severus pulled the witch closer to him, pondering, perhaps I might finally embrace the light, the goddess governing my sight. Of course, I shall permit it. With that, Nicolis extended her hands, reaching behind Severus's head to untie the bow of his hairband. The long-awaited light re-emerged before him, yet Severus did not immediately survey his surroundings. Instead, he smiled at Nicolis, gripping her hand as she tried to retract it. Nicolis tilted her head. What are you doing? Hurry and see where I've brought you. No rush. Severus leaned closer, maintaining his hold on her hands, and gently pecked her lips. You guessed it, didn't you? Nicolis recognized the expression on his face, feeling a blush of embarrassment at being discovered, and she pouted slightly. Severus remained silent, his gaze fixed on her until her face flushed deeply and the hand he held began to struggle. Only then did he release her, once again enveloping Nicolis in his arms, turning to place a soft kiss on her hair before finally surveying their surroundings, which happened to be the very patch of grass where they had agreed to duel. He recalled that this patch of grass had been left in utter disarray by their magical duel, yet now it had been miraculously restored. The moonlight tonight was particularly luminous, cascading like a silver waterfall suspended in the deep blue night sky, with the mist it generated swirling gently, creating a natural veil. Several orbs of golden magical light, about the size of a fist and radiating warmth, floated around the waterfall, intertwining with the tiny splashes of water to weave a scene both strange and dreamlike. The surrounding meadow was adorned with flowers favored by the two, blooming resplendently under the clear moonlight. At the heart of this floral display, beside the waterfall's lake, a beautiful silver tent stood quietly by the water's edge. Pudding, stationed before a meticulously arranged table outside the tent, bowed gracefully towards him from a distance and snapped her fingers. Instantly, enchanting points of light began to materialize above the flowers, forming a series of images depicting their shared memories. Nicolis, nestled in the embrace of the wizard, gazed up at Severus, her expression betraying a sense of triumph. Indeed, she was the most romantic of all. Surely this would touch Severus deeply. The luminous points danced in the air for an extended period before gradually dispersing. Yet they did not vanish completely, lingering like a scattered galaxy of shimmering ribbons, reflecting the beauty of the surroundings. Standing beneath the moonlight, Nicolis lifted her charming face and posed a question to the man before her. Do you like it, Severus? Severus, unable to restrain himself, gently cupped her proud, radiant face in his hand. How adorable she was, reminiscent of a feisty little kitten. I like it very much. Chapter 120. The magic circle will not be needed tonight. Perhaps feeling that words alone could not sufficiently convey his sentiments, the usually serious potions master extended his hand to lightly touch the shimmering particles before him. Are those magical particles? Severus raised an eyebrow in surprise. It typically took considerable time and effort to condense a single particle of magic from the air. How long did it take to create so many? This is but a fraction of my effort. I even devised a little spell for it. Would you like to learn? Indeed. Severus felt a softening in his heart as he allowed the witch to guide him, seating him at the table amidst the flowers while she recounted the inspiration behind her creation. He was indifferent to the notion of drones, but he deeply valued the thoughtful dedication of the witch before him. Severus, are you even listening? Nicoles pouted in mild frustration, observing his distant expression. Nini, I feel fortunate that Merlin brought you to my side, and I am equally grateful that you have come to cherish me. Pudding served the already prepared meal. Vanishing with a snap of her fingers, Severus poured himself a glass of red wine and, taking his chair, moved closer to Nicoles. Opposite you? No. I refuse to be so far away, he declared, snapping his fingers again to summon his meal. I think it's best if our dining table isn't too large in the future. Nicoles burst into laughter. What did the table do to you? It keeps you too far from me, Severus replied with mock seriousness, expertly swapping his neatly cut steak with Nicoles', revealing a satisfied smile as he fed her a small piece. Nicoles swallowed and pondered, but I prefer larger dining tables. What then? Then you must ensure that you always sit beside me. Very well. Nicoles smiled up at him, raising her glass to gently clink against his. I promise. Severus lifted his glass, gazing at the rose-hued liquid within, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes as he tilted his head back to drink. His gaze wandered over the grass they had traversed. Splendid, the headband remains. The wine is delightful. Indeed. Nicoles, completely unguarded, eagerly began to share the wine's provenance. It's from Vinda's collection. She said this bottle is older than I am, crafted by a renowned wizard named Feline Alvier. I can't quite recall her fame, though. I know of her. She was a celebrated vintner of the last century, reputed for creating wines imbued with extraordinary magic. Really? I don't feel anything special. Nicoles took another sip, scrutinizing the flavors. It's just particularly delicious. Perhaps one must drink more to truly appreciate it? Fair point. Nicoles nodded thoughtfully, only to see Severus raise his glass again, producing another crisp clink as they emptied their cups. Severus refilled Nicoles' glass, and they savored the beautiful scenery around them, enjoying the exquisite atmosphere. By the time dessert was finished, Nicoles was pleasantly tipsy. Severus gently pulled the slightly dazed girl onto his lap, while with his other hand, he expertly cast a silent summoning spell. The silver-green headband flew into his grasp. As he caressed its cool, soft texture, Severus' gaze deepened. Nini, would you like to experience what it felt like when you guided me here? Huh. Nicoles looked up at him, slightly bewildered. What do you mean by that? Depriving sight and being led is a curious sensation. Would you like to try? Nicoles hesitated, realizing she had never experienced such a thing, and finally nodded. All right. I'll give it a try. But what if I don't like it? You will love it, I assure you. Severus reached out, brushing his fingers over Nicoles' clear, enchanting azure eyes, mimicking the gesture she had made earlier that day, before gently kissing her eyelids and slowly tying the headband around her eyes. The sudden loss of sight made Nicoles feel apprehensive. She instinctively clutched his wizarding robe tightly. Severus, it's so dark. Fear not, you'll soon forget. Severus's hand guided the witch to stand, leading her step by step toward the silver tent. Inside, the tent was cozily arranged, with warming charms cast on the walls, a soft carpet underfoot, and several adorable animal-shaped cushions scattered about, along with the unicorn blanket Hagrid had gifted her. Severus glanced around, understanding Nicoles' intention to stargaze together before returning. Though the tent appeared silver from the outside, its interior held a different charm. Looking up from within, one could see the sky unobstructed. At the edge of the tent was a simple, disposable magic circle, Nicoles' recent research achievement. Assessing its teleportation direction, he identified it as Hogwarts Castle. With a wave, he cast a series of silencing, concealment, and confusion charms. Well, it seems this magic circle will not be needed tonight. Severus? The prolonged silence left Nicoles feeling somewhat uneasy, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to the nearest wizard. Gently shaking his arm, she was unexpectedly swept up in his embrace, which sent her into a flurry of panic. Although she had been prepared for the events of the evening, this was certainly not the manner in which she had anticipated them unfolding. Once Nicoles regained her composure, she contemplated reaching for the hairband adorning her head. Yet, just as her fingers brushed against its edge, a pair of cool lips pressed against hers, filling her mouth with a familiar, slightly bitter liquid. The taste was unmistakably reminiscent of a magical power inhibitor. No one had warned her that Severus could hold such a grudge. Nicoles attempted to push Severus away, who was wholly absorbed in their kiss, oblivious to her protests. Unbeknownst to her, she had been laid upon a soft blanket. His hands, disregarding her resistance, began to traverse lower, jolting Nicoles from her intoxicated state, filling her with regret over her choice to drink. How could she not learn from past mistakes? She vowed to abstain from alcohol upon her return. Severus, however, granted her no opportunity for verbal objection. His lips remained steadfastly entwined with hers, dancing in their own fervent rhythm. In that moment, Nicoles became acutely aware of the heightened sensitivity of her other senses, deprived of sight. The skilled hands capable of concocting intricate potions exhibited an equal prowess in this intimate encounter, rendering her utterly pliant. Yet, it was clear that Severus was not satisfied with merely this. Chapter 121, Dearest Nicolis. The heat of his breath intensified at her ear, while the shifting shadows within the tent intertwined with the gentle flow of water from the nearby waterfall, creating a bizarre yet harmonious tapestry. Nicolis felt as though she were spiraling in the dark, the absence of vision stripping her of any sense of direction. She felt the cold fabric of the tent cling to her back as he lifted her, his lips never once relinquishing their hold on hers, pushing her toward the edge of the tent. They seemed to tumble into another realm, a dark world, where coolness met warmth, igniting sparks of passion across her skin. The day after Valentine's Day fell on a Saturday, allowing Nicolis the luxury of a late rise. She awoke around midday and engaged in a brief video conference with those at Neumgard, discussing their unspoken issues before retreating back into the comfort of her bed. She was utterly exhausted, more so than if she had endured a thorough beating from her teacher. She resolved never to associate with wizards of a particularly large-nosed variety again. When Severus returned from the alchemical office on the 4th floor to the cellar, Nicolis was still in a deep slumber. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead before stepping out of the inner chamber, retrieving the recording crystal he had obtained from the small snakes. He replayed the footage from the previous afternoon when Nicolis had come to collect him. A soft smile unconsciously graced his lips as he stroked a serpentine ring resting in his palm. Last night, he had whispered the words he had pinned to her, repeating them until she could bear it no longer, mentioning that there was another gift waiting for her in the cellar. They had used a transfer array to return to the cellar, an alchemical object of remarkable origin, which seemed to grant a connection to serpents and the ability to withstand a fatal blow. The rarity of such an alchemical artifact was undeniable, yet the true significance lay in the fact that it was a ring, a symbol of love. Severus's good mood lingered. Even as the incessant messages from Lucius on the magic mirror became somewhat tolerable, he replied to a few select messages, recalling the frenzied state his old friend had exhibited upon receiving the mirror. However, if Lucius were to discover that the Death Eater mark could indeed be removed, he would likely descend into further madness. Severus could vividly imagine Lucius's reaction upon learning this news. Lucius had been a steadfast companion throughout the years, his only peer with whom he had shared mutual support, both during their school days and through the shadows of their past. Reclining on the sofa, Severus reflected on the 32 years he had lived. No, 33, as he had recently celebrated his birthday alongside Nicolis, a splendid occasion. Gazing at the gentle expression captured in the recording crystal, his thoughts began to drift. This was a vision the former Severus could never have conceived, for he had never experienced such a depth of feeling, lacking even the material to dream of it. In the past, he had merely existed, devoid of passion or confidence, scarcely finding time to indulge in idle thoughts. Yet who could have foreseen that he would come to possess all he had longed for? A wise mentor, a true friend, and a beloved partner. His life had transformed into a vibrant tapestry, shedding the stagnant waters of yesteryear in merely 6 months. He had accomplished what he had chased for so long, and during the quiet hours of the night, he had pondered the essence of love. In comparison to his feelings for Nicolis, his relationship with Lily had lacked purity. They had been mere children, one yearning for magic in a household rife with abuse, and the other merely a kindred spirit. What he had mistaken for love had been a projection of his own self-awareness, a muddied cocktail of emotions and possessiveness. It was akin to discovering a cherished toy and wishing only to play with it himself. He had believed this was love, yet it was not. Such feelings were tainted by too many complexities. True love ought to be reckless and unrestrained, a sentiment that would shine through the eyes even when unspoken. Just as it did in the way he looked at Nicolis in the crystal. He was certain he had never regarded Lily with such a tender, loving gaze. Never. Though he loathed to admit it, perhaps Potter's direct expression of affection toward Lily had been the genuine approach to love. Even if he still viewed that foolish, reckless, and naive lion with disdain, he had settled his debt with Potter through little Harry. Although his rescue had been largely due to Remus, he had not been turned into a werewolf. He was nothing like that fool. He knew precisely what Black had intended in orchestrating those events, an insidious coward, believing he had evaded the darkness of the Black family. Such detritus belonged in the refuse pile. Azkaban was indeed the perfect abode for him. As for young Potter, he would continue to protect him for Lily's sake. Even if their bond was not one of love, she remained his dearest friend, and he would ensure that Potter retained his life. Severus's thoughts grew increasingly lucid as he untangled his emotions. He deftly stored away the recording orb and casually tossed a protective charm atop the cellar door before retreating to the bathroom, washing away the metallic scent that clung to him from his alchemical office. Those little wizards were utterly clueless, daring to knock on the cellar door so early in the morning. If they required supervision, Then there's Cellar King. He would oblige. However, supervising them for an entire morning merely to deduct a few points from Gryffindor was hardly worth his time. He would much prefer to return to the comforting embrace of his fragrant and soft partner for a few more hours of sleep. Of course, the protective charm was essential. Those little ruffians would not disturb them. Having donned a fresh set of nightclothes, Severus settled beside Nicolis, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead and tenderly pulling her into his arms. "My dearest Nicolis," he murmured, "I am acutely aware that for someone like me to fall in love is a grave error, yet I cannot suppress my yearning to draw near to you. Perhaps you understand that I am rather tedious and timid. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful that someone has seen my vulnerabilities and flaws and still chooses to remain by my side. You gaze at me with such luminous eyes, without the need for words, and for this, I feel I have waited an eternity. In your eyes, I behold my veiled self. You are destined to be my son. For you are the perpetual dawn that has risen in my barren wilderness, banishing the twilight from my world forever. Your devoted Severus Snape." Chapter 122. Is the client Merlin? Perhaps due to oversleeping on Saturday, Nicolis awoke early on Sunday morning, after venting her frustration by playfully nibbling on the still dreaming Severus. She swiftly made her way to the bathroom, casting 7 or 8 spells to lock the door behind her. At last, that wretched magic blocking potion had worn off. She was determined to concoct an anti-magic blocking elixir. By the time she leisurely completed her morning routine and changed her clothes, it was only 6:30. Nicolis dispelled the charms at the bathroom door, eager to assess the situation indoors. However, as her little black head peeked around the door, she was met with a pair of eyes that seemed to dance with mischief. "I assume our Professor Rosier possesses no snail-like qualities, does he? Sev, must you be so acerbic so early in the morning? Compared to someone who acts like a biting cabbage at dawn, I consider my remark exceedingly gracious, do you not?" "Humph. If I were a biting cabbage, what would you be? A biting cabbage farmer? Wow. Shouldn't the farmer allow the cabbage to bite a bit?" Indeed, a chuckle filled Nicolis's ears as the voice of her beloved resonated, earning her a deep morning kiss. Who says kissing isn't another form of biting? Their appointment with Lucius was set for 9 o'clock. After finishing breakfast, the two nestled on the sofa, awaiting his arrival. As the clock struck 8:30, a ghostly green light illuminated the cellar's fireplace, and Lucius strode out with confidence. Before either could rise to greet him, the fireplace glowed once more, and Narcissa emerged with the same poised grace. Nicolis's eyes brightened as she approached, offering Narcissa an enthusiastic embrace. "Cousin Chissa, what brings you here?" "Nini, good morning. What a lovely surprise." Nicolis cast a sidelong glance at Lucius, believing that these matters were to be kept from Narcissa, as they shared a tacit understanding that the daffodil, carrying half the Rosier bloodline, deserved a life of luxury, free from such trivialities. "Oh, dear Nicolis, please do not regard me so. It was Narcissa who consulted my magic mirror to see if I would come," Lucius said, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his nose, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Severus's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he rolled his eyes at the display of his peacock of a friend. Narcissa, unhurried, tenderly brushed Nicolis's hair aside before fixing her gaze upon her younger cousin with unwavering resolve. "You see, Nini, I should not be shielded behind my family." Nicolis regarded her for a moment, seeing her determination. She then turned to Lucius, who shrugged in reluctant concession. "Very well. Do not worry, dear. You are also my family, and I am not as fragile as you might think." "Of course, I have always believed that," Nicolis thought to herself, silently scoffing at the notion of the first person who deceived the Dark Lord under pressure being deemed weak. "Shall we depart?" Severus inquired, glancing at the two ladies before tilting his head towards the door, signaling for his friend to follow. "Let us go," Lucius proclaimed theatrically, grasping his wand as if preparing for battle, assuming the epitome of noble demeanor. Narcissa, having been married to him for some time, had grown accustomed to this scene, naturally intertwining her arm with his, exuding a similar elegance, though lacking Lucius's ostentation. But he was indeed quite ostentatious, especially with that pretentious way of speaking. Nicolis felt nauseated with each utterance and wondered how Narcissa and Severus could endure it without striking him. Beneath Nicolis and Severus's bemused gazes, Mr. Peacock, with his platinum plumage, treated the office as though it were his Malfoy manor, effortlessly opening the cellar office door with a flick of his wand. However, in the next moment, he collided with the protective charm with a resounding thud. "What the devil is this?" Lucius exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. "It's an alchemical protective charm, designed to provide a transparent shield for your residence," Nicolis interjected eagerly. "Its defensive strength is equivalent to 10 layers of armor, and the range is customizable." "How does that sound? Would Malfoy Manor require such a thing? Tempted? I can offer you a 20% discount in honor of Narcissa." "Then why on earth is this wretched contraption set up in the potion office?" Lucius retorted, That would be a question for young Mr. Malfoy. Severus replied with a feigned smile. Lucius found himself momentarily speechless as he recalled his clingy son's antics, an unbidden wave of guilt washing over him. Draco could indeed be bothersome, particularly when he clung to Narcissa, and Severus and Nicoles had only recently begun their relationship. Ahem, what is the maximum coverage area? Within 10 hectares, Nicoles replied cheerfully, dispelling the protective charm and tossing it to Lucius. Consider it a complimentary trial gift. Lucius caught it, naturally slipping it into his pocket. This is what our esteemed clients deserve, Nicoles mused. Draco's pocket out, yours in. Perhaps it's time we discuss the pricing. As the individual spoke, he stepped out of the potions office, then paused to turn back and inquired, a flat rate of 8 million galleons. How about I offer you the largest plot of 10 hectares? If it were anyone else, I would demand at least 10 million, but this is merely a familial concession. Oh, I believe I must exercise some caution regarding such a sum, mustn't I? Of course, my esteemed cousin-in-law, feel free to make use of it. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult the Mirror of Ariste. After all, you are a client of Merlin. Very well, my dear cousin. The two foxes exchanged a disingenuous smile. Nicoles gestured invitingly, while Lucius, with feigned grace, stepped out first. Severus, dismissing the childish antics of the pair, tossed his hair and followed in Lucius's wake, leaving Nicoles to mimic Lucius's proud and affected stance, drawing in her abdomen, raising her chin, puffing out her chest, and bending her arm. Narcissa, stifling a laugh, elegantly placed her hand on Nicolelis's arm, lifting her skirts slightly, and the two stunning ladies exited the potions office together. Chapter 123, Sweet Surrender. The group made their way to the 8th floor without incident. Severus announced the password, Cockroach Cluster. Dumbledore had been awaiting their arrival in his office. Rising to greet them as they entered, Severus acknowledged Dumbledore with a nod before taking a seat beside him, while Lucius and Narcissa settled opposite them, and Nicoles positioned herself between the two groups. Lucius regarded the seating arrangement with confusion, while Narcissa exchanged a contemplative glance with Severus. All right, now we can sit down and discuss matters, Nicoles said, pouring cups of brewed red tea for everyone present, a testament to her ingrained mastery of elegant social customs. So, what is it that you wish to discuss, Headmaster? Lucius inquired, leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, cradling his cup of tea. Narcissa remained silent, quietly sipping her tea, yet her ears remained attuned to the dialogue unfolding around them. Lucius, it is undeniable that you have made missteps in the past, Dumbledore remarked, ignoring the tea Nicoles had poured for him, dismissing it as lacking sweetness. After all, it is the victors who pen the truth, is it not? Lucius smirked arrogantly. He was well aware that the Dark Lord he once allied with was no paragon of virtue, yet this was a negotiation, and negotiations demanded the adept use of verbal finesse. Do you still adhere to such extreme ideologies? Dumbledore's gaze flashed with a sharp intensity. Headmaster, such empty rhetoric. Can I admit it, and can you believe it? Lucius set down his teacup, asserting that the interests of Slytherin were paramount. If you have the time to discuss this with me, why not instead enlighten me on what you can offer? After all, the wizarding world can never be confined to a singular voice, can it? No one can unify the thoughts of all, much like a millennium ago during the Goblin Rebellion. We purebloods stood on the side of justice within the wizarding realm, did we not? A millennium ago, our ancestors secured the survival and interests of wizards. But could they have foreseen that their descendants would now endure such oppression? Lucius tilted his chin slightly, having prepared extensively for today's negotiation. Was it not merely a matter of elevating oneself to a moral high ground? While he had long since abandoned any semblance of morality, his ancestors had not. And if the time to invoke their legacy was not now, then when? Indeed, Dumbledore's expression softened a fraction. History does not forget. No one seeks to unify the thoughts of the wizarding world. However, there are some individuals, some ideas that are extreme and perilous. The pursuit of such ideologies is inevitably drenched in blood and sorrow. This should not serve as a means for anyone to vent personal grievances and fulfill their own ambitions. I believe you can relate to this sentiment deeply. The room fell silent momentarily at these words, both Lucius and Narcissa furrowing their brows, particularly Narcissa, who felt a lingering unease from those dark days. The Malfoys were astute individuals. Perhaps they had initially been swayed by Voldemort's rhetoric, but as more Horcruxes were created, Voldemort's temperament grew increasingly unstable. When bloodthirst, volatility, and brutality manifested more frequently in a leader of a faction, they knew he was no longer worthy of their allegiance. Yet, at that time, they could not simply withdraw. They were compelled to display unwavering loyalty. After all, even the slightest hint of dissent would invite unspeakable retribution, or worse, an Avada Kedavra spell. No one wished for death. Each individual in the room was lost in their own thoughts. Nicoles took it upon herself to refill Dumbledore's teacup with ample honey. noting that the old man had been speaking for quite some time, without a sip of water. How dry it must be. Dumbledore tugged at the corners of his mouth, lifting the cup to conceal his contemplations. Ah, dear Nicolis. So refreshingly candid in every regard. He is not so senile as to be easily deceived. How many truly resonate with him? Apart from LeMay, how many wizards possess the knowledge to keep pace with his discourse? Moreover, that individual can hardly disguise himself. It is merely a matter of him going with the flow. He is not a true paragon of virtue. How could he possibly be devoid of self-interest? Moreover, Nicolis, this young lady, harbors no intention of concealment, engaging in a straightforward scheme, wagering on her affection for Gale. Her willingness to step into the fray signifies her lingering sentiment for Gale. Thus she is inclined to stand by his side, and vice versa. This may very well be a small test for Nicolis. In any case, he has perceived her intentions and finds them quite agreeable. The decision to take the initiative at this juncture and clarify her relationship with Gale is largely attributed to today's negotiations. Dumbledore is well aware of the Malfoys' prioritization of their interests, while he cannot promise to provide them with substantial and tangible benefits. This is, in fact, why few of the old pureblood families stand in support of him, as mere ideals and justice fail to sway these antiquated individuals. Yet Nicolis is different. She embodies Gale's ideals, but is not as extreme, a spirited young woman steadfast in her beliefs, reflecting a harmonious blend of both Gale's sharpness and his own gentleness. She is neither extreme nor bound by bloodlines, unlike Tom. Just observe how she has transformed the atmosphere at Hogwarts since her arrival. How long has it been since he witnessed the four houses' young witches and wizards mingling in such amiable camaraderie? He could hardly recall. As everyone pondered in silence, the atmosphere grew chill. Nicolis assumed her role once more, diligently refilling teacups for everyone. After a lengthy pause, it was Narcissa who broke the silence. Choosing to address the topic of utmost concern to her family, can that person return? Lucius similarly fixed his gaze intently upon Dumbledore. We will do everything in our power to ensure he cannot return. And how will you guarantee that? Or rather, what assurance do you have that you truly understand the nature of that individual, Lucius? Have you any inkling of how terrifying he can be? Chapter 124. It's quite ordinary. I believe I am aware, dear child. Do not be anxious, Dumbledore reassured him. So, was it Severus who informed you? Narcissa's keen gaze shifted towards Severus, who had remained silent, yet resolutely seated beside Dumbledore. Indeed, Narcissa, Dumbledore candidly acknowledged. Severus nodded in agreement. Such is the communication among the astute. No excess words were necessary. And the others present likely comprehended Severus's role as a spy. No wonder Dumbledore staunchly supported Severus post-war. But, Lucius, do you realize that notebook is a Horcrux? Severus, feeling Dumbledore's approach was rather languid, struck with a decisive blow, being one of the few present who truly understood Lucius. A Horcrux? Allow me to elucidate. Nicolis interjected eagerly. In essence, a soul that is not whole cannot enter the realm of the deceased. To evade death, one fragments their soul into numerous parts, integrating them into certain unique objects, which are referred to as Horcruxes. Lucius fell silent, aghast. No one had informed him that this notebook was a Horcrux. The Dark Lord had never mentioned it upon bestowing it to him. What were you thinking, great Dark Lord, being so careless? At the very least, you could have informed me that this was something of such monumental significance. You merely instructed me to keep it safe. Who could have foreseen this perilous trinket? Panic ensued. He had failed to safeguard something so crucial. No. If he returned, what fate awaited himself and the Malfoy family? Thus, as long as even one Horcrux remains, he cannot be deemed fully dead? Narcissa grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. And Narcissa pressed her lips together, the revelation leaving her profoundly unsettled. She did not wish to be ensnared by the Dark Lord, yet the Malfoys could not escape this fate. Draco was still too young to uphold the family legacy, and Lucius bore that accursed dark mark. There was no escaping their predicament. But should they ally with Dumbledore, how could they ensure the eradication of all Horcruxes? Look at me. Look at me. Nicolis raised her hand once more. Narcissa regarded her with a hint of confusion as Nicolis winked, implying something unspoken. Are you suggesting? Narcissa's hand clenched tightly. The seer. Yes, she had encountered Melina, the one with those iconic prophetic eyes. But that is not all. Observe this. Nicolis produced a dark arts detector from her alchemical ring. This dark arts detector was originally designed merely to identify the presence of dark artifacts within a certain vicinity. Lucius's expression shifted at this revelation. Surely Nicolis did not intend to make this public. Merlin forbid, should this device fall into the ministry's hands. What calamity would befall their pureblood estates? No, this cannot enter the market. However, I modified it. Do you see that indentation? By placing a fragment of Voldemort's soul within it, one can detect how many pieces the complete soul has been divided into in their approximate direction. Nicoli spoke without bravado. Her modifications indeed allowed it to detect the whereabouts of the source of the split soul. After all, she was merely a character in a story, and no one could guarantee that another variable like her did not exist. Thus, while this device could not provide precise navigation, it could ascertain the number of fragmented souls and their general location, which was sufficient when combined with her knowledge of the plot, so long as no unforeseen events transpired. Nini, can you guarantee this? Narcissa inquired anxiously, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Lucius silently wrapped an arm around Narcissa's shoulders, offering her unspoken comfort. What is your level of certainty? At least 90%. And that 10%? A margin of safety for myself. Lucius exclaimed, if you possess such confidence, why did you not articulate this sooner? What must I do? Or rather, what must the Malfoy family do? First and foremost, you can no longer serve as a Hogwarts governor. Dumbledore set down his teacup, his spirits buoyed by the young one's forthrightness. After all, you introduced that item into the school, and had it not been for Nicoles and Severus, Hogwarts might have faced dire consequences. Lucius hesitated. He was indeed culpable in this matter, yet he was reluctant to relinquish his position as governor. Although negotiations were underway, his absence would leave a significant void in the Slytherin contingent. If the successor were from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, it might be manageable, but should it be Gryffindor? The long-standing enmity between the two houses could easily lead to a suppression of Slytherin's standing. Do not presume this is merely an inter-house dispute. Outside of the school, they are natural allies. If Slytherin were to suffer a debilitating blow, and no outstanding young wizards emerged, what future would lie ahead for their house? I wish to know. If I were to withdraw, who would be my successor? Lucius's gaze grew fierce. He could not tolerate the notion of a Gryffindor governor ascending. It shall be I. Nicoles once again raised her hand. Severus regarded her with a smile, then arched an eyebrow at Lucius, the implication clear. My partner. The partner of the head of Slytherin. What say you? Do you have any objections? Lucius felt that the cumulative frustration of the past year had reached a boiling point. Would it kill you to reveal something sooner? If it's Nicoles' word, then it is undoubtedly acceptable. Narcissa disregarded Lucius, who was grinding his teeth in irritation, and readily acquiesced. Yet, Narcissa's agreement carried more weight than Lucius's dissent. Other matters were trivial. Haha. Lucius, resigned, could only nod in reluctant approval. His eyes filled with unspoken grievances. Very well, let us proceed to the next topic, Nicoles declared, her tone exuberant now that she had attained the position of governor. In stark contrast to Lucius's discontent, Severus relaxed, arms crossed, leaning back into the sofa, while Dumbledore no longer required Nicoles to refill his tea. Her sugar was insufficient. He preferred to do it himself. Lucius and Narcissa found themselves momentarily disoriented by the abrupt shift in atmosphere. How did it transform from solemnity to such a whimsical tone? Nicoles offered no explanation, pouring them both another cup of red tea, gesturing for them to taste before continuing. I desire Bella's vault. A cough escaped Lucius as he struggled to suppress the urge to expel the tea he had just sipped. He managed to swallow it down, but the effort left him coughing. Dumbledore opposite him suppressed a smile, disappointed that he had not witnessed a tea-spitting incident. Bella? Narcissa queried uncertainly. Indeed, Cousin Bella. But I only wish to procure a single golden cup from within. The rest can be yours. Consider it a contribution to little Draco's savings. A golden cup? Dumbledore inquired, a glimmer of speculation crossing his features. Precisely, the very one you surmised. What riddle are you two unraveling? Lucius, unable to contain himself, retorted. How proficient are you in the art of mind closure, my dear cousin-in-law? Nicoles offered no clarification, prompting Severus to respond. His mind resembles a public lounge, ever welcoming visitors for a stroll. Chapter 125, Gratitude to Cece. Hey, Severus, Lucius exclaimed, somewhat flustered. Severus, however, returned his gaze without a flicker of emotion. The meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Did I err? Absolutely not. I have been learning quite well, Narcissa interjected hastily, seeking to defend her hapless husband. Born into the oppressive and purity-obsessed black family, the weight of her lineage compelled her to master this spell at an early age. Well then, my dear cousin-in-law, you shall not be privy to the ensuing matters unless, she paused, you articulate your conditions. Unless you commit to diligently practicing the mind closure technique from this day forth. Of course, I do not expect you to bewilder others, but you must at least attain a modicum of defensive capability. I agree. Lucius swiftly acquiesced, fearful that Nicoles might retract her offer. He would not allow Narcissa to venture alone into this perilous whirlpool. Then Severus shall instruct you, and upon your return, you will be under CC's supervision. Would you consent? I consent. By the name of Malfoy, I vow to master the mind closure technique. I shall oversee him, Narcissa assured. Very well, Nicolis nodded, casting a glance at Dumbledore, who promptly retrieved 2 silver boxes, opening one with efficiency. This is Ravenclaw's diadem, transformed into one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, concealed within Hogwarts. And this, he continued, is his diary, which will be entrusted to you. And Bella's golden cup? Is it Hufflepuff's cup? Another Horcrux? Indeed, Severus affirmed, relieved to find that this peacock's intellect had not been entirely dulled by beauty potions. Moreover, the cup had been enchanted with the fiend fire and duplication charms as a precautionary measure. Thus, one must be exceedingly cautious when retrieving it. I shall prepare the necessary alchemical products for you. Rest assured, Nicolis comforted, patting his shoulder. Oh, Merlin, it seems I must efficiently orchestrate this matter. The Ministry and the goblins of Gringotts are not to be trifled with, Lucius pondered, realizing that Draco was the closest living relative of Bella with inheritance rights. Indeed, this plan is quite feasible. Surely, our esteemed Malfoy patriarch will bring forth auspicious tidings, will he not? Severus raised his teacup in a toast. It is a profound honor to gain the trust of our esteemed headmaster. Lucius nodded in acknowledgement, returning a perfect gesture of respect. Perhaps the mirror of Ariste? With matters of survival addressed, it was time to discuss benefits. Nicolis was direct. Akin to a magical firearm, the exclusive agency for the mirror in England would be granted to the Malfoys. If you cannot manage it alone, I do not mind if you seek a partner, and you may choose the partner yourself. Upon hearing this, Lucius's breath quickened. The mirror, a groundbreaking communication tool, full agency, and he could even choose his partner. Merlin, this truly is my splendid cousin. Had the room not been so crowded and weighed down by his noble decorum, he would have laughed heartily. Merlin knew how much profit the Malfoy family had already garnered from merely representing magical firearms, and now adding a mirror to the mix. Furthermore, if he could select the distributors of the British mirror, his connections would undoubtedly flourish. Good heavens, why hadn't Tina Nicolis been born a few years earlier? With her presence, who would still chase after Voldemort? After all, aligning with Nicolis was truly lucrative. A dual gain of wealth and power. Cece was indeed his angel, bringing him such a splendid relative. Nicolis remarked, merely a transfer from the left pocket to the right. The Malfoy family makes money so effortlessly. Agreed. Lucius suppressed his excitement, discreetly nodding. But what further cooperation do you require from us? I need to visit the Black ancestral home after acquiring the cup. There too? Narcissa initially expressed confusion, but upon reflection, it was not surprising that if a Horcrux was stored with the Malfoys and Strange, it would not be unexpected for a similar item to be found with the Blacks. Nicolis nodded, and Narcissa sighed, pondering the intricate web of relationships involved. Aside from the disowned Andromeda and the distant family member Rocher in France, all her relatives seemed entangled in this affair. Fear not. We shall keep this confidential for now. You shall learn in due time, Nicolis reassured, primarily concerned that with so much information flooding Narcissa's mind, the revelation about Regulus might provoke an uncontrollable emotional response. Especially since Severus mentioned that Narcissa and Regulus shared a strong bond. How will you handle these items once you have gathered them? Lucius inquired. Concentrated destruction. Yet, I wonder if destroying one will alert the main soul, Severus confided in his friend. I believe that should not be the case, Dumbledore interjected, rising to retrieve a tome titled Cutting-Edge Dark Magic from his bookshelf. He opened it to the section on Horcruxes and laid it before Nicolis. She glanced at it and nodded, thinking that old Dumbledore was indeed cautious, confirming the existence of Horcruxes and consulting a book. After all, this book had ultimately found a home on the shelves of the headmaster's office. The methods of destruction involve fiend fire and basilisk venom. So what are you waiting for? Do these 2 items have any other utility? Lucius leaned closer, intrigued by the book's explanations. Dumbledore remained silent, turning his gaze toward Nicolis. Nicolis smiled, producing a purification talisman and handing it to Dumbledore. This talisman, hailing from the mysterious East, specializes in vanquishing malevolent souls. You deserve it. The monumental task of eliminating the first Horcrux is entrusted to you. What do you think? With that, she smiled and winked at him, signifying her generosity in allowing him to partake in such a momentous occasion first. Dumbledore was indeed amused, but he did not decline, accepting the talisman without hesitation. How does one utilize this? Simply toss it onto the target, she replied. Without further ado, Dumbledore threw the talisman onto Ravenclaw's diadem. A piercing shriek erupted, and a brilliant white light emanated from the talisman, gradually cornering a swirling mass of darkness, which frantically darted about, causing the entire diadem to tremble violently. Lucius stepped forward, shielding Narcissa behind him, while the other 3 stood ready, wands in hand, vigilantly observing the unfolding spectacle. Moments later, the dark mass dissipated under the relentless assault of the white light, which itself gradually faded. Once Dumbledore cast a detection charm revealing no issues, he carefully examined the diadem, nodding in astonishment at his companions. What a remarkable power. Perhaps after my retirement, I shall consider visiting the East. I am curious how accessible it is for foreign wizards, as I have heard their scrutiny is quite stringent. However, since Nini has managed to go, I presume there must be a way. I shall inquire further at that time. Perhaps after his retirement, he could take a leisurely stroll with her. Chapter 126. What a blunder indeed. There remained a single notebook, and in Dumbledore's gaze lingered a glimmer of eager anticipation. He yearned to experience it once more. However, Severus did not grant him that opportunity. He swiftly produced a delicate silver dagger, its blade glowing faintly green, and plunged it into the pure black notebook, unleashing a long, anguished, and frenzied wail. An inky torrent surged forth from the diary, spilling over the edges carved by Severus's dagger, flooding the entire silver box and cascading to the ground. Before long, silence enveloped the surroundings once more, save for the rhythmic dripping of ink seeping from the diary, while the dagger's venom burned a hole through its pages. Severus retrieved a handkerchief and meticulously wiped his silver dagger before sheathing it with care. This dagger, a birthday gift from Melina, was intended for his potion-making endeavors. Although slicing the diary felt somewhat wasteful, at least it held a touch of sentimental value, did it not? Indeed, there was nothing quite as satisfying as taking matters into one's own hands, unlike with talismans, where one could scarcely appreciate the joy of direct involvement. Nicoles promptly applauded Severus, who remained seated on the sofa, yet inclined his upper body in a gesture of acknowledgement. This instantly elicited laughter from Nicoles, and the office atmosphere lightened considerably. While it seemed implausible to have Dumbledore and Lucius calmly seated together for afternoon tea, watching a play together was not out of reach. After the laughter subsided, the group redirected their attention to the crown and the remnants of the notebook on the table, a stark contrast between the pristine and the tattered. Severus shook his head at Lucius, who was staring blankly at the remnants of the Horcrux. How fortunate he was to have survived a brush with the Dark Lord. Oh, it was not merely luck but wealth that spared him. How could he not have connected the talismans and the dark mark after all this time? Severus, why are you looking at me like that? Lucius leaned back, feeling a chill creep into his heart. Well, I merely wished to discern the difference between the mind of a wealthy scion and that of an ordinary person. Perhaps when you witnessed the talisman, did you not consider its other potential uses? Severus inquired. Other uses? Lucius furrowed his brow, while Dumbledore immediately grasped the implication and set his teacup down, gazing intently at Severus. That object can also cleanse? Indeed, that is correct. That object? Lucius was momentarily bewildered, gazing at Severus's somewhat resigned expression. It wasn't until Severus grasped his own left arm's inner side with his right hand that Lucius's eyes widened in realization. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the sofa, pacing behind it several times to steady his racing heart, before plopping down beside Nicoles, leaning forward in anxious inquiry. Can it truly be removed? The hope in his eyes was unmistakable. Nicoles, unable to tease him further, nodded earnestly. Lucius exhaled deeply, as if half of his strength had been drained away. Narcissa quickly supported him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she looked at Nicoles and Severus. This is simply wonderful. Her voice trembled. Merlin knows what darkness and threats that mark had cast over their family. At one point, Lucius had fought tooth and nail to protect himself, even sacrificing half of his fortune to avoid bearing that mark. Yet, despite his efforts, the Dark Lord still deemed him insufficiently submissive, and Lucius suffered excruciating torment before this matter was glossed over. In the dead of night, the mark brought them nothing but endless pain and dread. Given the choice, they would wish to be rid of it every single moment. Indeed, not a scrap of it. Severus sighed. He and Lucius had traversed that tumultuous time together, and he understood Lucius's thoughts all too well. Without uttering much, he produced a purification talisman and gestured for Lucius to roll up his sleeve. Lucius, without a hint of hesitation, even with Dumbledore present, bared his arm to reveal the inky mark. A knowing smile crept across Severus's lips as the talisman was affixed to Lucius's forearm. Nicoles and Severus instinctively covered their ears, observing Dumbledore and Narcissa, both stunned by the Platinum Peacock's reaction, exchanging a painfully exaggerated expression of regret. Oh dear, I forgot to warn Lucius that this would hurt. What a blunder. As the familiar scene dissipated, Lucius emerged as though surfacing from water, his once impeccably groomed platinum locks now disheveled against his cheeks, his complexion pallid. Yet his gaze remained remarkably lucid. He slowly turned his arm to inspect the smooth, unblemished skin, unable to suppress the tears that welled in his eyes. Narcissa, filled with compassion, embraced his head, disregarding the presence of others as she showered him with soothing words in his ear. Severus observed this tender moment, his eyes flickering. That damned old peacock had quite the flair for drama. Lucius's recovery was swift. After casting a few pitiful glances at Narcissa, he quickly adapted to his new state. There were no words of thanks exchanged between him and Severus, merely an understanding glance that conveyed everything they wished to express, an unspoken bond unique to Slytherin seniors and juniors. After imbibing several potions, Lucius noticeably improved. The group deliberated on the key points for their subsequent actions, the curriculum for Lucius's mental occlusion course, and the ultimate fate of the house elf Dobby before concluding their meeting. Ultimately, Dobby was dismissed by Lucius, for a disloyal elf was intolerable within a pure-blood family. After swearing in Merlin's name to never harm a Malfoy member again, Lucius tossed it a glove, thus dissolving their bond entirely. Nicole's chose not to take him in. Considering both her friendship with the Malfoys and Dobby's penchant for insubordination, the Morning Star was not suited for him. If he craved freedom, then so be it. Chapter 127. Everyone, get up and get to work. Thus, from this day forth, the current head of the Malfoy family, the esteemed and long-graduated Lucius Malfoy, once again found himself subjected to the hellish rigors of school life. Who would have thought that, after many years, he would resume the diligent pursuit of magical studies akin to a young wizard? Severus would not show him any leniency simply because they were friends. On the contrary, to ensure Nicole's plans went off without a hitch, he held Lucius to exceedingly high standards. The mental occlusion technique left Lucius utterly dazed. However, a few individuals ultimately preserved the last shred of dignity for him, refraining from informing Draco of this incident. Otherwise, given the performance of that platinum peacock, Lucius's illustrious image in Draco's eyes would have undoubtedly crumbled. Nonetheless, this gentleman, truly a product of the Slytherin lineage, possesses an astonishingly thick skin. Even at this juncture, he does not forget to seek personal advantages. Nicoleus has witnessed him more than once nestling in Narcissa's embrace, lamenting with a tearful demeanor, declaring his unwavering commitment to the family, assuring, "I will certainly persevere, Zycie, you need not worry." TSK, TSK, TSK. How reminiscent of Pansy. What juicy gossip this is. Alas, it cannot be disseminated. Who knows what this wretched Lucius is like in private? Severus, take note, JPG, certain version. Meanwhile, the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts proceeded normally this semester. In subsequent competitions, Hufflepuff triumphed over Ravenclaw, thus setting the stage for the final match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, igniting a fervor within the school once more. Draco has been busier than a spinning top these past few days, scarcely finding a moment's respite, bustling about with urgency. Indeed, he has not discerned that he and Lucius are studying in the same cellar. On the other hand, Wood from Gryffindor, noticing Slytherin's sudden surge in intelligence and tactical advancement, felt an immediate sense of urgency, prompting Harry to become embroiled in chaos as well. The anxious Gryffindor Quidditch captain, upon learning that the Slytherin tactics were taught by Nicoleus, even contemplated enticing her away through Hermione, who had a closer relationship with Nicoleus within Gryffindor. Egged on by the twins, who delight in stirring the pot, he actually went ahead with it. He approached Hermione, his demeanor serious and earnest, yet was immediately disheartened by one of her remarks. "Though I genuinely wish for Gryffindor to succeed, have you considered that Professor Rosier's boyfriend is Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin?" Hermione's expression conveyed a sense of resignation and helplessness, deeply affecting Wood. He felt despondent, yet after this despondency, a fervor surged even more intensely. What does it matter if they possess tactics, as long as we train diligently? Furthermore, it is rumored that these tactics originate from the East. He could learn them. He could self-study. Thus, Mr. Wood eagerly plunged into the intricate world of the most challenging language system, Chinese, muttering incessantly about literary nuances and the fervent practice led to. Harry, in the days following, required Ron's assistance even to return to the dormitory, utterly unable to walk unassisted. The prominent figures were all preoccupied. Hogwarts had rarely entered into a period of bustling yet serene campus life. Just as everyone was quietly progressing, time swiftly passed. As March concluded, the Morning Star hosted a globally anticipated press conference to introduce the magic mirror for the first time, with a captivating allure and the backing of galleons. Newspapers across Europe rushed to report on this groundbreaking communication tool overnight. In a short time, voices within the wizarding community varied greatly, some optimistic, others skeptical. The Morning Star refrained from immediate response, waiting for rumors to ferment for 3 days before announcing that, prior to public sale, they would select 20 fortunate individuals across Europe to experience the magic mirror firsthand. Promising genuine engagement, they asserted that no amount of grandiloquence could compare to direct experience. Moreover, the mirrors used for the lottery, valued at 2,888 galleons, would belong to the lucky wizards who won them. This was not merely an experiential opportunity. Upon the release of this news, all wizards interested in the matter surged forth. On one hand, they marveled at the morning star's extravagance. On the other, they eagerly aspired to become that fortunate individual. A multitude of wizards flocked to the morning star's branches in various countries, vying to register early for a chance to win. Those in the know were drawn by the magic mirror itself, a revolutionary communication device. Who wouldn't want to experience it first? The rest were motivated by something even simpler: 2,888 galleons. Was that not enough to drive them mad? Merlin. It is worth noting that a respectable annual salary in the wizarding world hovers around 2,000 galleons. That amount rivals the yearly earnings of high-income earners. Furthermore, even if they were to sell the mirror for half its value after winning, they would still profit immensely. Not to mention, given the historical trend of rising prices for alchemical products released by the Morningstar, this product was bound to be in high demand. It was, indeed, a no-risk, high-reward venture. Who would not be tempted? The thresholds of the Morningstar's branches were nearly trampled by the influx of wizards, each seeking to register, inquiring about the lottery date, and some, unable to contain their impatience, directly demanded to know when this item would be available for sale, eager to experience it first. The lottery was scheduled for 1 week later. During this week, Nicoleus learned of the news from headquarters through the magic mirror. It was reported that Stuart and Melna were utterly besieged, constantly approached by individuals eager to discuss collaboration and establish rapport, awaiting serendipitous encounters for conversation. Daily, hundreds of owls traversed between Rosier Manor and Hogwarts. Stuart incessantly bombarded Nicoleus with urgent calls, requesting her return to take charge. Meanwhile, the chief alchemist of the Morningstar, who had retreated to Hogwarts, remained completely unfazed by these matters. With the magic mirror switched off, who cared about such affairs? Stuart and Melna were managing just fine. Besides, if they couldn't handle it, there were still Vanda and her own mentor. They were all young wizards in their prime. They could not afford to be idle. Why would they adopt a leisurely demeanor? Have they not observed Dumbledore, so advanced in years, yet still active on the front lines? They ought to take a page from his book. How could a younger generation expect to shirk responsibility while elders continue to work? She now yearned to bask in the benefits of her predecessors, desiring to be an unremarkable rich second generation. 3 generations would suffice. Why not? How delightful. Is it that Lucius being reprimanded daily has lost its charm? Or that Pansy's short skits no longer captivate? Or that Severus's allure has waned? Return? Absolutely not. A resounding no. Just wait. She still needs one more piece of the heart of elements. She is determined to gather them all and create a philosopher's stone. Retirement? Impossible. Definitely out of the question. They all must rise and work. LeMay lived to over 600, after all. Just wait, my ever-energetic elders. Mwaha. Chapter 128. This time, she deserved it. Just as a tempest was brewing outside the school due to the magic mirror, the inaugural wizard dueling tournament at Hogwarts was about to commence. Aside from the 1st, 5th, and 7th grades, enrollment is open for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th grades. The young wizards from these 4 grades may enroll at will, and through the judgment of the deans and teaching assistants of the 4 houses, the top 10 will be determined. Subsequently, the school will organize a grand showdown among the top 10 to ascertain the top 3. Each of the top 10 and the top 3 will receive rewards. Finally, there will be a special advanced competition designed exclusively for the elites, in which the top 3 from each grade will participate. Contestants can challenge young wizards or professors from higher grades. This competition carries no rewards. Its purpose is merely to enhance the self-awareness of these young wizards regarding their own abilities. Once the news broke, Hogwarts buzzed with excitement once more. The young wizards, upon hearing the news, sprang into action, with some enrolling and others engaging in spirited discussions, igniting a fervor of debate throughout the entire school. Have you heard? The Weasley twins from Gryffindor plan to challenge Hagrid in the elite competition. What? Are they out of their minds? Hagrid is such a giant. I think they are overconfident. Only the top 3 can participate in the elite competition. How can they be so certain they will be among the top 3? They do possess considerable skill. Yet, I hold Cedric, our senior, in higher regard. Me too. Cedric is bound to win. But they are all in 4th grade. Do you think the twins might be competition for Cedric? Absolutely. Indeed. Without a doubt. Could this pose a threat to Cedric? A small badger scratched its head and offered a sincere suggestion. Why don't we investigate our seniors' rivals? Do they have any weaknesses? You mean? Several young wizards exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Thus, the future communication group at Hogwarts, operating in the open and an intelligence organization in secret, was born. Their slogan was remarkably unified: for the glory of our houses. In the common room, Professor Rosier's attention was recently focused on what? Those mischievous little trolls with their melodramatic antics? Or the ridiculous state of that fool Lucius? Is the dueling tournament truly captivating enough to hold your gaze, Severus? His manner is such that it makes conversation difficult. Doesn't he realize the impact of his voice? She had merely been somewhat neglectful of him while running around among the various houses. Is it too much to acknowledge her mistake? You. A deep voice suddenly boomed in her ear. Nicole clasped the robe of the person behind her, casting a reproachful glance over her shoulder. Unfortunately, that glance lacked any real potency. Perhaps she herself was unaware of how non-threatening her expression was. I hope Professor Rosier doesn't get another chance. Nicole sincerely nodded, burying her face in the fabric of his wizarding robe, conveying her feelings through body language. She certainly did not wish to consume any meal replacement potions. Severus chuckled, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the common room. Though I will always forgive you. The door to the common room slammed shut. The warm glow from the fireplace illuminating the cozy interior, mirroring his current state of mind. The enrollment period for the dueling tournament lasted 5 days. And today marked the final day. Reluctantly, Nicole downed 2 vials of vitality potion that morning, mustering just enough energy to rise from her bed. Did you sneak some vitality potion while I wasn't looking, Severus? She inquired, eyeing the male wizard, who appeared completely unfazed as he dressed. Severus, fastening his buttons, turned to plant a kiss on her cheek. So you hope I'll drink some vitality potion next time? Absolutely not. And forget what I just said, thank you. Nicole responded, playfully kissing his chin. This time, she genuinely felt at fault. Although she wouldn't be returning for the Venus Star release conference, she was still remotely involved, thus keeping her quite busy and unable to attend to Severus. Later, when she found herself free, Severus was still tied up with Lucius. So Miss Nicole seamlessly integrated into the cheerleading squad of the 4 students, happily trailing behind this group of young wizards, creating banners, crafting cards, designing badges, rallying support, and brainstorming slogans. She was fully immersed in this era's festivities, all entirely free of charge. Hogwarts magical cards do not cost a penny. In the midst of this whirlwind, she hadn't even had a moment to recall her solitary boyfriend before he caught up to her, his frustration palpable. She shed a tear of self-pity, realizing this time she truly deserved it. But who understands? The very next morning after a sleepless night, she still had to attend class. What difference was there from an early 8 o'clock? Severus smiled at the dejected witch sitting on the bed, draping one of his shirts over her, and with a gentle lift, carried her toward the bathroom, placing her on the sink. Perhaps your partner can assist you? At this rate, you'll be late for your first potions class. Nicole, feeling a touch of pride, lifted her head slightly. Fine, I'll grant you this opportunity. Severus chuckled softly, but I think it would be best if you received another good morning kiss. Thus, Nicole was treated to a deep kiss, accompanied by a delightful grooming package from her handsome servant. The 2 of them quickly and warmly prepared themselves, donning matching new robes from Merlina. And then they ventured out of the basement office together. Don't freeze, I beg you, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I want tea right nonsense again. A private Marseille, spiraling bowing apology, sob. Don't freeze, I've truly changed. Chapter 129, Assessing the Situation. After receiving cheerful and lively greetings from a parade of adorable little creatures, Nicole finally felt a spark of vitality herself. Grasping Severus' hand, she meandered into the great hall. After exchanging pleasantries with several professors at the head table, she took a seat at the long table, enjoying her meal while listening to the chaotic discussions of the young wizards below. After a while, without gleaning any useful information, she turned to Severus. Severus, are many Slytherin students enrolling? Quite a few, Severus replied, swallowing a bite of bread and turning to face her. As you know, Slytherin has the fewest students among the 4 houses. Although the total number may not match that of the other houses, the participation rate is still quite high. Nearly all young wizards eligible to participate have signed up. I see, Nicole nodded, then turned to inquire about the enrollment situation for Gryffindor with Professor McGonagall. Receiving similar news that the young wizards were quite eager to participate. The spirited little lions were nearly all involved in this competition. In fact, many first-year lions who could not participate even approached McGonagall to protest. Of course, their protests were in vain. How many spells can a first-year student, having only been enrolled for less than a year, truly cast? Would they merely be a collection of inexperienced novices? It would be better for them to learn more spells and accumulate some experience before attempting to compete. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout listened attentively to the conversation between the 2, seamlessly joining in to share additional insights. At last, Professor Sprout brought forth splendid news. The mandrakes had reached full maturity. Once harvested and handed over to Severus, the potion to resurrect Madame Loris would soon be prepared. Upon hearing this, Filch was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down the face of the middle-aged man, a sight that stirred deep sympathy. Madame Loris was perhaps his only solace in a magical world that perpetually felt alien to him. The others took turns offering him comfort. and Severus assured him that he would expedite the potion's preparation, bringing Filch's tears to a halt. With a reddened face, he expressed his gratitude. The festive atmosphere within the school had been painful for him to witness. Everyone else seemed to celebrate and rejoice, as if they had forgotten about his dear Madame Loris. Did the mute deserve to be overlooked? They had promised to save her. Yet, no one mentioned her, and he struggled to understand plant cultivation. Unable to discern the growth stages of the mandrakes, despite his daily visits to the greenhouse. All he could do was wait, feeling powerless as a mute. What voice did he possess? Harboring such a concealed inferiority complex, he had been relentless in seeking out the young wizards, attempting to assert the dignity of his silence. Striving for a semblance of recognition in this world dominated by wizards and magic. But just moments ago, they had spoken of the possibility of saving Madame Loris. They had not forgotten their vow to him. Oh, Merlin. His dear Madame Loris would return, and he would no longer be alone. The kind and reassuring smiles from the long table were initially disconcerting for Filch. He thought that if only the young wizards ceased their teasing, perhaps he could afford to be less harsh. Maybe. Everyone could sense Filch's slight adjustment, and thus, the conversation naturally shifted back to the upcoming dueling tournament. The professors at the table continued to exchange information, and soon, Nicoles had comprehensively grasped the participation status of the four houses' young wizards. The eagles from Ravenclaw were particularly cautious. Aside from those confident in their abilities or eager to test their skills, most opted to observe this year and see how things unfolded. Additionally, who said one couldn't learn from watching? They had resolved to take notes from the sidelines. They were determined to be prepared for next year, declaring that if they weren't the victors, then who would be? They even drafted a rough schedule of whom they would watch compete. These were all valuable insights. After all, during routine dueling practice, everyone had developed a fair sense of who was strong and who was weak. They had even procured recording orbs. Just short of creating a comprehensive review of their experiences, they organized themselves into teams to watch the duels while noting strategies, ensuring they could review together later. If all else failed, they had Pansy, the queen of Hogwarts audiovisuals. They trusted in her abilities. Surely she would have backups of every match. These were all knowledge points. Hogwarts. Await the arrival of their academic overlord. As for Professor Sprout's badgers, who said that flat-headed creatures were not badgers, there were plenty of feisty badgers. And one mustn't be deceived by their seemingly carefree demeanor. While one might first think of the lions as the most combative, in truth, the badgers were no less formidable. They simply preferred grander engagements over trivial skirmishes. Witness the illustrious life of Hufflepuff's esteemed alumnus, Newt Scamander, who was the lifelong nemesis of the infamous Gellert Grindelwald. Thus, do not be fooled by the tranquility of the badgers you see by the roadside. They are not as easily provoked as they appear. Nicoles was assigned to work alongside Professor Sprout, overseeing the dueling affairs for all second-year students. She pondered how to effectively group the numerous young wizards participating in the competition. Relying solely on herself and Professor Sprout would render the workload immense and likely introduce some bias. Hence, Nicoles seized the opportunity to instruct the sixth-year students on theory and technique, and together they crafted 4 drawing devices, each containing ample slips of paper corresponding to the registration numbers of the young wizards, enabling them to be randomly paired for matches. As for any odd numbers, the extra participant would receive a bye, automatically advancing to the next round, as this was entirely random, purely a matter of luck. After all, luck is a form of skill, and no one could contest the fairness of direct advancement. Thus, these drawing devices were promptly put into action. Following the registration deadline on the 5th day, Hogwarts was enveloped in an atmosphere reminiscent of the fervor typically reserved for Quidditch matches. First-year students from various houses rallied to support their upperclassmen, creating a scene akin to Nicoles' experience at a concert, with banners and flags in silver green, blue, bronze, red, gold, and yellow, emblazoned with images of wizards. Even the busy 5th and 7th-year students took time to tour the venues, lamenting their missed opportunities. Chapter 130 embodies such spirit. However, they bore no ill will. The 5th years knew that after this year, they would be in 6th year and able to participate in the dueling tournament. As for the 7th years, they could hardly spare the energy for frivolities. The Newt exams loomed, a matter of great significance for their futures. Compared to these events, their futures were paramount. Moreover, their new headmaster had promised that if their grades were exemplary, they would receive interview offers from the Morningstar group. Oh, Merlin. In today's wizarding world, who could refuse an offer from Morningstar, which promised high salaries? Certainly not them. Study with fervor. It's just an exam. They would give their all. What? You say Morningstar has overtime? Perfect. Don't go. Let me take your place. Money can work wonders. And what if there's overtime? As long as the galleons are sufficient, they wouldn't mind putting in the extra hours. Such is the spirit. Thus, The atmosphere across the campus transformed into one of fervent anticipation for the forthcoming competition. Nicoles felt relatively at ease managing the dueling arrangements for the second-year students, as the workload was not overwhelming. Although the young wizards of this grade, such as Draco, Harry, Hermione, and Theodore, possess commendable abilities, they are distinct from others. They have received intensive guidance from Severus for a significant period, resulting in their formidable skills. Hence, it is inappropriate to compare them with their peers. Even Ron, after utilizing Ginny's wand, showcases remarkable prowess. Indeed, had he wielded a wand more suited to his abilities, he might have excelled further. Consequently, the endeavors of Nicole and her companions are progressing smoothly. However, these juvenile wizards remain mere fledglings, not yet capable of embodying the aspirations of Hogwarts' young hearts. Thus, aside from a handful of admirers for individuals like Draco and Harry, the genuine popularity still resides with the fourth-year wizards, overseen by Severus and Lockhart. Compared to the naivete of the second and third years, and the aloofness of the sixth years, the fourth and fifth years are truly the favored ones. The young wizards in this age group exhibit a remarkable ease of communication with both their seniors and juniors, effortlessly mingling with all. Their social standing is commendable, and their abilities have reached a commendable level, particularly among the few fourth-year wizards acknowledged for their exceptional prowess. Their dueling sessions draw throngs of supporters, with even the fifth and sixth years, who have no classes or competitions, flocking to witness their battles, resulting in packed audiences. This overwhelming admiration has, quite literally, turned Severus into a whirling dervish, struggling to maintain order amidst the chaos. Fortunately, with an ample number of teaching assistants at Hogwarts, he managed to enlist a few more aides and requested several all-knowing eyes from Nicole to help keep the peace, thereby averting any significant disturbances. Nonetheless, this incessant demand has left Severus visibly agitated, causing the atmosphere around him to become tense and stifling, which in turn subdued the cheers of the young wizards nearby, who dared not provoke his ire. After all, who wishes to incur point deductions on such a joyous occasion? Just look at Mr. Potter, who, unable to contain his excitement, was penalized 10 points for his loud cheers. However, it is evident that Severus has overlooked a critical detail. His partner, the flamboyant yet inept Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Merlin knows. When Professor Flitwick drew lots for partners, he nearly wept tears of joy upon discovering that he had not been paired with Lockhart. It was a stroke of luck that the draw was random. Had he been grouped with the Ravenclaw, he would have been utterly exasperated. This little old man is indeed put to the test, for Lockhart's insatiable desire for the spotlight is palpable. Initially, Severus was somewhat thrilled at the prospect of overseeing the most popular fourth-year wizards, relishing the attention. Yet, as time passed, he realized that the admiration was not directed toward him. How could this raucous event not revolve around him? This realization incensed him, as he felt overshadowed by these young wizards who had stolen his limelight. He longed for the entire gathering to focus solely on him, resulting in numerous humorous blunders. He has now devoted himself to crafting an image of a dapper figure, as Severus would describe him, akin to a flamboyant peacock. Desperate to drape himself in the most extravagant attire, continuously exuding whatever paltry charm he possesses. Furthermore, Severus suspects that Lockhart and Dumbledore share quite a few topics of conversation. Indeed, it is not without reason. The ostentatious Lockhart seizes every opportunity to dazzle the young wizards below him with grandiloquent rhetoric, attempting to win back their fervent adoration. Yet, it is abundantly clear that he lacks such capability. The young wizards have long since discerned the truth of his superficiality, leaving him to resent the current darlings of popularity, the twins and Cedric. Why should these barely pubescent wizards outshine him? Do they comprehend the essence of charm? Have they penned the most best-selling books in all of Britain? Have they received the Wizarding Weekly S Award for the most charming smile? They have achieved nothing yet bask in such adoration, driving him to the brink of insanity. He hurls petty insults, oblivious to the fact that his own appearance, a coarse visage devoid of allure, save for his prominent white teeth, pales in comparison to the three young wizards who exude freshness and vitality. Even the young wizards in attendance unanimously agree that even standing beside Professor Snape, he is outshone significantly. The disparity in charm is evident, and even in terms of appearance, Snape surpasses him. The wizards have largely shattered the illusion created by Lockhart's appropriation of others' experiences and can now assess him with clarity. He simply cannot measure up to Professor Snape. Since Severus has adopted a more regular routine, coupled with Nicole's frequent administration of alchemical potions and nutritious meals to improve his health, his complexion has swiftly returned to a more vibrant state, no longer resembling the pallor that bordered on sickly. His entire demeanor has transformed. His sunken cheeks have regained their fullness, and his gaze, once a stagnant pool of darkness, now holds a cold, sharp intensity, though still marked by an air of aloofness. Moreover, since he has taken up residence with Nicole, she has insisted on applying skincare products to him, significantly enhancing his skin quality. Their daily hair washing sessions have become a ritual, and she has even crafted special earrings to protect him from potion vapors. Grease? Impossible. Furthermore, Severus, who is naturally fair-skinned, benefits from Nicole's meticulous oversight of his wardrobe. A saying rings true: wealth indeed nurtures one's appearance. At least, under the influence of Nicole's impeccable taste and the exquisite materials and craftsmanship of his garments, he could easily pass for a member of the highest nobility. She truly takes exquisite care of him. Nicole, of course, caring for my husband is a serious endeavor. After embracing a new life, Severus is no longer the same individual consumed by despair and shadowy gloom. At merely 33 years of age, he can indeed be regarded as quite youthful in a wizarding community where the average age often exceeds 3 centuries. Although he possesses a stern demeanor, his profound knowledge and erudition bestow upon him immense confidence. His icy, sharp aura harmonizes with his formidable abilities, and combined with his increasingly age-appropriate appearance and attire, this youngest master of potions substantially outshines Lockhart in every conceivable aspect. While the young witches and wizards at school may not openly indulge in their ship of him and Nicole's, they secretly revel in it. Pansy has an endless supply of videos replicating their moments, and a group of young wizards gathers daily to whisper and gossip, gradually overcoming their initial fears of Severus. They now dare to saunter past him and offer a greeting, especially the pseudo-streetwise students of Hogwarts, who are quite brazen. In summary, Severus has undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering Lockhart utterly insignificant by comparison. The shift in Severus became apparent upon hearing that the Daily Prophet would be interviewing Hogwarts about its new educational methods. The journalist assigned to this task was none other than the infamous Rita Skeeter, who, despite her notorious reputation, now holds a semi-official position at the Daily Prophet. Naturally, Nicole's harbors little fondness for her, but cannot deny that Skeeter possesses some utility. Thus, the relationship between Rita and Nicole's is somewhat intricate. Over the past 2 years, Rita Skeeter has extended numerous invitations to Nicole's for face-to-face interviews, all of which have been met with refusal. It would be absurd to grant her any opportunity to approach, knowing full well the chaos her gossip could unleash. Consequently, Nicole's firmly declined her invitations. However, Rita Skeeter, undeterred, has made several attempts to infiltrate the Starbright building, hoping to exploit her animagus form, a beetle, to spy on the youngest master of alchemy. Unsurprisingly, she became ensnared within the intricate protective wards of the Starbright's first floor. Nicole's deliberately left her there for 3 days before allowing someone to release her, after which Rita dared not approach Nicole's again. After all, the wards were filled with recording orbs, and the footage of her transformation within the wards was securely held by the Starbright. The fact that the Starbright is associated with the Rogiers is common knowledge among wizards, and Nicole's surname is particularly well known. Rita Skeeter, once audaciously prying into the secrets of pure-blood aristocrats and high-ranking officials due to her animagus form, knows well the consequences of her actions. Her audacity in spreading unfounded rumors in the Daily Prophet, without facing repercussions, stemmed from her possession of secrets. Should the source of her information be exposed, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, she is careful not to offend Nicole's. Consequently, over the past 2 years, whenever news of Starbright emerges, Rita has been the first to lavish praise, hoping to endear herself to Nicole's and remain in her good graces. Unbeknownst to her, she has misjudged the situation. Had she remained absent until later in the story, Nicole's might have forgotten her, but her current anxious antics have ensured that Nicole's has taken note of her. Initially, Nicole's had no intention of leveraging Rita's vulnerabilities. She merely sought to avoid further annoyance. While she was aware of Rita's illegal animagus status, she did not find it particularly concerning, merely irritating. However, Rita's subsequent behavior struck Nicole's as increasingly inappropriate, prompting her to launch an investigation that revealed Rita's brazen misconduct. Coincidentally, around this time, Rita's articles in the Daily Prophet promoting the Magical Gun series and shield brooches surfaced. It must be said, while Rita may falter in other areas, her writing is exceptional. Her articles are highly persuasive and evocative. Thanks to her efforts, the products seamlessly penetrated the British market, and with the Malfoy family's involvement, the UK emerged as the top-selling country for the Magical Gun series, second only to France and Germany. Recognizing her value, Nicole's openly invited Rita Skeeter to the Starbright building for tea. Nicole's did not personally engage with her. That task fell to McDowell. And while the details of their conversation need not be elaborated, both parties left satisfied. Thus, Rita Skeeter gained the protection of the Starbright, a promise of confidentiality, and a lucrative collaboration contract, while the Starbright acquired a gifted, persuasive freelance writer and access to a wealth of secrets among the elite and pureblood circles. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Rita's first visit was to Nicole's, demonstrating her keen understanding of how to ingratiate herself with her superiors. She initially sought Nicole's guidance to establish the tone for her upcoming interview, before observing several dueling matches and conducting interviews, for one cannot rely solely on fabrication. Some degree of authenticity is essential for her work. Moreover, she felt compelled to tread carefully this time, avoiding any baseless rumors. While she navigated the school conducting interviews, Lockhart became overly persistent. It seems he is the only Hogwarts staff member who harbors any affection for Skeeter. Upon learning of her presence, Dumbledore promptly vanished, and his whereabouts remain a mystery. He has not responded to messages from the Enchanted Mirror for 2 days. Professor McGonagall approaches her interviews with Skeeter with utmost caution, ensuring that every response is prefaced with inquiries about Skeeter's comprehension of her words. Professor Sprout took it a step further, borrowing 2 recording orbs from her students to capture the interview, demonstrating the general wariness surrounding Skeeter, given her previous disparagement of Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet. As Severus is aware that Skeeter is currently employed by Nicole's, he is not overly apprehensive of her presence. However, collaborating with Lockhart has led him to witness numerous instances of Lockhart's self-aggrandizing behavior in front of Skeeter, which has become quite irksome. Rita Skeeter, cognizant of Severus's relationship with Nicole's, refrains from pestering him with intrusive questions or unfounded writings. In fact, noting his irritation with Lockhart, she tactfully repositioned the loquacious Lockhart away from Severus to spare him from further annoyance, as Lockhart is, after all, the boyfriend of her superior. If a mere whisper were to reach her ears, it would be quite enough for her to endure. Best to tread lightly. Severus, however, chose to ignore them entirely, allowing them to do as they pleased. After all, he had little to offer in terms of assistance. His absence was, in fact, a blessing, sparing him further complications. Albus truly seemed to have lost his faculties, allowing such a person to take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, a position he himself was unwilling to assume. Miss Rita, I must confess, it is I who have been the driving force behind all of this at this esteemed institution. Indeed, it is my merit that I am the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Yes, this was my splendid idea presented to Dumbledore. Is that so, Professor Lockhart? Miss Skeeter adjusted her gem-encrusted spectacles, a glimmer of enigmatic intrigue passing through her eyes. What has she uncovered? Perhaps this visit to Hogwarts would yield unexpected revelations. As Lockhart continued his incessant boasting, a deep green quill recorded every exaggerated detail onto the parchment, and his grin widened to the point of absurdity, as if he wished to inflate his own ego to celestial heights. Ron and his companions rolled their eyes in exasperation from a distance, while Hermione wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had completely lost any illusions about Lockhart. He was utterly beyond redemption. Hey, we must correct him. He is spouting nonsense. Hermione fumed, growing increasingly indignant. How could she have been deceived by such a person? Moreover, the idea for the dueling tournament was clearly Professor Lockhart's. How dare he claim otherwise? Indeed, Granger, you are not beyond saving, Draco chimed in, equally incensed that Lockhart would dare to usurp his aunt's achievements in his presence. I have a recording ball, Goyle announced, rummaging through his pockets to hand-grab a recording sphere, and the two of them began to creep closer, plotting to capture Lockhart's thieving visage on film. What shall we do? Theodore queried, brandishing his wand. Don't act impulsively, Hermione admonished, pulling him back. We must devise a proper plan. But that journalist appeared to believe him. Harry felt a surge of urgency, ready to confront Lockhart directly, and Ron shared his eagerness. Their eyes met, and they both prepared to charge forward. Yet Selma restrained them. Hey, steady on. We are merely young wizards, compared to the well-known Lockhart. The reporters will undoubtedly favor his words. But we cannot remain idle, can we? Even if that journalist believes him, I shall not allow her to publish such a piece. Draco declared resolutely. I will write to my father. Or perhaps we could directly inform my aunt, he thought, recalling his father's earlier words about being busy and how he could always turn to her for assistance. That could serve as a viable option. Hermione nodded in agreement. But Ron, visibly disappointed, pouted, can't we solve this ourselves? We may be just young wizards, but there are so many of us. Ron has a point, Harry quickly affirmed. Having seldom experienced the affection of elders, he instinctively thought to confront the issue head-on. Draco, perhaps we should indeed try our hand at this ourselves. Theodore pocketed his wand, narrowing his eyes. I can't shake the feeling that something about Lockhart is amiss, an inexplicable oddity. As Theodore scrutinized Lockhart, who was flailing about animatedly, he reflected on the discrepancies in his written accounts. For instance, in Walking with Giants, he claimed to don modest, plain black robes, yet Hermione suddenly connected the dots. Indeed, you raise a valid point. In traveling with vampires, he asserts that he discerned vampires' identities by observing their reactions to garlic. Yet in our previous conversation, he claimed to have never touched the stuff. When did you speak with him? Ron scowled, his face contorted in distaste. That's not the crux of the matter. Selma interjected, rolling her eyes. She then furrowed her brow, suddenly exclaiming, what he wrote in his books is utterly inconsistent with the man himself. You mean? Yes, Theodore affirmed, nodding. He, along with Granger and Malfoy, had received special permission from Professor Lockhart to attend potions class alongside the third-year students. He held Granger's intellect in high regard, and since they both noticed the discrepancies, there must be something amiss. As for Draco, he had never even read Lockhart's books. Chapter 133. Why does he have a foreboding sense of dread? What on earth are you all babbling about? Ron queried, scratching his furry red head, clearly bewildered. The multitude of details he provides are at odds with his own experiences. Yet Lockhart insists that the events he describes are his own personal adventures, which creates a profound incongruity. Theodore continued to offer clues, and Harry and Draco exchanged glances, remaining silent as their minds began to churn. A person's preferences and experiences do not undergo sudden transformation, Hermione asserted confidently to Ron. Even if they were fabricated, the discrepancies shouldn't be so vast. Theodore pressed on with his hints, leading to Harry's exclamation, so, all of this is fabricated? No, it must be more than mere fabrication. Draco pondered aloud, directing a question at Harry. Can you vividly imagine experiences you have never undergone? Theodore nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Hermione, who shared his thoughts. Oh, Merlin S. Beard. This is indeed a monumental revelation, Ron exclaimed, his face a mix of shock and excitement, demonstrating that while he may lack social finesse, he was far from foolish. After all, how could a true fool excel at wizard chess? They were on the verge of feeding him the answer. In that case, we must indeed devise a meticulous plan, Draco mused, stroking his chin. He signaled to Goyle and Crabbe, who were busy recording, and led the group of young wizards to the abandoned classroom on the left side of the third floor. Ever since the fourth-year students had occupied it under the guise of alchemy, it had been repurposed. The room had been set up with a simple yet effective ancient protective magic circle by Nicoles. Draco, Hermione, and their companions had visited this space several times and were well aware of the incantation required to enter. Brass. Upon uttering the password, they successfully entered the room. For the younger wizards, it was their first time stepping into this space. Harry gazed around, marveling at the long tables filled with various materials and alchemical tools, his face alight with curiosity. This place looks so cool. It resembles the laboratory of a scientist I once heard about in the Muggle world. Ron, however, appeared far less surprised, having encountered such items at home. Arthur often tinkered with similar apparatus, and the twins, with their considerable talent for alchemy, frequently experimented with peculiar creations. Leading the group to a round table, Draco set the tone. Let us discuss your thoughts. Perhaps we can formulate a more perfect plan. Selma was the first to raise her hand, her years of experience as an observer granting her a voice of authority in such matters. We could use a truth serum. Lockhart surely wouldn't withstand its effects. Professor Snape must have some. In recent days, Professor Snape has been notably absent during interviews with Lockhart, leading one to wonder if Lockhart is deliberately evading him. If he were to discover that the accolades of Professor Roque were being appropriated by another, he would undoubtedly acquiesce to providing us with Veritaserum. Selma's excitement grew with each passing moment, clearly revealing her allegiance to the Snape and Lockhart ship. Eager to sprinkle a bit of sweetness on their shared narrative, is it truly difficult to concoct Veritaserum? Although Ron has indulged in quite a bit of gossip, he still felt an instinctual trepidation at the thought of confronting Severus. Hermione sighed, expressing that, indeed, not only are the raw materials elusive, but we currently have no access to the formula or method, as this is not part of Hogwarts curriculum. Oh, Ron scoffed. Perhaps we could first lower his guard, coax him into revealing his secrets, and then capture them on a memory vial? Theodore glanced at Selma, inspired by her words. Are you suggesting? Draco raised an eyebrow in response. A potion of euphoria? Perhaps a touch of hallucinogen as well? Theodore shrugged. Wow, they seem like the villains from a story, Selma commented, mockingly observing the synchronized expressions of the two boys. Oh dear, I feel the urge to snack on some seeds again, she remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with Ron, who shared her sentiment, sensing something was amiss. This is indeed a viable plan, but how do we ensure he consumes it? In his food? Harry was already contemplating the execution of this idea. It could be administered in an inhalable form. Alchemical potions can achieve that, but what? Hermione's face flushed slightly as she turned to Theodore and Draco, silently inquiring if they possessed the requisite skills. Draco rolled his eyes, while Theodore shrugged. This isn't even in the third-year syllabus, for goodness sake. Where would they have learned it in second year? Perhaps we could enlist someone else's assistance? Harry suggested. But before he could finish, Draco and Ron chimed in unison. Cedric. The twins. Ron added emphatically, oh please. The twins are the perfect candidates for such mischief. You know they never engage in anything wholesome. He cast a firm vote for the twins, certain his brothers would be eager to partake in this endeavor. Draco, however, wore an expression of exasperation, bewildered by Ron's repeated entrapments by the twins, yet still falling into their schemes whenever trouble arose. Has Weasley's brain gone on a permanent holiday? Why has he learned nothing from past experiences? He had no desire for that pair, who incessantly claimed to be his uncles, buzzing around him. Are you sure? If they join us, can we really maintain control over the situation? Cedric seems more reliable. Draco argued. Selma raised her hand, casting her vote for her beloved senior, while Harry supported Ron's choice of the twins. Hermione and Theodore found their suggestions rather juvenile. It did not impede their votes. However, both agreed that the fewer people who knew, the better, and thus cast their votes for Cedric. In a surprising turn of events, the twins lost for the first time due to a lack of numbers. Ron felt a twinge of disappointment. Well, we can't separate the twins. It is well known that they are inseparable. Selma volunteered to seek assistance, and while searching for someone at Hogwarts, the remaining young wizards resumed refining their plans. Before long, Selma burst in, spiritedly dragging Cedric along with her. Upon seeing the gathering of students, Cedric instinctively took a step back, an ominous feeling creeping over him. It seemed whenever these little wizards convened, it never led to anything good. Chapter 134. How dare she? As expected, a chorus of sweet smiles emerged on the faces of the little wizards as they surrounded him. People tend to unite remarkably when engaging in mischief. Senior. Cedric Senior. The foreboding sense intensified. Cedric wrapped his arms protectively around himself and cautiously responded, what do you want? Speak plainly, just stand there and say it. Draco lowered his head, shyly smiling. We have a favor to ask of you, Senior. Seeing the situation unfold, Cedric raised an eyebrow, feeling an even stronger sense of foreboding. Ahem. It's like this. Hermione cleared her throat, taking over the conversation. We wish to create an inhalable alchemical potion, but we haven't yet progressed to that material, so we would like to ask for your help in brewing a bit. Inhalable alchemical potion? Cedric furrowed his brow in confusion. This was actually part of the fifth-year curriculum, and they were certainly not at that stage yet. He knew Hermione and her friends had received special permission to study alchemy alongside the third-year students, but had they truly advanced to fifth-year content so swiftly? Wasn't that rather unprecedented? Yes, that is correct, Draco nodded, stepping forward to tug at Cedric's robes. Cedric's eyes widened in alarm, his internal alarm bells ringing frantically. Here it comes again. He knew this group of little wizards was up to no good. This scene mirrored the last time he was penalized in the Forbidden Forest. Struggling to free his robes from Draco's grip, he found himself unable to budge the fabric. With a resigned sigh, the usually gentle Hufflepuff prefect relented. All right. Looking into those eager eyes, I find it impossible to refuse. What do you wish to do? Draco flashed a bright smile at Cedric. We promise. This time we are firmly on the side of justice. Harry chimed in, indeed. Ron added, absolutely correct. Cedric, feeling the weight of their collective enthusiasm, thought to himself, tomorrow marks Saturday, and the final duel competition for all years will conclude tonight, leading into the ranking matches commencing in the following week. The schedule is rather swift. These young wizards, after all, pose little risk of significant damage, and with professors overseeing, there shouldn't be any major issues. Even if minor injuries occur, a simple healing charm would suffice. What? You say the matches are too frequent, and magical energy won't recover in time? Cedric laughed. With Severus around, that is hardly a concern. Calming and replenishing potions are in ample supply, unless you plan to overindulge to the point of bursting. There is no pressure with Severus's stock. Tomorrow is the second-year finals, and after a lively discussion in the alchemy classroom, the little wizards quickly solidified their plans. They left Cedric alone in the classroom to brew the alchemical potion while they returned to rest. Unfortunately, this group of second-year champions had to compete tomorrow, while the fourth-year matches were scheduled for the following week, leaving Cedric as the sole unfortunate soul left to work overtime. However, these few little ones clearly have not yet completely lost their conscience. Draco made a trip to the kitchen to fetch a plethora of delicacies that Cedric adored, serving them as a midnight snack for his overtime work. Selma and Ron watched with their mouths agape, nearly drooling, and clamored to stay and keep Cedric company. Ultimately, Harry and Hermione each took one of them back to the common room, with Hermione even escorting Selma back to her dormitory, reminding Selma's roommate to ensure she rests well, so as not to affect the competition the following day. Once back in her own dormitory, Selma remarked, I often feel as if my mother has come to school with me. Ron replied, I understand. I feel that way often too. The next morning, the well-rested young wizards gathered at the long table in the Great Hall. Cedric yawned as he handed 2 potions to his table mate Selma. receiving a torrent of compliments from the little badger. One of Hogwarts' gossip mongers instantly flitted between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. Ravenclaw mused, "Are we being isolated? No, no. We should be isolating everyone. We shall quietly develop and then outshine them all." Selma made her rounds, whispering to each house, and even returned with a rejuvenation potion for Cedric, generously sponsored by Draco, who had noticed Cedric's fatigued, yet handsome visage from across the table. Believing it was his duty as the next head of the Malfoy family to promote sustainable practices, he generously offered a vial of the potion. Cedric accepted without hesitation, aware that his exhaustion stemmed from the antics of these little rascals. Downing the rejuvenation potion in one gulp made him feel significantly better. After all, he had nearly pulled an all-nighter. He needed to maintain his energy, especially since he had plans to watch the match with Cho, having promised to cheer on her dear friend Hermione. Perhaps it was the impending commencement of the top 10 duel contest that ignited excitement among the young wizards in the hall. Even some 7th and 5th year students planned to attend and show their support. The Great Hall was abuzz with cheerful discussions, as students eagerly speculated about their favored young wizards and the reasons behind their choices. Dumbledore, seated at the head of the long table, beamed at the harmonious atmosphere within the school, his spirits unusually high. Beside him sat the duel tournament advisor, whom he had specially invited back, also exuding warmth as he sipped the red tea Dumbledore had just poured for him, finding it utterly delightful. Nicoles fixed her gaze intently on the middle-aged man seated next to Dumbledore, her expression one of scrutiny. Something was amiss, very amiss. Nicoles's instincts were on high alert. This was not right. Who was this person daring to sit beside her great-grandmother? How could Dumbledore serve him tea? And why was he smiling so sweetly at him? How dare he? Nicoles gripped her knife and fork tightly, the silver blade producing a screeching sound as it cut through the tender beef on her porcelain plate. Severus glanced at Nicoles's unusual demeanor and gently pressed her hand in reassurance, following her line of sight to scrutinize the gentleman, Mr. Singleton. He appeared to be approximately the same age as Stuart, with short black hair, exceptionally deep-set eyes of a profound oceanic blue, a prominent hooked nose, and a dense black beard, the corners of his lips etched with the marks of time. Moreover, if Severus was not mistaken, the man's magical prowess was formidable. Chapter 135. You're still online dating. When Dumbledore returned with that gentleman the previous night, Nicoles had been in this state. Initially, she thought nothing of it, assuming Dumbledore had merely brought back a capable friend to assist with the duel tournament. However, the more she observed, the more she felt something was off. When had Dumbledore ever smiled so playfully at a friend? Furthermore, was this friend sitting too close to Dumbledore? Were they perhaps holding hands under the table? Nicoles's alarm bells rang loudly in her mind. She immediately squeezed herself between the two and even attempted to probe that man. Yet, Dumbledore's friend was slippery, revealing nothing and even showcasing his charms right in front of her. How dare he? Previously, it was she who showcased Dumbledore. Nicoles was immediately displeased, her frustration bubbling like a pufferfish on the verge of exploding, especially as she cast a glance at Dumbledore that resembled a husband discovering his wife's infidelity. Brimming with resentment. Of course, it was resentment on behalf of her teacher. Nicoles even entertained the notion that the man might be a transformed version of her teacher, given that Gellert was capable of advanced transfiguration without even needing a polyjuice potion. Thus, she promptly pulled out her magic mirror, not caring who was present, and began to send a lengthy message to her teacher. The problem was, her teacher replied, "Yes, he did. Dear friends, this was serious." What did it signify when she messaged someone she suspected to be her teacher in front of this individual, and her teacher responded without any indication of disturbance? It meant that this person was not Gellert. Oh no, she would not allow it. Her ship was absolutely real. No one could tear it apart. Severus found it difficult to articulate Nicoles's state at that moment. If he were to describe it, it would be that Nicoles appeared to have died a little inside, her eyes glazing over as she fixated on Dumbledore and the man, her resentment almost tangible. Observing Nicoles in this manner, Dumbledore took a small step forward, his lips moving slightly as if he wished to say something, but he was pulled back by Mr. Singleton, who sported a provocative and triumphant expression as he whisked Dumbledore away. This infuriated Nicoles to the point where she nearly lunged at them to duel, only to be restrained by Severus and Professor McGonagall, who intervened together. Professor McGonagall was unaware of the situation, but Severus knew better. He was simply concerned about his ship being torn apart and felt somewhat vulnerable. After exchanging a calming glance with Professor McGonagall, Severus exerted considerable effort to half-carry Nicoles back to the dungeon, leaving the other professors bewildered. What was happening? Why was Nicoles acting this way? Did she have a grudge against Mr. Singleton? Professor Sprout, feigning nonchalance, approached her good friend, speaking with a hint of excitement as she inquired about their situation. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall was equally in the dark. Thus, that morning, All the faculty members discreetly observed Nicole's and Dumbledore's interactions, particularly intrigued by Nicole's rare display of emotional chaos, their hearts racing with curiosity, as if a swarm of kittens were clawing at them. What on earth was happening? The melon was right before them, yet they couldn't partake. We hate this. Severus was experiencing a throbbing headache. Last night, Nicole's had been so exasperated that she leaped from her bed to throw a series of air punches. It was evident she was genuinely upset. The enchanted mirror in her hand buzzed with a flurry of messages. She was demanding to mic off in 3 minutes. I wished to grasp every detail about this little sprite. Moments later, she was stealthily probing over to Galatea's side, too hesitant to confront him directly, fearing he might unleash his fury in defense of his beloved. She muttered her affection for Hogwarts, hoping it wouldn't meet the same fiery fate as Paris had. Yet, the more she probed, the colder her heart grew. Why did Galatea seem utterly oblivious? He was even sharing screenshots of their conversations. Stop it. You're making off with my dear professor. Soon, even the matriarch will be swept away. You're still indulging in a digital romance. A digital romance has no future. The competition is already in plain sight, and you're still behind the screen, flaunting. Flaunt away. You're showing off to the point where your beloved is slipping away. Nicole's was in such a state of anxiety that she paced the cellar, and it took Severus considerable effort to calm her down, keeping a vigilant eye on her lest she sprint off to the 8th floor to spy on the enemy. He even had to hold her tightly to ensure she stayed put while she slept, and the next morning, much to her rarity, she didn't linger in bed. As soon as she awoke, she reached for the mirror, still nestled in Severus's embrace, unable to resist poking and prodding at it. However, Mike Doff had uncovered little about a certain Cervantes singleton, only that this singleton family hailed from Sweden and had long lived in seclusion, maintaining a low profile. After a night of investigation, Nicole's felt somewhat disappointed, yet understood it was unreasonable to expect more given the brief time frame, especially if the individual had not been active in the wizarding world for an extended period. Nevertheless, she masked her disappointment and encouraged Mike Doff, urging him to prioritize this matter and uncover the ancestral lineage of Cervantes Singleton. Suddenly, Nicole's recalled her tome of bloodlines. With a swift motion, she sprang from Severus's embrace, disregarding his darkened expression and hesitant demeanor, and dashed out of the inner chamber in her pajamas and bare feet to search for the book. By the time Severus sighed and leisurely emerged from the inner room, he found Nicole's nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the thick tome. With a resigned shake of his head, he approached her, wrapping her in his arms to assist her in her reading. Nicole's, ignoring everything else, leaned up to kiss Severus's chin before returning to her fervent page-flipping. Unfortunately, the book was rather voluminous, and despite their diligent reading that morning, they barely made a dent in it before it was time to prepare. Nicole's languidly rested in Severus's arms as he helped her slip into slippers, then carried her into the bathroom for her morning routine. She appeared utterly disheartened, a sense of foreboding lingering over her concerning their ship. Chapter 136. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Severus, do you think Dumbledore might develop affections elsewhere? Nicole's mused casually, absent-mindedly picking at the rose-embroidered pattern on Severus's chest. Severus took her hand, kissing it lightly. My dear, perhaps I should remind you that this garment you just ordered for me is of the same style as yours, and I'm wearing it for the very first time today. Nicole's puffed her cheeks, gazing at him with a hint of grievance. Severus chuckled softly, playfully tugging at her cheeks. A pufferfish is indeed a rare sight on land. Severus, I believe instead of merely speculating, we should interact more to discern their connection. Severus hastily shifted the subject, provoking Nicole's was akin to digging his own grave. You're right. Nicole's was instantly distracted. Let us hurry. Nicole's seldom ignored the greetings from the little wizards, regardless of her busyness. She would typically respond or smile. However, this time was exceptional. She merely nodded at the small wizards as she hurried past Severus. Upon entering the great hall, Nicole's expression darkened. Behold what she discovered. That singleton was trailing Dumbledore like a shadow. Are you sitting beside Dumbledore? Just stay there, she thought, exasperated. What a gaze. This fellow's intentions are undoubtedly impure. Where's my wand? This Hogwarts is no longer safe. If the professors want to act, I will. Fortunately, Nicole's had Severus by her side, his own brow furrowed, but he managed to restrain her. Thus, the scene unfolded where Nicole's took out her frustration on a piece of beefsteak. Severus grasped Nicole's hand, repositioning her battered steak in front of him, leaving her with only the neatly sliced portion he had prepared. I must admit, I have never heard of Mr. Singleton's previous affiliations, she remarked, observing him delightfully, sipping his red tea. A pang of sympathy struck her as she thought of her pitiful professor imprisoned in the tower. Oh, how I wish for your demise. I hail from Sweden, rarely venturing out, hence my lack of notoriety. It is no surprise Miss Rosiel has not heard of me. Singleton responded leisurely, taking another sip of his tea. Cervantes and I are old friends. On this occasion, I happened to encounter him. And since he possesses considerable insight into dueling, I invited him to Hogwarts to assist us in refining our grand competition. Dumbledore smiled broadly at Nicole's as he explained. Nicole's grip on her fork tightened, nearly bending it as she forced a smile. Ah, Headmaster, you certainly have many old friends. With age comes a wealth of acquaintances. One's old friends are simply those who have been known for a long time. Indeed, how could that be? You're merely over 100 years old. Still in your youth. Nicole's continued her charade of pleasantries. Might I inquire about Mr. Singleton's age? Oh, not at all. There's nothing presumptuous about that. And thank you for your compliment, Miss Rosiel, but I too am no longer young. I am over 100 years old. Oh, you certainly know how to maintain your youth, Nicole's remarked politely, then turned to the mirror to message Mike off. That old fellow is over 100. Just like this age suggests. By the way, send some rejuvenating potions and maintenance elixirs to Neumgard and arrange for someone to custom make some fine garments for the professor. We must not falter in appearance. As she spoke, Nicole's discreetly assessed Singleton's physique, continuing to message Mike off. It would be best to manage the professor's figure as well, understood? After all, we may lose in people, but not in spirit. I wonder how long Mr. Singleton intends to stay at Hogwarts this time? Severus seized the opportunity while Nicole's was momentarily distracted by her messages, continuing to inquire about his partner's task. Singleton raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, setting down his teacup and turning to meet Severus's gaze. Professor Snape, do you not welcome me? Severus paused in his slicing of beef, an inexplicable chill creeping over him. You misunderstand. I am merely curious. Well, if that is your explanation, I shall likely remain for quite a while, for my skills in defense against the dark arts are rather commendable. Severus narrowed his eyes. Well, I dare say Hogwarts is not currently in need of another defense against the dark arts professor. As you have stated, only for the time being. Singleton nudged his teacup towards Dumbledore, who promptly refilled it. Nicole's, her expression grave, met Severus's gaze. This situation was indeed formidable. Severus pressed his lips together, indeed. While the atmosphere between the two was tense, the younger wizards below were animatedly discussing the rewards for the top 10 places and speculating on who would claim them. The top 10 competitors in this tournament would receive a monetary reward from the school, regardless of their year. The first place would garner 100 galleons, the second 80, the third 60, while those placing 4th to 6th would earn 50 galleons, and the 7th to 10th places would receive 30 galleons. Thus, merely making it into the top 10 ensured a minimum reward of 30 galleons, a considerable sum for young wizards. Additionally, the top 10 would receive other prizes. The first place in second year would be awarded a comprehensive spellbook prepared by Professor Flitwick. A compilation meticulously curated from years of teaching experience and personal collection, encompassing all spells suitable for second-year students and below, complete with detailed instructions and precautions. Securing this book would be akin to obtaining a private lesson from Professor Flitwick, underscoring its value. The second place would receive a vial of the Luminosity Potion, crafted by Nicole's, which temporarily boosts magical strength for approximately 15 to 20 minutes, followed by a brief period of weakness post-effect. The third place would be awarded a vial of the Intelligence Potion prepared by Severus, which, as the name suggests, grants a temporary enhancement of intellect, allowing the user to grasp complex magical concepts swiftly, although repeated use would diminish its efficacy. The 4th to 6th places would receive a pot of moonlight flowers prepared by Professor Sprout. These enchanting blooms flourish under moonlight, exuding a gentle luminescence and soothing fragrance that aids in sleep. Lastly, the 7th to 10th places would receive a set of signed books by Gilderoy Lockhart, which purportedly include personalized dedications on the title pages. The young wizards clamored, "Fight! We refuse to settle for 7th or 10th. Chapter 137. Terrifying indeed. Ron was initially elated to have made it into the top 10, as this guaranteed him at least 30 galleons. This alone satisfied him, for it meant he would no longer have to borrow Ginny's wand for dueling. He could finally possess a wand that was entirely his own. However, upon hearing about the rewards for the 7th and 10th places that morning, he and Harry exchanged glances, each retrieving their notebooks once more. No way are we settling for that shabby book. Draco had rested well the previous night. He and Theodore, his roommate, had returned from the potions classroom, washed up, and retired to bed, fully confident in Cedric's handling of the task at hand. Cedric chuckled. A matter of reputation. Their plan was progressing steadily, and with their well-rested spirits, they felt remarkably confident. Despite being among the favorites to win, Draco dismissed Granger and Knott, considering them mere stepping stones on his path to victory. As breakfast concluded, the time swiftly approached 8 o'clock, and a throng of young wizards poured into the dueling classroom. Having cast the undetectable extension charm, 9 dueling platforms were arranged in a circular formation at the heart of the room, with a long table set at the top where the Hogwarts professors were seated, surrounded by a grand tiered audience area. The non-participating young wizards took their seats in an orderly fashion according to their houses. Nonetheless, though the young wizards were clad in uniform robes, their supportive paraphernalia varied wildly in color and design. For instance, Ginny was an eclectic sight, waving a small flag with Harry's likeness, donning a hat emblazoned with Hermione's initials, and pinning a badge featuring her brother's portrait. From a distance, she resembled a walking display of support merchandise. Even her friend Luna sported a similarly chaotic ensemble, but with an even wider array of items, including tributes to Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, Theodore, and even Pansy. There was a reason for this collection. During a visit, Ginny had discovered that some Ravenclaw students often bullied Luna, hiding her shoes and mocking her. Luna, perhaps accustomed to such treatment or simply oblivious, had never retaliated. Yet, Ginny could not abide such behavior, and upon learning of it, she confronted the Ravenclaw girls, but being just 2 in number, they lacked any real intimidation factor. Enraged, Ginny sought out her brother Ron, who, true to the courageous nature of the Weasley family, could not tolerate such injustice. Upon hearing his sister's plight, he rallied the entire dueling team, thus stirring a hornet's nest. Draco, feeling slighted that those Ravenclaw students would dare disrespect him and his dueling team, was not about to let this stand. Hermione felt it was utterly unjust for those younger wizards to bully others, and her indignation was palpable. Selma believed that Luna and Ginny were their friends, and that those who mistreated them must face consequences. Thus, the leaders of the 3 houses in the dueling club united, and a formidable group stormed into the Ravenclaw common room. In response to Hermione's inquiries, Draco took the lead, while Selma, along with Harry and Ron, attempted to reason with the group of younger wizards. Theodore deemed it necessary to inform a professor about the incident, so he went to notify Nicoles for further action. Pansy, feeling superfluous amidst the crowd, began recording the events out of boredom. The situation reached a rather comical resolution when a 5th-year Ravenclaw student, perceiving their grand entrance as a provocation, approached to intervene. After Ron's impassioned explanation, it became evident that they were, in fact, the ones in the right, and shockingly, some older wizards were complicit in the bullying. Many were aware of their actions, yet chose to remain indifferent. The truth was laid bare, and the 2 upperclassmen found themselves in a precarious position, while Hermione and her friends grew even angrier, realizing that even the older students were involved. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Consequently, those older wizards who had bullied were also implicated. Harry, favored by the Hogwarts god of debate, played an irreplaceable role, engaging in a fierce exchange of words. Draco and the others were taken aback. They had never witnessed Harry wield such a sharp tongue, reminiscent of Professor Snape's scathing remarks. It was truly terrifying. Draco even resolved that it would be better to confront Potter with physicality rather than engage in verbal disputes. As the 2 factions continued to argue, Theodore arrived with Nicoles and Severus. After hearing the entire account and viewing Pansy's recording, Severus exuded an icy fury. Such events should never occur at Hogwarts. Deep in thought, his expression darkened, and he deducted 70 points from Ravenclaw, punishing all involved students with detention. However, Nicoles felt that this could not be the end of the matter, as mere punishment would not eradicate bullying. Once the young wizards were dismissed, Nicoles sought out Professor Flitwick, and after discussing the situation, arranged for Luna to be transferred to Autumn's dormitory. She recounted the events to Professor Flitwick, who, upon hearing, appeared utterly devastated and enraged, realizing he had been oblivious to such occurrences in his house. Witnessing the old man's near tears, Nicoles consoled him and then accompanied him to speak with Dumbledore. After hearing the account, Dumbledore's expression also darkened. Stealing a glance at Severus's face, he promptly convened a meeting with the heads of the 4 houses. After deliberation, they announced a new school rule: Hogwarts would not tolerate bullying among students. Any instances of bullying would be met with severe consequences. Following the announcement of this rule, the heads of houses received numerous reports, revealing the extent of bullying among the students. In Chapter 138, the situation took a turn. Even Professor Sprout, usually the most lenient, showed no mercy, imposing harsh penalties on those who had previously engaged in bullying. Finally, Luna was freed from the necessity of sleeping in her shoes, and she gained the best friendships imaginable. She expressed her gratitude to everyone and, in doing so, appeared more like a cheerleader than Ginny, as the top 10 were all members of their dueling club. To illustrate, she adorned her face with the Pansy family crest. The young wizards in the audience were agitated with excitement, while those preparing to draw lots on stage remained relatively calm, though a bit stirred. As most of them were familiar faces: Draco, Harry, Hermione, Theodore, Ron, Pansy, Selma, Goyle, Crabbe, and Zabini. All 10 were members of their team, and there was no need to elaborate on their rapport, having practiced together extensively. As a result, they were not particularly tense. Each casually selected a number and began to check their randomly assigned opponents. Draco faced Zabini, Hermione faced Goyle, Crabbe faced Ron, and Selma faced Pansy. With Harry up against Theodore, everyone understood the abilities of their team members, and by the time the lots were drawn, they had a rough idea of the outcomes. However, Professor Rogier had stated that a temporary defeat did not signify a lifetime of failure, and who knew what exceptional performance could arise. They were to give it their all. When only 2 young wizards remained on the 9 dueling platforms, they swiftly merged into one, and a transparent barrier rose above them. Draco and Zabini exchanged dueling salutations, and, without further ado, plunged directly into the duel. The two fought back and forth, captivating the attention of the onlookers below. As anticipated, Draco emerged victorious. Mr. Singleton, seated at the professor's table, observed Draco's combat style with interest, noting its unique flair. The results of the second-year matches were announced promptly, except for the final bout between Harry and Theodore, which proved to be quite challenging. Harry possessed remarkable talent, but Theodore had been immersed in magic for a significantly longer time and came from a well-established family. Singleton watched the fierce magical duel between the young savior and Theodore, glancing back at Dumbledore, who appeared deep in thought. Ultimately, Harry triumphed, though not without difficulty. Theodore's prowess was indisputable. Afterward, Harry downed a bottle of soothing potion and another of mana restoration to feel somewhat better, while Theodore similarly consumed both potions, though he bore no resentment, acknowledging that Potter had indeed won this time. But next time, luck might not favor him. The duels continued, with the victors being Draco, Hermione, Ron, Selma, and Harry. Selma drew a bye for the next round, while Draco faced Harry and Hermione faced Ron. Both Hermione and Draco won their matches with relative ease, thereby establishing the final 3 contenders. The subsequent challenges unfolded with little suspense, ultimately leading to Draco receiving Flitwick's Compendium of Magic, Hermione obtaining the Luminosity Potion, and Selma acquiring the Intelligence Potion. However, it was evident that Hermione and Selma were more intrigued by each other's rewards, leading them to strike a deal and exchange prizes on the spot. Harry, Ron, and Theodore received moonlight flowers, while the remaining young wizards felt it unnecessary to mention what they had garnered. Loart, brimming with enthusiasm, delivered an exuberant speech extolling the virtues of his numerous works before distributing signed copies to his audience. He then requested Skit to capture a photograph of them all, adorned with radiant smiles. The expressions of the young wizards in the picture were, to say the least, quite indescribable. Yet, who could argue that a wry smile is not a form of laughter? In order to prevent their friends' books from becoming burdensome, Draco and his companions resolved to implement their plan the day after the third-year competition. Consequently, Pansy and her peers hastily dispatched the books, barely pausing to celebrate with their friends, fearing that the tomes might become an unwanted weight in their hands, their minds racing to escape before Lohart's inevitable downfall. The grand interschool competition concluded splendidly, leaving Hogwarts engulfed in fervent discussions. Clearly, the excitement lingered, and the young wizards who had taken the stage became the focal point of conversation. However, aside from young Ron, the others remained remarkably composed, at least outwardly. Ron gifted the moonflower he had won to Ginny, crediting her wand for his participation, while Draco penned a letter to his father. Hermione, pulling Selma and Harry along, sought to consult Nicoles regarding the luminous potion. As they approached the professor's table, they overheard Nicoles' voice, laden with irritation, inquiring about the whereabouts of Fawkes and Aries. Hadn't they gone to play with Fawkes recently? Nicoles fixed her gaze upon Dumbledore, demanding to know where her little brother and pet had vanished. Dumbledore's eyes flickered momentarily as he replied, "They are visiting my brother, Albus." She pressed. "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "Why now?" Nicoles scrutinized him intently, realizing that, contrary to her assumptions, Dumbledore should not possess the ability to converse effortlessly with animals. Coincidence, it seemed, was at play. Severus, too, registered this anomaly, his gaze shifting to the seemingly nonchalant Mr. Singleton, who stood behind Dumbledore with his hands clasped behind his back. "Ah, I visited him on my way back yesterday, passing by the leaky cauldron. Fawkes stayed to play." "Is that so?" Nicoles leaned closer to Dumbledore, her skepticism intensifying. Of course, Dumbledore smiled, gently poking Nicoles' forehead to redirect her attention, noting that her gaze held a certain pressure. "Moreover, your students are here to see you." Nicoles' previously agitated expression quickly normalized as she turned to the 3 young wizards before her. "What is it?" Hermione quickly explained. "We wish to invite you and Professor Snape to our celebration." At this, all 3 young wizards discreetly glanced at Severus's expression, noting no visible change before continuing. "We would also like to seek your guidance on potion making." "Well, Potion making might be a bit too advanced for you at this stage. If you're interested, you might consider borrowing George's notes to peruse. As for the celebration, Nicoles turned to Severus, seeking his opinion. He shook his head, prompting her to continue. We shan't attend the celebration. We have other matters to attend to. Enjoy yourselves. All right then, Professor, we shall take our leave, they chorused. Yes, go ahead, he replied. Chapter 139, A Significant Sacrifice. Nicoles nodded absently at the young wizards, eager to send them on their way, before turning to interrogate Dumbledore. Hermione and Harry exchanged knowing glances. Sensing the urgency of the situation, they swiftly flanked Selma, who was keen to eavesdrop, eager to escape. Now was hardly the time for idle chatter, especially given the ominous expression on Professor Snape's face. Shouldn't you be wary of your reputation? Singleton remarked, stepping beside Severus, squinting at him. Severus hesitated, sensing that it would be prudent to respond. Perhaps I maintain strict standards. Ah, I see, Singleton nodded. Severus instinctively relaxed a fraction. Were you in the UK when you encountered Dumbledore? Why do you ask? Severus inquired, noting that Dumbledore had no reason to travel to Sweden. Huh, Singleton smirked. You seem quite knowledgeable about Dumbledore. Excluding chance encounters, I assume that anyone who merits a personal meeting with him holds great importance. Indeed, you are quite astute, lad. Singleton's brow raised, his demeanor visibly brightening. He glanced back at Nicoles, who was still engaged with Dumbledore, noting the peculiar dynamics at Hogwarts that seemed to captivate everyone. Albus. Professor McGonagall approached, her face alight with a smile. Oh, Minerva, you've arrived. Dumbledore stepped toward her, almost as if fleeing from an impending disaster. Perhaps you two have unfinished business? The perceptive professor adjusted her glasses, observing the peculiar tension between Nicoles and Dumbledore. Why does it feel as though something is amiss? Not at all, Dumbledore quickly denied, dismissing Nicoles's inquisitive gaze. Just a casual conversation. Is that so? McGonagall regarded the oddly expressioned Nicoles with curiosity. Nicoles nodded impassively, affirming, yes. Just casual chat. McGonagall shrugged, realizing she was out of sync with their peculiar banter. However, she soon smiled. The day is still young, and with no classes. Professor Morbona and I were contemplating a drink. Would you care to join us? It would be a splendid opportunity to welcome our new friend. Absolutely, Dumbledore agreed eagerly, grateful for any diversion from Nicoles's relentless inquiries. What about the 3 broomsticks? Dumbledore pondered momentarily before shaking his head. That would not suffice. What if Nicoles decides to visit the Leaky Cauldron to see Fawkes and Aries? That would surely expose the ruse, as Fawkes' little brother is quite the diligent caretaker. It appeared he would have to make some sacrifices. Oh, truthfully, there are more suitable venues within Hogwarts. Oh, McGonagall's eyes sparkled with recognition. I happen to have 2 bottles of exquisite wine from my collection. We could convene in the empty lounge beside the astronomy tower, which offers a delightful view. Splendid. McGonagall exclaimed, eager to notify the others. My dear Miss Nini, please do not regard your esteemed headmaster with such a gaze, Dumbledore chuckled, bemused by the intensity of the child's scrutiny. Perhaps you might ask, putting to prepare some refreshments? And what delicacies does my beloved headmaster desire? Well, let us see flour cakes, yogurt, strawberry mochi, and that delightful fruit salad from last time. Why must it all be desserts? Is sweetness not delightful? Not at all. Besides, I will whisper sweet nothings into Severus's ear, and your dental potion for this month will be halved. Oh, please, do not treat me so. In front, an elderly man and a young girl engaged in a lively banter as they strolled leisurely onward, while Mr. Singleton and Severus observed them from behind. Seemingly forgotten by the world, Singleton instinctively contemplated stepping forward to join them, but his gaze caught the still form of Severus beside him, prompting a puzzled raise of his brow. Severus remained silent, offering only a slight smile. In the next moment, a melodious voice floated into their ears. Severus, come on. Hurry up. Severus, without a word, cast a glance back at Mr. Singleton, the smile on his lips deepening silently, before naturally stepping to catch up with the elderly man and the young girl ahead. Singleton paused for a moment, his expression growing more contemplative. Show me? He mused with a hint of sarcasm. Is anyone calling for you? Displeased by the lack of attention directed his way, Mr. Singleton tugged at the corner of his mouth and obediently followed the figure he had been discreetly watching. It's fine. It's merely a temporary situation. The mature wheat will inevitably bow its head first. He has ample patience. The 4 soon parted ways, with Nicole and Severus heading to the kitchen to procure some pudding and other delicacies, while Dumbledore and the others went off in search of wine. After some contemplation, Nicole returned to the Alchemy lounge to rummage through her stock, unearthing 2 bottles of fine liquor from her homeland. Unsure of their sufficiency, she dragged Severus to the cellar, where they liberated 2 bottles of red wine sent to Severus by Stuart. Don't tell me you plan to drink all of this? Severus fixed his gaze on the assortment of alcohol in Nicole's hands, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Surely, she could not think her tolerance was that high. Severus. Hee. Nicole flashed a mischievous grin, her expression brimming with determination. Our mission today is to outdrink that vixen and extract his secrets. A noble aspiration, indeed. Severus privately deemed her plan somewhat impractical. Perhaps enlisting Professor Flitwick would be a safer bet? That makes some sense. Let us invite Hagrid too. Nicole pondered further, her thoughts racing. What if they ran out of alcohol? Thus, Severus's wine cabinet faced an inevitable disaster. Severus sighed. He should never have suggested this, truly. His precious wine. Ever since he had discerned Nicole's penchant for a modest drink, one she could handle, and the delightful state she found herself in post-consumption, he had taken to stockpiling an assortment of fine wines in his cellar. But this time, wasn't he essentially digging his own grave? He was experiencing a significant financial loss. The two ascended to the 8th floor, laden with their abundant provisions. Along the way, Nicole regaled Severus with an endless stream of tips on how to intoxicate someone. But Severus absorbed none of it, his gaze filled with reluctance over his cherished collection. Yet, gazing at Nicole's vibrant expression, he thought, well, it's not the end of the world. I can always replenish my stock later. After all, I will reclaim what is mine. Chapter 140. It was merely an accident. April's weather in England had begun to warm, the sharp mountain winds gradually subsiding, and life from spring was unfurling across the highlands. A riot of colorful mountain flowers prepared to bloom, while the grass by the Black Lake was adorned with scattered white clover and white ox-eye daisies, adding a touch of youthful vibrancy to Hogwarts. In the greenhouse beside the observatory, large floor-to-ceiling windows reflected this springtime vista of Hogwarts. The warm afternoon sun poured through the glass, illuminating the few individuals inside. Nicole sat on the carpet between the table and the sofa, arranging an array of culinary delights derived from pudding on the table. Behind her, Severus was uncorking a bottle of red wine, while Dumbledore placed his exquisite decanter beside him, facilitating the next phase of their gathering. Professors McGonagall and Sprout eagerly selected from Dumbledore's collection of cups, while Professor Flitwick engaged Hagrid and Mr. Singleton in a discussion about wine. Surprisingly, the seemingly aloof Mr. Singleton displayed considerable knowledge about wine, conversing animatedly with Professor Flitwick, with Dumbledore occasionally interjecting with supplementary remarks. The atmosphere in the room was tranquil. My dear, how about using this cup? Professor McGonagall suggested, holding up a beautiful cup of a delicate shade of pink. Nicole turned to glance, noting that the cup was silver, its smooth surface embedded with tiny red gemstones that sparkled under the sunlight. Perfect. It's stunning. Nicole nodded vigorously. A warm smile spread across Professor McGonagall's face. It suits you wonderfully. Having spoken, she set the cup aside for Nicole, continuing her search with Professor Pomona. Once Nicole finished arranging, McGonagall and Sprout returned with their selections, laden with treasures for everyone to choose from. Nicole eagerly accepted the cup chosen by Professor McGonagall and could hardly contain her excitement as she began to introduce the wine she had brought from her homeland. This is a wine I acquired during my travels in Huaxia, gifted by a Taoist from their cultivation system. It's osmanthus wine that he brewed himself. I've had a taste, and it's delightful. Since the red wine needs to breathe, why not try this first? Sounds great. Professor Flitwick enthusiastically responded, extending his cup towards her. Nicole poured a little into his cup, encouraging him to sample it first. He took a delicate sip, his eyes lighting up instantly. Oh, what a fragrant wine. It carries the essence of osmanthus, high in alcohol content, yet remarkably smooth. Delicious, he exclaimed, taking another sip to savor it further. Hagrid, unable to contain his eagerness, quickly offered his large cup when he heard Professor Flitwick's praise. He favored a hefty beer mug, using it for any drink. Exuding a sense of camaraderie, Nicole filled his cup generously before pouring for the others, then eagerly awaited their evaluations. So fragrant. Very smooth, indeed, and quite rich. It would pair wonderfully with cherry pie. It would enhance the sweetness. I adore this wine. It's perfect for me. I love osmanthus. Perhaps we could plant a tree in the greenhouse and brew some ourselves. What a splendid idea. Nicole beamed with pride at their compliments. When it came to wine culture, few could rival her homelands, she thought with a smirk, trembling in delight at her triumph over foreign peers. And this, another brew from the same master, called bamboo leaf green. You must all try it shortly. Oh, Hagrid gazed hungrily at the jar of bamboo leaf green, downing a large gulp from his cup. I can hardly wait to meet it. Severus sipped a little dessert before cautiously tasting his wine. He recalled Nicole mentioning its potent after-effects, easily leading one to inebriation. Oh, what a remarkable civilization. I've heard they persisted for thousands of years. I truly wish to see it. Is the process for visiting Huaxia cumbersome? Dumbledore inquired, his expression tinged with longing as he popped a piece of cloud cake into his mouth. It can be a bit tedious, and the scrutiny is quite strict. Their cultivation system differs significantly from our magical one, and they are currently ramping up their economic development, so the regulations are tighter. Nicole replied after swallowing the wine. It appears that you harbor a profound interest in the East. It is merely a curiosity about the landscapes and cultivation systems I have yet to encounter, and their culinary culture is simply exquisite. Dumbledore, with a piece of dragon's beard candy in hand, winked at Nicoles, who returned a radiant smile. It just so happens that the region of Huaxiao wishes to join the International Wizarding Federation. Dumbledore is indeed a living emblem for such an endeavor. Perhaps I could introduce you to some friends over there. That would be splendid. Oh, the mysterious and resplendent ancient land. Professor Flitwick raised his glass, clinking it with Nicoles's, while the latter savored the delightful drink. Hogwarts has not witnessed such harmony and liveliness in a long time. Professors McGonagall and Sprout also clinked their glasses, affirming the sentiment. And indeed, the practical skills of the young wizards have improved significantly. It has proven to be a commendable activity. Speaking of which, Nicoles, your dueling techniques are quite impressive, remarked Professor Flitwick, placing his glass down. Even the second-year wizards have managed to perform commendably. Indeed, they have made considerable progress, Nicoles pondered. However, I believe the stark difference in their advancement is largely due to their defense against the dark arts professor. I concur. Severus's head snapped towards Dumbledore, brimming with a slow-burning resentment. Ahem, must you be so dour, Severus? Is it not permissible for every wizard to possess interests that diverge from their expertise? Hogwarts cannot do without you, Severus. I would prefer my potions professor to remain unscathed. Severus rolled his eyes, acquiescing with a hint of sarcasm. As you wish. My dear headmaster. So, there truly is a curse, is there? Nicoles subtly edged closer to Dumbledore, seizing the moment to plop down between Singerton and Dumbledore. Mr. Singerton exhibited no reaction, while Dumbledore appeared somewhat uncomfortable, attributing it to mere happenstance. Such occurrences happen every year, do they not? Who can predict whether an accident or tomorrow shall arrive first? Diplomatic rhetoric. Nicoles pursed her lips, recalling a time when classes could proceed normally. Hagrid burped, casting doubt on the matter. I cannot believe there is no issue at all. I am more inclined to believe it is a curse of some sort. Chapter 141. The unobservant little rascal finally departed. Professor McGonagall contemplated intervening to vindicate Dumbledore, yet the unforgiving truth loomed large, leaving her no choice but to focus intently on the intricate patterns of her glass. Perhaps there exists another opportunity? Mr. Singerton seemed to take an interest, inquiring further. Nicoles turned her head, thoughtfully meeting his gaze, and mentioned that it was rumored Voldemort had placed a curse on this position. Nicky, Dumbledore interjected. It is merely idle chatter. My dear headmaster, perhaps you need not be so tense. Severus poured a bit of wine for Dumbledore, offering a soothing remark. Issues must be resolved. Otherwise, besides myself, who would dare to apply for this position? Or do you wish to recruit a fool? I recall my teacher once saying, every curse requires a medium. Have you conducted an inspection? Nicoles's expression grew somewhat animated. We have indeed conducted one. Professor Flitwick leaned closer to Nicoles, his demeanor serious. It was a thorough examination conducted by myself and Dumbledore. We scrutinized the entire defense against the dark arts classroom and the lounge, finding no issues whatsoever. Perhaps it lies beyond these two locations? Singerton suggested. Dumbledore knew that he was quite proficient in this area. It is possible Voldemort lacks his depth of knowledge. Furthermore, Nicoles has been educated by a renowned dark wizard since childhood, prompting a swift response from her. Aside from these two locations, are there any other areas frequently accessed by the defense against the dark arts professors? The staff lounge. Severus blurted out almost instantly. Shall we investigate? Nicoles and Severus exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with eagerness. Let us go. Observing the two depart in tandem, Mr. Singerton subtly maneuvered closer to Dumbledore, discreetly narrowing the distance between the trio. The unobservant little rascal has finally left. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Dumbledore leisurely clinked his glass with Professor McGonagall, both displaying a relaxed smile reminiscent of family. Such enviable vitality. Professor Sprout nestled into the sofa behind her, cradling a bowl of fruit salad, clearly preferring delectable fare over drink. Such matters are best left to the youth to explore. The fine wine awaits us. Professors Flitwick and Hagrid shared a knowing clink of their glasses, delighting in the exhilarating effects of the alcohol. Nicoles and Severus raced to the staff lounge, a place they frequented daily yet had never thoroughly examined. The lounge was furnished with several desks facing each other, and in the corner, two makeshift beds were tucked away. On the rustic wooden shelves lining the walls, scattered remnants of antiquated decorations and old textbooks lay. Severus led Nicoles directly to the desk currently occupied by Lockhart, and they proceeded with utmost caution, even donning dragonhide gloves as they meticulously searched the area surrounding the desk. Nicole's even employed her dark magic detector. Yet it soon became apparent that this device was ill-suited for the current scenario. While curses fall under the realm of dark magic, they possess a distinct essence that elevates them to a psychological domain, rendering the dark magic detector ineffective. The pair found nothing particularly noteworthy at Lockhart's workspace, and Nicole's, undeterred, expanded her search throughout the lounge. Just as she was pondering where anomalies might lie, Severus called out her name. Nikki? Have you found something, Severus? Nicole's inquired as she leaned closer to him. Perhaps. Look here. Severus pointed to a section of the floor beneath Lockhart's desk. Nicole's leaned in, scrutinizing the area Severus indicated. A circular patch of flooring was noticeably darker than its surroundings, and its position was such that anyone seated would inevitably tread upon it. How cunning of Voldemort, who would notice such a detail without a keen eye? And even if one did, it is likely no one would suspect its significance. Severus nodded. Though we cannot yet confirm if this is indeed the curse, the detection magic yielded no response. Allow me to attempt a test. Nicole's employed several unique detection spells taught to her by her instructor. It appears to be absorbing? Severus observed as the luminous essence of the spell vanished into the floor, his brow furrowed in confusion. It seems this is indeed the source. What then? The spell should be effective against the flooring, correct? A splendid idea. It is worth a try. Severus nodded in agreement. Nicole's swiftly grasped Severus's hand and shook it playfully. Severus, let me take the lead, shall I? Severus gazed into Nicole's sparkling eyes, unwittingly smiling. Then allow me to witness the fruits of Miss Rogier's studies. Let us await the outcome, Professor Snape. Nicole kissed the other's chin, grasped her wand, and pointed it at the floor. With a series of 3 precise spells, a triangular gap materialized before her. However, the force of the spells was somewhat excessive, and the inebriated individual did not temper his power. It seemed that classmate Rogier still had much to learn about controlling his exuberant magic. Nicole pursed her lips, tilted her head back, and playfully poked Severus in the chest with her chin, her eyes twinkling mischievously like stars, as if to say, I did this on purpose. It was merely to express my disdain for that pompous fool. It appeared that the plans of those little rascals would need to be expedited. Severus lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, and leaned down to capture her lips, which were tinged with the scent of osmanthus wine, leaving no opportunity for a response. When they finally parted, breathless, Nicole, her cheeks flushed, nestled into his embrace, exclaiming, It's all your fault. What if I want to continue kissing you? Severus raised a hand to caress Nicole's cheek. I believe the elders would not mind waiting a little longer. After all, they excel at patience. Is that so? With that, a flurry of gentle kisses showered upon her. As Nicole wrapped her arms around his shoulders, even the sun seemed to bow in admiration of him. As the two levitated the floorboard back, Hagrid had nearly drunk himself into a stupor. Professors McGonagall and Sprout had already retreated to rest, leaving only 4 gentlemen in the warmth of the 8th floor greenhouse. Professor Flitwick was doing his best to stay upright, still preoccupied with thoughts of Nicole's bamboo leaf wine, which was likely the source of his predicament. Nicole cleared a small space on the table and placed the floorboard atop it. Flitwick adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a closer inspection, but without a normal floor for comparison, he couldn't discern anything amiss. We tried several detection spells, but either they malfunctioned or were absorbed. Absorbed? Mr. Singleton inquired. Nicole's eyes flickered. It's a spell taught to me by my teacher, a revealing charm. Perhaps you've heard of it? I haven't, my dear child, but I am quite curious. Could you demonstrate it? Of course. Nicole snapped her fingers, and the familiar glow of magic enveloped the floor once more. Singleton raised an eyebrow, signaling Dumbledore to hand him his wand. It was unclear what spell Singleton cast, but suddenly the floor ignited, and in moments, billowing black smoke erupted from the vibrant blue flames, confirming it was indeed cursed. Professor Flitwick stepped back, and upon seeing this, Nicole immediately threw a purification charm, surrounding the black smoke with shimmering white light. Soon, a sharp wailing sound emanated from within, gradually fading into silence, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Phew, it seems the dark magic curse at Hogwarts has been dispelled. Nicole, with an air of audacity, placed her hands on her hips and regarded Mr. Singleton with a knowing expression. Yes, indeed. Professor Flitwick exclaimed, how about we celebrate with some bamboo leaf wine? Certainly. Nicole had not forgotten her original intention. With a decisive pop, she uncorked the wine jar, releasing a refreshing aroma reminiscent of bamboo leaves that mingled with the scent of the liquor. Hagrid sprang up, his eyes as wide as saucers, fixated on the jar in Nicole's hands. Oh, it smells delightful. Come, let us taste. Nicole filled cups for the others, her gaze intensely focused on them. The after effects of the osmanthus wine are just about to hit, mixed with bamboo leaf wine. Let us see who among you can still stand after leaving this room. Hagrid boldly took a swig of the liquid, and with each swallow, his already hazy eyes became more dazed. In the moment the cup slipped from his grasp, this endearing half-giant still managed to give Nicole a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious." Professor Flitwick was taken aback by the potency of the bamboo leaf wine. After a small sip, the crisp flavor ignited a spark in his eyes. It's a different flavor from the osmanthus wine. The osmanthus is rich and smooth, while this is remarkably refreshing. He took another gulp. "I think I should plan a trip to China." Flitwick nodded enthusiastically. Nicole, having taken only a small sip, settled down on the carpet before Dumbledore. "What do you think, Headmaster?" "Delicious, but it is too strong for my taste. I prefer osmanthus wine." "And Mr. Singleton?" "I enjoy this." "Then drink up. I will pour you another." Nicole suppressed her excitement and added, "By the way, you are most welcome at Hogwarts. I toast to your arrival." "You drink." "I shall indulge at my leisure." With that, she took a small sip for herself, and Singleton tilted his head in confusion. "I drink?" "Yes. I'm not very good with alcohol, so if you enjoy it, please have more. It is, after all, a welcome gesture." "Very well, as you wish." Singleton downed the drink in one go, and Nicole promptly refilled his cup. Severus, seeing this, immediately joined in. "I also toast to you. Wishing you all that you seek at Hogwarts." Singleton's eyes flickered as he raised an eyebrow at the two young ones before clinking cups with Severus, both drinking deeply. "All right. This cup is for that beautiful wish." Professor Flitwick, seemingly oblivious to the situation, assumed this was a new welcome ritual everyone was participating in, and thus raised his cup to Singleton as well, expressing his welcome. However, it was evident that this little old man had also reached his limit, as one cup sent him down the same path as Hagrid. On the small sofa, two inebriates, one large and one small, had been acquired. Mr. Singleton appeared quite composed, prompting Nicole to devise another scheme. "My dear Headmaster, should not an old friend, upon reuniting, share a drink? Old friends deserve a warm welcome, do they not?" "Indeed." Severus is correct. Nicole promptly filled their cups once more, her anticipation palpable as she observed them. Mr. Singleton naturally accepted the cup, his expression suggesting a hint of eagerness as his gaze fixated on Dumbledore. Dumbledore lowered his eyes, concealing his emotions, and when he lifted his gaze again, it was devoid of complexity. He gently clinked his cup with Singleton's, and, caught in the latter's unwavering stare, they both drank deeply. Perhaps indulging in strong spirits occasionally is not entirely undesirable, thought Dumbledore, holding his cup with a softened expression. "If you enjoy it, we could make this a regular occurrence." Hey, why wait for later? Let us do it now." Nicole could not bear to witness the tender exchange between the two, though she felt a twinge of doubt herself. After all, one of them was Wandless, was he not? Right? Right. Humph. But that was not yet confirmed. And even if it were, so what? Let you all pretend. Nicole promptly refilled everyone's cups once more, exclaiming, "Come, come, do not be shy. You drink. We shall indulge at our leisure." As he spoke, he embraced the softest persimmon in the room, Dumbledore, pinning his hand down and pouring wine into his mouth at a pace so rapid that it left him no time to react. Severus would never dare to treat Singleton in such a manner. Thus, as Dumbledore's goblet ran dry, he replenished it, repeating this act 3 times. Such potency would surely overwhelm even Dumbledore, and soon, the elder's eyes began to glaze over. Singleton, on the side, made no effort to halt the actions of Nicoles and Dumbledore, merely sipping his drink leisurely. It was only when Dumbledore exhibited signs of inebriation that Singleton decided to intervene. "Hold on." Nicoles stepped boldly in front of Dumbledore. "I demand that you revert to your true form. Otherwise, I shall not relinquish my hostage." "A hostage is only a hostage when in your possession. Are you certain you can retain yours?" Hey, don't be unreasonable." Nicoles rolled her eyes. "All right. No need for further testing. That haughty tone is unmistakably that of our dear elder." Chapter 143. Entertaining a child is delightful. "When did you decide to come? Why didn't you inform me of your arrival, and why deceive me?" Nicoles glared, her neck stiffened, resembling a bulldog ready to dismantle the place unless she received an explanation. Singleton set down his goblet, turning to face Nicoles, and with merely this single gesture, she recoiled a considerable distance with Dumbledore, quickly clutching Severus by the shoulder to shield herself. "I warn you, you are currently in the wrong. Resorting to force is inadvisable. We are civilized individuals who prefer reason. When did I ever imply I would resort to violence?" Nicoles poked her head out from behind Severus. "You used to threaten me in just this manner. Don't think I'm unaware." Severus sighed, a mix of resignation evident on his face. He understood now from whom Draco had learned to use him as a human shield. It was evidently a family trait. "I won't strike you this time." "Huh, you admit it." Singleton's hand rhythmically tapped his thigh, his gaze fixed on Nicoles's indignant expression, a smile involuntarily curling his lips. "Entertaining a child is indeed a joy. As the rhythmic drops of her fingers continued, his dark hair and blue eyes faded, revealing his original tall frame with golden hair and mismatched eyes. So, you know that your little boyfriend has long been aware of my identity? What? Nicole's eyes widened in disbelief as she yanked Severus's robes, flipping him onto his back. Severus? Cough. Merely a conjecture, Severus replied, his face betraying a hint of discomfort, driven by a tinge of possessiveness for their respective partners. He had gleaned some insights during their earlier conversation. Wow, he didn't even tell you. Grindelwald leaned back, shaking his goblet in a clearly theatrical manner. Sir, I believe this does not absolve you of the lies regarding Nini. This is just a modest return for AL's actions towards Nini. Are you certain this was initiated by Dumbledore? Severus's desire to roll his eyes peaked, but he stifled it, remembering the other's elder status. This is irrelevant. What matters is the execution of the plan. Grindelwald's expression remained unwaveringly self-assured. He was calm, yet it irked Nicole's to no end. Who do you think I am doing this for? Nicole's peered out cautiously, her small head barely visible. And who could possibly be the mastermind behind such a devious scheme? It's all too fitting for certain individuals' wicked sense of humor. Indeed, children lose their charm as they mature. They are no longer as easily fooled as in their youth. A glint of nostalgia flickered in Gellert's eyes. I knew it. No one else could have conceived such a mischievous idea. Nicole's muttered under her breath, you old coot. Always picking on me. What is the deal with that magic mirror? Didn't T pudding accompany you to Hogwarts? Damn, you all knew about it. It was a trap set specifically for me. What about Ares and Fox? Aren't they at the Leaky Cauldron? Of course. But Phineas would have fought him on the spot. Going to the Leaky Cauldron? Unthinkable. Those two are still exploring the Forbidden Forest. Hey, Professor, how can you behave this way? You can't possibly feel no remorse. Hurry up and explain how you all became entangled. As you can see, I missed him, and he just happened to come to see me. Is it truly that simple? Of course, it is that simple. Just like that? Haven T, you always wanted him? Besides, have you two reconciled? Some matters cannot be resolved merely by reconciliation. We have simply ceased to evade. I don't believe it. I want to hear the details. Gellert remained silent, merely tilting his head, narrowing his eyes at the person hiding sneakily behind Severus. Severus, picking up on the unspoken cue, covered Nicole's mouth. Enough, my dear girlfriend. Didn't you suffer enough last time in Neumgard? What has endowed you with such audacity? Woo-woo. Resistance is futile, and can you please return my owl? Woo-woo. 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 She says she can. Woo-woo. Nicole's turned her wide eyes in disbelief towards Severus. You traitorous Severus. In that case, we shall return, and my dear Severus. Perhaps you possess a youth potion in your stock? I do, sir. Excellent, and you may now call me Professor. Very well, Professor. Nicole's eyes widened in disbelief as she cast a side glance at Severus. So it was you who lured the troublemakers here? Gellert, in high spirits, raised an eyebrow at Nicole's, openly embracing Dumbledore in front of her. Woo-woo. I believe my dear student should understand that your teacher does not comprehend these woes. And, with a snap of his fingers, Pudding appeared in the greenhouse. Respectful Pudding, good afternoon to you, young Mistress Nicole's. How may I serve you? Please escort these two back. Certainly, Master. Pudding bowed, effortlessly transporting the drunken duo out of the room. I shall have Pudding fetch you the youth potion shortly. My dear Severus. Severus tucked Nicole's into his arms, the inebriated individual surprisingly strong, and he found himself struggling to maintain control. Very well, Professor. Thank you for your efforts. Gellert smiled with delight as he exited the greenhouse with his captive. After a while, Severus finally released the struggling Nicole's. Severus, she exclaimed, her hair almost standing on end in frustration. Madam, perhaps you noticed that Gellert did not return the Elder Wand? In defeat, Nicole's flung herself onto the sofa. I've had enough of this life of being overshadowed. I warned you that Western training methods are utterly unreasonable. Whose magical prowess flourishes without diligent training, but rather, merely grows with the passage of years? Gellert has surpassed a century. She, by mere approximation, is but a fragment of his age. I refuse to accept this. How infuriating. Cursed be the Western magical realm. This is utterly unreasonable. In this moment, she even empathized with the pitiful egg. Is it not merely the desire for immortality? What fault lies with him? In her vast homeland, which practitioner does not yearn for eternal life? Chapter 144 portrays a scene of utter desolation. Although, one mustn't be foolish enough to fragment one's soul. Yet, resorting to soul-splitting through murder would surely result in being branded a dark sorcerer. Never mind. In this minuscule place, it hardly compares to a village squabble back home, devoid of any true relevance. But, at least her homeland offers a semblance of upward mobility. Unlike this chaotic magical society. Nini? Severus gently scooped her into his embrace, poking at her disenchanted visage. What occupies your thoughts? Do you truly believe Voldemort could best Dumbledore? Why this sudden inquiry? If memory serves, he's not yet 70, is he? Dumbledore has surpassed 110. That's a gap of over 40 years. How has he achieved such prowess? Through dark magic, perhaps? Yet, I have studied dark magic since my youth. My learning is assuredly more eclectic than his. Furthermore, I recall Wendell once telling me that he and Dumbledore had clashed long ago, and he was defeated. Surely, my teacher's dark magic cannot be inferior to Voldemort's? There is no reason to believe Voldemort surpasses Dumbledore. Hence, if he is indeed so formidable, does that not imply Voldemort possesses exceptional talent? I had thought myself quite strong, yet I seemed to fall short against a mere egg. Nicoles began to absently pick at the embroidered patterns on Severus's chest. Severus firmly grasped her restless hand. Leaning down to elucidate, if Nini were to spar with me, would she employ any particularly insidious dark magic? Of course not. Nicoles's gaze sparkled as it met his, suddenly grasping his intent. Those devoid of love resort to any means, while those with affection tread lightly. Very well, you have persuaded me. Nicoles nestled quietly in his embrace, though a hint of reluctance lingered until she remembered her seemingly useless system. Hey, system, make a sound. Nicoles mentally tapped her ineffectual system. System offline. Please explore its functions independently. You've been offline for over a decade. What use are you to me? System offline. Please explore its functions independently. Damn it. Useless. System offline. Please explore its functions independently. Can you not say something else? Detected unclaimed check-in rewards. Would you like to claim them? Nicoles pondered momentarily, recalling the last Valentine's incident orchestrated by Lockhart, wherein she had checked in during both the Great Hall and her confession to Harry. Blaming her recent busyness for neglecting her blind box, she declared, I wish to make a wish, to summon something that aids in my power growth. Detected unclaimed check-in rewards. Would you like to claim them? System, you abducted me. You must provide some assurance. If my strength does not increase, I fear I may be beaten daily. You cannot do this, or I shall leave a poor review. Please claim the check-in rewards. I consider that as a default acceptance. Please claim the check-in rewards. Claim. Congratulations. You have received a spirit gathering array and a magic power growth potion. So it is indeed possible to make wishes. You wretched system. Why did you not say so sooner? System offline. Please explore its functions independently. Please use civilized language. Despite her verbal sparring with the system, Nicoles felt little regret. After all, better outcomes could arise, and if not, it would be as it is. Gellert was merely attempting to intimidate her. He would not truly assault her every day, especially considering her age. Surely, he would grant her some semblance of respect. Yet, to her astonishment, she had indeed procured something beneficial, which could be considered an unexpected delight. Nicoles nestled closer to Severus's chest. What's wrong? The one savoring the embrace opened his eyes, his deep black gaze fixating on her delicate profile before bestowing a gentle kiss. I wish to return to the dungeon to rest. Then let us proceed. My dear Miss Rogier, but I do not wish to walk alone. What should I do? Nicoles looked up, her state not quite inebriated, but the pleasant haze of alcohol rendered her languid. Then I shall carry you. What will the little wizards think? Nicoles teased him. I believe those little giants have yet to develop the ability to see through their professor's disillusionment charm, have they not? Very well, my esteemed head of house. Nicoles comfortably nestled in Severus's embrace, closing her eyes, as he carried her back to the dungeon, love weaving through the castle, known only to the two of them. Oh, but wait, pudding also knew, for the little sprite had pursued them, requesting 2 vials of age reduction potion. The following day, Nicoles did not attend the third-year duel competition. Instead, she remained in the dungeon, delving into the spirit-gathering array. In essence, this device was akin to the universally recognized spirit-gathering array from the East. Only it gathered magic instead. After arranging it in the dungeon and experiencing its effects, Nicoles disassembled the array, for she understood the distinction between providing a person with a fish and teaching them to fish. She was acutely aware of the difference between possessing one set and having an infinite number of them. Thus, Miss Nicoles Rogier once again entered the cycle of intense study, neglecting even her teacher's frequent orders for age reduction potions from Severus. After all, her ship had already set sail, and considering her teacher's penchant for mischief, even if she were to pursue him for details, the miserly old man would likely withhold them. Cursed be the situation. Moreover, Gellert had offered compensation. In recent days, Severus had been taken by Gellert for small lessons in the Forbidden Forest. When he returned to the dungeon, he was utterly exhausted, collapsing into sleep without even a moment to freshen up. It appeared Severus had not undergone such rigorous training in quite some time. On 2 occasions, he was so fatigued that he collapsed on the sofa, sleeping through the night without even entering the bathroom. Had Nicoles not awoken for a drink in the middle of the night, she might have remained oblivious to this state of affairs. Severus's condition was indeed tragic. His robes were tattered and hung haphazardly from his frame, with numerous wounds crisscrossing his skin. There were even burns from fiend fire. It seemed that within a few days, he would master the art of fire evasion. Nicoles had become quite adept at treating injuries. Merely by observing the wounds, she could almost deduce where Severus had progressed, as she had endured similar tribulations herself. After skillfully administering the appropriate potions and treating his wounds, she dragged him into the bathroom for a proper cleansing. Later, Nicoles dedicated a portion of her attention to setting up an entry alert device at the door, ensuring that she would be notified upon Severus's return, allowing her to check on his condition. The individual collapsed directly onto the living room floor, a rather pitiful sight. The time spent by the two was exceptionally fulfilling. Chapter 145. It was utterly ridiculous. More practice was essential. As for Draco and his companions, they genuinely pulled off a significant stunt following the conclusion of the third-year competition. These youngsters somehow managed to persuade their fellow third-year wizards, compelling Gilderoy Lockhart to unwittingly inhale the two specially concocted potions Cedric had prepared for them during the award ceremony. Consequently, Lockhart became euphoric on the spot, and under the influence of the exhilaration and hallucinogenic effects, he, while being guided by Rita Skeeter's probing during her interview, inadvertently revealed his tendency to appropriate others' experiences and erase their memories before the entire school. Rita Skeeter beamed with satisfaction from the stage, while the young wizards in the audience began to cheer, hand in hand, having successfully ousted the superficial professor and pocketed a little profit before his downfall. Professor Rogier was indeed correct. A win-win situation was the best outcome. Draco, however, was feeling somewhat troubled. He had penned numerous letters to his father, yet received only 2 replies. Merlin's beard. He had written over a dozen letters, and in those 2 responses, his father merely stated that he had been quite busy, advising Draco to consult his aunt if he needed anything, or else seek his future uncle, and if that failed, he could always approach Dumbledore, ending the correspondence rather abruptly. Dumbledore? Was his father truly in his right mind? Was this appropriate? The heir of a prominent Slytherin family seeking counsel from a Gryffindor-born headmaster? Had the world gone awry? Well, that aside, Dumbledore was still his headmaster. In any case, he wouldn't be able to find him. But who could explain this to him? Were all adults preoccupied with the same matters? His father ignored his letters, his aunt was reclusive, and the headmaster was elusive, only appearing during classes. Even when he confided in his mother, she replied that she too was busy. How could this be? Were they all occupied with the same affairs? Draco was on the verge of a breakdown. This was exceedingly cruel for a child like him, who had no other hobbies and often engaged his parents in trivial matters. How could they treat him like this? He confided his frustrations to Theodore and the others, who shockingly dared to mock him. How dare they? Such a monumental issue. And they barely acknowledged it. Even that insufferable Weasley suggested he was too old for such things or could discuss matters with his uncle. Was it Draco who had lost his grip on his wand, or had Weasley become arrogant after acquiring a new wand? Wasn't it just a 14-inch willow wand with a unicorn hair core? Whose wand didn't have a unicorn hair core anyway? Thus, under the influence of Nicoles, who had successfully brainwashed him into believing that violence was the solution, Draco directly engaged Ron in several duels. After their encounters, Ron, no longer boasting, avoided Draco at all costs, so much so that he would rather circumvent him entirely. Ron, I detest this nephew. Yet, Draco found some satisfaction in this. Though he remained gloomy, where had all the adults in his life gone? Were they conspiring behind his back? He loathed the feeling of being left in the dark. Malfoy, it's been a week, stop brooding. Tomorrow, George and Fred will be dueling. We plan to cheer them on. Are you joining us? Harry found himself unceremoniously thrust in front of his overly clingy nephew by Ron. He wasn't quite ready to face Draco, but Hermione had assigned him a social task, which left him no choice but to send his good friend to represent him. Moreover, Harry and Draco had been on rather friendly terms lately, largely because both felt that the new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Cervantes Singleton, had it out for them. Harry was called upon 8 times in a single class, especially after admitting to being Dumbledore's favorite student. Ah, so you are Dumbledore's favorite student? Professor Gellert inquired. Indeed, Professor. Harry replied. Excellent. I shall see what merit you possess. How dare you admit that? Draco's situation was even more blatant. It seemed the professor was acutely aware of Draco's fighting techniques, repeatedly calling him up to demonstrate and then pressuring him to perform. My combat style, my apprentice? Utterly inadequate. You require further practice. He's targeting me. He's targeting me. Thus, these 2 unfortunate souls found themselves united in their shared grievances against the new professor. Due to the professor's formidable prowess and extensive knowledge, he genuinely imparted valuable lessons in class. The spells the young wizards were learning were indeed diverse. Consequently, all the young wizards were thoroughly impressed by him, leaving only Harry and Draco to voice their critiques of his methods. The others were enamored. He is exceptional. Harry Draco. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Though Harry provided a sounding board for Draco's complaints, Draco, being a family heir, grew increasingly frustrated after sending numerous letters into the void. The little platinum dragon felt stifled, yearning for his father, longing for his mother. When would his aunt emerge from her seclusion? A visit from the headmaster would suffice. Surely, he couldn't be expected to approach Dumbledore. Yet he found himself unable to voice these thoughts. Draco sighed despondently, casting a glance at his cricket partner. Are you supporting Fred and George? Of course, Ron exclaimed, peering from behind Harry. Though the twins are often boisterous, they possess undeniable skill. Clearly, Diggory is stronger. George and Fred. Diggory. The twins. Ugh, could you two refrain from bickering upon every meeting? Harry lamented, covering his face with his hand. Was it a given that wizards sharing a bloodline were always at odds? This must be what Professor Rogier referred to regarding the complexities of kinship. He provoked me first. Draco crossed his arms defiantly. I merely spoke the truth. Ron, though repeatedly defeated, showed no lack of courage for another round. Harry observed the fiery exchange between their gazes, exasperatedly rolling his eyes as he began to redirect the conversation. I heard Professor Rogier is set to emerge from her seclusion this week. What? Draco exclaimed, swiftly shifting his attention. This is splendid news. But how did you know? Who informed you? I, of all people, should be the first to know about my aunt's return. It is simply unfair. Oh, calm down. I heard it from Hermione, who heard it from Selma, who heard it from Pansy, who heard it from Rita Skeeter, who? Rumor has it, eavesdropped on Dumbledore. Chapter 146. She truly is a marvelous mother. Wow, what a convoluted source. Ron stared blankly. Why would Skeeter eavesdrop on Dumbledore? I don't know, but Selma mentioned that Skeeter has been a long-time critic of Dumbledore. It seems all the dirt on him has come from her. What? Draco scowled. Did she harbor a dislike for Dumbledore? Ron, with his little hand cradling his chin, began to ponder. Ginny referred to this as a form of derogatory pursuit, while simultaneously casting aspersions upon him. How peculiar. Indeed. However, Potter, how is it that you possess such extensive knowledge? Draco scrutinized him, pondering how this fellow had recently become so well-liked and informed. Right, Harry, I have no clue about any of this. Ron felt his status as the gossip king of Gryffindor was being undermined, a notion he found utterly intolerable. Harry rolled his eyes. Considering that neither of you had recently been lost in your wands or ensconced in family isolation. Blame them then. All right. Draco scratched his face, but if Skitter was eavesdropping, how could she have been discovered? It was said that Professor Singleton caught her while she happened to be in the headmaster's office. It seemed that Professor Rocher had been the one to extricate her, though the specifics remained unclear, and even the reason why Professor Rocher went to rescue her was unknown. It was merely rumored that Skitter had sought out Pansy to purchase the video of Lockhart's debacle that day, and she fortuitously inquired of Skitter, thus learning of Professor Rocher's imminent release. So that's how it was. Draco regained his composure. Well, he still preferred to be his beloved aunt's cherished nephew. Would they be able to catch George and the others in their competition? Ron and the others had not wandered into the potions office for quite some time. Turning his cherubic face towards Draco, he subtly suggested, how about we pay a visit to Professor Rocher? Draco, eager to seek counsel from an elder, readily agreed. And thus the group, in a jubilant throng, surged towards the fourth-floor potions office. The outcome? Naturally, they found no one there. For Nicoles was currently in the cellar, diligently researching her spirit summoning array, having finally unearthed some insights, though mastering it would take time. The remaining tasks required a gradual and meticulous approach, and she had no intention of sharing this array with the alchemists in the Morning Star. She undertook the disassembly entirely on her own. Patience was essential. As for that magical second development potion, Nicoles had attempted to consume a bottle herself. Contrary to her expectations of a miraculous overnight surge in magical power, she did discern a gradual accumulation of magic within her. It was nearing the growth rate she experienced before her magic fully stabilized upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, she recorded that this magical increase had persisted for quite a while, nearly a week now, without cessation. She even tried consuming another bottle to gauge the effect, but it appeared there was no notable difference, as the growth rate remained consistent. Nicoles found herself somewhat perplexed. However, this was her first encounter with such a substance, and lacking a reference point, she could only consult the system. Initially, that troublesome entity merely offered her vague responses, but perhaps finding her persistence irksome, or possibly responding to Nicoles's negative feedback warning, the system grew noticeably impatient and finally provided her with a manual. Upon scrutinizing it, she discovered that this magical second development potion was a one-time use item, effective until the age of 80, and could only be consumed post-adulthood. It revitalized the magical core that was already steadily growing, enabling the growth rate to be maintained at a rapid pace akin to that of pre-adulthood. without compromising the integrity of the fully developed magical core. What a remarkable find. It was a pity she had wasted a bottle. If only she had thought to consult the system before drinking the second one. Now, only 5 bottles remained. Nicoles promptly dispatched 2 bottles to Melina and Stuart, keen to ensure these two had a few years left before reaching 80 to benefit from further growth. As for Windar and the others, they were beyond help, being centenarians. With 3 bottles still in her possession, she administered one to Severus and bestowed upon him another for his research, hoping he could replicate it, or, at the very least, derive some inspiration for new potions. Severus, having just emerged from the quagmire of Grindelwald's troubles, had yet to share his innermost thoughts with his sweet and soft partner, only to find himself plunging headfirst into the abyss of the magical second development potion. Merlin. Such a potion had never before graced the wizarding world. It was nothing short of miraculous. Severus, the master of potions, willingly succumbed to a fervent obsession with his research, a true fervor. He was nearly neglecting his own well-being. Nicoles vowed that he had never displayed such enthusiasm for anything else. Terrifying. Severus did not inquire about the origins of the potion, for though they were the closest of companions, there was no need to delve into every detail, was there? He had unwavering faith in Nicoles, just as she did in him. The last remaining bottle was carefully stored away, intended for her future heir. Goodness, she truly was a wonderful mother. Tears welled in her eyes. Thus, the situation culminated in Severus engrossed in potion research, while Nicoles found herself at leisure. As the future devoted mother idly wandered the cellar, she realized her current idleness was unacceptable. She needed to engage in some endeavors. Resolutely, Nicoles crafted an entire plan for mischief, adorned herself with a splendid makeup look, and donned a lovely light purple French dress. After admiring her flawless reflection in the mirror, she confidently strode out of the cellar. The mischievous Nicoles had returned. Those old men who had deceived her await their retribution. Nicoles's first destination was the 8th floor, where she practically raced up to the headmaster's office. No need for a password. Nicoles produced a menu from Honeydukes and began trying each one. Upon reaching the ice mouse, the water droplet stone beast finally recognized her and graciously parted ways, allowing her to stride in with an air of superiority. As she entered the inner chamber, she spotted her own elderly companion on the sofa, nestled beside another old man with a slightly flushed face. The atmosphere between the two was palpable. Chapter 147. You can use it yourself? Goodness. Surely. Those two weren't sharing affectionate moments before her arrival? No way. The abundance of pink bubbles would make it hard to believe they hadn't engaged in something. TSK. TSK. TSK, how scandalous. With an inquisitive expression, Nicoles leaned closer to Dumbledore, scrutinizing him from head to toe until he could no longer endure her unabashed gaze. With a playful pout, she uttered a remark that made Dumbledore wish he could shrink into the floor. Did you just share a kiss? Nini. Dumbledore sprang upright from the sofa, his face crimson as he looked at the nonchalant child beside him. Is that how Gale teaches children? How audacious to speak so boldly. Why such a vehement reaction? It's merely a kiss. Nicoles, not one to stand on ceremony, promptly seated herself between the two, embodying the brightest light bulb in their midst. When they were not reconciled, she played the role of a wingman. Now that they were back together, she could only anticipate the delightful chaos she would unleash upon the old man. Let them conspire together to deceive themselves. Oh wait, it wouldn't be fair to torment just one. After all, Nicoles prides herself on being equitable. She deftly yanked the visibly uncomfortable Dumbledore down to sit beside her and turned to the other elder with a curious expression, inquiring, is the age-reducing potion still effective, Professor? Nicoles. Dumbledore's backside seemed to sprout spikes as he sprang up once more. Nicoles shot him a puzzled glance, urging him to calm down. They were targeting this old man now, so he should step aside. Just wait, he wouldn't escape easily. She tugged the fidgety elder back onto the sofa and focused her gaze on Gellert, her face brimming with inquisitiveness. Alas, he was a man of thick skin. Gellert calmly lifted his teacup, savoring a sip before deigning to give Nicoles a sidelong glance, uttering nonchalantly, it's quite satisfactory. Is that all? What more would you like to hear, my dear apprentice? Gellert's cup lightly clinked against its saucer, producing a crisp sound. Surely, you must have some feedback? Nicoles pouted, reclining into the sofa, her face betraying a hint of defiance. After all, she had been busy for half a year. Was this truly all she received? Not even a summary report or a taste of the first-hand experience. Severus's potion-making skills are exceptional. The experience was delightful, and I will certainly place another order. Gellert. This time, Dumbledore didn't merely rise. He practically sprang up, propelled by a furious roar. The two others were left momentarily bewildered. When Dumbledore finally mustered the courage to confront them, he found their expressions mirrored his own confusion. At that moment, He realized he was the only one with thin skin in the room, prompting him to make a hasty retreat from his office, leaving the two wizards on the sofa with only his hurried silhouette disappearing into the headmaster's office. Forget it, I can't be burned. Can't I just run away? Nicoles mused, stroking her chin. Had he truly reached his breaking point already? Gellert rolled his eyes in exasperation, sighing. This blockhead is more stubborn than insightful. Is this what you call being straightforward? How did she manage to win Severus over? Is this really his type? Are you so idle? Hey, Professor, have you burned your bridges after crossing the river? Wasn't I rushing here to see you right after my release? Are you here to see me, or to enjoy the spectacle? Oh, don't mind the details, it's all the same. Is it the same if you've lost my Albus? Who knew he had such thin skin? Even at over 100, he behaves like a young boy. I truly regret it. Gellert pressed his forehead in exasperation, raising an eyebrow and letting his eyes droop, clearly overwhelmed. Yet Nicoles remained blissfully unaware, casually crossing her legs and beginning to sift through Dumbledore's candy box. Regret what? Regret not teaching you the art of conversation when you were younger. So you wouldn't barrel through like a brute? Nicoles' indignation flared. Had she misheard? Did this old man truly not realize what he was saying? The art of conversation? He taught her. Wasn't it his guidance that enabled her to leave others speechless with her words? This was not some innate talent of hers. This is slander. Having barely started on her mission, and yet to savor the fruits of her labor. Nicoles felt her mood sour as her teacher dismissed her. I assume you aren't so idle as to have nothing to do? This week's classes have been covered by Albus, and aren't your high-achieving students preparing for a duel tomorrow? Best hurry along. But I'm far more curious about your relationship status. Look at my exceptional after-sales service. How splendid. And now you may attend to your own matters. I can handle the rest myself. With that, Gellert hoisted her from the sofa and began to push her towards the exit. But I've also mentioned you should have 2 children in 3 years. That hasn't been fulfilled yet. Nicoles flailed, struggling against his grip, her fingers clinging tightly to the edge of the sofa, even using her magic to resist leaving, casting a pitiful look at her teacher. What is the harm in asking? It's already burdensome enough to raise you. We have no plans for any next generation. Gellert methodically pried her fingers loose, continuing to usher her toward the door. Then what was the point of preparing the pregnancy potion? Use it yourself. Gellert retorted, finally shoving her out of the headmaster's office, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud behind her. This infuriated Nicoles, her face puffing up in indignation, her fingers tapping furiously against her arms. A flurry of mischievous ideas raced through her mind, culminating in a fierce kick to the stone gargoyle at the entrance before she turned to leave. Huh. Did they think they could thwart her this easily? How naive. Dumbledore was still out there. Just wait and see how she would return. Chapter 148, The Greatest Adventure. Without delay, Nicoles dashed to the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, seeking out her pivotal accomplices, the Weasley twins. The three huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their excitement mounting with each shared idea until they could no longer contain themselves and erupted into hushed cheers. Nicoles, sporting a mischievous grin, seized the Marauder's map from the twins, cackling with glee. The plan to capture Dumbledore was officially underway. Let us see where our illustrious headmaster is hiding. Nicoles unfolded the map and, following the twins' directions, uttered the incantation. There he is. The twins' eyes darted across the multitude of names until they finally spotted their target. In Professor McGonagall's office. Excellent, Nicoles exclaimed, surveying the map before gripping it tightly. In the next moment, blue flames erupted, engulfing the map entirely. Professor? Fred exclaimed, startled, exchanging uncertain glances with George. Had Professor McGonagall truly been angry just now? She resembled a mother genuinely furious with them. And why on earth had she burned such a valuable map? Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to Nicoles' prolonged exposure to Severus, the map had dared to display such provocative words towards her. Nicoles suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, forcing a smile as she addressed the two boys. I shall craft another map for you, ensuring that its efficacy is unparalleled. As for the previous one, she recalled the derogatory remarks made by Severus, scoffing at the thought. How utterly distasteful. I cannot fathom how such an antiquated relic could be in the hands of my students. It is simply unacceptable. Professor? George suddenly felt a chill creeping over him, rubbing his arms which had broken out in goosebumps. What was this? Why did it feel so cold? Was it merely his imagination? Fred felt the same unease but could not identify its source. Instinctively, they both refrained from further provocation. Despite the sweetly deceptive smile on Professor Rosier's face, an instinctual trepidation lingered. Enough of this. The new map will be ready in a few days. Now, it is time to set our grand plan into motion. To be candid, the twins were indeed perceptive, yet they were also rather carefree. Upon hearing Nicoles' words, their earlier apprehensions were swiftly cast aside. Adventure beckoned. Wasn't it simply that Professor Rosier disapproved of this particular map? Creating a new one would be a breeze, given her formidable skills. Surely, the next iteration would surpass the last. Onward, the twins flanked Nicolis, escorting her as though she were an empress on a royal outing. Professor Rosier has emerged. All non-essential personnel, step aside, they proclaimed with theatrical grandeur, issuing a warning to those nearby. The greatest alchemy professor at Hogwarts cautions you, do not linger in our vicinity, lest you wish to be transformed into gold by our dear professor. Fred and George, in their exaggerated and ostentatious manner, waved cheerfully at the surrounding creatures. Stay low-key. Stay low-key, Nicolis urged, pressing her palms down to temper their exuberance. Must you make me seem like a bully? We shall win them over with kindness. Dear George and Fred, you both have much to learn. She playfully slapped both of them, and as they approached Professor McGonagall's office, she discreetly handed each a copy of The Art of War. A must for your intellect. Review it quietly. Fred and George stared at the two elegantly bound volumes they had received, momentarily stunned. Then realization dawned upon them. Was this not the coveted tome that Wood had yearned for? And here it was, effortlessly in their possession, no less than a complete translation. Merlin's beard. What of Wood's relentless struggle with the original text? All that effort for a mere paper tiger. They recalled his fervent insistence that mastering the original was essential to understanding the strategies within. Poor Wood, they mused, had no inkling that Rosier possessed the complete version. Their eyes sparkled with a blend of mischief and sympathy. May Merlin preserve Wood's hair. They exclaimed, let us delve into this tome. After all, it is your professor's battleground now. Nicolis rapped on McGonagall's office door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, she waved goodbye to the twins and swiftly stepped inside. Without a hint of hesitation, George stood before the closed door, still reeling from the moment, clutching the book in a daze, while Fred tugged at his arm, shaking him with fervor. Oh, George, I desperately wish to be inside. I swear it must be exhilarating. It's Professor Rosier, after all. Why must the Weasley twins be excluded from such a monumental undertaking? George glanced at his brother, sharing a moment of mutual lamentation. However, it was clear that Professor Rosier had no intention of including them, and with the Marauders' map no longer in their possession, their options were limited. Oh, Merlin, this is utterly impossible. In their exchanged glances, they both saw the stark despair reflected in each other's eyes. Professor Rosier would undoubtedly notice their movements and would surely devise a clever method to punish them. Having experienced her wrath before, they were wholly deterred. They had no desire to be subjected to the whims of the Whomping Willow again, no matter how thrilling it might have been. Well, Fred declared, elongating his tone. Our tracking plan may have failed, but a radiant smile illuminated his face. George understood the cue, raising the book in his hand, and they high-fived. The air around them buzzing with renewed enthusiasm. Let us unravel the mysteries within this book. When we return from our studies, we shall orchestrate something grand at Hogwarts. Chapter 149, The Sky is Falling. The twins dashed away in high spirits, their antics echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, Nicolis, having entered Professor McGonagall's office, closed the door behind her with a decisive click. Drawing back her chin, a sinister grin crept across her face, as if dark tendrils of mischief were unfurling behind her. As she cackled softly to herself, she encircled the solitary figure of Dumbledore seated on the sofa. Nini? Professor McGonagall sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and tentatively called out Nicolis's name. Nicolis, she responded, instantly shifting her demeanor. The dark tendrils vanishing as she donned a bright, cheerful smile akin to a blooming flower. She plopped down beside McGonagall, wrapping her arms around her, seeking affection. Professor McGonagall tenderly patted Nicolis's head, attributing the odd feeling to a lack of rest the previous night. Surely, I must have misjudged. What a sunny child Nicolis is. How could I have such a misconception? Across from them, Dumbledore cautiously shifted in his seat, his expression one of exasperation. What brings this little mischief-maker here? How does she know I am present? He mused. Did she have me under surveillance? Oh, Merlin. Had he foreseen such consequences, he would have refrained from agreeing to Gale's suggestion. Vengeance may be a dish best served cold, but Nicolis's retribution was relentless, day and night. Nicolis clung to McGonagall's arm. Her small face nestled against her, leaving only her voluminous hair visible. In this position, McGonagall could not discern her expression, and thus remained oblivious to Nicolis's ulterior motives. However, Dumbledore was keenly aware. Nicolis shot him a provocative glance, followed by a mischievous smile, before sweetly addressing McGonagall. Professor? Yes? McGonagall was utterly charmed by Nicolis's endearing antics. Who could resist such a delightful little witch? Certainly not her. Did you know that your old friend Nicolis? She trailed off, elongating her words. At the mention of her name, Dumbledore's attention snapped to her, his eyes wide as if illuminated by a spotlight. He swallowed nervously, his heart racing in sync with Nicolis's teasing tone. Had he exceeded his sugar intake recently? Dumbledore exhaled, feeling his heartbeat gradually stabilize. For Albus. Professor McGonagall's stern voice echoed, her captivating cat-like eyes narrowing as they fixed upon the old man across from her. Is that true? Oh, Minerva, I assure you, I am in excellent health, Dumbledore replied, his tone earnest. Really? Is that so? She pressed. Indeed. Yes, of course. However, it is only mid-month, and I believe all of this month's dental potions have been consumed. Have they not? As you know, all of Dumbledore's dental elixirs are brewed by Severus. As Nicolese's provocative voice trailed off, McGonagall's gaze sharpened, her eyes squinting with scrutiny. For the sake of your health, I must inspect your office, Albus. Dumbledore's hand trembled slightly, a wave of dismay washing over him as he felt besieged by the two of them. What is this madness? What have my sweet treats done to deserve this? Oh, Merlin, the sky is falling. By the time Nicoles followed McGonagall back to the headmaster's office, dragging a fatigued Dumbledore along, 10 minutes had passed. Huh, you won't let me in, will you? You wish to cast me out? Well, I, Neon 3, shall return on my own. With a triumphant flair. Nicoles settled back between the two, this time unopposed, for she was indeed tenacious and unpredictable. Dumbledore genuinely feared that they might conspire against him, provoking Nicoles into rebellion and then dealing him a significant blow. Grindelwald had considered imparting a few lessons to Nicoles himself, but given that Albus was present, such violent methods were not favored. Thus, his dangerous thoughts were temporarily shelved. Perhaps 2 lessons wouldn't hurt? After all, how would you know that I would intervene if you didn't try? The despondent Dumbledore, adopting a posture akin to Nicoles, reclined against the couch, surrendering to the moment. Nicoles, without hesitation, reached over to tug at his waist-length beard, whimsically toying with it while humming a tune. Dumbledore had long since surrendered to her whims. Who claimed this mischievous child was a Slytherin? She was, in truth, a little lioness clad in serpent skin. Even the most troublesome Gryffindors could not rival her antics. Alas, his precious confections, once abundant in their sugar box, were now all gone. What now? What do you wish to accomplish? You've avenged yourself adequately. Singleton tilted his chin toward Nicoles, gradually returning to his usual demeanor. On board, Nicoles exclaimed, her large eyes narrowing as she began to pester him. Whereas Severus. Dumbledore attempted to tug at his beard again, but it remained unyielding. I recall that Gale's lessons had concluded. As Nicoles and Dumbledore engaged in a light-hearted tug-of-war over the beard's ownership, Grindelwald remarked with a hint of menace, if you are so idle, perhaps you should teach that peacock-brained one the art of mental occlusion. I believe you are capable of standing on your own, no longer requiring the constant presence of your mentors, correct? While Nicoles might have shown some trepidation in Dumbledore's absence, with him present, she felt no fear whatsoever. That's impossible. Wasn't he a student of Severus? Severus had recently been learning from Gale. You understand, practicing mental occlusion necessitates repeatedly breaching its defenses with legilimency. Lucius knows far too much about our plans to allow anyone to use legilimency against him. Dumbledore did not resist Nicoles, following her lead, even kindly explaining the situation. I see. So, the teacher is stepping in for Severus. I taught for 2 days as well. How is the progress? This is not your fault. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Nicoles, perceptively, retrieved a lollipop from her alchemical ring and handed it to him. Dumbledore accepted it naturally, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. Lucius's thoughts are too chaotic and disjointed. It may take another week. Chaotic? Lucius? Dumbledore covered his face, and although Nicoles could not see his expression, she could hear the exasperation in his voice. I once thought Lucius a cunning strategist, but unexpectedly. What? Nicoles perked up her ears. Surprisingly, active. Nicoles could discern Dumbledore's effort to choose gentle words to describe Lucius. However, reflecting on Draco's demeanor, she concluded, Ah, I see. Clearly, he takes after someone. Very well. I shall find Dumbledore something else to occupy himself with. After all, whether teaching 1 or 2, it is still teaching. Why not throw in a big revelation? Why don't you teach Harry as well? Harry? Dumbledore paused, momentarily ceasing his candy consumption, turning to Nicoles with a puzzled expression. Why would you want to teach Harry? You've expressed a desire to keep those young wizards out of such matters. Because Harry is rather special. He is, in fact, a Horcrux, a living Horcrux. And he has a connection to Voldemort. What? Dumbledore sprang from the sofa, so startled that the candy fell from his hands, forgotten. How could that be? Grindelwald, equally astounded, recalled his earlier conversation with Al, who had mentioned the Horcrux, prompting him to investigate. He had even perused the book Dark Arts revealed upon returning with Dumbledore, yet there had been no mention of living beings being made into Horcruxes. Are you certain? Indeed. Nicoles affirmed, her casual demeanor giving way to seriousness as she nodded at Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Since we have nothing else to do, let us find everyone something to keep busy. When was Harry made into a Horcrux? How do we not know? Dumbledore sank back into the sofa, despondently burying his face in his hands. This venerable man, who had dedicated his life to the peace of the wizarding world, found himself engulfed in profound guilt. Harry had been by his side for so long, and he had failed to notice such a crucial detail. Albus, Grindelwald moved closer, draping an arm over his shoulder. This is not your fault. What's done is done. The most important thing now is how we resolve it. Isn't it? Yes, my dear headmaster. This is not your fault. Nicole's did not anticipate that Dumbledore would still harbor such profound guilt after realizing that Harry was no longer required to fulfill the so-called savior's quest. At that moment, she felt a pang of discomfort. Had she known, she would have refrained from revealing it so abruptly. Dumbledore, Nicole's leaned closer, gently grasping one of his arms and shaking it lightly, offering a comforting explanation. In truth, Harry could not be considered a true Horcrux, for even Voldemort was unaware that Harry was his own Horcrux. Dumbledore was partially drawn in by Nicolelis's words, raising his slightly flushed azure eyes from his hands, fixedly gazing at her, awaiting clarification. At that time, Voldemort had sought to kill Harry, but Lily's motherly love, a protective curse, rebounded against the killing curse aimed at Harry, causing it to strike Voldemort instead. However, due to his creation of Horcruxes, the killing curse could not genuinely end his life. It merely caused his already unstable, fragmented soul to split further, with a portion entering Harry's body while another fled to facilitate his rebirth. Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely unaware that this fragment of his soul had become intertwined with Harry's. So it was. Dumbledore sighed in relief. Well then, do not blame yourself. It is not your fault, and I apologize for my directness. Nicole's lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she had not anticipated that this revelation would affect Dumbledore so deeply. Dumbledore grasped Nicolelis's hand in return, extricating himself from Grindelwald's embrace and enveloping Nicole's in his arms, soothing her back. It is all right, dear Nini, this is not your fault. You have done so much for me and for us. I know that you could have chosen to remain uninvolved in this matter, so do not burden yourself with guilt. A muffled sound emanated from Nicole's, nestled against Dumbledore's thick beard. Muah, now I truly feel guilty. Why must this old man stir up such emotions? This was her nature. Had the circumstances permitted Grindelwald to strike her a few times, she might have been more defiant. Yet, when faced with emotional appeals, she could hardly withstand them. A perfect example of someone who could not endure softness, but could take hardness. Enough of this old man. I have vented enough. Let us reconcile. Moreover, Dumbledore's beard was quite ticklish. She contemplated giving him a shave. Perhaps that would make him appear younger? Yet she decided against it, thinking it inappropriate to stir trouble so soon after feeling guilty. Perhaps she would wait until the next time the two old men provoked her ire. May I ask if you two can release each other? Grindelwald's voice drifted into their ears as Nicole's thoughts wandered. Dumbledore felt a blush creep to his cheeks, but remained composed, smoothing Nicolelis's hair before finally letting her go. Nicole's, on the other hand, provocatively arched an eyebrow at her teacher, tilting her head to nudge against Dumbledore's arm. I cannot see, if you have the courage. Say it directly to Dumbledore. How childish to be jealous of his own student. Grindelwald, well aware that his 100-pound weight of rebelliousness was mostly due to his apprentice, chose not to dwell on it. He simply did not wish to see Albus mired in such emotions. Moreover, he understood that Nicole's would not take this matter lightly. He had only assumed that her family's talents had granted her insight into these revelations. Can it be separated? He inquired, aware of how much Dumbledore valued the boy known as Harry Potter. A mix of guilt and compassion intertwined in his feelings. Although he disapproved of Albus's special regard for Potter, he did not intend to quarrel with a mere young wizard. At most, he would impart some practical experience to her. Chapter 151. She would not submit. Nicole's secretly rolled her eyes. Although she was displeased, she still felt obligated to provide her teacher with an answer. Yes, it is possible to separate them directly. You have all read the book titled Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. In truth, any substance or energy with immense destructive power can annihilate a Horcrux, provided it is potent enough to withstand magical restoration. However, such methods would not be suitable for Harry, as the destructive force might be beyond his capacity to endure. We must first assess Harry's state of soul. Why is that? Dumbledore inquired nervously. Is your extraordinary talisman ineffective? It could work, but you know that souls possess assimilative properties. We cannot guarantee that Harry's soul is currently pure and intact. We must examine it first. My concerns stem primarily from Harry's Parseltongue ability. As you know, this trait has never been present in his bloodline. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's brows knitted tightly, his hands instinctively rubbing together, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. If the soul were indeed undergoing assimilation, the purifying force would be the weaker one. Nicole's offered him the answer. no one dares underestimate Voldemort's lingering soul. After all, the mere remnants of a diary he left behind possessed the power to manipulate young wizards. Who can assure that Harry, still in his formative years, can resist the assimilation of such a cunning remnant? If Voldemort's soul has remained dormant all these years, purifying it would be rather simple. But if it has already awakened and is merely lying in wait, then the brain-blocking charm would be indispensable, as it would serve as a protection for Harry. She concluded. Indeed, Dumbledore pondered for a moment. We should not reveal this matter to Harry just yet. He deserves to know, Dumbledore. Not now. While the truth is undoubtedly important, if we can shoulder this responsibility, let us allow him to enjoy a peaceful school life for the time being. I realize I was mistaken before. Once all is resolved, I will inform him. Dumbledore bestowed a gentle and relieved smile, perhaps initially hoping to leverage this opportunity to disrupt the entrenched hierarchy of the wizarding world. However, with Nicole's and her acolytes present, he believed that a bloodless reform might soon be on the horizon. Technological advancements. Reflecting on what Grindelwald had shared with him about Nicole's endeavors, he could not help but marvel. He was aging, unable to keep pace with the progression of the times. Well then, there is actually another method, Nicole said, her eyes darting toward her teacher. Dumbledore returned to focus, following her gaze toward Grindelwald. Are you suggesting the fire release for protection? Grindelwald quickly grasped her meaning. Yes. It wields great power and can effectively identify disloyal thoughts. How splendid. I must say, Professor, you are a genius. And most importantly, the spell looks incredibly impressive when cast. Grindelwald smiled at the praise from Nicole's. Is that the reason you exhausted your magical energy to learn this spell when you were young? Of course. Looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. Young? Dumbledore, appearing somewhat curious, posed a question, to which Nicole's, unguarded, replied, Indeed. I mastered that incantation before I turned 10. Before 10? Dumbledore echoed. Yes. Nicole's beamed with pride, completely oblivious to the sudden shift in Dumbledore's expression. However, Gellert noticed it, yet it was too late to intervene. Nicole's had a penchant for speaking her mind. Al, let me explain, Gellert implored. Go ahead. What prompted you to teach such a perilous dark magic to Nicole's at such a tender age? Dumbledore's face darkened as he regarded Gellert intently. How much dark magic have you taught her? Gellert's mind raced, his expression growing vacant from overthinking. Nicole's had no intention of causing trouble, truly. She was not acting out of malice this time. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond her control. All she could do was watch the unfolding drama. Nicole's chuckled from behind Dumbledore, thoroughly enjoying the sight of her teacher's discomposure. Were it not for the current atmosphere, she mused, she would have loved to record the moment. Al, you must understand, Nicole's circumstances are unique. Unique enough to be exposed to forbidden dark magic from such a young age. Do you realize that dark magic can profoundly affect the caster's morality? Gellert, you know that even you engaged with dark magic only when you had a certain sense of right and wrong. Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with disapproval. Gellert recognized that he was genuinely angry. No, Al, let me explain. Nicole's, brimming with enthusiasm, peeked out from behind Dumbledore, her small head half exposed. She even pulled out some seeds she had on hand, longing to snack on them. But the sound would surely attract Gellert's attention. Oh, how she wished she could munch in peace. You better have a valid reason. Gellert's keen eyes were sharp, despite Dumbledore's towering stature. He could not miss the sneaky Nicole's indulging in her snack. Thus, Nicole's once again kicked the stone gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office in frustration. Is this fair? Why am I denied the right to listen? Why? This is about my own affairs. I refuse to accept it. Nicole's felt her grievances could sustain 100 dark sorcerers. How infuriating. Sooner or later, she would assist Dumbledore in mounting a counteroffensive. What a shame. Just as Nicole's thoughts began to take shape, she heard a familiar call. Turning around, she saw her long-lost nephew rushing toward her, crashing into her embrace. Chapter 152, The Problematic Boy. Ouch. Nicole's adjusted her back. The little rascal had knocked the wind out of her, nearly dislodging her dinner from the previous night. My dear nephew Draco, are you attempting to murder your only aunt? Auntie, why have you been secluded for so long? Why didn't you come to find me first when you emerged? What is so special about those twins? Why have Dad and Mom been so busy? What are they up to? I haven't seen the headmaster much lately. What is going on? Stop, stop, stop. Nicole's interrupted, raising her hand. What a barrage of questions. 1,000 whys could not compare to his inquiries. Why must you stop? You still haven't told me, Auntie, what exactly? Before Draco could finish, Nicole's swiftly covered his mouth, physically halting his questioning. Sighing in relief, she wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. How delightful. The world was much quieter now. Draco tugged at Nicole's arm vigorously but found it futile. His head drooped in defeat. What meaning does a life without speech hold? The late arriving Harry and his friends. Upon seeing Draco's forlorn face, also chose to keep their mouths shut, cautiously greeting Nicoles before exchanging glances with Draco, silently inquiring about the current situation. Unfortunately, the dejected boy was too absorbed in his aunt's failure to visit him first and the subsequent act of covering his mouth to notice his friend's expressions. Draco, sad cat meme. Ron, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes. This poor lad was utterly hopeless. Eager to uncover the unfolding drama, Ron realized he could glean no information from Draco. Unable to savor the juicy gossip, what purpose did his self-proclaimed title as Gryffindor's gossip master serve? Thus, our brave little Ron decided to take the initiative. Professor, you've emerged from seclusion. Indeed, Nicoles replied, turning her attention to Ron. A sudden thought occurred to her upon noticing a certain pest nearby, and a new idea swiftly formed in her mind. Little Ronnie, it's been a while. Nicoles's voice softened at the thought of her impending actions. Draco stared in disbelief. How could that wretched Weasley receive such a tender tone from his aunt? This was outrageous. Had the Weasley twins cast some charm on her? Otherwise, why would she seek them first upon her return and now speak so gently to Ron? Meanwhile, our big-hearted Ron, blissfully unaware of the tension, enthusiastically responded to Nicoles's query. It has indeed been a while, Professor. Have you completed your research? Not quite. I've only grasped the fundamental principles. The rest will take time. I see. Ron nodded, wisely refraining from pressing further on the research topic, knowing he would not comprehend it anyway. He racked his brain, trying to think of something else to gossip about. Odd. Why didn't he possess Selma's knack for digging up gossip? Draco felt utterly crushed, on the verge of tears. Why were they both so chummy? Harry sighed in exasperation. In this household, or rather, this school, he felt like the only mature individual. Professor, Ron, I believe we have some matters to attend to. Ron did not grasp Harry's implication. He still wished to continue his banter with Nicoles, eager to share Draco's predicament with Selma, as such humor was rarely witnessed. We have matters to attend to? Of course. Harry replied, though his tone lacked conviction. Upon seeing Draco's near tears, he resolved to pull his good friend away, not out of sympathy for Draco, but to prevent him from unleashing his pent-up frustration upon Ron after breaking free from her grasp. I don't recall, Ron mused, genuinely believing Harry had tricked him, and scratched his head in regret. Oh, it's Hermione who is looking for us. She asked me to inform you, though I forgot to do so. We should hurry. It might be something important. Oh, all right, Ron nodded, his thoughts shifting back to Hermione's predicament, deciding that gossip could wait. With a cheerful demeanor, he bid farewell to Nicoles, even managing to greet Draco as he left. Harry ugh. Draco, hurry up and leave. Once a few young wizards had rushed past, Nicoles finally released Draco. Before Draco could voice his protests, she preemptively silenced him, forbidding any questions, complaints, or pouting. Draco, feeling unjustly interrupted, looked up at his aunt with a pitiful expression. Nicoles crossed her arms, sighing at his woeful countenance. Let's go, she declared, striding towards the staircase. Aunt, aren't you coming? Draco called after her, prompting her to halt and glance back. We'll discuss it on the 4th floor. Come along. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes lit up, and he hurried after her. You can't keep secrets from me, Aunt. Choose one, to deceive or to withhold. You can't let me in on it? Then keep it from me. Draco felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he was still too young for them to share everything. When will I ever know? After everything is resolved. When will that be? Perhaps this year, or next at the latest. Fine, he conceded. All right, problem child, please enter. As Draco peppered her with questions, they soon reached the 4th floor. Nicoles swung open the door to the alchemy office with an inviting gesture. Draco, chin up, entered with the bravado of a warrior heading into battle. Once comfortably seated on the familiar sofa, Draco's pent-up desire to share spilled forth. Aunt, you've been away, and you won't believe all that's happened at school. Let me tell you about the day Lockhart was utterly humiliated. Ha ha ha. Chapter 153, A Matter of Dimensions. We had arranged with those third-year wizards to hold our breath while Lockhart was giving out awards, so we could slip him the potion. We even had our follow-up lines planned, but that skitter was too perceptive and thwarted our chance. While Nicoles listened to Draco's animated recounting, she made sure to pour him some water, occasionally reminding him to drink and pulling him back when he got too excited. It was evident that Draco had been bottling up these stories for quite some time. As she listened, Nicoles found herself captivated, perhaps due to his frequent letters of complaint. The boy had developed quite an impressive eloquence. His storytelling was so vivid that one might think he was destined for a career as a bard. After Draco finished recounting his week, night had fallen. Nicoles, having spent the afternoon exacting revenge on the two old men, realized she had skipped lunch and was now rather hungry. She also remembered Severus, likely still engrossed in his work in the cellar, who would certainly forget to eat if left unprompted. Together with Draco, the three of them enjoyed a makeshift family dinner in the cellar. Once they finally sent the bothersome child away, Severus sighed contentedly, cradling the partner he had long neglected. That cursed magic growth potion. It's not even a product of the magical world. Several of its ingredients are beyond my expertise as a potions master. I swear I've never even heard of them. This surpassed any known potion standards. Neither magical nor alchemical potions could achieve such effects. It was a matter of dimensional disparity. However, although he could not replicate it entirely, he had found a new research direction. Perhaps he could formulate a short-term magic growth potion inspired by its similar effects. Severus cleared his mind of potion-related thoughts. Now was the time to indulge in some affection with his partner. Merlin knew, ever since Nicoles had secluded herself for training under Gellert, he hadn't been close to her at all. Now, he simply wished to savor their time together, uninterrupted. Severus? Nicoles called, a hint of concern lacing her voice as she noticed him motionless against her chest. Are you feeling down about your research? Don't move, my dear potion master. Let me hold you for a moment. Severus leaned forward, enveloping her in his arms. Nicoles gently caressed his hair, her fingertips gliding over his scalp, soothingly. Before long, Severus's steady breathing filled the air, and Nicoles leaned down to kiss the top of his head, closing her eyes in the dim light of the cellar. When Nicoles next regained awareness, the moon hung high in the sky, and Severus was carrying her toward the lounge. She rubbed her bleary eyes and playfully tapped his chest with her finger. Did I wake you? Severus turned and nudged the door open with his back, placing her down at the edge of the bed, half squatting to gaze up at her. Did Severus recover a bit? Nicoles inquired, stroking his face. Yes, indeed. The sensation is still delightful. Severus took her alabaster fingers in hand, gently kissing her knuckles, his gaze filled with tenderness. You should rest for a while. I'm going to take a bath. Nicoles leaned down to return the kiss, and then made to rise and head to the bathroom. They had collapsed onto the sofa after their meal, and, having napped, had yet to freshen up. Nicoles intended to shower first. Severus's eyes flickered as he observed her movements. He didn't yield the space, even straightening slightly, and using his arm to trap Nicoles at the edge of the bed. Leaning closer, his warm lips brushed against her ear, his breath soft and inviting. Together, Nicoles's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shot him an incredulous glare, her sparkling eyes igniting a warmth within him. Severus didn't resist the yearning that surged from deep within. He swooped in and swept her off her feet. Amid Nicoles's shy murmurs, they vanished into the bathroom. Magic certainly made life convenient. As they waited for the tub to fill, Severus positioned her beneath the shower and, with a silent incantation, her clothes vanished. Watching the hot water cascade down Nicoles's figure, his gaze deepened with desire. Though they were accustomed to being open with one another, the intimacy of this moment, combined with his attentive gaze, left her feeling even more bashful. Are you feeling shy? He teased. What do you think? Nicole's beauty could not be concealed, and she decided to shield the man's eyes with her hand. The deprivation of sight did not hinder Severus's actions. His calloused hands diligently cleaned every inch of his partner's skin. Do you not wish to assist me, my dear Nini? Severus whispered, cradling the trembling witch in his embrace, his lips lightly brushing against her ear. Upon feeling his kiss on her earlobe, Nicole shivered, softening further, forgetting his question as waves of tingling sensations overwhelmed her senses. Severus sensed her response and gently captured her earlobe with his mouth, his tongue tenderly caressing it. Nicole let out a soft whimper, instinctively attempting to push him away. Yet her efforts were in vain. She wanted to scold him, but as she opened her mouth, only delicate murmurs escaped. Satisfied, Severus submerged them both into the bathtub behind them, the rose-colored bath bomb releasing a fragrant aroma that enveloped the tub in a warm, pink hue. The scent was that of her beloved sweet Bulgarian rose, and as they moved, the water danced with ripples, creating layers of waves at the tub's edge. The air was filled with a symphony of soft moans and husky breaths, weaving a luxurious melody within the bathroom. Chapter 154, The Allure of Wealth. Ultimately, Nicole missed the first round of the fourth-year Wizards duel. Fortunately, the fourth-year battles proved far more exciting than those of the second and third years, naturally requiring more time to unfold. By the time Nicole and Severus arrived at the venue, the top 5 had already been determined. She stifled a delicate yawn and instinctively sat beside Professor McGonagall, wrapping her arm around the professor's, relishing the comforting presence of a witch. Witches are so much nicer. Soft and fragrant. Unlike wizards, so rigid. Have you had breakfast, dear Nini? Professor McGonagall affectionately stroked Nicole's hair, producing 2 pieces of candy confiscated from Dumbledore the previous day, offering them to her. Nicole did not take them, but instead opened her mouth and gobbled them down straight from McGonagall's hand, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster as she chewed, before engaging in casual conversation. Are we about to draw lots? Yes, once they regroup. We shall draw lots soon. Professor McGonagall noticed Nicole's delight in her treat and wished to offer more, but finding herself out of candy, her gaze returned to her old friend. Oh, Minerva, I swear I have no more candy, truly. McGonagall's skeptical glance flickered away, and with a practiced flick of a silent summoning charm, a small handful of candy flew from Dumbledore's robe pocket. This is merely an accident. Do you believe me? Perhaps, Dumbledore replied, feigning busyness as McGonagall's piercing gaze swept over him. Nicole blissfully accepted McGonagall's offerings without a hint of discomfort, eagerly watching the duel below. The Weasley twins are facing off. She straightened her posture, excitement illuminating her face as she watched the pair on stage, dramatically standing at either end of the dueling platform, launching spells at each other with exaggerated movements and comical expressions, cheering with each successful hit. Oh, Fred, take this thunderclap explosion. My dear George, let me be the adversary destined to face you. Oh, Merlin, what a brutal strike. Prepare to meet your fate, brother. The serious duel was transformed into a farcical performance by the duo. The atmosphere among the younger wizards was more jubilant than ever, cheers and jeers resounding throughout the venue. Severus furrowed his brow, disapproving of their mockery of the duel. Nicole tugged at his sleeve. It seems our esteemed Slytherin head prefers a more serious and thrilling duel? Severus raised an eyebrow and shrugged, unconcerned. He seemed to recall their own duel in the Forbidden Forest. I thought our potions master would also favor formal dueling. Nicole shot him a sidelong glance. In that case, I must choose my opponents wisely. I wouldn't duel with just anyone. Laughter rang in their ears as the battle concluded with Fred dramatically collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest, his wand flying away. Oh, George, you've won. I'll leave our little brother and sister in your care. I must take my leave. Oh, my dear brother Fred, do not abandon me. George theatrically rushed to Fred's side, embracing him with exaggerated sorrow. Ron and Ginny rolled their eyes simultaneously. Here we go again, those two drama queens. Draco frowned, perplexed by why his aunt favored these twins over Cedric. Why would she seek them out first? The impromptu theatrics continued until the assistant professors could no longer bear it and stepped in to restore order. Only then did the twins conclude their performance, even taking a moment to hold hands and bow to the audience before exiting the stage. Nicole smiled at the scene. All was well, and the Magpies need not part. The subsequent matches proceeded smoothly, with the final trio being Cedric, George, and a young Slytherin named Evan Hine. Professor Flitwick's expression was grim. Throughout the years from second to fourth, the number of eaglets reaching the top ranks had dwindled. Only the third year Autumn had achieved first place, while the other 2 years had failed to reach the top 3, causing Flitwick, well-versed in Ravenclaw's registration, to lose a few strands of hair in frustration. As a champion of the dueling tournament, it was disheartening that his own students did not relish dueling. Oh, this is an unsolvable dilemma, the eaglets whispered among themselves. Take note, we must develop in silence. In the end, Cedric outmaneuvered his opponents. Nicole eagerly accepted the task of presenting him with his award. The prize for first place in the 4th year was a harp crafted by Nicole, infused with magic to play melodies that evoked various effects depending on the style, gentle tunes to soothe the spirit, vigorous rhythms to uplift the heart, and somber melodies to invoke melancholy. In essence, it was an exquisite alchemical tool, capable of influencing the opponent's mind and emotions, potentially causing harm if wielded skillfully. However, one needed ample practice to master its use. Fortunately, it had fallen into Cedric's hands, alleviating any concerns of mishaps, for the thought of it landing in the twins' possession was too chaotic to contemplate. In second place, George received a small vial of Veritaserum, reportedly a reward bestowed by Severus. Inspired by their tactics against Lockhart, Nicole speculated that Severus found their convoluted methods bothersome for potioneers like them. It was merely a matter of a single vial of truth serum. The third prize was the latest model of the Firebolt, the 2001, provided by Professor McGonagall. Upon learning that he had secured second place while the third prize was the coveted Firebolt 2001, George nearly collapsed from despair, vividly expressing what profound regret truly looked like. If only he had known to throw the match. McGonagall quipped, "This is precisely what I was guarding against." Nicoles mourned silently. Evan Hines, a formal member of the Slytherin Quidditch team, remarked, "I've got 2 of those." Ultimately, perhaps George's faux tears were too genuine, or Evan simply found him bothersome. Nonetheless, he traded his Firebolt 2001 for the Veritaserum, which was unattainable even from outside sources and personally brewed by their headmaster. The exchange proved fortuitous, prompting George and Fred to joyously declare Evan their best friend in Slytherin, with both of them embracing him in wild celebration, leaving Evan feeling utterly exasperated. Last year, they had even struck him in the head with the quaffle during Quidditch, and now they were best friends? Ah, the allure of wealth. Chapter 155. 100 years of waiting for a missed opportunity. Draco looked on, perplexed, at Ron, who was equally ecstatic. Was there really a need for such excitement? Wasn't it simply a matter of reaching out? A throng of young witches and wizards jostled together, escorting their respective champions back to their common rooms to celebrate. And soon the vast dueling classroom was left desolate. Professor Flitwick had wandered off to chat with Hagrid, while Professors McGonagall and Sprout were spirited away by their students to join in the revelry. The only ones remaining were two elderly men and a couple engrossed in each other's gazes. Gellert could not bear the sight, even having accepted Severus. He found his eyes pained by such a display. Nicoles, Gellert called her name, leisurely positioning himself between the two lovers. Turning to block Severus and extending his hand toward Nicoles. She shivered involuntarily, surely not again. Yet, recalling their previous scheme in Neumgard, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. With a few swift steps, she circumnavigated Gellert and gave Severus a gentle push toward him, then positioned herself directly in front of Dumbledore, her eyes shining brightly. Severus? Dumbledore, please don't come any closer. Nicoles, what is the matter? Dumbledore retreated a step, eyeing the suddenly appearing Nicoles warily. What had sparked such a peculiar expression in this little witch? Dumbledore's internal alarm bells rang incessantly, fearing what whimsical idea Nicoles might conjure next. Headmaster, Nicoles beamed at him, tugging at Dumbledore's sleeve, refusing him any chance to evade the conversation. Let us discuss this amicably. Gellert's voice echoed from behind them. Nicoles rolled her eyes, exasperated. I know. It's not like I'm bullying Dumbledore. Why the fuss? Headmaster, is the Elder Wand in your possession? Yes, it is, Dumbledore admitted, uncertain of Nicoles's intentions, but still honest in his reply. I heard from Winda that it was confiscated from Gellert. At this, Dumbledore's wariness peaked. He hesitated to respond, his gaze flickering uncertainly toward her. Gellert, equally perplexed, was left wondering what Nicoles was scheming this time. However, Severus seemed to catch on, perhaps infected by Nicoles's enthusiasm. He forced a perfunctory smile toward Gellert before subtly shifting his focus to Nicoles's antics. Is that so? Yes, Dumbledore's voice faltered, desperately seeking a way to explain himself to the younger generation. How could he possibly revisit such history? He felt as though he might shatter under the pressure. Nicoles, unfazed, placed her hand on the old man's shoulder, her face brimming with excitement and admiration as she began to chatter. Headmaster, you're amazing. You actually defeated Gellert. Well, it was not too remarkable, Dumbledore stammered, caught off guard by her exuberance. Oh, I've heard from Winda. It was just domestic violence. What is the big deal? Different ideologies lead to conflict, so it's only natural. Her understanding nature momentarily moved Dumbledore. It was evident that Gellert had taught her well. So what are you proposing? With a coy giggle, Nicoles leaned closer, whispering into Dumbledore's ear. The more she spoke, the redder Dumbledore's face became beneath his white beard, until finally, he covered her mouth with his hand. Nicoles protested, though even with her lower face obscured, her expressive eyes continued to plead with Dumbledore. This was a lifelong opportunity. Did he truly not want to give it a try? Your dear subordinate has already paved the way for you. Do you not wish to take a chance? Cough. Severus cleared his throat, capturing the attention of the three. After a moment's pause, he continued. Perhaps you two could offer some guidance to Nicoles and me? Nicoles shot Severus an approving look. Truly, he was her chosen partner. He had provided the perfect excuse for Dumbledore. Come on, Nicoles urged, casting eager glances at Dumbledore. Severus stepped closer, and Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a brightness they had never displayed before. Oh, this is unexpected. Gellert, bemused, wondered what sort of riddle these three were playing at. He merely intended to teach the children a lesson. Why were they isolating him? In the midst of Nicoles's hopeful gaze and Severus's subtly gleaming eyes, Dumbledore steadied himself. Though it felt somewhat undignified, it seemed worth a try. Very well, he decided, a hint of mischief in his tone as he leaned closer to Gellert, whispering, Shall we also engage in a duel? For the first time, a look of bewilderment crossed Gellert's typically composed face. Had he truly heard Dumbledore correctly? Albus was suggesting they engage in combat? His mind momentarily clouded. Severus cast a doubtful glance towards Nicoles. However, the current circumstances left no room for inquiry, as Nicoles had already thrust her elderberry wand into his hands and was pulling Severus off the dueling platform. She swiftly selected an exceptional vantage point, her gaze fiercely fixed on the two combatants atop the stage. While Severus remained still, the gleam in his eyes was unmistakable. This was the clash between the century's most illustrious white wizard and dark wizard. To miss this would mean waiting another 100 years. Gellert observed the ancient wand held by Dumbledore, aware that this confrontation was inevitable. A peculiar intuition nagged at him, suggesting that he must emerge victorious. Otherwise, he sensed that dire consequences might ensue. Chapter 156. There must be a reason for this. Although Dumbledore was 2 years Gellert's senior, his movements in battle displayed none of the stiffness one would expect from an elder of his age. Nicoles even mused that were it not for Hogwarts' prohibition on apparition, He might very well revive his dazzling combat style. Remarkable, indeed, how they both defied age. Severus watched the escalating intensity of the duel below, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. They were, without a doubt, the strongest of the century. Do you think we could still possess such vigor at their age? Of course, Severus replied with unwavering certainty, envisioning a future in which they would surpass even the current Dumbledore and his counterpart in happiness, at the very least, achieving the same standing as Stuart and his peers. Nicoles nodded. Then we must train diligently. By the time we reach their age, we shall dominate other old codgers. Severus affectionately tousled Nicoles's hair, and they fell silent, continuing to observe the spectacle before them. The duel was nothing short of a tempest, raging for nearly an hour without a victor emerging. It was not for lack of desire, but rather, the dueling platform collapsed. Blast! Nicoles exclaimed, realizing that she had unwittingly brought misfortune upon herself. Now she would have to repair the damage. Could they not temper their combat? How vexing! Gellert, deliberately striking the platform, declared, crisis averted. Dumbledore, somewhat regretful, shrugged towards Nicoles. There was little he could do. Feeling despondent, Nicoles accepted the wand thrown to her by her mentor and squatted before the large fissure in the dueling platform, succumbing to her emo face. What a monumental task lay ahead. Observing her solitary lamentation, Severus pondered for a moment before stepping out, returning with a dozen sixth-year wizards, all elites from Nicoles's alchemy class. Oh, he still had some conscience left. He refrained from summoning the exuberant fourth-year students. As Nicoles's mood lifted slightly, she begrudgingly led the group of young wizards to begin mending the dueling platform. Severus did not join them, for Lucius arrived bearing good news. In Dumbledore's office, Lucius handed Severus a small box. Upon opening it, Severus pushed it directly before Dumbledore, who waved his wand to cast several detection charms. Indeed, it's the one. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room as they confirmed the whereabouts of yet another Horcrux. This marked the third. Severus conjured a purification charm, and the familiar shriek echoed once more, restoring Hufflepuff's cup to its pristine state. Lucius visibly relaxed, as though shedding a heavy burden. Severus gently patted his shoulder. All present had delved into Lucius's mind through legilimency and understood his concerns. Unlike the others, Lucius harbored neither hatred nor unwavering faith. His actions were driven merely by self-interest and the safety of his family. Lucius, we assure you, he shall never rise to wreak havoc again. Lucius lifted his gaze to Severus, his face appearing quite haggard, with bloodshot gray-blue eyes. Yet overall he seemed in decent shape, not overly despondent. If Nicoles were present, she might have quipped that his current condition was far superior to what he endured during Voldemort's resurrection, a time when he had been forced into a disheveled state, eyes hollow, dark circles nearly dragging down to his chin, likely losing hair at an alarming rate. It is said that comparison is the thief of joy. Lucius wished for this, and it was a goal he was determined to achieve after stepping onto this treacherous path. Well, there's no need for such gloom, Lucius shrugged, jesting. At least I've acquired quite a fortune in galleons. You know how plentiful Bella's vault is. Well, that is indeed commendable, Severus replied, half-heartedly applauding. He had known that flaunting was ingrained in this peacock's very nature, impossible to change. Has there been any news regarding the other Horcrux? Dumbledore, ever focused on his pursuits, remained unyielding. Yes, you see, Draco has a claim to the Black family as well, but this matter is somewhat complicated. We may have to wait another 2 months. Lucius's head lifted, his face radiating with the palpable joy of galleons soon to be within reach. Among the remaining heirs of the Black family, Andromeda was disqualified. Even if she were not, like Narcissa and Bella, she had married and changed her surname, and all three were female, thus ineligible to inherit the Black family fortune. Regulus was missing, leaving Sirius as the only male heir, who, barring unforeseen circumstances, would remain imprisoned in Azkaban for life. Consequently, Draco was the sole remaining direct male heir. However, this situation was slightly more complex than Bella's. Bella's status as a confirmed Death Eater was irrevocable, and the stain on her identity could never be cleansed. The management of her vault could proceed under the guise of familial relations, allowing the Ministry and the Malfoys to reap their share. The situation with the Black family, however, was different. Usurping a long-established pureblood family could not be openly supported by the Ministry. After all, if they were too brazen, who could guarantee that other pureblood families wouldn't take offense? Although foreigners might not grasp the idiom when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, they were hardly foolish. In order to engage with the officials of the Ministry of Magic, who have seemingly evolved into leeches, and to rationalize this matter, there remains much to be done. Recently, Narcissa has been tirelessly running around for this cause. Given Narcissa's esteemed position, one would presume that retrieving an item from the ancestral Black residence would pose little difficulty. However, for reasons unknown, Nicoles insists that the couple must first inherit the family legacy of the Blacks, which not only promises financial gain, but also solidifies their standing as the primary partners. After all, this request comes from Narcissa's beloved cousin. Could they possibly refuse? Certainly not. Although it may be cumbersome, it is prudent to proceed, especially since Nicoles must have compelling reasons for her insistence. Chapter 157. I learn. Oh, there is no rush. Nini has stated that as long as it is sufficiently addressed before the summer break, all will be well. Dumbledore has provided him with a definitive timeline. Oh, how generous this time frame is. Lucius exhaled in relief. At the very least, they have 2 months, and at most 3, for this matter to settle. Should there be no further complications, he intends to return home, as he has not had a proper rest lately. Lucius pressed his fingers to his temples, revealing a hint of fatigue. Rest? How dare you? Severus's cool voice echoed in his ear. Dear Lord Malfoy, your mind is crammed with critical secrets, alongside the minutiae of potion-making and beauty elixirs. How dare you consider repose? Perhaps you are aware? Among all who know of this affair, only your mind possesses no form of defense. Do you truly believe that if you were to encounter a particularly formidable Death Eater, and they were to grow curious about your rather unremarkable intellect, you would be safe? All right, my dear Severus, I shall learn. Lucius's voice was laced with exasperation. Merlin, why must he, at such an advanced age, endure the trials of academia once more? I believe we can commence now. A pained groan resonated throughout the headmaster's office, yet it garnered no sympathy. Fresh off a significant endeavor, Lucius had hoped to finally attain freedom, only to find himself once again voluntarily ensnared in the mire of learning. His frustration was palpable. My dearest Sissy, when you read this letter, know that your husband is undergoing inhumane torment, longing for your swift intervention to rescue me. Yours eternally, Lucius. Sissy, pursue your endeavors. Do not involve yourself. Few were aware of Lucius's plight, yet the entire school was acutely aware of Nicoles' struggles. Whispers circulated among the young wizards, recounting how the headmaster and Professor Singleton, entertained by the students' duels, had themselves taken to the dueling platform, resulting in its collapse. Truly, their headmaster exhibited remarkable vigor for his age. Consequently, the 6th-year students' dueling competition would require the use of the platforms belonging to Draco and his dueling team. Meanwhile, Nicoles' alchemical prodigies from various year groups, intrigued by the rumors, flocked to the alchemy office to lend their assistance as soon as the 6th-year competition concluded. Observing the bustling crowd of young wizards in her office, Nicoles felt a mix of gratitude and irritation. She was pleased that they remembered to assist her amidst their own endeavors, yet the noise was utterly overwhelming. And this was merely the crowd inside. Outside, there was another throng, one that could not be contained, as it was said that some had come merely to spectate, while others were drawn by the prospect of treats. Yes, I refer to you. A gaggle of badgers trailing Cedric in pursuit of snacks. Has she become too popular for her own good? Ah, the sweet burden. However, she could not emulate Severus's icy demeanor. Perhaps a visit from him would help? No, Severus was currently instructing the peacocks and could not spare the time. She would have to manage herself. Clearing her throat, Nicoles cast a sonorous charm, gesturing for silence among the young wizards. Thank you all for your assistance. But as you can see, there is simply no room for so many. Currently, I request that the 6th and 4th-year students remain, while the rest can find their way to the Great Hall, where I have prepared some delightful refreshments. You may engage in a small exchange of alchemical insights, which could enhance your skills. Now off you go. As Nicoles' words concluded, the onlookers erupted in cheers. Hooray! Thank you, Professor, and promptly evacuated the office. The remaining young wizards, realizing their help was no longer needed, bid farewell to Nicoles and followed suit. Taking a deep breath, Nicoles surveyed the few remaining students in her office and began delegating tasks. Fred, you and Jules will divide the original dueling platform designs into 4 parts. Cedric and Victor, select 4 young wizards to handle the first section. Jonathan and George, choose 4 to manage the second. The slightly older students grasped Nicoles' instructions with remarkable clarity, and with her presence to address any inquiries, their enthusiasm for research was reignited. Nicoles mused, how delightful. The youthful spirits are so full of vigor. Draco, confident in his status as Hogwarts' most privileged student, chose not to leave, remaining alongside the 6th and 4th-year wizards. Theodore and Hermione adeptly followed in the wake of the privileged, seizing the opportunity to audit the lesson. They're all my little brothers, Draco proclaimed. As long as there is an opportunity to learn, Theodore and Hermione chimed in. Big brother. After a time of observation, the trio had acquired a fundamental understanding of alchemy. Not to mention, Draco's foundation was particularly solid, having corresponded with Nicoles since the early days of the Malfoy and Rosier families' alliance. Nicoles held great affection for him, even gifting him her initial alchemical notes. Naturally, as a self-proclaimed successful elder brother, he could not allow his younger companions to lag behind. He generously shared his notes with Theodore and Hermione, even permitting them to transcribe a copy. Had Goyle and Crabbe shown any interest in alchemy, he likely would have included them as well, for they were indeed his original little brothers. Interestingly, when Hermione and Theodore's relationship with Draco suddenly blossomed, they meticulously observed the dynamics between him and Goyle and Crabbe, especially Theodore, who had spent a year closely interacting with them. Now, as their bond deepened, he discerned more clearly. He concluded that Draco was an unparalleled tsundere. One must first embrace the title of his little brother to be deemed a friend. Should one refuse to acknowledge their status, he would sulk, but once recognized, they would be treated as kin, though merely in title, they were indeed friends. For Theodore, who has not experienced an abundance of affection since childhood, he perceives Draco as someone who has been excessively loved from an early age. Chapter 158. Who could possibly refuse this? From the moment Draco was born, he was bestowed with both wealth and love. Although his parents may have garnered mixed reputations externally, one undeniable truth remains: they both cherish him deeply. Thus, Draco possesses an innate capacity to love, as evidenced by his interactions with Goyle and Crabbe. However, his proud and somewhat obstinate nature leads him to believe that affection should be unilaterally reciprocated, as he has always had everything readily available to him. If others were to gravitate towards him, he would instinctively begin to offer love in return, akin to the affection he has received throughout his life. Theodore once felt envious of Draco for these reasons, but that envy eventually transformed into admiration. He yearned for the protection that surrounded Draco and envied the naive straightforwardness that stemmed from a life of comfort. Yet, he found it difficult to resist Draco's candidness directed towards him. He rationalized that it was merely the title of a little brother, a friendship characterized by a specific dynamic. Moreover, Draco was exceedingly generous. Just consider Goyle and Crabbe, which elder brother consistently tutors his younger companions. Not only did he ensure they did not fall behind academically, but he also diligently imparted dueling techniques, practically forcing them to learn. He transformed the two, who were not particularly bright, into students ranking within the top 10 of their class, while also treating them to daily pudding and lavish meals, caring for them better than they would have been at home, resulting in their plump and pampered appearances. Who could possibly refuse such treatment? Thus, Theodore officially assumed the role of Draco's little brother. As for Hermione, her friends diligently referred to her as Hogwarts' nurturing figure. Hermione was akin to a new heir of Professor McGonagall, determined to impart wisdom to any young witch or wizard she encountered. No one could escape Hermione's maternal guidance, including Draco, who found it equally exasperating to have her trailing behind him. However, given her close relationship with his aunt, he refrained from retaliating against her. After all, aside from her lineage, Hermione was indeed exceptional. She had even acknowledged him as her little brother. Furthermore, his aunt had remarked that talented younger siblings often possess a temper, which he understood. As an older brother, one must cultivate a spirit of tolerance. Consequently, Harry and Ron found themselves at a disadvantage, especially after Hermione learned that Draco had been tutoring Goyle and Crabbe. Their academic achievements were not solely a result of dueling prowess. They excelled in their studies as well. However, Hermione felt disheartened to see Draco's little brothers thriving while her own were struggling academically. This could not be allowed to continue. Thus, she resolved to take action. Harry and Ron, who were the subjects of Draco's amusement, found themselves in a peculiar situation. Hermione, I have a new study idea, Draco declared. To Hermione's surprise, she and Draco began to coexist amicably, even exchanging insights on the education of Ron and Harry in a friendly manner. Ultimately, the young witches and wizards discovered the most suitable ways to interact, leaving Nicole's in awe. Each generation has its own social butterflies, and this time, it was Draco's turn, albeit in an unusual manner. He had achieved a status at Hogwarts where he could command attention. Indeed, not a loss. You three. Nicole's called to the trio of young wizards flitting among their older peers. Professor Rosier needs your assistance. The three eagerly approached. What can we do for you? I need to create a map of Hogwarts, but there is one crucial step yet to be completed, Nicole's began earnestly. However, I am not entirely confident in trusting this task to anyone else. So would you three be willing to assist me? Being merely 12 years old, how could they resist the persuasive charm of their beloved professor? They readily agreed, each pounding their chests in affirmation. Splendid. Thank you so much, Nicole's exclaimed. I heard Ron has a pet mouse? Yes. Hermione nodded, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, knowing that Professor Rosier needed her help. I would like to borrow Ron's mouse for a bit. To create a map, I need to explore the routes and environments. And a small mouse can traverse narrow spaces without much hindrance, making it ideal for examining Hogwarts' entire layout. Oh, what a brilliant idea, Draco mused. recalling that this very mouse once nipped Goyle. Perhaps it was time for Goyle to catch it for a bit of revenge. Theodore nodded in agreement. I would be glad to help, Professor. Hermione hesitated. But Professor, Ron's mouse is quite old. He has mentioned it has been with his family for 12 years, and she wrinkled her nose in distaste. It's rather plump and doesn't enjoy moving much beyond eating. Is that so? Nicole's feigned contemplation. Here, use this alchemical controller. Place it on the mouse's limbs and head, and you can control it remotely. This way, you needn't worry about its laziness. Small creatures need to remain active for their health. I can even provide the mouse with alchemical potions to ensure its well-being. And remote control will save you the trouble of exerting your own energy. Are you suggesting you would examine Scabbers' health? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course. Isn't that only reasonable? Oh, how wonderful. Ron will be thrilled. Hermione beamed. May I see this controller of yours, Professor? I am utterly fascinated. Certainly. Draco leaned closer to Nicole's to examine the small device. Will it stay on? Mice tend to scurry about and bump into things. Worry not, young dragon. Nicole's replied with a knowing smile. Once this is affixed, it cannot be removed without a specific incantation. Moreover, this controller has the added benefit of safeguarding the mouse's entire body, ensuring it does not tire or sustain injury. Really? Just for the sake of tormenting it? Draco laughed. It won't suffer any harm. After all, it's not a typical mouse, is it? As for its age, not to worry, the controller will rejuvenate it, Nicole's assured. It won't be able to suddenly complain to Ron about its sluggishness unless it wishes to reveal its true identity. As long as I say it can run, it shall run, and if I say it will not suffer harm, then it will not. After all, it won't perish, will it? Chapter 159, Everyone has a bright future. How marvelous! Hermione exclaimed as she took the controller, marveling at its intricacies and manipulating it with delight. Alchemy is truly remarkable. She longs to swiftly reach the 3rd grade, so she can wholeheartedly immerse herself in the world of alchemy. With diligent study, she too could master its intricacies. Hermione nodded enthusiastically, her little head bobbing in fervor. By the way, here is a vial of energy potion that can replenish vitality and nourish the body, infused with a 1,000-fold concentration of caffeine. It's a delight for anyone who tries it. You can take this to Ron for him to test its effects. This is an alchemical collar that automatically records the paths traversed by a small mouse. Once worn, it cannot be removed without a specific spell, so do take care not to place it on someone else. Additionally, here is a compass. It will allow you to locate the collar, enabling you to monitor its position. For now, let us not rush with the latter items. If the potion proves effective, bring the mouse to me so I can assess its health. Once we confirm it's in good condition, we can proceed with the subsequent tools. If Ron remains apprehensive, I can also take it to Severus for a thorough examination together. As you know, alchemical potions and brews may be particularly beneficial for it. Nicole spoke gently, considering the mouse's vitality and well-being, instantly alleviating Hermione's lingering concerns. Really, Professor? That is wonderful. Ron will surely be delighted. Hermione could hardly fathom any reason for Ron to refuse. That is splendid. Let us hurry. Draco was already eager to possess a remote-controlled mouse. Theodore instinctively found it somewhat peculiar, but couldn't pinpoint why. Nonetheless, he too was excited about the prospect of playing with a remote-controlled mouse. Never mind, he thought. The trio of young wizards, brimming with excitement and clutching their delightful treasures, made their way joyfully. The older wizards, invigorated by newfound knowledge, were enthusiastic, while Nicole's, reveling in her role as a foreman, enjoyed her leisurely duties. A bright future awaited them all. Recently, a delightful minigame called Mouse Hunt has become all the rage at Hogwarts, initially instigated by the second-year wizards. The excitement stemmed from Ron's mouse, which, after consuming the energy potion, had experienced a remarkable revival, brimming with vitality day after day, much to Ron's delight. Although the mouse's exuberance occasionally proved overwhelming, it validated Professor Rosiel's assertions, didn't it? After taking the mouse for a thorough checkup and receiving an entirely positive report, Ron's remote-controlled mouse was officially launched. The mouse, affectionately named Scabbers, willingly donned the tracking collar and controller, venturing into daring escapades around Hogwarts under the guidance of several young wizards. Initially, the compass could only indicate the mouse's location with a single dot. However, seeing their enjoyment, Nicole's added a camera to the collar, transforming the game into a 3D Hogwarts adventure. Almost every young wizard in their circle clamored to participate. At first, Ron was concerned that Scabbers might be overwhelmed. But after a couple of days of watching the mouse remain energetic and increasingly lively, he felt reassured. Scabbers had evidently been lacking exercise. Indeed, its previous lethargy stemmed from sheer laziness. With Scabbers now brimming with energy, Ron even enlisted a few companions to join in the fun. The mouse protested. I'm not energetic. Who said I was lively? Thus, The formerly sedentary Peter Pettigrew, who had spent his days beside Ron merely eating and sleeping, was now compelled to exercise at least 20 hours a day, a fate akin to living hell. What? You say it can stop? Don't jest. Have you consulted the opinion of the thousand-fold concentrated caffeine? Not only could it not stop, but it was also unable to sleep. This was precisely why Ron arranged for so many playmates, as Scabbers appeared far too vibrant. Moreover, during a mock examination of the mouse, Nicoli suggested to Ron that this could indeed be turned into a lucrative venture. This is a 3D real mouse version of the Hogwarts adventure. How delightful. Not only will it provide companionship for the mouse to expend its energy, but you could also earn a little pocket money. Upon hearing this suggestion, Ron's eyes lit up. It was simply because Scabbers' current exuberance was quite formidable. What a win-win situation. Henceforth, Ron embarked on a path to gaming fortune, tapping into an unprecedented lucrative market, and he soon found himself amassing a fortune. Indeed, one might consider this compensation for the years he spent sharing a bed with a balding, greasy uncle. What a calamity. Nicoli's estimated that this vial of energy potion would sustain its effects for approximately a month. After that time, she would certainly provide a second vial free of charge. She wouldn't let it perish, after all. Exercise is beneficial. This is for its health. It ought not to be ungrateful, as a diet of nothing but eating and sleeping is decidedly unhealthy. Such treatment should not be afforded to one seeking redemption. Penance should come with an attitude of atonement. It is not merely a matter of feeling utterly exhausted yet unable to cease. It is not simply being mentally drained yet unable to sleep. It is not just having a buzzing head. But any thoughts of attacking young wizards result in an electric shock. Fear not. Trust in the capabilities of an adult wizard. It's merely a matter of endurance. And surely, it can hold out for several more years. This also brings joy to the young wizards. Why not embrace it? As for the desire to escape? The collar that delivers electric shocks to deter escape is worth possessing, inspired by Muggle devices. No need for thanks. It's merely my duty. Let this time at Hogwarts be seen as a reformation. May it emerge improved. Amen. Peter, he would have been better off perishing in that explosion. Anything would be preferable to this living hell. He can no longer even revert from his animagus form. Nicolis, conceal your achievements and fame. Having chosen to be a mouse, one must embrace the responsibilities of being a mouse. A mouse can only live as a mouse. And not being forced to dwell in a filthy gutter is already an act of extreme mercy. With the advent of new amusements, Nicolis temporarily spared Dumbledore, successfully liberating the old man from her relentless antics. Dumbledore, mice are splendid. Mice are truly wonderful, especially those that can capture the attention of a mischievous child like Nicolis. Indeed, if only Severus could administer a little less age-reducing potion to Gellert and provide himself with more dental-strengthening brews. Severus, I am not listening. I am not listening. Chapter 160. Are we being rolled? It is worth noting that during this period, Lucius finally mastered the brain-closing spell under Severus's rigorous training. Congratulations are in order. His mind was no longer an open lounge for anyone to wander through. He could finally return home and nestle into the embrace of his beloved Narcissa, sobbing joyfully. Severus, too, could finally carve out time to be inseparable from Nicolis once again. As the inaugural dueling tournament concluded flawlessly, the momentum generated by the event at Hogwarts only intensified. The young sorcerers, each exerting their utmost effort, commenced a comprehensive enhancement of their dueling skills, driven by the allure of the rewards on offer. Have you not observed the opulence of those who secured a spot in the top 10? Their generosity in expenditure is nothing short of extravagant. The purchasing power of galleons remains formidable. One need only recall how Harry, in his first year, acquired an entire table of sweets for less than 12 sickles, a considerable sum for these young wizards. Consequently, the atmosphere at Hogwarts underwent a transformation, becoming fiercely competitive. The rivalry among the four houses persists, yet the reasons for this antagonism have simplified. It is no longer a mundane dispute of your house is filled with dark wizards or your house is entirely foolish. Instead, the sentiment has crystallized into taunts such as, what merit do those arrogant Slytherins possess? Let us meet in the dueling arena and reveal our true skills. Or that foolish Gryffindor managed to best me in our last duel. I wager my noble lineage and familial heritage that I shall turn the tide next time. Such sentiments proliferate, and who among these young sorcerers recalls the antiquated grievances of yore? The current honor of their houses reigns supreme. Each house must emerge victorious. In summary, Nicolius has single-handedly altered the tone of Hogwarts, as the young sorcerers now brim with martial virtue, exhibiting a tendency to resort to conflict at the slightest provocation. Moreover, this upcoming dueling tournament has prompted an unexpected realization among the students. The houses of Gryffindor and Slytherin, typically at the forefront of attention, have come to recognize that their long-standing rivalry merely attracted notice, while the talents of the often overlooked Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw houses have come to light, showcasing their understated excellence. For instance, aside from Draco's dueling team, Hufflepuff emerged as a surprising contender in this tournament, which was utterly unforeseen. Furthermore, post-tournament, it became evident that the most combative spirits at Hogwarts were neither the impassioned Gryffindors nor the boastful Slytherins, but rather the cunning and resourceful Hufflepuffs, renowned for their intelligence and camaraderie. Merlin, who could have imagined that the seemingly gentle Badgers, known for their amiable demeanor, would possess such explosive tempers, ready to draw their wands at the slightest provocation? They are truly formidable contenders, united in purpose, unlike the other houses. During this period, Professor Sprout walks with an air of pride, beaming with satisfaction for her house's achievements, while Professor Flitwick, upon learning that his Eagles were but first-year students, eagerly committed to providing them with additional support, determined that his champion would indeed emerge victorious. However, once this news reached the other house heads, chaos ensued. What? You dare provide your house with special treatment? Competing against us? Thus, the other three heads joined the fray, igniting a fierce competition. As the frenzy of competition escalated, in an unnoticed corner, Ron entrusted his exuberant little mouse to Professor Nicoleus, the one capable of revitalizing it. While he himself immersed in the dual pressures of Gryffindor and the dueling team, determined to earn galleons. No one could impede his quest for victory. Meanwhile, with ulterior motives, Nicoleus readily agreed, assuring Ron of her diligent care for the adorable creature. Ron departed, yet perhaps he was too hasty in his confidence. As Nicoleus gazed at the closed door of the alchemy office, her expression turned increasingly inscrutable. It had been far too long since she had practiced the unforgivable curses, and she had almost forgotten her identity as a dark witch. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to revisit her skills. Observing the mouse that had just emerged from its cage and was now tumbling about, Nicoleus casually smirked and remarked, "Ah, is it truly so fragile that it cannot withstand a single trial?" Upon hearing this, Wormtail felt a fleeting relief from his agony. Pondering the meaning behind the words of this witch, who was supposed to be Ron's favored professor, had she not once examined him? How could she treat him thus? Why? Wormtail knew that his past torments stemmed from the need to create a map, yet he remained oblivious to who was orchestrating this endeavor. Exhausted from relentless toil, he had no opportunity to learn more, as discussions among the young sorcerers regarding his plight occurred only when they were remotely controlling him. He was overwhelmed, unable to escape, and every flicker of rebellion or desire to bite back was met with the punishing jolt of the damned collar around his neck, instilling fear that stifled any thoughts of defiance. He had once considered reverting to his human form while Ron slept, to seize his wand and rid himself of these restraints. But what could explain his inability to transform? This blow left Wormtail in a state of agitation. Was he destined to endure this torment for all eternity? In the midst of his mounting anxiety, Ron's sudden decision to entrust him to Professor Nicoleus for a time sparked a glimmer of hope. Although he seldom ventured beyond Gryffindor's dormitory, he had heard much about the new professor from Ron. He had even sampled the treats Ron had brought home and had heard tales of her remarkable abilities. Surely, under her care, he would escape his current predicament. Yet, just as he was filled with anticipation and joy, she delivered him a staggering piece of news. "This is the best Professor Ron spoke of? She begins by inflicting such excruciating pain upon me. Why not simply cast Avada Kedavra instead?" As his thoughts began to coalesce, the pain surged anew, overwhelming Wormtail's senses, prompting him to cry out in agony. This was perplexing. He had been accustomed to such treatment during his time with Voldemort. Nicoleus twirled her wand, pausing momentarily, pondering, "Has the passage of time eroded the resilience I once cultivated?" Wormtail, bewildered by her words, momentarily disregarded his suffering and mustered the strength to rise. His singular focus was to flee, to escape from this woman, who seemed to possess an unfathomable depth of knowledge. The dread she instilled in him was palpable. Nicoleus, discerning his intent, let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, you wish to flee? How amusing. This simply won't do. And how could you ever forsake such commendable habits from your past? Fear not, for I shall lend you my assistance. I will undoubtedly help you reclaim them." Nicoleus rested her chin in her hand, a delightful smile gracing her lips. With a gentle flick of her wand, a dazzling crimson light burst forth, targeting the mouse that scurried about in a frenzy of agony and terror. No matter how fervently it fled, it seemed unable to evade the relentless pursuit of that red beam. The mouse emitted a series of anguished cries, its small body trembling violently until it could no longer muster the strength to run, collapsing onto the ground, its limbs twitching in torment, its tiny eyes brimming with fear. What does this person truly know? Does she comprehend her own identity? When did he become exposed? No, he cannot resign himself to fate so easily. Having narrowly escaped from Sirius, he cannot succumb here. Moreover, if this Rosier is aware, does that not imply that Snape has also been informed? This cannot be. He absolutely must not remain here. In the beady eyes of Peter Pettigrew, a glint of malice flickered, quickly replaced by an appearance of a pitiful little pet directed towards Nicoles, as if accusing her, "Why must you treat me, a mere mouse who has done no wrong, in such a manner?" Ugh! Nicoles found his feigned innocence utterly revolting. "Do refrain from that pretentious display. You know exactly what you have done, Mr. Pettigrew. Or would you feel more validated if I referred to you as Wormtail?" Peter now felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. She knows everything. She is aware of who she is. No, how could she possibly know? This is unfathomable. Thinking of fleeing? Nicoles' voice drifted lazily to him, causing his heart to tighten. Could it be that his pain inadvertently revealed his true form and inner thoughts? But no. He struggled through the agony to glance down. His furry belly remained unchanged. At this moment, he was truly shattered, for this person seemed to know even what he was thinking. "You would do well to be compliant. Only I possess the knowledge to unravel the myriad of controlling spells upon you. Even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, I would be able to locate you. I advise you to abandon any delusions and accept reality with grace." The already fragile defenses of the little rat crumbled entirely. He had hidden for so many years. Why would anyone still be aware of his existence? Having endured countless excruciating moments, he desperately wished to faint, but alas. The bottle of highly concentrated caffeine he had consumed forbade it. He remained painfully alert, acutely aware of the agonizing sensations coursing through him, and could only perceive a bleak future. This was not how his story was meant to conclude. He had meticulously plotted against Sirius, ensuring that the arrogant fool would find himself imprisoned, stripped of the high-handed gaze with which he had once looked upon him, no longer able to command him. How dare Sirius? After all, they were both equally vile beings. Now, having finally witnessed his downfall, he had become a tragic hero sacrificing for justice. Merlin, this cannot be his fate. Peter Pettigrew's suffering persisted for an extended duration until Nicoles grew bored, at which point he lay gasping on the ground, convulsing. However, Nicoles had no intention of allowing him to die so easily. She cast 2 healing spells upon him and administered 2 potions of easing, before placing him into a specially designed cage. This cage was extraordinary. Any creature within it felt as though it resided in an utterly tranquil space, devoid of color, sound, or tangible boundaries. The only sensations were those of emptiness and the fear within their own hearts. How perfectly suited for such a wretched little creature. Nicoles felt she had truly outdone herself. When Ron came to visit that evening, he found his little mouse sleeping soundly in the cage. Instantly reassured, he thought to himself how splendid it was that Professor Nicoles had taken such good care of Scabbers, knowing all too well the terrifying energy that currently enveloped him. After all, he had barely slept and was in a perpetual state of excitement. Oh, how fortunate he was to have someone who cared for him to such an extent. Thus, feeling compelled to repay Nicoles for her kindness, Ron grew increasingly determined, thinking of ways to earn money so that he could buy a gift to express his gratitude. When Severus returned to the potions classroom after his lesson, he beheld Nicoles amusing herself with a mouse. A mouse? He furrowed his brow and quickly approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his cheek against her neck. "What are you doing? Playing with a mouse. Would you like to give it a try?" A flick of the spell and off it scurries. "It's quite fun." Severus turned to observe the mouse racing about within the cage, agitated by Nicoles' magic, and raised an eyebrow. "Is this the Weasley-esque exuberant rodent? How unsightly." Severus's hand enveloped Nicoles's, which was unceremoniously waving the wand, and with a flick of his wrist, the black cloth covering the cage fell, obscuring the bothersome creature. "I believe a mere beast should not monopolize Professor Rosier's time so extensively, should it?" "Quite right," Nicoles conceded, tucking her wand away and planting a kiss on his cheek, her demeanor joyful. "Shall we go find Dumbledore to play?" Severus sighed, slightly exasperated by his partner's exuberant and uncontainable spirit. What purpose could there be in seeking him out? "Do you wish to witness the spectacle between him and Gellert?" Nicoles replied, her honesty refreshing as she tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling as she playfully implored him. "Don't you want to watch, Severus? I merely desire to be with my partner, just the 2 of us." Severus's hands brushed against Nicoles's features, and he thought to himself how wonderful it would be if her eyes could forever be filled solely with his reflection.